Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 3041 to Chapter 3094. In the pavilion on the mountainside of Wenzhou Peak. The room that was originally decorated with lanterns and streamers and decorated with festive decorations had become simple and elegant. Xianxia was brewing tea with a smile on her face. She had changed out of her phoenix coronet and robe and was wearing a plain dress. Like Xianxia, she had already learned about everything that had happened in the Ji clan from Lin Sun. After the initial shock, both of them had become relaxed. However, when they occasionally looked at Lin Sun, they could not help but feel ripples in their hearts. The two sisters did not expect Lin Sun's combat power to be so strong. He could suppress an eternal god all by himself, just like before, when their father, Ji Wantu, heard this news, he did not dare to believe it. He was in a daze for a long time before he finally realized that the Ji clan had completely changed. It was also at that time that Lin Sun returned the order that had transformed into a pale green jade ruler to Ji Wantu. At present, although the forces that were hostile to Ji Wantu's bloodline had been completely purged, the situation in the Ji clan was extremely chaotic. Lin Sun could not be bothered to deal with these trivial matters. It was most suitable for Ji Wantu to do it. After all, no matter what, Ji Wantu was still the leader of the Ji clan. Senior, after I deal with the wedding procession of the Taihao clan tomorrow, I will make a trip to the Taihao clan and completely eliminate them. Lin Sun sat there casually and enjoyed the tea personally made by Xianxia as he spoke softly. Right now, he had only dealt with the Eternal Yang clan and the Ji clan. There were still 10 other eternal gods in the 9th heaven. Lin Sun would not let them go just like that. You are now the Yuanqing Pavilion Master of the Yuan School and an existence who has set foot on the eternal path. In the future, don't call me senior. She's voice was still cold, but her expression was much gentler than before. Her beautiful face shone brightly under the light of the lantern. After a pause, she pursed her lips and smiled. Furthermore, you and my younger sister are of the same generation, yet you address me as senior. That is not appropriate. In the future, you can just call me by my name. Lin Sun agreed with a smile, but his mood was slightly complicated. Since he was young, he had called she senior. After so many years, when he really had to change the way he addressed her, he felt an indescribable subtle feeling. It was like a tall mountain that he could only look up to when he was young. Now that he had surpassed it, it was inevitable for him to sigh with emotion. Why don't you tell me about your experiences over the past few years? She asked softly. In the past, she had only heard rumors about Lin Sun, but she didn't know how Lin Sun got to where he was from the starry sky ancient path. Lin Sun nodded, and his eyes were full of reminiscence. He told his experience in the past years in a long time. For a moment, the room was quiet and peaceful. Only Lin Sun's voice kept ringing, and the two sisters were absorbed in listening. Late into the night, Ji Wantu appeared, looking exhausted. He had already temporarily pacified the clansmen in the clan, but it would take a lot of time to completely stabilize the situation. Senior, in my opinion, the Ji clan is no longer suitable to stay in the 9th heaven. Lin Sun said. Ji Wantu was Shi's father, so he had to respectfully address him as a senior. I know. A hint of dejection appeared between Ji Wantu's brows. In a single day, the Ji clan had fallen from a high and mighty eternal god clan. Ji Beifeng had been captured alive, Ji Xiaoyun had committed suicide, and even the important figures of the clan had been massacred. It was a heavy blow that could be said to be unprecedented. This caused Ji Wantu's mental state to be extremely complicated when he faced Lin Sun. It was extremely complicated. To the entire Ji clan, Lin Sun was undoubtedly their enemy. However, to Ji Wantu, if Lin Sun had not taken action today, not only would he not have been able to protect the fate of his daughters, but his bloodline would also have suffered. Right now, although the Ji clan had suffered a heavy blow, the god rank order and the bloodline of the clan still existed. This was already a blessing in disguise. However, Ji Wantu also knew that just as Lin Sun had said, the current Ji clan could no longer stay in the 9th heaven. Think about it, even if Lin Sun had the ability to annihilate the other eternal gods in the 9th heaven, if those terrifying existences from the eternal gods who had gone to the Kunlun ruins returned, the Ji clan would definitely be implicated, what gave Ji Wantu a headache was that if the elders of the Ji clan who had gone to the Kunlun ruins found out about this, they would definitely not let the matter rest. It could be said that although the Ji clan was firmly under Ji Wantu's control, there were too many hidden dangers. In my opinion, why don't you bring your clansmen and leave the ninth heaven with me to the Yuan sect? Lin Sun said. Ji Wantu was stunned. To the Yuan sect? That's right. Lin Sun nodded. He believed that Ji Wantu should know best that in the current eternal true world, the only one who could protect Ji Wantu's bloodline was the Yuan sect. All right. In the end, Ji Wantu gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as the God rank order was in his hands, the Ji clan would eventually have a chance to rise again in the future, thus, the matter was settled. Although Shi and Ji Xianxia did not say anything, they were extremely grateful in their hearts. How could they not know that Lin Sun had done this because of them? The night gradually faded, and dawn broke. In the sky that was extremely far away from the divine mountain of beginning, a treasured ship that was like a huge continent crushed through the air and flew over. The treasured ship was steaming with multicolored light and auspicious rain. Divine rainbows flowed about, and it was extremely imposing. Along the way, it caused countless exclamations of surprise and reverence. Because it was a treasured ship from the Tai Hao clan, and the people on the treasured ship were the Tai Hao clan's wedding procession. According to the deduction of the elders of our clan, with Ji Shi's talent and foundation, she will sooner or later step onto the eternal Tao path. If the young master marries her, he will have a greater chance of inheriting the position of clan leader in the future. On the treasured ship, Tai Hao spoke slowly. Not to mention that Ji Shi was the #1 goddess in the ninth heaven at that time. Her appearance and temperament were outstanding, and few could compare to her. She's worthy of the identity of young master. He possessed the attainment of the perfect stage of transcending justice, and he was an ancient existence of the Tai Hao clan. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his face was handsome. His snow-white hair fluttered to his waist, and he looked peerless. You're right, ancestor. Tai Haoji nodded. He had an imposing appearance, a tall figure, and wore a fiery red robe. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he emanated a lofty aura. Young master, look, the divine mountain of beginning is just ahead. Tai Hao pointed towards the distance, and the outline of an extremely huge mountain range appeared on the ground. It was the divine mountain of beginning, and it was bathed in brilliant violet auspicious light. A beautiful figure couldn't help but appear within Tai Haoji's mind. She had fair skin and peerless grace, and she was beautiful to the point she seemed like a dream. Tai Haoji's heart surged slightly. He'd heard of Ji Shi's name a long time ago, but he never expected that after so many years, he would have the opportunity to marry such a renowned goddess in the ninth heaven. The treasured ship was extremely swift, and it descended in front of the gate of the divine mountain of beginning in an instant. After that, Tai Haoji, Tai Hao Wu, and the other wedding procession members of the Tai Hao clan walked out of the treasured ship, but they were stunned when they saw the scene in front of the gate. Today was the day of great joy for the Ji clan and Tai Hao clan. However, at this moment, the area before the entrance to the sect was extremely deserted. There was no red carpet that covered the ground, no crowds that came to welcome them, and there wasn't even the slightest scene of joy and bustle. There was only a tall figure standing alone there. He wore a moon-white robe, and he had his hands behind his back. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time. This unusual scene caused the Tai Hao clan's escort team to be stunned. Everyone, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting here for a long time. In front of the gate, Lin Sun smiled lightly and spoke. Lin Sun. In an instant, Tai Hao recognized Lin Sun, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. You. Why are you here? He was too surprised. How could he have imagined that he would see Lin Sun in the territory of the Ji clan? He's Lin Sun? Tai Haoji was stunned as well, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. The entire wedding procession was in an uproar. Who in the world didn't know the name Lin Sun? However, they hadn't expected that Lin Sun, who was regarded as a thorn in the side of the various eternal gods, would actually appear here. For a time, all of them were surprised and bewildered. It really is a coincidence. I just arrived at the Ji clan yesterday, and I only found out that all of you were coming here today. So, I intentionally waited here. Lin Sun grinned as he spoke. Tai Hao grunted coldly, and then he swept the entire divine mountain of beginnings with his gaze and said, "Could it be that the Ji clan has colluded with you?" He had no choice but to be doubtful. After all, this was the entrance to the Ji clan. Moreover, everyone in the world knew that their Tai Hao clan was about to unite by marriage with the Ji clan today. Under such circumstances, how could anyone not be suspicious when such an unusual scene had occurred? Colluded? Not really. However, the Ji clan of today isn't the Ji clan of the past. Lin Sun strode over as he spoke. Unfortunately, it's impossible for Miss Ji Shi to be reduced to a pawn and unite by marriage with your Tai Hao clan. How laughable. How could the matters between our Tai Hao clan and the Ji clan be decided by you? Tai Hao Ji spoke coldly. Lin Sun grinned. I'm sorry. I really am the one who decides this matter. Of course, it doesn't matter if all of you believe me or not. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve. Bang, the heavens and the earth changed abruptly. It was completely enveloped by an unimaginably terrifying aura of eternity, and it caused the clouds in the surroundings to collapse and the sun and moon to dim down. Young master, watch out. Tai Hao Wu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately protected Tai Hao Ji by his side. Rumble, his body glowed while bright silver eternal divine radiance surged into appearance, and he resisted it. However, he was struck by the force that swept towards him to the point his figure staggered back, and it was uncomfortable to the point he almost coughed up blood. At the same time, a wave of shrill cries resounded in the vicinity. No. All the other experts of the Tai Hao clan were renowned figures, and the weakest amongst them was at the rebirth god realm. However, at this moment, their bodies rumbled as they exploded into pieces while blood sprayed into the surroundings. All of them had been obliterated without a single survivor. You really have stepped foot onto the eternal Tao. At this moment, Tai Hao Wu's expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes were filled with a solemn expression. On the other hand, Tai Hao Ji, who stood behind him, was shocked to the point his countenance turned ghastly pale, and terror that couldn't be restrained surged into his heart. This Lin Sun has actually really attained the eternal Tao. I'll continue adding at night. Right, this is probably the 10th update this month, right? Bang. Bang. Bang, every single step Lin Sun took seemed like the heavens and the earth were collapsing, and the pressure of the eternal realm charged towards Tai Hao Wu like an avalanche. Silver divine radiance flowed through Tai Hao Wu's body as he activated a violet bronze lamp. This was his eternal Tao weapon, and it was called the Divine Lamp of Desolation. The eternal laws inscribed on the lamp condensed into numerous gorgeous and resplendent sparks. So long as one was slightly tainted by the sparks, one's soul would be incinerated, and it could be said to be extremely overbearing. However, this invincible eternal Tao weapon was completely suppressed by Lin Sun's might at this moment, and the sparks had just appeared when they cracked apart and were obliterated in the sky. Even Tai Hao Wu suffered the impact, and he seemed as if he'd fallen into a swamp and was being bombarded from all directions. This was too terrifying. Merely the might Lin Sun emanated was already so formidable, and this caused Tai Hao Wu to have a bad feeling and feel a chill run down his spine. As for Tai Hao Ji, if he wasn't protected by Tai Hao Wu with all his strength, then he would have probably been annihilated on the spot. At this moment, even though he'd survived, he was terrified to the point his face was ashen. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Lin Sun's mouth when he saw Tai Hao Ji in such a sorry state. A piece of trash like you wants to marry she? Tai Hao Ji was naturally not a piece of trash. As the young patriarch of the Tai Hao clan, his talent, resources, and cultivation were all outstanding amongst his peers in the clan. But in Lin Sun's eyes, he was indeed no different from a piece of trash. Lin Sun, do you intend to become enemies with my Tai Hao clan? Tai Hao Wu shouted loudly. Would you believe me if I said that the current Tai Hao clan isn't worthy of becoming enemies with me? Lin Sun spoke casually. Tai Hao Wu's expression changed indeterminately. When he saw Lin Sun approaching him step by step, he flicked his sleeve and utilized his trump card. Swoosh, a golden rui scepter flashed out, and it shook in the sky before condensing into a mighty and powerful Dharma image. It was a man in embroidered clothes. His figure was tall and straight like a spear, and his entire body was suffused with the eternal aura of the creation realm. A wisp of disdain arose in Lin Sun's eyes. Even a boundless realm willpower Dharma idol was already not his match, let alone a creation realm willpower Dharma idol, right when the man appeared, Lin Sun attacked without the slightest hesitation. Whoosh, he drew a line with his fingers. An imprint of nirvana? Profound sword chi condensed in the void and then slashed down from a distance. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth had been split in half. Let's go. The young man's pupils constricted as he sensed how terrifying this attack was. At the same time that he spoke, he waved his hands and condensed an enormous golden divine seal of the laws in the sky, and it surged with the aura of the laws of destruction. When looked at from afar, it simply seemed like a golden divine mountain was standing before them, and it blotted out the sky. However, the power contained in Lin Sun's sword was so horrible that it couldn't be resisted by his creation realm willpower. He saw, bang, the golden divine seal was split in half by the sword like it was made of paper and exploded. Soon after, the silhouette of the man in embroidered robes was also slashed by the sword. A huge sword mark appeared in front of his body, and he was almost slashed in half. This terrifying scene caused Tai Hao's scalp to go numb, and his soul almost left his body. Without hesitation, he took Tai Haoji and tried to escape through the void. However, he was still a step too late. Lin Sun was bound to be unable to allow them to leave. The heavens and the earth rumbled while the obscure and mysterious eternal laws were like an omnipresent net that smashed down towards them. Open! The severely damaged will of the man in embroidered roared. He seemed as if he was putting his life on the line, and he intended to exhaust all his strength to resist this attack and open up a path of survival for Tai Hao and the others. Open! At the same time, Tai Hao's eyes turned red while his hair and beard flared up with rage, and he teleported with all his might. However, all of this was in vain. Rumble, along with an explosion, the man in embroidered robes was the first to be crushed. His damaged will was directly blasted into pieces, and it transformed into a rain of light that dispersed into the surroundings. On the other hand, Tai Hao was restrained by numerous eternal laws that were like divine chains, and he was unable to move at all. In an instant, he felt despair. Lin Sun's strength had completely overturned everything he knew. As for Tai Haoji, Lin Sun grabbed him from afar as if he was grabbing a bug. Lin Sun. Just you wait. My Tai Hao clan will absolutely not let you off. Tai Haoji roared resentfully. Bang, his voice was still reverberating through the air when his body was crushed into pieces, and his soul dispersed. You. After suffering such a great shock, even an eternal realm figure like Tai Hao was speechless, and he felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Don't be too surprised. After I deal with all of you, I'll definitely make a trip to the Tai Hao clan myself and see if there's anyone in your clan that can go against me. Lin Sun arrived before Tai Hao with a piercingly cold and calm gaze. You're courting death. Tai Hao roared furiously. Lin Sun grinned and didn't say anything further. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Tai Hao before crushing him into the abyssal sword cauldron. After that, he turned around and walked into the divine mountain of beginnings. To him now, annihilating the Tai Hao clan's escort team was indeed no different than dealing with a trivial matter. Bamboo Peak. When they found out from Lin Sun that the Tai Hao clan's escort team had been annihilated, no matter if it was Ji Shanhai, or Ji Wantu, all of them seemed to have calmed down greatly, and they didn't lose their composure like they had before. Only those that had truly witnessed Lin Sun's ability knew that this was a matter of course. There's no time to lose. I intend to head to the Tai Hao clan right now. Lin Sun spoke of his decision. He'd left the territory of the Eternal God clan's Yang clan yesterday morning, and he'd even taken the Vast Sun Order and Vast Sun God Mountain with him when he left. The news was bound to spread. Only a day had passed since then, but he didn't know if the other Eternal God clans had already received the news. But no matter what, Lin Sun had to make the best use of his time and act as soon as possible. If the Eternal God clans were to react prematurely, it would definitely affect his subsequent actions. There's an ancient teleportation formation in my Ji clan, and it can lead to the territory controlled by the Tai Hao clan. With your cultivation, you'll only need half a day to arrive at the Tiandu Divine Mountain where the Tai Hao clan resides, Ji Wantu said swiftly. As for us, you don't have to worry about us. With the protection of the divine level order, there's nothing to worry about. Lin Sun nodded, then let's do that. On that very day, Lin Sun left via the teleportation formation. Tiandu Divine Mountain. where the Taihao clan resided. Today, the young patriarch of the Taihao clan would win the Ji clan's goddess Xi as his wife. For the Taihao clan, it was also a joyous day. The Tiandu Divine Mountain was already bustling with noise and excitement. Everywhere was decorated with festive decorations. Guests came and went like an endless tide. The patriarch of the Taihao clan was called Taihao Tong. At this moment, he was entertaining a group of distinguished guests who came to celebrate in the main hall of the clan. In addition to Taihao Tong, all the big shots of the Taihao clan had also gathered. Eternal realm existences like Taihao Zhen and Taihao Xiong were also present. Their status was extraordinary, and they were frequently toasted by the distinguished guests. Sitting in the central seat and watching the lively and jubilant scene, Taihao Tong felt an indescribable sense of pride in his heart. This time, the marriage between the Taihao clan and the Ji clan also attracted the attention of the world, causing the prestige of the Taihao clan to rise along with it. This was naturally something to be proud of. For the eternal god clan like them, marriage often meant an alliance. Taihao Tong was very sure that in the future, the status of the Taihao clan and the Ji clan in the ninth heaven would become more and more stable. Patriarch, it's bad. Suddenly, a panicked voice sounded outside the main hall, causing the lively and joyous atmosphere in the hall to fall silent. Everyone stopped talking and looked outside the main hall. Taihao Tong's face sank, and he said, "What are you panicking for? Could it be that the sky of the ninth heaven has collapsed?" Outside the main hall, an old servant was covered in cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Patriarch, something big has really happened." His words caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to flicker, and various thoughts flashed in their minds. Today was a joyous day for the Taihao clan, so what unforeseen event could have happened? Taihao Tong frowned. At this moment, the eternal realm existence Taihao Zhen stood up and appeared out of thin air in front of the old servant, and he said with an indifferent gaze, "Don't panic, tell me what exactly happened?" The old servant was already scared out of his wits. In a moment of carelessness, he didn't use voice transmission and blurted out the matter. Just now, the soul lamp of ancestor Taihao Wu enshrined in the ancestral temple, was extinguished. What? Taihao Zhen's pupils constricted, and his expression changed abruptly. Everyone else in the main hall seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning, and they were stunned on the spot. The atmosphere was oppressive and deathly silent. Taihao Tong, who sat on the central seat, had stiffened, and his eyes were dazed. Taihao Wu, an eternal realm existence of their Taihao clan, had set out early this morning to lead a wedding procession to the Ji clan. How could he have suddenly encountered misfortune? Who did it? What caused Taihao Tong's heart to turn cold was that if Taihao Wu had fallen, then didn't it mean that even his son, Taihao Ji, and the entire wedding procession were likely to have suffered misfortune? When he thought up to here, Taihao Tong's vision darkened, and his hands and feet started trembling slightly. How could such a thing have happened? It wasn't just him. This grievous news was undoubtedly too sudden and horrifying to everyone in the main hall. It was like a gloomy and cold current that caused them to feel extremely horrified. "Do you know when the soul lamp was extinguished?" Taihao Zhen was relatively calm, and he asked in a low voice. The old servant, who was prostrating on the ground, stammered, It should have been 3 hours ago." Taihao Zhen pondered for a moment, and he immediately deduced that with the speed of Taihao Wu and the others, they should have arrived at the Divine Mountain of beginning 3 hours ago. This caused his expression to change once more. Could it be that it was the Ji clan that killed Taihao Wu? It's definitely related to the Ji clan. At this moment, Patriarch Taihao Tong had also deduced this, and he couldn't help but gnash his teeth with a livid expression. In the ninth heaven, only the Eternal God clan is capable of killing an Eternal Realm expert. The main hall was shocked and in an uproar. The murderer was the Ji clan. Isn't this a little too unbelievable? After all, today was the day of the marriage alliance between the Taihao clan and the Ji clan, so how could the Ji clan be so frenzied as to attack the wedding procession of the Taihao clan? But if it wasn't the Ji clan, then who in this world could accomplish this? For a time, the hearts of everyone in the main hall surged, and they were filled with shock and bewilderment. More updates for you, don't worry. The following story won't be about the Eternal God clan after the Eternal God clan. That would be too boring. It was a joyous day, yet such grievous news had arrived, and it caused all these great figures of the Taihao clan to feel as if they'd been struck by a rod, and they were extremely furious. Right now, Tiandu Divine Mountain was still bustling with noise and joy. However, the clan hall was covered in dark clouds, and it was oppressive to the point that one was almost unable to breathe. This matter, the Ji family must give us an explanation. Patriarch Tai Haotong's face was frighteningly gloomy. The marriage between the two clans was originally a story that attracted the attention of the world. But now, with the death of Tai Hao Wu, what marriage was there to talk about? Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want from the Tai Hao clan? Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded from outside the clan hall. Who is it? In an instant, Tai Hao Tong, Tai Hao Zhen, Tai Hao Xiong, and all the other great figures looked out of the hall in unison. Even all the guests in the hall were surprised. Who would be so audacious to speak sarcastically at a time like this? Aren't you afraid of death? A tall and handsome figure walked into the hall. It was Lin Sun, dressed in moon-white clothes. He glanced at everyone in the hall and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, I'm not too late. It really wasn't too late. Because the Tai Hao clan obviously hadn't reacted completely, and they hadn't taken any precautions or vigilance. Lin. Why is it you? Tai Haotong was stupefied, his eyes widening like saucers, as if he saw someone who absolutely shouldn't have appeared. What? He is Lin Sun? The other guests were in an uproar, and they were extremely shocked. They simply didn't dare believe their eyes. Where was this? Tiandu Divine Mountain, the core of the Tai Hao clan, but Lin Sun, the Origin Sect's pavilion master, had actually made an appearance in the Tai Hao clan's hall at this moment. How could they not be shocked? Lin Sun had experienced a similar scene in the Ji clan yesterday. He was not surprised to see the surprise and bewilderment on the faces of the people present. This was called catching them off guard. If he had known earlier, it would have been impossible for him to arrive here so smoothly today. Is the misfortune of my clan's wedding procession related to you? Tai Haozhen's expression was icy cold, and his eyes were like vortexes that caused one's heart to palpitate. Lin Sun nodded, yes. My clan's Tai Hao Wu was also killed by you? Tai Haozhen asked again. Lin Sun nodded again, yes. At this point, everyone in the main hall had different expressions. Tai Hao Tong and the other great figures of the Tai Hao clan had unsightly expressions, and they were both shocked and furious. Meanwhile, those honored guests who came to celebrate all sucked in a breath of cold air, finding it hard to believe. In this way, you really have stepped foot onto the eternal path of the Tao? Tai Haozhen asked again. He used the word sure enough. Obviously, he had predicted Lin Sun's Tao Eternal. As expected, Lin Sun nodded again, yes. Two of them admitted that Tai Hao Wu and the bridal escort team were killed by him, and the last one admitted that he had already stepped onto the eternal path, and he seemed to be very calm. But in people's eyes, Lin's attitude itself was frightening. After killing Tai Hao Wu, he still dared to make an appearance in the Tai Hao clan's base at this moment and admit all of this in front of all these great figures. He was either mad or had something to rely on. Undoubtedly, Lin Sun belonged to the latter. Could it be that you've come here because you think you can annihilate my Tai Hao clan by yourself? Tai Haozhen asked again with a cold tone. This question itself was very absurd. Who would think that Lin Sun could annihilate the Tai Hao clan by himself? The trillions of living beings in the entire ninth heaven probably wouldn't believe it. Of course, no one in the hall would believe it either. Tai Haozhen only asked this question because he wanted to know where Lin Sun got the confidence to appear in their Tai Hao clan like this. But who would have thought that Lin Sun would still nod in the face of this question? Yes. This was the fourth yes. But at this moment, these two words caused everyone in the surroundings to feel that it was absurd. This fellow actually intends to annihilate the Tai Hao clan by himself. Tai Haotong was so angry that he started laughing. What an arrogant and ignorant evil creature. I'd like to see what ability you have to dare say such words. Lin Sun said indifferently, this isn't what I said, but what you asked. I'm just answering truthfully. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. After today, everyone in the world will believe me. Really? I really want to see it. Tai Haozhen stepped out, his whole body was covered with eternal light, and his power spread to the extreme at this moment. Patriarch, you step back, leave this guy to me. Before he finished speaking, Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he had already arrived in front of Tai Haoshan and casually shot out his palm. "You're courting death." Tai Haoshan's reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately used all his power. Boom, his hands condensed a mysterious divine seal in the void, shining brilliantly, reflecting the terrible vision of 10 suns in the sky and smelting the whole world. Great refining true seal, it was a supreme magical power that integrated all the eternal laws of Tai Haoshan. With one strike, it could forcibly refine a big world into ashes. It was extremely terrifying. However, with a dull explosion, the great refining true seal, which was regarded as Tai Haoshan's lifelong unique skill, was broken as easily as smashing a bubble. But Lin Sun's palm power didn't diminish, and it crashed down. The strong fatal danger stimulated Tai Haoshan's hair all over his body, and it also completely stimulated the potential of his great way. Open! At this critical moment, he crossed his arms in front of him, and the strength of his whole body boiled like a volcano erupting to the extreme. But after all, he still didn't know how terrifying Lin Sun's current cultivation was. This seemingly casual palm strike actually contained boundless killing intent. When it was slapped down, crack, Tai Haoshan's arms were directly shattered, and then the defensive power of the great way all over his body was smashed like a piece of paper. Then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Tai Haoshan was slapped to death by this palm, and his body and primordial spirit were both blown up. Lin Sun killed an eternal existence at the level of the great perfection of rules with one palm, boom. But before everyone could recover from their shock, the force emitted by this palm strike swept out like a raging storm, causing the tables, chairs, furnishings, and so on and so forth in the hall to instantly transform into powder. Moreover, the stone pillars and walls that held up the hall suffered a severe impact, and they collapsed amidst waves of rumbling. On the other hand, the first to suffer calamity were the great figures of the Ji clan and the honored guests that had come to congratulate them. All of them didn't even have the time to dodge before their figures were drowned within the blazing and boundless torrent of destructive energy, and all of them were annihilated amidst terrified and helpless sharp cries. It was obvious that even an eternal existence like Tai Haoshan couldn't resist the power of this palm, so how could it be possible for those who hadn't stepped into the eternal realm to survive? Even if they were affected by this power, it wasn't something they could resist and bear. In the blink of an eye, the main hall of the Tai Hao clan that had stood for thousands of years collapsed with a loud bang. Only Tai Haoxiong and Tai Haodong, the patriarch of the Tai Hao clan, dodged at the first possible moment and survived. But that was all. At the moment when the main hall collapsed, Lin Sun had already launched his pursuit, and his figure flickered as he attacked Tai Haoxiong. Boom, the heaven and the earth shook, and the terrifying eternal pressure swept out and spread to every area of the divine mountain in an instant. The lively and noisy festive atmosphere was suddenly dispersed. Tens of thousands of guests who came to celebrate the wedding banquet screamed in panic and fled in all directions. On the other hand, those clansmen of the Tai Hao clan were terrified by this chaos as well, and they felt extremely astounded and dazed. Today was the day of great joy for the Tai Hao clan, but now, how could such a terrible disaster suddenly appear? Then, people saw the collapsed main hall, Lin Sun's tall and shining figure, and Tai Haoxiong and Tai Haodong who were being chased by him. Such a scene made everyone feel like they were about to collapse. What was going on? As one of the 12 eternal divine clans, the Tai Hao clan was even stronger than the Ji clan in terms of strength. They had occupied the divine mountain of heaven capital for countless years, and possessed a terrifying foundation that was enough to make all the people tremble with fear. But now, a monstrous disaster broke out in the territory of the Tai Hao clan, and even the Eternal Realm experts and their patriarch of the Tai Hao clan were being chased by someone. This completely subverted people's understanding, and they were all frightened. Boom, a battle broke out. Lin Sun did not hold back and fought fiercely with Tai Haoxiong. During this period, as the patriarch, Tai Haodong did not hesitate to use the divine order, but it was in vain, and he could not suppress Lin Sun's power. On the contrary, Tai Haoxiong instantly suffered heavy injuries amidst the slaughter. Tai Haoxiong, who was at the end of his rope, did not hesitate to use his trump card, the willpower of a boundless realm existence and the willpower of two creator realm existences. However, what made him collapse was that the willpower of the two creator realm existences was killed by Lin Sun not long after they appeared. One was destroyed by the ocean-like sword Qi, and the other was crushed by Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron. Then, as Lin Sun's four Tao forms attacked together, the willpower of the boundless realm existence was also destroyed in an instant. This scene made Tai Haoxiong's eyes almost pop out, and he was about to go crazy. Before this, he only knew that Lin Sun had attained the eternal Tao half a year ago, but he didn't know that Lin Sun had already attained the advanced stage of transgression. He didn't know that Lin Sun had already annihilated the eternal Yang clan by himself before this. He didn't know that the eternal Ji clan had been massacred by Lin Sun just yesterday. He didn't know that even the willpower of a boundless realm expert was no longer a threat to Lin Sun. This was a cognitive bias, yet everything that had happened now had naturally overturned his cognitive bias, and it caused him to be unable to imagine or accept it. Up until the moment he was killed by Lin Sun, Tai Haoxiong still felt that it was unreal, and his expression was filled with shock, rage, and confusion. He vanished from this world with a belly full of questions. Ah! At this moment, Patriarch Tai Haoxiong seemed to have completely gone mad, and he let out a deafening roar. His voice revealed boundless panic, sadness, sorrow, terror, and rage. Lin Sun noticed with a single glance that after suffering so many heavy blows, this old fellow's state of mind had actually collapsed at this moment. P.S. Yes, there was a small bug in yesterday's chapter. Tai Hao was suppressed, but his soul lamp was extinguished. It was indeed a mistake in Goldfish's writing, but fortunately, it didn't affect the plot. Everyone can just treat it as Tai Hao's death. Once one's mental state collapsed, one's cultivation would be crippled. However, Lin Sun hadn't expected that the dignified patriarch of the Tai Hao clan, Tai Hao Tong, would be unable to endure such a blow. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of sword energy flashed out and killed Tai Hao Tong on the spot. On the other hand, the divine rank order controlled by Tai Hao Tong fell into Lin Sun's hands, and he completely subdued it in a few breaths of time. Instantly, the scenes of the entire divine mountain that were enveloped by the divine rank order appeared in Lin Sun's mind. He saw countless people standing there in a daze, like clay statues. He saw the clansmen of the Tai Hao clan fleeing in every corner of the divine mountain, and they were terrified like stray dogs. He saw many people charging madly out of the divine mountain. The entire Tai Hao clan was in chaos. Lin Sun didn't hesitate to take control of the divine mountain order and start a slaughter. Those undying figures that belonged to the Tai Hao clan, no matter where they were all killed on the spot, and their souls dispersed. Those who were at the Emperor realm or above were crippled as well. The experts of the other Eternal God clan who'd come to congratulate the Tai Hao clan were annihilated by Lin Sun as well. The stench of blood swept through every single area of the divine mountain like tidewater. Scenes of death occurred incessantly, and it formed a horrifying scene that seemed like purgatory on earth. Just like in the past, Lin Sun didn't kill them all. Merely 10 minutes later, Lin Sun did the same thing. Just like how he'd refined vast Sun Divine Mountain, he completely refined the Divine Mountain that the Tai Hao clan resided in. Of course, the wealth that the Tai Hao clan had accumulated over countless years had fallen into Lin Sun's hands as well. After that, Lin Sun didn't waste any time and took action once more. Earlier, he'd searched the soul of a great figure of the Tai Hao clan, and he'd found out that the Eternal God clan closest to the Tai Hao clan was the Wen clan. Moreover, there was a teleportation formation in the Tai Hao clan's territory that led to the endless territory controlled by the Wen clan. If he made the best use of his time, he could arrive there in half a day. Of course, this was also the time for Lin Sun to recover his strength. Otherwise, no matter how strong his cultivation was, he would definitely be unable to endure rushing all the way. This day was supposed to be a joyous day for the marriage alliance between the Tai Hao clan and the Ji clan, and it drew the attention of the entire world. But on this very day, the Tai Hao clan had been trampled upon, the divine rank order had been seized, and all the great figures of the sect had been annihilated. Soon after Lin Sun left, the news spread out and set off a great disturbance in the following time. As the news continued to spread, Lin Sun arrived at the endless territory controlled by the Eternal God Wen clan. Wen clan. As one of the 12 eternal gods, their heritage is extremely ancient. In terms of strength, they can be ranked in the top 3 of the 9th heaven. They are a veritable behemoth. The Wen clan was entrenched in the Big Dipper sacred mountain and possessed 7 stars of the god-level sequence. Its chief, Wen Changhe, was a man of great talent and bold vision. Yet now, just the Wen clan alone had 4 eternal realm experts, and all of them were existences that had surpassed the law realm. Patriarch, bad news. We just received news that the eternal god Yang clan has been annihilated. On the Big Dipper sacred mountain, outside the main hall of the Wen clan, an urgent voice sounded. When Xianxia, who was studying Taoist scriptures in the main hall, stiffened and stood up with a terrifying look in his eyes. What did you say? The Yang clan has been annihilated? Do you have any specific news? Ding, an old man who came to deliver the message handed over a jade slip. When Xianxia opened the jade slip and looked at it, his entire body froze, and his expression flickered. The content of the jade slip was very simple. There were only a few lines of handwriting and a scene on the light screen. The content of the handwriting was that late at night the day before yesterday, news had spread that from today onwards, the eternal god Yang clan would no longer exist in the world. This caused turmoil in the endless territory controlled by the Yang clan. When countless cultivators went to the vast sun god mountain where the Yang clan was entrenched to inquire about the news, they found that the huge vast sun god mountain had disappeared from the earth. The scene on the light screen in the jade slip reflected the world where the vast sun god mountain used to be, but now it was empty. After a long time, when Xianxia calmed down and asked, "Did you find out who did this?" The old man shook his head. "Go and invite all the patriarchs and the elders of the clan. Be quick," when Xianxia ordered. The old man left in a hurry. When Xianxia's mind was still in turmoil. In a single night, the eternal god Yang clan had been annihilated. This made Wen Xianxia's hair stand on end. This was no different from a change in the heavens. One had to know that since ancient times, the 12 eternal god clans had stood tall in the world. Until now, no one had been able to shake their position. But now, the Yang clan had been annihilated. How could Wen Xianxia not be shocked? As the saying went, without lips, the teeth would feel cold. This bad news from the Yang clan also made Wen Xianxia feel that something was wrong. He realized the severity of the problem. When the patriarchs of the clan are gathered here, we must discuss a countermeasure and prepare in advance. Wen Xianxia murmured in his heart. Patriarch, this is bad. Suddenly, another hurried and panicked shout sounded outside the main hall. Wen Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. He shouted, "What's the matter?" Outside the main hall, an indifferent voice sounded, "Nothing. It's nothing more than that I came uninvited and wanted to settle some old grudges with your Wen clan." Wen Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. Outside the main hall, a tall figure walked in, dressed in a white robe fluttering in the wind. He was so handsome that he seemed to be strolling leisurely in the courtyard. Lin Sun. Wen Xianxia's eyes widened as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Sun said with a smile, "I've never met you, but you recognize me. You have a good memory. How could it be? How could you appear here?" Wen Xianxia's face changed. He couldn't believe all this for a moment. When I went to the Yang clan, Ji clan, and Taihao clan, they were also very surprised. They didn't expect that I would dare to come to the 9th heaven alone. But in the end, I'm still alive, but they are all dead. Lin Sun said casually. Lin Sun's words were like a bolt from the blue, giving Wen Xianxia goosebumps all over his body. He cried out involuntarily, "The destruction of the Yang clan has something to do with you." Lin Sun nodded, "Except for me, there should be no one else who will be so vengeful." Wen Xianxia was speechless for a while. He needed to calm down. Everything that had happened so suddenly had thrown him into disarray. However, Lin Sun didn't give him much time. He stepped forward and said, "Taoism pure, before you die, I kindly remind you that from today on, the Wen clan will also be removed from the 9th heaven." His voice was flat, but it was like a judgment from heaven. In this empty hall, Wen Xianxia's heart sank to the bottom all of a sudden. After a quarter of an hour, Wen Xianxia, the patriarch of the Wen clan of the Eternal God clan, for existences in the lawbreaking realm, and a group of immortals were slaughtered. What happened in the Yang clan and the Taihao clan was also played out in the Wen clan. When Lin Sun's figure walked out of the Big Dipper sacred mountain, the 7 stars of the Wen clan and the wealth accumulated over countless years all fell into Lin Sun's hands. From the beginning to the end, nothing unexpected happened. When Lin Sun left, even the Big Dipper sacred mountain was refined and taken away. And just half a day after the destruction of the Taihao clan, The news about the destruction of the Wen clan also began to spread in this boundless territory. All of this didn't end there. The ninth heaven was too big. Every Eternal God clan was entrenched in a different boundless territory, and they were extremely far away from each other. This also made it take time for the news to spread. From the night Lin's son left the Yang clan to the Wen clan of the Eternal God clan, nearly 2 days had passed. It only took Lin's son about a day to destroy the 2 great Eternal God clans, the Taihao clan and the Wen clan. The only time he was delayed was when he went to the Ji clan. But it was obvious that Lin's son's actions could be called godly speed. Otherwise, the Taihao clan and the Wen clan wouldn't have been so slow to notice when Lin's son came knocking on their doors. But Lin's son also knew that he was only one person. He could only go to one place after another to take revenge on the Eternal Gods. This also meant that no matter how fast he moved, he wouldn't be able to outrun the speed at which the news spread in the following days. Sooner or later, the other Eternal Gods would learn of the news and make preparations, but then again, Lin's son was even more certain that even if they received the news in advance, the Eternal Gods, who had been high and mighty for countless years, would definitely not flee with their entire clansmen just after learning of the news. News was news, after all. The Eternal Gods might be able to accept it, but it was obviously impossible for them to decisively abandon their home that they had occupied for countless years and flee with all their clansmen after learning of the news. After all, the Eternal Gods were a colossus that had been looked up to by billions of people for countless years. How could they be scared off by a mere piece of news? According to Lin's son's deduction, the Eternal Gods would at most make all sorts of preparations in advance. They wouldn't flee upon hearing the news. That wasn't how the Eternal Gods would act, and this undoubtedly gave Lin's son a chance to take revenge one by one. The only drawback was that as more and more Eternal Gods learned of the destruction of the Eternal Gods, it was possible that the other Eternal Gods would flee in advance. So for Lin's son, he had to seize every moment to act. Half a day after leaving the Wen clan's territory, Lin's son's figure appeared in the territory of the Ju clan of the Eternal Gods. As Lin's son expected, the Ju clan had already learned of the destruction of the Yang clan of the Eternal Gods before he arrived. They had already begun making preparations in advance. But unfortunately, their preparations were only to strengthen the defenses of their clan. They were still guarding their own homes. This meant that they couldn't stop Lin's son's advance. In just a quarter of an hour, after the Yang clan, the Ji clan, the Taihao clan, and the Wen clan, the colossus that was the Ju clan of the Eternal Gods also collapsed at Lin's son's feet. 9 Spirits Body Mountain, where the Tsang clan of the Eternal Gods resided. Yesterday, news came that the Yang clan was destroyed, and now there's news that the Ji clan has also been massacred by Lin's son. The important figures of the Tsang clan gathered in the ancestral shrine. The atmosphere was oppressive. It can be confirmed that the Yang clan's annihilation is surely also Lin's son's doing. And he's actually able to accomplish this with his own power. There's only one possibility. He possesses a trump card in his hands that can suppress a boundless realm's will manifestation. An eternal realm, old man said in a low voice. Moreover, even with the protection of the divine order, it can't stop this kid's attack. His words caused the hearts of everyone present to become heavy. They had all realized that a storm was about to sweep through the 9th heaven, and the one who set off this storm was Lin's son, a legendary figure whose name had shaken the 9 heavens in the past 100 years and who had now become the Yuan sect's Yuanqing Pavilion master. Then, what should we do? Someone asked in a low voice. Everyone knew that the disaster of the Yang and Ji clans was just the beginning. Perhaps Lin's son had already taken action and was taking revenge on the other Eternal Gods. What should we do? In the past, who would take a little thing like Lin's son seriously? But now, he's a threat to the survival of the Eternal Gods. How sad! Someone said angrily. The bad news from the Yang and Ji clans had shocked them all. From disbelief at the beginning, they were now deeply worried. Their mood could be said to have fluctuated greatly. This is called when the time comes, heaven and earth are united. An old man sighed. If it weren't for the calamity of the era that forced the 12 Eternal Gods and the existences above the Fate realm to leave one after another, Lin's son would never have had the chance to kill his way into the 9th heaven. Not to mention him, even the masters of the 4 ancestral halls can't shake our position. Everyone's emotions were in turmoil. The old senior continued. Besides that, Lin Sun defied the heavens and seized the critical factor to attain eternity by force, causing even the existences behind the calamity of an era to feel threatened. It's obvious that Lin Sun's path towards eternity is bound to be extraordinary, and what the Yang clan and Ji clan suffered has undoubtedly proved this. Finally, the old antique concluded. All of this means that in the current situation, Lin Sun already has the power to subvert the structure of the ninth heaven. We must not underestimate him in the slightest. Otherwise, our Tsang clan will probably follow in the footsteps of the Yang clan and Ji clan. Everyone was extremely shocked in their hearts, and their expressions became unprecedentedly heavy. Ancestor, what do you think we should do? Someone asked. The old man raised his hand and made a stroke, and a huge map emerged. Look, after Lin Sun destroyed Yang clan, he immediately went to Ji clan. If I'm right, his next target is probably Taihao clan, which is adjacent to Ji clan. Everyone nodded in agreement. The old antique thought for a moment, yet he shook his head and said, "No, we were almost 2 days too late when we received the news of Ji clan and Yang clan suffering. Calamity. Lin Sun has probably already annihilated Taihao clan by now." The expressions of everyone changed. Speed is of paramount importance in war. Lin Sun is surely clearly aware that once news of this spreads, it's bound to be more and more disadvantageous to his next actions. So, he'll definitely make the best use of his time to take action. The old antique's gaze was deep as he pointed at the map that was reflected on the screen. If I'm not wrong, then he'll definitely attack Wen clan after he annihilates Taihao clan. Someone's expression instantly changed, and he said, if Wen clan is annihilated as well, then he only has to annihilate Zhu clan, and then our Tsang clan will be his next target. The old antique nodded. So, the situation has become extremely urgent, and we must take action right now. Ancestor, you can decide what to do next. Everyone spoke successively. The old antique nodded and said, in my opinion, it's best for us to leave with all our clansmen and avoid the brunt of his attacks. So long as we survive, we'll be able to figure out everything. At that time, no matter if we return or make another decision, we'll be in an invincible position. Should we flee? The expressions of everyone changed indeterminately, and they struggled endlessly in their hearts. Lin Sun was just a single person, yet he made the entire Tsang clan retreat without a fight just because of some rumors. If news of this were to spread, the prestige that the Tsang clan had accumulated for countless years was bound to suffer a crushing defeat, and they would completely become the laughingstock of the world. Ancestor, these are rumors after all. No one knows if the annihilation of Yang clan and Ji clan was done by Lin Sun alone or for some other reason. If we leave just like this, wouldn't it seem too? Someone couldn't help but speak. Yes. The others chimed in successively, and they were unwilling to leave just like this. The old antique couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Being alive is more important than anything else. If we die, then everything will be finished. Not to mention that those rumors might have some flaws, but the calamity that Yang clan and Ji clan suffered is a fact that has already occurred. Everyone couldn't help but look at the patriarch when they saw this. Let's do as the ancestor said. The patriarch of the Tsang clan was silent for a moment before he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Alright, let's leave now. The old antique instantly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he said in a relaxed manner, it's easy to leave. We just have to put away the 9 spirits God Mountain and the power of order. As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the ancestral shrine. Everyone, let's begin. Everyone stood up one after another. But right when the old antique had just walked to the entrance of the ancestral shrine, an indifferent voice had already sounded, everyone, it's a step too late to escape now. Immediately after that, a tall figure appeared in the field of vision of all the big shots of the Tsang clan. He was alone and had a leisurely bearing. But the appearance of this person struck them as if they were struck by lightning, and they felt as if the sky was about to collapse. We're a step too late after all. The old antique couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and his voice was filled with indescribable disappointment and unwillingness. They'd already intended to avoid the sharp edge, but this sharp edge had already arrived at the door. Nothing unexpected happened next. Not long after Lin Sun's arrival, the Tsang clan of the eternal gods was annihilated and removed from the world. Since leaving the Ji clan until now, Lin Sun had successively destroyed the 4 great eternal gods, the Taihao clan, the Wen clan, the Zhu clan, and the Tsang clan. And it had only been 2 days since then. But his experience in the Tsang clan made Lin Sun realize that as the news spread, the eternal gods had become more vigilant. In fact, the Tsang clan had even planned to evacuate. If such a thing happened, wiping out the eternal gods would be no different than finding a needle in a haystack. After all, the 9th heaven was far too vast. Given the abilities of the eternal gods, once they went into hiding, it would definitely take a lot of time and effort to ferret them out. And Lin Sun didn't have that much time to waste. However, Lin Sun also knew that while the other eternal gods might experience the same situation as the Tsang clan, it was absolutely impossible for them to all choose to evacuate. Just as Lin Sun had expected, when he arrived at his next target, the Minamoto clan of the eternal gods, the Minamoto clan had obviously received a lot of news, but they didn't choose to evacuate. Instead, they were on guard. In other words, the Minamoto clan was prepared to evacuate at the first sign of trouble. Unfortunately, Lin Sun didn't give them any chance to evacuate. When he appeared, he first snuck into the Minamoto clan without leaving a trace, then seized the opportunity to suppress an Eternal Realm expert who controlled divine-level sequence power in one fell swoop. The Minamoto clan's path of retreat was cut off. And then, the Minamoto clan was annihilated. Lin Sun didn't waste any time. He headed straight for the Panwu clan. However, this time, Lin Sun didn't find anything. When he arrived at the Panwu clan's territory, it was already empty. Lin Sun had long since expected this, so he wasn't surprised. In the following days, he went to the Yi clan, Wu clan, Xingtian clan, and Zish clan. Among them, the Yi clan and Xingtian clan retreated a step ahead of the Panwu clan. The Wu clan and Zish clan, on the other hand, chose to resist stubbornly. The result was self-evident. These 2 eternal god clans were annihilated by Lin Sun one after another. At this point, in less than 6 days, Lin Sun set off from the Ji clan and went to the Taihao clan, Wen clan, Zhu clan, Tsang clan, Minamoto clan, and the other eternal god clans. He traveled through the major territories, setting off one bloody storm after another. Apart from the Panwu clan, the Yi clan, and the Xingtian clan, the other eternal god clans that had existed for countless years were all annihilated in the dust of history. It was as if the behemoths that had lived in the 9th heaven for countless years fell one after another, setting off monstrous waves in the major territories of the world. After Lin Sun returned to the Ji clan, the entire 9th heaven was completely shocked. Hundreds of millions of creatures were shocked by the various news that came one after another. What? Even the Tsang clan was annihilated? This was yesterday's news, and just now, another news came. The Minamoto clan was also annihilated. How could this be? God, what the hell is happening in the 9th heaven? While people were still shocked by the destruction of an eternal god clan, the news of the annihilation of other eternal god clans spread, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. 12 eternal god clans were destroyed one after another in just a few days. For the people of the 9th heaven, this was no different from a great change. There were too many surprises, shock, and disbelief. No words could describe that kind of feeling. And when they thought that all of this was done by a single person, it made their scalp tingle. Lin Sun. He actually overturned the sky of the 9th heaven by himself. Since ancient times, when has such a thing ever happened? This Lin Sun. How can he be so powerful? He suppressed all the eternal god clans in the 9th heaven by himself. Looking at the heavens, looking at the past and present, has there ever been such a person? I'm afraid that Lin Sun will have the final say in the 9 heavens of the eternal world in the future. All kinds of uproars resounded in every territory of the 9th heaven. And as the news continued to spread, such a sensation continued to ferment and play out, constantly setting off more and more turbulent waves. More chapters were added. Recently, many children said that the plot was not exciting enough, that it was purely crushing all the way, and that it lacked passion and so on. Goldfish could only say that it was now the ending stage of the plot, and it was impossible to keep digging holes and showing off like before. Of course, before the end of the book, there was still a big climax. What Goldfish wanted to say was that the early part of the book was like a foreshadowing, the middle part was the climax, and the last part was the end and the curtain. This was what a complete book should be like. If one only pursued excitement and passion, it would be very simple. They just needed to keep opening new maps and showing off. But that was no different from wasting words. When it was time to end the book, it was time to write the plot before the curtain fell. Of course, this did not mean that the following plot was not exciting enough. On the contrary, the real big shots like Chen Lin Kong, Qin Shi, the Mastermind, Golden Cicada, and the Master of the Heart Core would all appear one by one, while Lin Sun would fight on the ultimate path of Tao. Everyone was looking forward to it. The above wordy words were Free Divine Mountain of Beginning. Bamboo Pine Peak. Xi and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Sun return safely. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin, did your trip go smoothly?" Lin Sun shook his head, "There were some accidents." Xi's heart tightened, and he also asked, "What happened?" Lin Sun smiled, "Just a small matter." As he spoke, he told them that the Xingtian clan, the Yi clan, and the Panwu clan had retreated ahead of time. Xi and Xianxia were stunned. Only now did they understand that the accidents Lin Sun mentioned were just that they didn't exterminate the three eternal gods. So, the other eternal gods have already. Xianxia was shocked, her pink lips slightly parted, and her beautiful eyes widened. That's right, they've already been erased from the world. Lin Sun nodded. Xi and Xianxia were dumbfounded, and they couldn't help but lose their composure. In less than 7 days. Apart from the three eternal gods who escaped in advance, the other eternal gods had already met with disaster, their hearts trembled, and their minds went blank as they stared at Lin Sun. Although they already knew that Lin Sun had already destroyed the Yang clan and cleansed the Ji clan, they still felt an unprecedented shock when they heard this news. This is tantamount to sweeping away all the eternal god clans of the ninth heaven with his own strength. After a while, Xianxia asked excitedly, "Brother Lin, quickly tell us what happened." In the past, she was like an orchid in an empty valley, beautiful and aloof. But now, she was like a young girl full of admiration, no longer concealing her inner emotions. She was still calm, but his eyes were also rippling when he looked at Lin Sun. How could Lin Sun refuse? He smiled and told them about his actions one by one. The two sisters were overwhelmed with emotions as they listened. That day, the entire Ji clan learned of Lin Sun's glorious achievements. They were all shocked, not knowing whether to be happy or lucky. It was too contradictory. If Lin Sun hadn't shown mercy, the Ji clan wouldn't have survived at all. But they couldn't deny that Lin Sun had also killed many of their clansmen. That was why the Ji clansmen were so conflicted. As for Ji Wantu, the grudge and resistance he had towards Lin Sun completely vanished after learning of these matters. All that was left was relief. Of the 12 eternal gods, 3 had fled like stray dogs, and the other 8 had been uprooted. In comparison, the Ji family had suffered a bloody purge, but at least they had survived. How could Ji Wantu not be satisfied with this? It was also on the same day that the Ji family learned that Lin Sun will leave the ninth heaven in 3 days, and when he leaves, he will take all the Ji clansmen with him. In the outside world, news of the destruction of the eternal gods was still fermenting and spreading. But to the hundreds of millions of people in the world, they all knew that the structure of the world that had been formed since ancient times and controlled by the 12 eternal gods had been completely broken by Lin Sun. The ninth heaven has completely changed. I never thought that in my lifetime I would be able to see the eternal gods who ruled over the world and enslaved all living beings fall one by one. Father, Mother, if you knew this in the afterlife, you would be very happy, right? Some people cried and shouted excitedly. The forces and cultivators who had been enslaved and persecuted were now in the same mood. They were excited, joyful, and unable to control themselves. Turning things around with a single move meant that they didn't have to suffer any more oppression, and they didn't have to drag out an ignoble existence. To them, this was undoubtedly an extremely great fortune. Quick, search for the remnants of the Taihao clan. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This time, it's time for us to take revenge. In the major territories of the ninth heaven, countless forces began to take action. They were filled with murderous intent, searching for and killing the remnants of the eternal gods that had long been destroyed. The 24 immortal clans that were also distributed in the ninth heaven had also been mobilized. In the past, the eternal god clans had each occupied an endless territory and controlled countless territories. But now, as the eternal god clans fell one by one, these territories naturally became food for the others. Slaughter. Blood. Turbulence. Like smoke, it filled the sky of the ninth heaven. Just as Lin Sun had expected, as long as he destroyed the eternal gods, he wouldn't need to do anything himself. The remnants of the eternal gods would be surrounded and annihilated by the people of the world. It could be said that Lin Sun had single-handedly ended an era where the 12 eternal gods ruled the world. This wasn't just limited to the ninth heaven. As the news spread, as time passed, the entire structure of the 9 heavens of the eternal world would be affected, and profound changes would occur. While the outside world was in turmoil, Lin Sun was taking inventory of the spoils of war. Countless precious treasures, medicinal pills, divine materials, books, cultivation techniques, and Tao artifacts that were vast like the ocean. The dense and dazzling collection of treasures could be piled up into numerous mountains. This was the accumulation of 8 eternal gods over countless years. When they were gathered together, the wealth was absolutely unparalleled. Just the complete divine order alone had 8 divine orders. Just the various treasures that could satisfy the cultivation of eternal realm experts were enough for Lin Sun to have an inexhaustible supply before he reached the boundless realm. Just taking inventory and sorting out these treasures took Lin Sun a full half a day. In the end, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He was completely shocked by the wealth of these eternal gods. It was no wonder that these eternal gods could stand tall in the 9th heaven until now, and that all living beings in the world could only revere and look up to them. Just from this unimaginably huge amount of wealth, one could see some clues, not to mention that along the way, Lin Sun had also captured more than 20 eternal realm experts, and now they were all suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron. In the future, as long as he used the power of the 5 sequences of the ultimate ruin, he would be able to refine all these captives. In the end, Lin Sun kept all the eternal treasures that were suitable for his cultivation, and planned to distribute the rest of the wealth to his friends and relatives in the future. When I have time in the future, I'll come to the 9th heaven again. Lin Sun thought to himself. He wouldn't forget the 3 eternal gods who had escaped in advance, the Yi clan, the Panwu clan, and the Xingtian clan. But now, he doesn't have the time to search for the whereabouts of these 3 eternal gods one by one. It's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. On the contrary, as the situation calms down in the future, these 3 eternal gods will sooner or later reveal some clues. At that time, it will be relatively easier to deal with them. On the same day, Lin Sun found Ji Wangtu, Shi, and Ji Shanhai and told them about his decision to leave. There is a path to the 8th heaven on the territory of my Ji clan. Although this path has been sealed in the early years, it can be opened at any time. Ji Wangtu said. She nodded and said. The situation in the 9th heaven is turbulent and chaotic. It's better to leave early. By the way, I have one more thing to ask Senior. Lin Sun suddenly thought of something and looked at Ji Wangtu. What's the matter? Ji Wangtu was puzzled. In the past, my master, the master of the heart core, came to the 9th heaven. I want to know what he experienced in the 9th heaven. Lin Sun revealed a deep mystery in his heart. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Ji Wangtu's face, as if he was hesitating whether to tell Lin Sun or not. Senior, please speak your mind. Lin Sun said softly. Ji Wangtu took a deep breath and said, speaking of which, this is also a matter of the past. Not long after the master of the heart core arrived in the 9th heaven, he invited 12 old eternal gods to the Sky Seal Mountain, saying that he had important matters to discuss. After the 12 eternal god clans discussed, they decided to each send out a boundless realm existence. But after arriving at the Sky Seal Mountain, a conflict arose. Conflict? Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. Yes, it is said that the master of the heart core hoped that the 12 eternal gods would join forces to fight against the existence behind the calamity of the era. Ji Wangtu's expression was complicated. How could the 12 eternal gods agree? In the past, countless civilizations have been destroyed, but they were no match for the existence behind the curtain. After a pause, he continued. After being rejected, the master of the heart core declared that sooner or later, when the immortal supreme path appears, it will shatter everyone's understanding of the world, and everything in the 9th heaven will be completely subverted. At this point, he couldn't help but look at Lin Sun with a strange light in his eyes. Lin Sun had embarked on the immortal supreme path, and now he had defeated the 12 eternal gods all by himself, overturning the situation in the 9th heaven in one fell swoop. This undoubtedly fulfilled the master of the Heartcore's words. Could it be that a conflict broke out just because of such a sentence? Lin Sun frowned. Ji Wangtu shook his head. That's not the case. At the time, a boundless realm existence from the Zen sect arrived and brought a stone statue. The primordial stone statue? Lin Sun's pupils shrank. That's right. Ji Wangtu was a little surprised, as if he hadn't expected Lin Sun to know about it. He then continued, it was this stone statue that caused the 12 eternal gods to completely break off relations with the master of the Heartcore. A great war broke out on the Sky Seal Mountain. In the end, the master of the Heartcore met with disaster. At this point, Ji Wangtu hurriedly added, but later, I found out that the master of the Heartcore was only destroyed with the power of the Dharma image. According to the deduction of the 12 eternal gods, the original body of the master of the Heartcore has probably already gone to the ruins of many wonders of Tao, and will never return. So, they spread the news that the master of the Heartcore met with disaster in the 9th heaven. Hearing this, Lin Sun completely understood. No wonder the news he heard before always said that master had met with disaster in the 9th heaven, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. It turned out that what was destroyed back then was only a Dharma image of master's will. The root of the disaster that triggered the war was the primordial stone statue brought by the boundless realm existence from the Zen sect. There was no doubt that this was related to the mastermind behind the calamity of the era. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun asked, Senior, what is the relationship between the 12 eternal gods and the mastermind behind the calamity? Ji Wangtu let out a long sigh and said, you may not believe it, but according to what I know, in the eyes of that existence, the eternal gods of the 9th heaven are not even comparable to their dogs. This sentence was self-deprecating, bitter, and sorrowful. Not even comparable to their dogs, the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven were at least dogs of the eternal gods. But they, the eternal gods, were clearly not qualified to serve as dogs for the mastermind behind the scenes. This made Lin Sun extremely surprised and even more incredulous. If that's the case, why do these eternal gods always listen to orders? Who dares to disobey the will of that existence? Ji Wangtu took a deep breath and said, I won't hide it from you. Half a year ago, the Zen sect also spread the news, telling the eternal gods of the 9th heaven that as long as they kill you, those eternal realm monsters will be spared from the great silence retribution. Lin Sun's heart shook. Indeed, the mastermind behind the calamity might not be able to completely control the great silence retribution, but he could use it or interfere with it. No wonder they were so desperate back then. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. If that's the case, can I understand that in the entire eternal world, the only one qualified to be the dog of the mastermind is the Zen sect? The Zen sect controlled the mysterious primordial stone statue. Whether it was dealing with the master of the heart in the 9th heaven or dealing with Lin Sun now, it was all led by the Zen sect. All of this proved that the Zen sect and the mastermind had an unusual relationship. I'm not sure. Ji Wangtu shook his head. Lin Sun didn't ask any more questions. These things involved the mastermind, and even an existence like Chen Lin Kong couldn't see through the true face of the mastermind, let alone others. On the same day, Lin Sun left the 9th heaven with Ji Wangtu and the other Ji clansmen. The 7th heaven. The ancestral court of the Yuan sect. The news of Lin Sun's return spread throughout the entire Yuan sect. Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and other VIPs immediately went to welcome them. Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Ah Hu, Ah Lu, and the others also stopped what they were doing and went over. On the same day, what happened in the 9th heaven caused a sensation in the entire Yuan sect, causing countless uproars and shocked voices. Lin Sun had long been accustomed to it. That night, a grand banquet began in the central Holy Ji Palace. Lin Sun introduced Ji Shanhai, and the others to everyone. Hearing this, Xian Feiling couldn't help but tease him. I was wondering why you went to the 9th heaven. It turned out to be a hero saving a beauty. Many people laughed along with him. On the other hand, she maintained a calm expression and did not say anything. Ji Shanhai blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a sweet smile, which woman in this world can resist an extraordinary man like Pavilion Master Lin? Unfortunately, he's already married and has children. Otherwise, I'd really like to chase after him. Zhao Jingxian had been sizing up Xi and Ji Shanhai. When she heard Ji Shanhai say that, she heaved a sigh of relief and stopped worrying. Lin Sun didn't participate in this topic from beginning to end. He tactfully stayed out of it. Otherwise, he was bound to get into trouble. The banquet didn't end until late at night. After the banquet, Lin Sun went straight back to his cave residence. Previously, he had already handed over some of the spoils of war he obtained from the various eternal gods to Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, Feng Daoping, and the others to handle. He believed that with the wisdom of these old people, they would be able to make full use of these spoils of war. This was a great thing for everyone living in the Yuan realm today. Husband, I'm a little worried about Fanner. In the cave residence, Zhao Jingshuan's graceful and delicate body nestled in Lin Sun's arms. She said softly, I told him to send back some news every month to report that he's safe. But now, Fanner hasn't sent back any news for 2 months. Lin Sun gently stroked Zhao Jingshuan's delicate and beautiful face and said, when Fanner left, didn't he bring all kinds of secret treasures with him? If anything really happened to him, you would definitely be the first to sense it. Zhao Jingxian hummed and said, that's true, but, she still wanted to say something, but Lin Sun lowered his head and kissed her plump pink lips. She immediately lost all her thoughts. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Lin Sun was refreshed, and he personally cooked a table of delicious dishes. Xia Ji, who walked out of the Ark of Eternity in the early morning, felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but ask, Sister Jingxian, what did you and Lin Sun do last night? Why did you insist that I stay on the Ark of Eternity? Zhao Jingshuan's pretty face blushed, and her slender snow-white neck turned pink. She pretended to be calm and said vaguely, nothing, I just talked to him about some things. Xia Ji asked curiously, what things? Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but glance at Lin Sun, as if to say something. Seeing Zhao Jingshuan's embarrassment, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh, Xia Ji, your sister Jingxian hasn't seen me for a long time. It's inevitable that we have a lot to talk about. As for what we talked about, it doesn't matter at all. Xia Ji's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Sun and said, Lin Sun, you're lying. Lin Sun, ? Xia Ji said, last night, my divine sense caught some different sounds. Sister Jingxian seemed very uncomfortable. Did you bully her? Zhao Jingxian couldn't sit still. Her beautiful face was burning like fire. She stood up and walked out of the cave abode, you guys eat first, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do today. Saying that, she left the cave abode as if she was fleeing. Lin Sun's lips couldn't help but twitch. Last night, Xia Ji secretly peeped. Even though he had tempered his skin to the eternal realm, he couldn't help but feel a burst of heat at this moment. He thought to himself, I must avoid such a thing in the future. What's wrong? Xia Ji was still very puzzled, did you really bully Sister Jingxian? Lin Sun, time passed. It had been a month since Lin Sun returned from the 9th heaven. Over the past month, news of Lin Sun single-handedly annihilating a group of eternal gods swept through the various heavens like a violent hurricane. For a time, the whole world was in an uproar, and countless living beings were shocked. One person is like the sky, above the eternal realm. Pavilion Master Lin, he, has created an unprecedented legend, even the high and mighty eternal gods were trampled under Pavilion Master Lin's feet. Who in the world can compare to him? It's incredible, it's incredible. Similar voices rang out in all the major heavens. And Lin Sun's prestige also reached an unprecedented level with the spread of this news, like the sun shining alone above the 9 heavens. Master is already so powerful. In a bustling city in the 6th heaven, Subai was sitting in a restaurant drinking wine. Thinking of the recent sensational news, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There was joy and amazement, but there was also a heavy pressure. He had always been conceited and regarded his master as his goal, but now he realized that even if he tried his best to catch up, he couldn't shorten the distance between him and his master. If master can do it, then I can definitely do it in the future. After drinking a pot of wine, Subai took a deep breath, his mind becoming firm and calm. Subai? Suddenly, a woman came to Subai's table and sat down unceremoniously. The woman's figure was thin, and her black hair was coiled into a bun, revealing a cold and beautiful face. What was particularly eye-catching was the mysterious flame mark between her eyebrows. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Yes. Come with me." The woman's voice was very calm, but there was no emotional fluctuation. Her eyes stared at Subai like sharp blades, and there was a sense of scrutiny and command in her eyes. "What's the matter?" he asked. The woman said, "Don't worry, you won't die before your master appears." Subai's heart trembled, and his expression changed slightly. "What do you mean?" The woman looked calm and said, "You're too weak and not qualified to know." Subai took a deep breath and said, "Then can you tell me who you are?" The woman thought for a while and suddenly showed a smile, but that smile had a heart-palpitating taste. "Since you want to know, then remember it well. My name is Xianxia, and I come from the era of the gods." Her voice was still echoing when Subai's eyes went black, and he suddenly lost all consciousness. Also in the sixth heaven. Above a desert, Lin Fan looked solemnly at a person not far away. This was a young man in a black robe. He had an elegant demeanor, and his face was full of a spring breeze smile, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of him. However, in Lin Fan's eyes, this young man exuded an aura that made him feel a fatal threat. At this moment, the black-robed young man said with a smile, "Young man, don't struggle. In this world, the secret treasures and trump cards on your body can no longer help you. Try it if you don't believe me." Lin Fan frowned. "Who are you?" The black-robed young man said casually, "My name is Gao Yongli, and I come from the era of the gods. If your father sees me, he will definitely know who I am." Lin Fan's eyes were cold. "Are you my father's enemy?" The black-robed young man who called himself Gao Yongli chuckled. "Little fellow, you're quite smart. However, you don't have to worry. We've only come to discuss a matter with your father. If he agrees, then everyone will be happy. If he doesn't, then I'm afraid something bad will happen." Lin Fan looked around and said, "You're using my life to threaten my father. It seems that you don't have the guts to fight my father head-on." His voice was full of sarcasm. The black-robed young man said disapprovingly, "Now, your father's prestige is everywhere in the eternal true world. Even those eternal gods are no match for him. Although we don't care about this, we still need to make some preparations, don't you think?" He looked at Lin Fan with a smile, as if he was chatting with an old friend. However, all of this made Lin Fan's heart sink to the bottom, and he completely realized that the situation was not good. Yuan sect. In the cave dwelling, Lin Sun quietly opened his eyes for meditation. He had broken through. During this period of time, he had been concentrating on cultivation, and after refining 9 divine pills of tribulation, he had finally reached the great perfection of the realm of justice. The divine pill of tribulation was a treasure Lin Sun had obtained from the Taihao clan of the Eternal God clan. Refining it was like entering a world of calamity. It could allow one's cultivation to undergo a deeper level of tempering and accumulation, and there was no need to worry about Qi deviation. The value of such a divine pill was comparable to that of an eternal Tao soldier, and it could play an incredible role in breaking through to the realm of justice. During this period of time, Lin Sun had refined a total of 9 divine pills of tribulation in one go to raise his cultivation to the great perfection of the realm of justice. One could imagine how strong his cultivation was. The next step is the creation realm. Lin Sun's eyes were clear. In the creation realm, as long as one refined more rule power, one's cultivation would be constantly improved. And all this was not a problem for Lin Sun at all. Because what he lacked the least right now was all kinds of divine orders. Of course, there was a huge threshold between the realm of justice and the creation realm, and it was not easy to break through. More importantly, in the period of time before the calamity of the era, almost all existences above the creation realm would be seriously threatened by the Great Silence fateless disaster. On the contrary, the possibility of suffering the disaster was much smaller for those in the transgression realm. This is also why in the 9th heaven, the 12 eternal gods are all existences that have transcended the boundaries of the rules, and almost none of the old guys above the creation realm can be seen. The reason was that the threat from the Great Silence fateless disaster was too serious. In this regard, Lin Sun had to be vigilant. When he was proving his Tao, he was targeted by the mastermind behind the calamity of the era. Until now, although he had not encountered the Great Silence fateless disaster, no one could guarantee when it would come. But what was certain was that if he had proved his Tao in the eternal world and reached the creation realm, the probability of being killed by this disaster would undoubtedly be much higher. Lin Sun suddenly remembered something. Back then, Chen Linkong had said that the Eternal Ark contained a star map that led to the Eternal Gate, and that the Eternal Gate contained a great fortune related to the Eternal Realm. Now that he had reached the perfection realm of justice, he had the ability to head to the door of eternity. However, Lin Sun wouldn't forget that a long time ago, the Skirich Master had also gone to search for the Gate of Eternity. However, it was also at that time that a mysterious Tao Bell suffused with primal chaos Qi had emerged from the Gate of Eternity and heavily injured the Skirich Master in one fell swoop. Lin Sun would never forget that when the Eternal Night Divine Emperor went to the Divine City of Fortune, he encountered a Tao Bell in the Great Silence and Lifeless Tribulation. That Law Bell also had a very special name, the Beginning. This made Lin Sun suspect that the Law Bell in the Eternal Gate was very likely to be the Taichu Law Bell that appeared in the Great Silence Lifeless Tribulation that the Eternal Night Divine Emperor encountered. Furthermore, the meaning behind the word Absolute Beginning was far too unusual. Lin Sun even suspected that the name Primordium was the name of the mastermind behind the calamity of an era. All of these made Lin Sun hesitate. Should he make a trip to the Gate of Eternity? Perhaps he could ask Xia Ji. After all, the Ark of Eternity had accompanied the Eternal Night Divine Emperor for many years. Even if Xia Ji hadn't inherited the Eternal Night Divine Emperor's memories and wisdom, she was now equivalent to the Ark of Eternity. Master. Just as Lin Sun was pondering, a voice filled with anxiety suddenly sounded, "Husband." Immediately after, Zhao Jingxian rushed into the cave residence with a pale face and a look of panic on her face. She said in a trembling voice, "Husband, Fanner has used all his life-saving trump cards. Something must have happened." Lin Sun's heart shook. He hurriedly hugged the panicking Zhao Jingxian and said gently, "Don't be nervous. Tell me what exactly happened." There was a calming power in his voice. Zhao Jingxian calmed down a lot. However, her pretty face was still filled with worry. She said, "I was cultivating just now, but the secret talismans on me shattered one by one." As she spoke, she flipped her palm and many shattered secret talismans appeared. There were 7 or 8 types of them. When these secret talismans shattered, it meant that Lin Fan was in danger and had used his life-saving trump cards. This was also the reason why Zhao Jingxian felt panic and uneasiness. Seeing this, Lin Sun's eyebrows also showed a touch of coldness, and his black eyes were cold and terrible. He instantly judged that since Lin Fan was forced to use so many life-saving trump cards, the opponent he was facing could not be an opponent under the Eternal Realm. But who on earth did it, in today's world, who dared to be his enemy? Husband, think of a way. If something happens to Fanner, I. Zhao Jingxuan's beautiful face was gloomy, and she was in a state of panic. Lin Sun took a deep breath, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "It's okay. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to Fanner." His voice was calm, but it was extremely firm. Back then, Tang Jiang, a little girl who had never cultivated, was saved by the power of the Nirvana order. She was only left with a drop of blood. Now, even if his son Lin Fan was in danger, as long as there was a trace of life left, Lin Sun would try his best to save him. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. The top priority was to find out the situation as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart moved, and he said, "Jingxian, when Fanner left, did he carry any treasure that could help us find his trace?" Zhao Jingxuan's eyes lit up, "Yes." At that time, Senior Xian Failing gave a jade pendant to Fanner. According to Senior Xian Failing, this jade pendant was called Traceless Spirit. No matter where Fanner went, there would be a trace of aura belonging to this jade pendant on the road he walked. This also means that we can find him now as long as we follow this trace of aura. With that, she pulled Lin Sun's sleeve and walked out of the cave residence. "Husband, let's go to find Senior Xian Failing." Lin Sun patted her on the shoulder. "Jingxian, your mind is in a mess. You'd better stay and have a good rest. When you wake up, I will bring Fanner to see you." While his words were still echoing, Zhao Jingxian had fallen asleep, and her delicate body was lying in Lin Sun's arms. He put Zhao Jingxian on the bed, took a deep breath, and suppressed his killing intent. When he was about to leave, he saw Xianxia suddenly coming out of the boat of eternity. "I'll go with you." "You heard all that?" Lin Sun was stunned. Xianxia nodded and said in a clear voice, "With my current strength, it should not be a big problem to kill an opponent who exceeds the regular rules." Lin Sun looked up and down at Xianxia, and found that her aura was obviously different from before, becoming more obscure and mysterious. Okay. Lin Sun didn't want to delay any longer, so he went to find Xian Failing with Xianxia. But, when he knew Lin Sun's purpose, Xian Failing also realized the seriousness of the problem. He immediately handed a jade slip to Lin Sun and said, "This is the secret method to capture the aura of traceless spirit. Take it, and I will help you hide this matter. I won't let others know. You can rest assured to find Lin Fan." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Sun took the jade slip and turned away. On the same day, he and Xianxia quietly left Yuan Sect. The Sixth Heaven. A barren island floated in the middle of a boundless blue sea. "Brother Ji, are you sure Lin Sun will come?" Gao Yangli, the black-robed man, asked lazily while drinking. He reclined on a rock in a leisurely and unruly manner. "Yes." The one who spoke was a dignified man in snow-white clothes. He put his hands behind his back, and his handsome face looked as if it had been chiseled by a knife. His deep eyes looked around, and there were visions of the starry sky in the depths of his pupils. He exuded an oppressive aura. Ji Guazhen, he came from Ji clan, the primordial god clan of the gods' era. "Alas, if it weren't for my shackles, I would like to stay in this eternal true world. This place is better than the prison of the order of creation." Gao Yangli sighed softly. Ji Guazhen said indifferently, "Even here, we can't escape the killing of the Great Silence fatal disaster. What's more, in less than 900 years, when the calamity of the era arrives, this world will be destroyed. If we're lucky, this era's civilization can survive in the ruins of creation. If we're unlucky, everything will be over." Gao Yangli was startled, then said with a smile, "If that's the case, for us, besides being like a prison, this ruins of creation is really a good place." Ji Guazhen didn't comment. At this time, Jiangju, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked into the distance with her sharp eyes. Her beautiful face that was as cold as ice still didn't have a trace of emotion. "He's here," Jiangju said. Gao Yangli turned over and stood up from the rock, then said with a smile, "I really want to see how this little guy, who was only at the heavenly longevity realm when he escaped from the divine city of creation, became eternal in less than 100 years. How did he defeat all the eternal gods in the ninth heaven with his own strength? This can be said to be an unprecedented miracle in the era of the gods." As he spoke, he also looked into the distance. "Be careful, don't fight if you can," Ji Guazhen said softly. He put his hands behind his back, and his white clothes fluttered. He also looked into the distance. In the distance, a tall figure moved through the void and appeared in front of this island in just a few blinks of an eye. It was Lin Sun. "Did you capture my child?" Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and the killing intent accumulated in his heart was almost out of control. At a glance, he could see that the breath of these two men and one woman was not ordinary. Although they tried to suppress it, they must be the existence of the eternal path. "Taoism Pure Lin, please calm down," Gao Yangli said with a smile. "I can assure you that whether it is your disciple Su Bai or your son Lin Fan, they are all unscathed. The reason why we're doing this is because we want to see fellow Daoist Lin and discuss something with him. Updates are sent. My monthly vote ranking has fallen to 20. If you have a monthly vote in your hands, please support me. Goldfish, thanks in advance." Su Bai was also held hostage. This news shocked Lin Sun, but he soon calmed down. He had heard that both his son Lin Fan and his disciple Su Bai were not in danger yet. That was enough. "Who are you?" Lin Sun did not ask what they wanted to discuss, but asked about their origin. "Gao Yangli." The black-robed young man said his name with a smile. "Back then, outside the divine city of fortune, I sent my will to see you once, but I didn't expect that in less than 100 years, you have made such great achievements on the eternal path. It's really amazing." After a pause, he pointed to the man in snow-white clothes and the woman who was as cold as ice. "He is Ji Guazhen, and she is Jiangju." Like me, they are both from the era of the gods. I see. Lin Sun frowned slightly. Of course, he knew the era of the gods. Among the hundreds of civilizations in the divine ruins of fortune, the era of the gods was worthy of being the first overlord, and in the era of the gods, there were three major clans, namely the Hai Sun clan, the Ji clan, and the Jiang clan. Undoubtedly, Dao Yangli and the other two came from these three clans. Isn't it said that the divine ruins of fortune is like a cage, and the cultivators of the civilizations in the era can't rush out? Lin Sun asked. That was then, and this is now. Dao Yangli, the black-robed young man, smiled and said, if you really want to know, I'll talk to you about it after we discuss the matter. Tell me, what do you want? Lin Sun said. Hand over the mystery of controlling the divine city of fortune, and we can exchange for your son. Jiangju, who looked cold, said calmly, hand over the eternal coffin, and we can exchange for your disciple. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, so you came for this. I want to see them first before making a decision. Okay. Ji Guozian, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, waved his sleeve, and a light curtain emerged. In the light curtain, the figures of Lin Fan and Su Bai were reflected. Both were in a state of coma, unconscious, but it seemed that they were not injured. Lin Sun frowned and said, this is just a light curtain. I want to see them. Ji Guozian said indifferently, as long as you hand over what we want, you can see them. Lin Sun forced himself to restrain the boiling killing intent in his heart. He turned over his palm, and the eternal boat, which was about a foot in size, appeared. This is the boat of eternity. I can also imprint the fortune divine city's secrets into the jade slip. This is my sincerity. What about you guys? Shouldn't you show me your sincerity as well? Lin Sun said coldly. Ji Guozian, Dao Yangli, and Jiangju looked at each other and seemed to be discussing something through voice transmission. After a short moment, Jiangju flicked his sleeve, and then two figures appeared out of thin air. However, it was not Lin Fan and Su Bai, but Tang Jiang and Gu Shi. One was Lin Sun's apprentice, and the other was Su Bai's cultivation partner. At this moment, both of them were unconscious and their bodies were imprisoned. As long as you hand over the boat of eternity, I can hand over these two little girls to you right now. Jiangju stared at Lin Sun with his eyes as cold as a knife, looking as calm as ever. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said word by word, I want to know now where my son Lin Fan and disciple Su Bai are. His voice was already filled with ice-cold killing intent. Seeing that Lin Sun seemed to be irritated, Ji Guozian sneered and said, Lin Sun, the hostages are in our hands now. If you don't want them alive, you can do it now. If you want them to live, then do as we said and hand over the eternal coffin to complete the first step of the transaction. On the side, Dao Yangli smiled and smoothed things over. Everyone takes what they need, so there's no need to make it too ugly. Taoist Lin, I told you before that Lin Fan and Su Bai aren't in danger at the moment, so you can rest assured. Lin Sun's expression became calmer. He glanced at the three people and said, what if you don't let me go after I hand over the things? Dao Yangli smiled and said, fellow Taoist Lin, since we came here for the sake of a transaction, we naturally don't wish to fight to the death with you. That doesn't benefit either of us. Besides, this is the eternal true world. With your current level of cultivation, if you really fight with your life on the line, the three of us do not have the confidence that we can fight against you. Only an idiot would do something that requires a lot of effort but does not bring any benefits. Lin Sun was silent. After a while, he waved his sleeve, and the eternal boat swept toward them. Hand them over. Dao Yangli suddenly showed a look of relief and praised, Taoist Lin, you are very courageous. Ji Guozian, on the other hand, operated his cultivation as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He took the eternal boat in his palm and only relaxed when he was sure that there was no danger. He nodded at Jiangju on the side. Jiangju waved her hand and threw Tang Jiang and Gu Shi, who had been imprisoned by her, to Lin Sun. Lin Sun spread his divine senses and sensed the two women for a moment. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he put them into the abyssal sword cauldron. Now, can you release my son and disciple? Lin Sun said softly. Ji Guozian frowned and said, why can't the eternal coffin be opened? Only by refining it can it be opened, Lin Sun said casually. Lin Sun said casually, don't tell me you don't even understand this simple truth. His voice was filled with undisguised sarcasm. Ji Guizhen snorted coldly, if you want your son and disciple, you can come with us to the ruins of fate. The ruins of fate, Lin Sun's eyes burst out with terrifying killing intent, so, you didn't intend to make a good deal with me from the beginning? Gao Yangli hurriedly said, fellow Taoist Lin, please calm down. We're just taking precautions. After all, even if you hand over the secret of controlling the Fortune Divine City to us right now, we won't be able to verify its authenticity. It's safest to go there with you. Lin Sun no longer concealed his emotions and said coldly, when we get to the ruins of fate and let you control the divine city of fate, I'm afraid you will make other demands, right? Taoist Lin, it seems that you don't trust us? Gao Yangli sighed and smiled bitterly. Lin Sun said, let me guess, when we get to the ruins of fate, not to mention my son and disciple, even my life will be given to you. Only then will you really feel at ease, right? Gao Yangli still wanted to explain, but Ji Guizhen said disdainfully, unless you don't want your son and disciple's life, otherwise, do you have a choice? He was very calm and fearless, as if he was sure that he could defeat Lin Sun easily. Do I have a choice? Lin Sun suddenly smiled, but the smile made people shudder. I knew it. This deal couldn't be so simple. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me whether you will come with us or not. Jiangju seemed to be a little impatient and said coldly. Gao Yangli comforted him kindly and said, Taoist Lin, in my opinion, you'd better cooperate with us. We really come to trade with you. If you continue to display such hostility, things won't be easy to handle. Difficult? A cold luster appeared in Lin Sun's abyss-like eyes. No, for me, it's actually very easy. He waved his sleeve. Clatter the order of Taisha emerged and covered the whole world. At this point, Lin Sun no longer worried about being oppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, and his cultivation was suddenly released. Boom, terrifying killing intent spread out from Lin Sun's body in the surging pressure. That scene made the pupils of Gao Yangli and others shrink in unison. But they didn't panic. It seemed that they had been prepared. Gao Yangli bent his finger and flicked, rise. Boom, an expanse of crimson light surged out from the sea, burning fiercely and releasing a boundlessly terrifying aura of incineration. It evaporated all the seawater and melted the space around it. We also have the divine order. Gao Yangli said with a smile. At the same time, Jiangju, who looked as cold as ice, waved his hand, and a wave of the divine order spread between heaven and earth. It was as blue as the sea, shining with a strange and terrifying divine light. I knew you wouldn't be so willing to bow your head. Ji Guizhen snorted coldly. Boom, then, thousands of divine rainbows of law emerged from his body, and his power rose steadily. He jumped from the level of rules transgression to the creation realm. Ji Guizhen was actually a creation realm existence. Boom, the world rumbled and fell into violent chaos. The order of Taisha and the other two divine orders clashed fiercely. It was like fire and water colliding with the rules of heaven and earth. The destructive aura created was so strong that it could easily destroy an expanse world. Ji Guizhen's cultivation was at the creation realm, while Gao Yangli and Jiangju's bodies surged with the power of the perfect level of rules transgression. Such a lineup, if placed in the ninth heaven, can make the eternal gods feel desperate and helpless. After all, because of the serious threat of the Great Silence lifeless disaster, there was no creation realm eternal existence in the entire eternal world. But it was clear that Ji Guizhen, who came from the ruins of creation, wasn't worried about this. Now, do you think it's easy or not? Ji Guizhen's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he was staring at a prey struggling on its deathbed. Fellow Taoist Lin, if you have something to say, let's talk about it. Why are you so impulsive? Listen to my advice, it's best if you come with us. Gao Yangli tried to persuade Lin Sun earnestly. When we captured those hostages earlier, we were merely making some preparations in advance. We didn't have any extravagant hopes that they would be of much use. Since he no longer cares about the lives of his son and disciple, in my opinion, we should directly attack and capture him. Jiangju said calmly. From the beginning to the end, she seemed to have no mood swings and was terrifyingly calm. And the three of them at the moment were all confident in their victory and regarded Lin Sun as a prisoner. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh out of extreme anger. With this little power, you can be so lawless? He waved his sleeves continuously. Boom. 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 Boom, one after another, the divine orders roared out. The light and shadow were bright, and the orders intertwined and overlapped, covering the world. 8 divine-level orders soared into the sky, each emanating a different power. Some were like the sun burning the heavens, some were like the eternal night drowning everything, and some were different powers combined with the Taisher order, oppressing the other 2 divine-level orders until they wailed incessantly. If other cultivators saw this, they would definitely have the same feeling. It was as if many heavenly laws were rumbling and fighting. It was terrifying beyond compare. This made the expressions of Jiguasian and the other 2 become solemn. Sure enough, it was as the rumors said. Lin Sun had already swept through the eternal gods of the 9th heaven. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to refine so many divine-level orders. Attack. Jiguasian attacked almost immediately. As long as he suppressed Lin Sun, those divine-level orders would be defeated without attacking. Boom, he raised his hand and slapped out. The bone-chilling power of the laws condensed into a palm print. Heaven and earth suddenly seemed to fall into an ancient cold cave. The void froze, and everything froze. This was the power of the creation realm, and it was unimaginably powerful. If it were any other existences in the deviant realm, they would be bound to be frozen by the power of ice and lose their lives. But in the face of such an attack, Lin Sun suddenly punched out. Boom, this punch was incomparably domineering. It forcibly blasted away the bone-chilling palm print. The burst of power spread like a torrent, and heaven and earth fell with it. Jiguasian's eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe that his power would be so easily broken through. It should be noted that on the eternal path, he was a whole realm stronger than Lin Sun. This scene also made Gao Yangli and Jiangju's hearts tremble. They didn't underestimate Lin Sun. But when they really saw Lin Sun's power, they realized that the rumors were just rumors. Lin Sun's combat power was far beyond the imagination of the world. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gao Yangli and Jiangju both attacked Lin Sun from both sides. Confrontation. 36 divine swords appeared around Gao Yangli. And they transformed into a dense and profound sword formation. Clanging sounds resounded through the heavens and the earth as the peerless divine swords slashed down like a vortex. Every single sword emanated the terrifying energy of eternal laws. Go! Jiangju's slender finger slashed out, causing a fine jet-black flying knife to flash out. Its edge was dim, yet its speed was extremely swift. It was unafraid of the restraints of space and time, and it was strange, tricky, and impossible to guard against. The pincer attack of the 2 could be said to be extremely timely. Moreover, each was stronger than the other. Clearly, they had used their full strength without holding anything back. But Lin Sun didn't dodge, and the abyssal sword cauldron rose to the sky. Boom, a myriad of obscure droplets of light flowed about and emanated a might that could suppress the past, present, and future. The sword formation vortex formed from Gao Yangli's 36 swords was instantly dispersed, causing the swords to scatter in a disorderly manner. This? Gao Yangli was shocked. However, before he could even react, an explosion resounded out as the 36 divine swords collapsed in unison and exploded in midair. They were actually unable to withstand a single suppression from the abyssal sword cauldron. Puff, Gao Yangli coughed up blood and retreated in a sorry state, and he wasn't as composed as he was before. Whoosh! At this time, Jiangju's black flying dagger strangely appeared above Lin Sun's head and fell silently at an incredible speed. Clang! A deafening collision sounded, and the black flying dagger was blocked by a Taoist sword that appeared abruptly. Jiangju's face changed slightly, and she was about to change her move. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grasped the black flying dagger firmly. With the strength of his palm and fingers, the eternal Taoist weapon with immeasurable power collapsed inch by inch and turned into powder. Under the impact, Jiangju's delicate body trembled, and her cold pretty face instantly turned pale. She couldn't help but feel palpitations and disbelief. Let me do it. Jiguasian, dressed as white as snow, rushed over, holding a golden spear in his hand. His whole body was shining brightly, and there were billions of eternal laws falling down. His power was so great that it was earth-shattering. Boom, the golden spear swept across, crushing the sky in an incomparably domineering manner. The divine light set off was like a chaotic torrent that stirred up the universe. He was extremely powerful. After all, he was in the creation realm. As soon as he made a move, Gao Yangli and Jiangju seemed very dim, and they became the most dazzling one in the world. Is the creation realm very strong? Amidst his cold and indifferent voice, Lin Sun stepped forward, and he activated his power to the extreme. He directly sent out the 5 Taoist bodies to attack together with himself. No one knew how furious Lin Sun was in his heart. From the moment he found out that Lin Fan had been captured, it was as if his reverse scale had been touched, and the killing intent in his heart grew madly. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed it, he would simply be on the verge of going berserk at any moment. But now, he had completely erupted, and he had no more scruples. Boom, a great battle erupted, and the world fell into a chaotic state. Lin Sun and Ji Guizhen's figures fought each other like supreme sovereigns in a fierce battle. One held a golden spear in his hand, and he was arrogant and domineering. The power he released with a wave of his hand caused the divine-level orders that covered the world to be impacted. A silhouette that seemed to be immovable for thousands of years attacked together with the 5 Taoist bodies. Even though he was only at the consummate level of the state of justice, he forcefully dissolved all of Ji Guizhen's attacks. He was so powerful that it was shocking. In just an instant, the two of them had already fought for hundreds of rounds, and they were evenly matched. Such a great battle caused Gao Yangli and Jiangju to feel a chill in their hearts, because they didn't have the chance to interfere at all. If they did, they would definitely be heavily injured. However, they couldn't imagine how Lin Sun, who was in the same realm as them, could have such a powerful combat power that he could fight evenly with Ji Guizhen in the creation realm. Boom, the battle grew more and more intense. Ji Guizhen's handsome and cold face revealed surprise, bewilderment, and a serious expression while his heart surged without end. Obviously, they were also shocked by Lin Sun's incredible fighting power. Humph. Ji Guizhen took a deep breath, and killing intent surged in his eyes. He released all the power in his body and started to use his trump card. Boom, the golden spear pierced out, and it seemed as if a myriad of spears had charged out at the same time. It covered the heavens and the earth in a formidable array, and it just happened to be like an eternal river. Those who complied would prosper, and those who went against would perish. First published on m.com, this was a great momentum that could shake one's heart, but at this moment, a strand of translucent and dreamy light suddenly flashed out from Ji Guizhen's boat of eternity. Clang, almost at the same time, a shocking sound rang out, followed by a bone spear piercing out. Ji Guizhen had put the boat of eternity in his sleeve. He didn't expect that such a scene would happen at the moment of the battle. He had no time to dodge at all. Puff, when the bone spear pierced out, Ji Guizhen's body was directly pierced through, and a handful of hot scarlet blood was raised. Bastard! As he cried out in pain, Ji Guizhen's body split open as if he was being dissected. This shocking scene stunned Gao Yangli and Jiangju. They were caught off guard. But Lin Sun had prepared for it. Almost when Ji Guizhen was in danger, Lin Sun moved horizontally in the void at the first time, and the 5 Tao forms closed together. Boom, in an instant, Ji Guizhen's broken body was suppressed, and his spirit was grasped by Lin Sun. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Despicable Thing. Ji Guizhen's spirit let out a furious roar. How could he expect that there was a hidden killing intent in a treasure like the Boat of Eternity? Obviously, this was Lin Sun's premeditated plan. Despicable? You don't dare to fight with me fair and square, so you take my son and disciple hostage. Who is despicable? Crack, as Lin Sun said, he slapped Ji Guizhen hard in the face. The latter's spirit shook violently and showed signs of cracking. Go. In the distance, Gao Yangli and Jiangju chose to escape without hesitation. All of a sudden, Ji Guizhen in the creation realm was suppressed, which completely caught them off guard and made them feel that something was wrong. Want to leave? Wishful thinking. Lin Sun's 5 Tao forms rushed over with cold expressions and steaming killing intent in their eyes. They directly blocked Gao Yangli and Jiangju's way of retreat. Lin Sun, you will only kill your son and disciple. Why bother? Gao Yangli's face was bitter and ugly. Bang, the next moment, he was slapped by the scarlet flame Taoist body. His 7 apertures were bleeding, and his body was cracked. Blood was gurgling out. He was in so much pain that his whole body twitched and twisted. Lin Sun was extremely disgusted with this guy who was always smiling but was actually hypocritical. Kill. Jiang Ju's figure suddenly turned into countless illusory figures that fled in all directions. There were so many of them that it was hard to tell which one was her main body. Without a doubt, this was an extremely powerful escape technique. Ridiculous. The Blackwater Taoist body sneered. He instantly turned into 3,000 figures and attacked with all his might. Bang, 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 Jiang Ju's figures exploded one by one. In the blink of an eye, her main body was forced to show itself. The Greenwood Taoist body grabbed her by the neck as if she was a little chick. At this point, Ji Guizhen, Gao Yangli, and Jiang Ju were all captured. Lin Sun put away the 5 Tao forms, looked up at the sky, and waved his sleeve. Rumble. The 2 divine-level orders that Gao Yangli and Jiang Ju had used were already suppressed by Lin Sun's 9 divine-level orders. At this moment, apart from the Grand Prime Order, Lin Sun put away all the other divine-level orders. Naturally, this could be counted as an unexpected harvest. However, Lin Sun could not care about this at all. How should I deal with them? Xia Ji's beautiful figure had already walked out of the Eternal Arkansas. Her clear eyes swept over Ji Guizhen and the others, and her beautiful face was filled with killing intent. She could clearly sense the raging fury in Lin Sun's heart. Let me do it. Lin Sun's expression was calm. At that moment, Ji Guizhen's primordial spirit, Gao Yangli, and Jiang Ju were all suppressed and imprisoned in front of him. They knelt there like prisoners, and their faces were livid with rage. This time, they had made ample preparations. They believed that under the threat of the great desolation lifeless disaster, no one in the entire eternal true world could be their match. But they did not expect that they would be suppressed. Lin Sun, if we die, your son and disciple will definitely die as well. Ji Guizhen tried his best to calm himself down, and his voice was cold. Slap, a slap landed on his face, causing him to see stars. He felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. As a creation realm existence, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Thank you to the 2 Alliance Masters of Awatara for your reward. On another day, the goldfish will explode in a wave to express their gratitude finally. There will be more updates at night. I want to talk about War of the Geniuses with more like-minded people. Follow Yue Literature on WeChat, talk about life, and look for bosom friends. Ji Guizhen looked like a young man, but he was actually an old antique that had existed for countless years. He came from the first era of the Ruins of Fortune, and he possessed the cultivation of the creation realm. He was respected wherever he went, so when had he ever been slapped like this? For a time, the strong feeling of humiliation caused his spirit to tremble violently. Gao Yangli and Jiang Ju became much more obedient when they saw Ji Guizhen being slapped so bluntly. Lin Sun looked down at them and said, "Who can tell me where my son and disciple are now?" The Ruins of Fortune. Gao Yangli seemed to be very clearly aware that if he resisted, then he couldn't avoid suffering, so he was very cooperative. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have been brought to the era of the gods. Moreover, if we don't bring you to the era of the gods within 3 days, then your son and disciple will be killed. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered, and he asked again, "How did you leave the Ruins of Fortune?" This question was very important. It was also something that Lin Sun couldn't figure out. Because the power of the culprit behind the scenes of the calamity of an era had sealed off the Ruins of Fortune a very long time ago, causing it to be like a cage. It was impossible for the cultivators of over 100 eras to escape from it. Gao Yangli instantly shut his mouth as if this question was too taboo for him, and he didn't dare reveal the secret behind it. Ji Guizhen and Jiang Ju were the same, and they didn't say a word. Lin Sun pondered and said, "Looks like your appearance is related to the culprit behind the scenes of the calamity of an era. Otherwise, how could a creation realm existence dare to risk his life to descend to the eternal world?" You. Gao Yangli's expression changed slightly. Lin Sun said, "There's no need to be so surprised. It's very easy to guess such a thing. But I'm very curious, how did the culprit contact you?" Gao Yangli fell silent again. Jiang Ju said coldly, "I can guarantee that you're bound to be unable to get an answer from us. You can try if you don't believe me. She seemed very calm, and she seemed to be fearless of death. Lin Sun grabbed her neck, and he stared at her cold and beautiful face as he said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily." Bang! In the next moment, Jiangju's delicate and slender body exploded apart, and before her shattered flesh and blood could spray into the air, she was firmly restrained. Then, wisps of mysterious power of rules appeared in Lin Sun's palm, condensing into an illusory furnace. It was condensed from the blood transformation law, body transformation law, and Dao transformation law of the bottomless ruins 5 sequences. Under the shocked gaze of Jiangju's primordial spirit, the flesh and blood that her body had transformed into was slowly refined by the cauldron. In the end, they transformed into a fist-sized scarlet and resplendent eternal bloodstone, an eternal Dao stone that emanated a shocking fluctuation, and a strand of the energy of the eternal laws. All of them were extremely pure and possessed a primitive aura. This scene caused Ji Guizhen and Gao Yangli to shudder, and their expressions changed. In my opinion, rather than killing all of you, it would be better for me to refine all of you into the power of the Great Path. This is an extremely rare eternal treasure. Lin Sun said indifferently, "Of course, as I said just now, I won't let you die like this. The most painful thing in this world is nothing more than to beg for death." The faces of Ji Guizhen, Gao Yangli, and Jiangju had become extremely ugly. "Haha, even so, you can't get what you want to know from us." Jiangju's primordial spirit sneered. She was fearless. Because the divine soul of the eternal realm was extremely powerful. Perhaps it could be suppressed and killed, but it was impossible to search their souls. Lin Sun certainly knew this. However, this was not a problem for him. He used his fingers as a knife, exerted the power of the blade of time, and slashed Jiangju's primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, Jiangju's primordial spirit, which was full of eternal aura, fell to the immortal realm before it stopped. This incredible scene stimulated Jiangju to scream in horror, "How dare you deprive me of the Great Path?" For an eternal realm figure, what could be crueler than this punishment? All of a sudden, Ji Guizhen and Gao Yangli felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They recognized that this was the power of time. A long time ago, the Eternal Night Divine Emperor also mastered this forbidden magic. "If I don't do this, how can I learn something from the memory of your divine soul?" Lin Sun said, and began to search Jiangju's soul. Boom! Lin Sun captured the torrent of memories like a tide, including Jiangju's origin, growth, and cultivation experience, all emerged one by one. But soon, Lin Sun frowned. Because in Jiangju's memory, there was nothing he wanted to know. For example, from the beginning to the present, Jiangju had been acting according to the orders of the clan behind her. "I told you, you can get nothing at all." Jiangju's primordial spirit screamed. Her cultivation was deprived and fell to the immortal realm, which made her feel like dying. Lin Sun said calmly, "No, at least I know where the Jiang clan behind you is located, how many clansmen there are in Jiang clan now, and many secrets related to Jiang clan. That's enough. You dare to attack my Jiang clan?" Jiangju couldn't believe it. "Why not?" Lin Sun said, and suppressed the woman's primordial spirit into the abyssal sword cauldron. He looked at Ji Guizhen and Gao Yangli. "What about you? Do you want me to do it, or tell me? If I say I don't know, will you believe me?" Gao Yangli's face was ashen, full of bitterness. "Of course not," Lin Sun said, and grabbed him. As Lin Sun spoke, he grabbed him up. First, he crushed his body, and then he cut his spirit with the power of the time blade. Suddenly, Gao Yangli was horrified to find that his cultivation suddenly fell to the immortal realm. Suddenly, he couldn't bear such a blow, and let out a heart-wrenching scream, "No! No!" But how could Lin Sun be merciful? He directly searched his soul. After a while, he frowned again. Gao Yangli didn't know the reason, just like Jiangju. He only knew that this action was related to the culprit behind the calamity of the era. After suppressing Gao Yangli's primordial spirit, Lin Sun looked at Ji Guizhen and said, "What about you? Do you have anything to say?" Ji Guizhen's face was already livid and gloomy, and his eyes almost popped out. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Sun, this is just the beginning. As long as you don't die, your family, your friends, and everyone related to you will all suffer." It was as if he was venting, full of resentment and curses. Lin Sun waved his fingers, and the power of the blade of time slashed on Ji Guozian's primordial spirit. On Guozian's primordial spirit, the latter's realm of the great Tao also fell. But he was a creation realm existence, after all. Just this attack made him maintain the cultivation of the law-defying realm. Lin Sun didn't say anything and continued to slash with the power of the blade of time. Soon, Ji Guozian's primordial spirit became extremely weak and fell to the immortal level. During this period, he tried to destroy his own primordial spirit, but it was firmly suppressed by Lin Sun. So at this moment, his whole person seemed to have completely collapsed, and his expression was numb and dull. Lin Sun's expression was calm, and he continued to search the soul. After a while, his eyes lit up, and his heart was filled with excitement and resentment. In the memory of Ji Guozian's divine soul, he saw scenes. For example, Lin Fan and Su Bai were taken away by an old man named Gongye Lu to the ruins of fate yesterday. According to Ji Guozian's arrangement, Gongye Lu would take Lin Fan and Su Bai to the Ji clan in the era of gods to be detained. Moreover, Ji Guozian and Gongye Lu agreed that once he, Gao Yangli, or Jiangju were in trouble, they would immediately kill Lin Fan and Su Bai. This made Lin Sun break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't kill these three people immediately, otherwise, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. At the same time, Lin Sun finally knew how Ji Guozian and the others left the ruins of fate. It turned out that Ji Guozian had a stone statue engraved with the word absolute beginning in his hand. It was with the power of this thing that they easily broke through the blockade of the ruins of fate, before they headed to the eternal true world, regardless of whether it was Gao Yangli, Jiangju, or the old man called Gongye Lu. All of them were placed in an eternal Tao vessel Ji Guozian brought with him, and he brought them out of the ruins of serendipity. Therefore, Gao Yangli and Jiangju didn't know how they left. Absolute beginning stone statue, Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he immediately began to search for the items on Ji Guozian's body. Soon, a stone statue appeared in Lin Sun's sight. This thing was 9 inches tall, and it looked like jade but not jade. It was completely black, and the stone statue was obviously in the shape of a human. It was tall, but the face was blurred, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. 2 extremely mysterious inscriptions of the Grand Tao were engraved at the bottom of the stone statue, absolute beginning. The words were simply like the marks of the Supreme Heaven Tao, and they were suffused with a forbidden charm. Lin Sun only needed to take a glance at it to feel an indescribable pressure that assaulted his face. It was as if he'd inadvertently offended a supreme existence, and it caused his heart to palpitate. That's it, Lin Sun took a deep breath and restrained the palpitation in his heart. All those years ago in the ruins of fate, he'd talked about the absolute beginning divine statue with senior brother Ling Xuanzi. Ling Xuanzi had once snuck into the Zen sect, and he'd looked through the books of the Zen sect to understand some things about this mysterious treasure. According to Ling Xuanzi's inference, one would be able to contact the culprit behind the scenes of the calamity of an era if they obtained it. Now, Ji Guozian also had a similar absolute beginning stone statue. There was no doubt that their actions this time had been ordered by the culprit behind the scenes of the calamity of an era. In fact, Lin Sun was extremely suspicious that the culprit behind the scenes had long since known that he'd successfully attained eternal Tao. Perhaps the culprit already knew that the Zen sect, the Shaman sect, and the 12 eternal gods were of no use. So the culprit behind the scenes was unwilling to accept defeat just like that, and he'd started to borrow the power of the various civilizations in the ruins of fate to deal with him. More updates for you. Lin Sun was overwhelmed with emotions. He looked at the primordial stone statue carefully and felt his heart palpitate more and more. It was as if the statue had a strange magic that brought an irresistible chill to his mind. But at the same time, there was an irresistible impulse that made Lin Sun want to sense the power of the statue with his divine awareness. This impulse was so strong that it affected Lin Sun's consciousness and made him want to feel the power of the stone statue. At this time, Xiaxhia's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Sun, what's wrong? The sound was as clear as the sound of nature, but at this moment, like a clap of thunder, it suddenly woke Lin up from the extreme impulse and desire. He broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned pale. What an evil stone statue. Lin Sun couldn't calm down. The feeling of palpitation, desire, and impulsiveness was like an invisible hand grabbing onto his consciousness and state of mind. If Xiaxhi didn't speak in time, he would have sensed the stone statue with his divine awareness. In that case, what would be the consequence? Lin Sun didn't know, but when he looked at the stone statue, he was already on guard. Xianxia, did you hear a sigh just now? Lin Sun asked suddenly. Xianxia walked over and stood beside Lin Sun. She shook her head and said, "No. You didn't look right just now, as if your soul was sucked away. That's why I called you." Lin Sun was stunned. Didn't you hear it? Earlier, at the instant he was jolted awake, he'd clearly heard a strand of a sigh resound, and it was indistinct to the extreme. When he wanted to capture it, he was unable to sense it any longer. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun was lost in thought. In the memory of Ji Guizhen's soul, there was no record of how he got the primordial stone statue. It was as if it was erased. Lin Sun didn't know how Ji Guizhen communicated with the primordial stone statue. But the more he thought about it, the more abnormal it seemed. Is the primordial stone statue the real killer move? Lin Sun suddenly thought of a possibility. It seemed that Ji Guizhen and the others wanted to deal with him, but in fact, the primordial stone statue was the biggest killer move against him. If this conjecture was true, then he had accidentally used his divine sense to sense it just now, and it was very likely that he had met with a disaster. However, Lin Sun was not sure about this. "I would like to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves." Lin Sun took a deep breath and circulated the eternal law. He transformed into a cauldron and suppressed the 9-inch-tall absolute beginning stone statue with a strange aura. His eternal laws were condensed into form from the complete order of rebirth, and it possessed unbelievable effects. It was precisely the order of rebirth that allowed him to step onto the path towards the eternal Tao, and it was even to the extent that the mastermind behind the scenes took him to be a threat. It was precisely because of this that Lin Sun chose to suppress it with the eternal law. Sure enough, an incredible scene appeared. The stone statue suddenly exploded into powder, and the two words absolute beginning engraved at the bottom suddenly turned into a wisp of gray lightning. It was as thin as a hair and extremely small, but as soon as it appeared, it released an unimaginably horrible power, which made Lin Sun feel like falling into an ice cave and extremely strong fatal breath. It was as if death was imminent. Lin Sun's heart thumped, and his hands and feet became cold. The breath was so terrifying that it made him feel powerless and desperate. Right at this moment, the nirvana profundity of the eternal law produced a shocking fluctuation, and it forcefully suppressed the wisp of gray lightning that was as thin as a cow's hair. Bang! Bang! Shocking sounds of collision resounded. The gray lightning kept attacking and trying to break free from the suppression of the nirvana profundity. However, as the nirvana profundity continued to boil and rumble, all the attacks of the gray lightning were dissolved one by one, and in the end, it was firmly suppressed. Noticing this scene, Lin Sun was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, it was as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell, and the strong aura of death caused him to feel a lingering fear even now. Looking at the gray lightning again, although it was suppressed, it hadn't been refined. Instead, it kept shuttling back and forth within the nirvana profundity, as if it was trying to find a way out. It gave Lin Sun the feeling that the nirvana profundity was a fish tank, and the gray lightning was a fish that was trying to break free from the fish tank, but it was destined to be in vain. Lin Sun took a few deep breaths, and he calmed his mind before he started to size up the gray lightning. It seemed to be as thin as a cow's hair and was extremely inconspicuous, yet it was formed from an extremely mysterious and strange energy of the laws, and the aura it emanated was terrifying to an unbelievable extent. Merely looking at it caused one to arouse feelings of terror and despair. Right, the absolute beginning stone statue from before was suffused with this strange aura. Lin Sun's gaze flickered, and he faintly understood. The gray lightning was formed from the two mysterious Grand Tao inscriptions of the absolute beginning stone statue, and these inscriptions were definitely left behind by the culprit behind the scenes. This undoubtedly meant that it was very likely that the gray lightning was the energy of the laws possessed by the culprit behind the scenes. When he thought up to here, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel excited. The culprit behind the scenes had always been extremely mysterious. For numerous eras, no one knew the origins of the culprit behind the scenes, nor did they know if it was some sort of living being or formed from some sort of law. Even supreme existences like Chen Linkong and Chen Shi were searching for clues about the culprit behind the scenes. It was obvious how mysterious the culprit behind the scenes was. Yet now, it was very likely that it had suppressed a strand of the laws that belonged to the culprit behind the scenes. How could Linson not be excited? If I'm able to reconstruct and rebirth these laws, then wouldn't it mean that I'll be able to grasp the same laws as the culprit behind the scenes? Moreover, since such a strange and terrifying laws can be suppressed by the profundities of nirvana, does it mean that the path I seek towards the Tao isn't inferior to the culprit behind the scenes? Numerous thoughts flashed through Linson's mind. However, Linson quickly calmed down. Presently, it was merely a strand that was extremely inconspicuous that was fine like a cow's hair, yet its strength was already terrifying to such an extent. It was obvious how terrifying it would be if the culprit behind the scenes utilized its true strength. Moreover, Linson acutely noticed that even though the profundities of nirvana were able to suppress that strand of gray lightning, it was practically impossible for him to refine and absorb it, let alone reconstruct and rebirth it. Looks like the gap between my grand Tao and the culprit behind the scenes is too huge, causing the profundities of nirvana to be extremely limited, and I'm merely able to suppress this strand of the laws. Linson vaguely understood. This didn't make him feel depressed. On the contrary, he was full of expectations. When he reached the creation realm or the boundless realm one day, would he be able to refine this strand of gray lightning and carry out reconstruction and nirvana? Because the gray lightning was transformed from the word absolute beginning and came from the culprit behind the scenes, Linson called it absolute beginning law. Linson, what's wrong with you? Xianxia couldn't help asking. She had been paying attention to Linson all the time. She found that Linson's expression was constantly changing, and even his chi had changed many times. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Nothing. I just made some new discoveries just now. Linson smiled. It was indeed a new discovery. He didn't expect that he would control a strand of absolute beginning law that belonged to the culprit behind the scenes at this moment. How should I deal with this person? Xianxia looked at Ji Guozian's spirit in Linson's hand. At this moment, Ji Guozian's face had already turned ashen. He was silent and seemed to have completely admitted defeat. Keep him for now. I'll deal with him later. As Linson said, he stuffed Ji Guozian's spirit into the abyssal sword cauldron. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, let's go back to Yuan sect first. Yuan sect. When Xian Feiling learned what happened from Linson, his face became extremely solemn and he said, So, you plan to go to the ruins of fate? Linson nodded, yes. Before I leave, I will leave the Blackwater Taoist body and the 8 divine level orders to guard Yuan sect. In this way, even if there are enemies from the ruins of fate, they can't break Yuan sect. In this way, I can be completely at ease. Xian Feiling took a deep breath and said, Be careful. Linson slightly cupped his hands, Senior, before I return, don't let this news leak out, lest others worry. Okay. Xian Feiling nodded. Then, Linson returned to the cave residence and stood in front of Zhao Jingxian who was sleeping for a while. Then he quietly turned around and left. Xianxia, let's go. On this day, Linson and Xianxia went to the ruins of fate with the power of the Sword of Fate. The ruins of fate. The Great Qin Era, the 9th Forbidden Area. Buzz, as the space fluctuated, Linson's figure appeared out of thin air. At that moment, a terrifying and oppressive rule power rushed towards Linson, making him feel as if an invisible cage was pressing down on him, trying to suppress him. Linson immediately retracted his eternal aura, and the oppressive and terrifying rule power instantly disappeared, turning into nothingness. Back then, Linson, who possessed the celestial longevity realm immortal cultivation, entered the ruins of fate with the help of the Sword of Fate, and arrived at the 9th Forbidden Area of the Great Qin Era. Now, he was already an eternal existence that surpassed the Great Perfection realm. When he returned to this place, his state of mind was completely different. Suddenly, Linson keenly sensed that there was an extremely shocking transcendent realm immortal aura near the 9th Forbidden Area. Moreover, this aura was moving the void with all its might, fleeing into the distance. Obviously, the space fluctuation caused by Linson's arrival had already caught this person's attention, and he immediately chose to retreat. Linson's eyes flickered, and he suddenly grabbed the air. In the void far away, an old man's figure suddenly fell out of the void. Before he could stand firm, he was caught by Linson's palm force, and was carried in front of Linson like a bug. This old man wore a black robe, and his hair was as white as snow. In the Great Qin era, where there was no eternal realm immortal cultivation, he was already a supreme existence. But now, his expression was filled with fear and shock, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Lin Sun looked down at the black-robed elder and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, why did you run away?" The black-robed elder's face was pale, and he said with difficulty, "Liangqiu clan, Ying clan, and Yan clan, the three clans ordered me to stay here a long time ago. Once I discover anyone appearing here, I'll inform them immediately. The reason why I ran away was because I sensed that you're an eternal realm cultivator. I had no choice but to run for my life." "I see," Lin Sun nodded. He knew about the three clans. When he first came to the ruins of fate, he learned that the three clans had sent an immortal realm cultivator to guard the flowing light forbidden zone with the Great Qin divine clan's experts. They were waiting for the Skirich master, who possessed the eternal boat, to come to their doorstep. Later on, with the help of Chen Lingkong's avatar, Lin Sun successfully entered the flowing light forbidden zone and rescued his parents. At that time, Lin Sun learned some secrets about Xiaxhia's past life. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that the three clans were still unwilling to give up and sent a transcendent realm cultivator to guard the flowing light forbidden zone even after 100 years had passed. No. Lin Sun suddenly realized a problem. How could the three clans be so sure that he would return to the ruins of fate? Could it be that the three clans were just like Ji Guizhen, Gao Yongli, and Jiang Ju, acting under the orders of the mastermind behind the calamity of an era? He looked at the black-robed elder. "The three clans didn't tell you anything else?" The black-robed elder shook his head. "The three clans only told me to deliver the message." Lin Sun asked, "Where will the message be delivered to?" The black-robed elder took out a dark green bone talisman and handed it to Lin Sun. "As long as you crush this bone talisman, the three clans' forces will come here immediately." Lin Sun held the talisman in his hand and looked at it for a while. "Why didn't you crush it earlier?" The black-robed elder said bitterly, "I was worried that if I did that, I would die even faster if I couldn't escape. I might be able to keep my life if I didn't do it." "Smart man." Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "I will suppress you here for 3 months. After 3 months, you can regain your freedom." The black-robed old man felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, senior, for not killing me." Next, the black-robed old man was imprisoned in an underground cave by Lin Sun. After doing all this, Lin Sun left directly. He was not in the mood to care about what the Liangqiu clan, the Ying clan, and the Yan clan were planning. He only wanted to rescue Lin Fan and Su Bai as soon as possible. Therefore, the dark cyan bone talisman handed over by the old man was also hidden by Lin Sun. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have crushed the bone talisman long ago and waited for the three god clans to send people over. Whoosh, after 15 minutes, Lin Sun quietly left the Great Qin era and came to the vast starry sky. This was the true scene of the ruins of creation. Over 100 civilizations resided in this boundless starry sky, and every single civilization was protected by the god clan. However, not all civilizations had eternal realm existences. For example, in the Great Qin era, there were no eternal realm existences. Lin Sun had learned about this situation as early as when he came here for the first time. But it was different from before. At this moment, walking in this vast starry sky, Lin Sun keenly sensed an invisible taboo rule power, like a layer of shackles, covering the boundless void. Moreover, Lin Sun felt an extremely familiar breath. The taboo rule power was exactly the same as the trace of primordial rule he had suppressed. It was suffused with the same strange and unpredictable power fluctuations. This made Lin Sun immediately judge that the taboo rule power was the power of the manipulator behind the scenes that covered the entire ruins of creation. No wonder Senior Chen Linkong had no choice but to leave the ruins of creation after he exposed the strength of his main body all those years ago. The power of the mastermind behind the scenes is everywhere, and it's like a large net that covers the entire ruins of creation. Once one's targeted by it, one would be like a fish that's fallen into a large net, and it's impossible for one to escape. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. He was not worried about this. The power of the Nirvana ultimacy gave him the confidence to resist the primordial rule. However, if his eternal realm cultivation was exposed, he would definitely be attacked by the primordial rule. In that case, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, Lin Sun had been suppressing his aura and moving all along the way. In the following time, he moved all the way. Every step he took was like the stars moving, shuttling through the boundless starry sky. It seemed like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but in fact, his speed had already reached a shocking level. Lin Sun had already searched the souls of Ji Guizhen, Gao Yongli, and Jiang Ju, and had a clear understanding of the various situations in the God's era. In the ruins of creation, the God's era was worthy of being the first era civilization. The Jiang clan, Gao Yang clan, and Ji clan were the three supreme rulers of the God's era. Before the God's era encountered the calamity of the era and appeared in the ruins of creation, these three clans were so rich that they were far stronger than the 12 eternal clans in the ninth heaven of the eternal world. Each of the clans had many boundless realm cultivators, and creation realm cultivators were also a common sight. It could be said that in terms of the overall foundation of an era civilization, the God's era was far superior to the Linggu era that Lin Sun was in. However, such a powerful era of the gods was also destroyed by the calamity of the era. Before the calamity of the era, the creation realm and boundless realm cultivators from the God's era had already gone to the Kunlun ruins to fight. As a result, although the God's era survived in the ruins of creation, the three clans suffered great losses, and there were no more terrifying boundless realm and creation realm cultivators guarding them. However, as time passed, the three clans of the God's era recovered bit by bit. Now, there were already many creation realm cultivators guarding them. This situation also appeared in the civilizations of other eras. These eras had all suffered in the calamity of the era and survived in the ruins of creation. After experiencing the passage of time, they had survived until now. Of course, there were also exceptions. For example, the immortal martial era was completely annihilated in the calamity of the era and could not survive in the ruins of creation. For these eras in the order of creation, the only drawback was that the cultivators distributed in these eras could not leave the ruins of creation, no matter how high or low their cultivation was. The reason was that the power of the manipulator behind the scenes had sealed and confined the entire ruins of creation like a huge prison. It was worth mentioning that although many eras already had creation realm cultivators guarding them, so far, there had never been a boundless realm cultivator. The reason was also very simple. Only those who had survived the Great Silence Fateless Tribulation could prove the boundless realm. In the ruins of creation, no one could withstand the blow of the Great Silence Fateless Tribulation. They were either killed or failed to pass the tribulation. As powerful as the Eternal Night Emperor was, he almost died under this tribulation. In the end, he could only reincarnate and cultivate again. However, the Eternal Night Emperor's tribulation was relatively special. Lin Sun did not think that the Eternal Night Emperor, who had mastered the three supreme taboo Tao of cause and effect, fate and time, had not even stepped into the boundless realm. This was simply impossible. According to Lin Sun's speculation, the Eternal Night Emperor should have crossed the Great Silence Fateless Tribulation, and crossed it more than once. Before the end of each era, the Great Silence Fateless Tribulation would descend. And one must know that the Eternal Night Emperor had walked through many eras in the past, and was destined to survive the bombardment of many Great Silence Fateless Tribulation. This could also be inferred that she must have the cultivation of the boundless realm without a doubt. It was just that a long time ago, when she went to the divine city of creation, she could not withstand the bombardment of the Great Silence Fateless Tribulation. Even so, she was not obliterated, but hid in the flowing light forbidden region, and carried out a heaven-defying reincarnation and cultivation path with the identity of Xia. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the Eternal Night Emperor was at the peak. Moreover, Lin Sun now also knew that the boundless realm was divided into two realms, Lesser Boundless Realm and Greater Boundless Realm. The Lesser Boundless Realm was divided into three levels: First Tribulation, Second Tribulation, and Third Tribulation. In other words, those who crossed the Great Silence Fateless Tribulation once could be called Greater Boundless Realm. Those who crossed the Great Silence Fateless Tribulation thrice were called Greater Boundless Realm. Generally speaking, existences like this that had already stepped foot on the ultimate path of the Eternal Tao had practically fought to leave the Kunlun ruins, and there was practically no trace of them in the world. Moreover, according to Lin Sun's inference, the Eternal Night Emperor who controlled the energy of karma, fate, and time was at least in existence at the lesser boundless realm, and it was even extremely likely that he had already stepped into the greater boundless realm. As for why the Eternal Night Emperor had appeared in the ruins of creation and which era he belonged to, Lin Sun had no way of knowing. Perhaps only after Xianxia completely refined all the cultivation left behind by the Eternal Night Emperor would he be able to solve these mysteries. As he pondered just like this, Lin Sun's figure had already vanished in the depths of the boundless starry sky. The era of the gods. This world was divided into 3 great territories, and they were the demon-vanquishing region, the divine light region, and the great Zhou region. These 3 territories were respectively controlled by the Jiang clan, the High Sun clan, and the Ji clan. Every single territory was boundlessly vast, and there were countless minor worlds and planes that dotted them like stars. The Great Zhou region, the divine mountain of Phoenix Perch. The lair of the Ji clan was also regarded as the first divine mountain of the Great Zhou region. Late at night. In an ancient forbidden area of the divine mountain of Phoenix Perch, the divine fire was raging. The figures of Lin Fan and Su Bai were each tied to a black stone pillar, and the blood-colored divine chains as thin as a thumb tightly bound their whole bodies, as if they were prisoners waiting to be judged. Both of them had disheveled hair and were unconscious. And in the distance, a series of footsteps sounded in the middle of the night. The patriarch of the Ji clan, Ji Bowen, had come with a group of big shots. P.S. Thank you brother Xianxia for your monthly tickets. I'll continue adding updates tonight if I want to talk about War of the Talents with more like-minded people. Follow You Read Literature on WeChat. Talk about life and find confidants. Ji Bowen was tall and sturdy like a mountain. Dressed in a purple robe, he strode forward with a majestic gait. He had been in charge of the clan for countless years, and he himself was an eternal existence at the late stage of the realm of justice. By Ji Bowen's side were some of the major figures of the Ji clan, and amongst them were 2 elders who had reached the level of transcending justice. The entire Ji clan now had 4 existences at the realm of creation and 12 existences at the realm of justice. Among the hundreds of civilizations in the ruins of creation, this kind of heritage was enough to firmly rank in the top 3. The night was as dark as ink. Ji Bowen stopped in front of the 2 black stone pillars, his eyes sizing up Lin Fan and Su Bai, who were bound by the god-locking chains. He sighed softly. One has the bloodline of the devourer of the abyss and can inherit the mantle of the eternal night divine emperor. The other has a peerless sword bone. The talents of these 2 youngsters are much more amazing than their peers in my clan. Beside him, the big shots of the Ji clan were also sizing up the unconscious Lin Fan and Su Bai. Their eyes were unscrupulous, as if they were examining prey. Patriarch, you didn't bring us here in the middle of the night to comment on the talents of these 2 little things, did you? Someone chuckled. This person was dressed in green, his willow beard fluttering in the wind. His name was Ji Xianxia, an existence at the realm of justice. Of course not. Ji Bowen laughed. With these 2 hostages in hand, and the means of ancestor Gui Zhen, we can naturally bring Lin Sun to our territory. After a pause, he continued, as for bringing you here now, there's one thing we need to do. Please enlighten us, Patriarch, Ji Xianxia said. Ji Bowen's eyes flickered. Tomorrow, some old fellows from the High Sun clan and the Jiang clan will come together to divide up the fortunes of Lin Sun with us. However, the secret of controlling the divine city of creation can be shared, but there's only one eternal coffin. The eyes of the big shots suddenly became subtle. Patriarch, are you planning to make some preparations in advance? A hale and hearty old woman with a head full of silver hair asked. Her name was Ji Zhangyun, and she had reached the realm of justice. That's right. Ji Bowen looked at Lin Fan. This little fella possesses the innate talent of the devouring abyss. I'm sure all of you are aware that rumor has it that only such an innate talent is able to grasp all the secrets of the eternal coffin. I understand now. The Patriarch intends to take away this kid's innate talent before the forces of the High Sun clan and Jiang clan arrive. Ji Changyun chuckled. That's good, that's good. Her face was kind, but under the light of the lamp, her smile looked eerie and terrifying. The others also laughed as they suddenly understood. I might as well take the sword bone from this kid as well. Ji Zhongshan looked at Su Bai with a fiery gaze. Although my great-grandson is talented, he can't compare to this innate sword bone. If he can have this talent, my great-grandson will have the opportunity to attack the Eternal Realm in less than 10,000 years. What if the Hai Sun clan and Jiang clan notice this and become displeased? Someone hesitated. Ji Bowen said calmly, this time, the Lord Ruler behind the scenes of the calamity of the era has chosen our Ji clan as the emissary and bestowed us with an absolute beginning stone statue. No matter how displeased they are, they can only hold it in. Everyone could not help but laugh. Everyone, since the beginning of time, our Ji clan has experienced countless calamities to survive to this day. But now, a chance to change our fate is right in front of us. As long as we seize it, our Ji clan may no longer be restricted by the ruins of creation. Ji Bowen's eyes shone. Ji Bowen's eyes shone. His words caused everyone's emotions to surge. Whether it was the eternal coffin or the secrets of the divine city of creation, they could be said to be supreme fortunes, but compared to the chance to change the fate of their clan, they were not important. This time, as long as they completed the decree of the Lord Ruler behind the scenes, their Ji clan would no longer be restricted by the ruins of creation, and they would truly walk out of the era of the gods. This was what they dreamed of the most. After calming himself down, Ji Bowen turned his gaze towards Lin Fan once more. He instructed, Patriarch Longcloud, please do it and extract the innate gift of the Devourer of the Abyss from this child. The hale and hearty old woman, Ji Longcloud, laughed as she assented. She stepped forward and stretched out her right arm. Her 5 fingers, which were as thin as chicken claws, stabbed fiercely into Lin Fan's chest. Bang, a bloody hole appeared, and blood sprayed everywhere. The unconscious Lin Fan suddenly let out a muffled grunt of pain as he regained consciousness. He looked at the distant crowd, then lowered his head to look at the hand that had stabbed into his chest. His handsome face turned pale, and cold sweat covered his forehead. A heart-wrenching, lung-splitting pain constantly tormented his mind, but even in the face of this cruel, bloody torture, his expression remained incomparably calm. Be good. It will only hurt for a while. Once this old woman has completely extracted the innate gift from you, I will help you heal your wound. Ji Longcloud had a benevolent look on her face. She was all smiles, and her voice was very gentle. However, her actions could only be described as cruel. Her fingers stabbed into Lin Fan's chest, and her 5 fingers unleashed an extremely domineering eternal power as she dissected Lin Fan's spiritual vein. Blood flowed out like a waterfall. Old thing, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with ice-cold hatred. As long as I, Lin Fan, survive this time, I will definitely kill all of you in the future. Haha, everyone, look, this little bastard is still threatening us. Yun Changshan couldn't help but laugh from afar. The others laughed as well. The weak's threats were always howls of despair. Only a fool would care about it. This kid probably doesn't know that his father is also in trouble. Who in this world can save him? Someone said leisurely. What, father is also in trouble? Lin Fan's heart trembled, and his expression changed. No matter how much pain and torture he suffered, he would not frown at all, but he could not ignore his father's life and death. It can't be that I harmed father. It must be like this. Didn't they capture me to deal with father? For a moment, Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and his handsome face became extremely hideous. He roared, my father will never be in trouble. His roar was like the roar of a beast, full of anger. However, what he got in return was a burst of indifferent laughter. No one cared about this. Where was this, the great Zhou territory of the era of the gods? This was the territory of the Ji family, on Phoenix Perch Divine Mountain, not to mention Lin's son. Even if it were other Eternal Realm figures, it would be no different from courting death. Oh, forget it. Let me take this kid's sword bone. Ji Changshan couldn't help it anymore. He went straight to Su Bai and gently swiped his fingertips. Su Bai's abdomen was cut open, splash blood poured like a waterfall, and under the stimulation of severe pain, Su Bai also woke up from his coma. He looked at Ji Changshan in front of him. Ji Bowen and the others in the distance suddenly understood their situation, and their cold faces were full of murderous intent. From beginning to end, he did not say a word, but the coldness in his eyes made the existence of the Eternal Realm feel a little uncomfortable. What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out. Smack, Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation and slapped Subai's cheek. The fiery slap did not make Subai feel any emotional fluctuations. He stared at Xianxia, his eyes full of indifference. Senior brother Subai, I didn't expect you to be captured by these bastards, Lin Fan's hoarse voice came from the side. Subai trembled all over, and he looked in disbelief at Lin Fan, who was also tied to the black stone pillar. His originally cold and emotionless face completely changed. Lin Fan, how could it be you? In his field of vision, Lin Fan's chest was pierced open by Ji Changyun's palm, and fresh blood flowed out ceaselessly. That cruel and bloody scene caused his eyes to almost split open with rage, and he shouted explosively, "Let him go and I'll be at your mercy." His voice was filled with anxiety. He was not afraid of death, but he could not watch helplessly as his master's child was tortured to such a state. Hee, who do you think you are? Can you compare to this kid? Ji Changshan was disdainful. Senior brother Subai, don't talk nonsense with these old beasts. They don't dare to confront my father head-on, so they can only use such despicable and shameless means to torture us. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse, and his whole body trembled violently. He felt his spiritual vein being stripped away bit by bit, and that kind of heart-wrenching pain made his face extremely pale. Ji Bowen snorted coldly. Cover their mouths, lest they dirty our ears. Okay. Both Ji Changyun and Ji Changshan agreed with a smile. At this moment, a bone-chilling killing intent appeared like a blade, causing Ji Changyun and Ji Changshan to stiffen, and their expressions changed at the same time. This was the core forbidden area of their Ji family, and Ji Changyun and Ji Changshan had not been on guard at all from beginning to end, looking extremely relaxed. Who would think that there would be danger in their own home, and this killing intent came so quickly, almost appearing out of thin air and locking onto them in an instant? Not good. The two old antiques of the law-defying realm dodged with all their might almost instinctively, and their reaction speed could be described as shocking. Boom, just as their figures left, two figures appeared in front of Lin Fan and Subai respectively. It was Lin Sun's main body and the greenwood Taoist physique. This sudden scene caught Ji Bowen and the others off guard, and their expressions all changed. How is that possible? D***it. How could someone break in? The disturbance in the field caught Ji Bowen and the others off guard. This was Phoenix Perch Divine Mountain, it was the forbidden area of their clan, it was covered with more than one kind of divine level order power, but who would dare to imagine that someone would sneak in silently under such a night and suddenly kill them at this moment? This was so sudden that no one had expected it, so they were all shocked. Father! Master! At the same time, Lin Fan and Subai's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the familiar tall figure that appeared in front of them, feeling as unreal as a dream. More updates for you. The bloody hole in Lin Fan's chest was still dripping blood. His hair was disheveled, and his handsome cheeks were pale and transparent. Subai's stomach had been directly cut open, both of them were bound to the black stone pillars by numerous chains, as if they were prisoners waiting to be slaughtered. Such a scene made Lin Sun's eyes turn bloodshot, and his eyes were about to crack. He could not describe his mood at the moment. The anger that erupted like lava stimulated his whole body and made his skin tremble slightly. He dared not imagine what kind of cruel torture his son and disciple would have suffered if he had come a step later. He dared not think about it. When Lin Fan and Subai called out to him excitedly, Lin Sun inexplicably felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He took a deep breath, and his voice became hoarse. I'm here to take you home. This sentence seemed to be squeezed out of his chest. The roaring anger and murderous intent all over his body were almost uncontrollable. Bang! Bang! The chains that bound Lin Fan and Subai broke inch by inch and turned into powder. Lin Sun and Greenwood Taoist Physique rescued Lin Fan and Subai respectively. With the release of the power of the Great Path from his palms and fingers, the wounds on their bodies instantly healed and disappeared. However, because they had lost too much blood just now, their faces were still pale. Moreover, Ji Changyun and Ji Zhongshan had just stripped their talents. Although they had not succeeded, they had suffered great damage. Fortunately, they were fine. This was enough for Lin Sun. Lin Sun? Ji Bowen cried out, his face full of disbelief. How could it be you? At this moment, the other big shots of the Ji clan also seemed to wake up from a dream, and they all looked at Lin Sun with shock and confusion. They had expected that Ji Guizhen, Gao Yongli, and Jiang Ju would bring Lin Sun from the eternal true world. Who would have thought that Ji Guizhen and the others would not return? Instead, Lin Sun would sneak into their divine mountain of phoenix perch at night and suddenly appear in front of them. In particular, Ji Chongyun and Ji Zhongshan's faces were extremely gloomy. They finally understood that the terrifying murderous intent they had felt just now had come from Lin Sun. Moreover, Lin Sun did this not to attack them but to scare them away, so that he could take the opportunity to rescue Lin Fan and Su Bai. Obviously, Lin Sun succeeded. However, this was the territory of the Ji clan, after all. In the face of such a shocking turn of events, no matter if it was Ji Chongyun, Ji Zhongshan, or Ji Bowen, none of them panicked. Why can't it be me? Lin Sun turned around. His bloodshot eyes were cold and frightening, and his eyebrows were full of crazy killing intent. This was the first time he had been so angry since he had stepped onto the eternal Dao path. As he spoke, his gaze swept everyone present here, and he said word by word, "All of you must die today." Every word was like a clap of thunder, resounding through the night sky. Ji Bowen and the others revealed cold smiles and looks of pity, as though they were listening to the ravings of an idiot. This was the territory of their Ji clan. For them, Lin's arrival was indeed unexpected, but it was no different from courting death. "Everyone, once we capture this fiend, the fate of our clan will change from tonight onwards." Ji Bowen's eyes burned as he spoke loudly. Boom! Ji Chongyun and Ji Zhongshan could not hold back and took the initiative to attack. They were scared away by Lin Sun before, so they couldn't keep their faces. At this moment, they all had the idea of regaining their face and couldn't wait. "Ha!" The white-haired and spirited Ji Chongyun waved a black wooden stick and knocked it fiercely in the air. Instantly, the air exploded open as countless dazzling lightning blades emerged densely, and they swept towards Lin Sun like a storm. Every single blade flickered with the rules of lightning, and they were ferocious and domineering. When looked at from afar, it was simply like tribulation lightning descending from the sky. "Die." Ji Zhongshan, who had a fluttering willow beard, withdrew a scroll. When the scroll unfolded, it seemed like a starry sky was revealed. Countless large stars circulated within it, and they glowed brilliantly and were suffused with a might that could crush the heavens. The Star Dao diagram, two existences at the perfection stage of the transcending principal realm attacked together, and their might was so formidable that it tore apart the inky night sky and illuminated the universe. The entire Phoenix Perch Mountain was alarmed at this moment. However, Lin Sun didn't dodge, and he charged out with a stride. Rumble! At this instant, the rage and killing intent he'd suppressed to the limit had erupted completely. His tall figure erupted with a myriad of strands of obscure glows of the Tao, and it was like an abyss that was terrifying to an unimaginable extent. As he rushed forward, the dense thunder blades seemed to be swept by a storm and exploded in the earth-shattering sound. They couldn't stop the impact of Lin Sun's power at all, like paper paste. "Damn it!" Ji Chongyun's face suddenly changed, and he struck the black wooden stick in his hand crazily, collapsing the void. The undulating law of lightning also roared out like the ocean. For a time, wind and thunder were raging, and the place seemed to have turned into a kingdom of lightning. Boundless destructive breath broke out. But it still seemed very unbearable. Lin Sun's figure rushed forward and directly crushed the violent thunder law sea, which collapsed like a tide. Almost at the same time, he grabbed the black wooden stick in Ji Chongyun's hand. As the power released from his palms and fingers spread, the eternal Tao weapon exploded with a bang. "Open!" Ji Chongyun screamed, and his whole body seemed to be burning. Obviously, he had displayed a forbidden secret method, and his power soared unprecedentedly. However, Lin Sun grabbed at him, and the power released from his palms and fingers was simply invincible. It forcibly grabbed Ji Chongyun's eternal Tao weapon, and the splashing light rain was still falling. Ji Chongyun's neck was already grasped by Lin Sun. "How can you be so strong?" Ji Chongyun was horrified, and her eyes were wide open. Everything had happened too quickly. From the moment she attacked to Lin Sun's counterattack, only a blink of an eye had passed. Her attacks had been defeated, her eternal Dao weapon had been crushed, and now, even her entire body had been captured. From the beginning to the end, she couldn't resist at all. Crack! Lin Sun, who was extremely angry, directly twisted Ji Changyun's neck, pulled out her spirit, and stuffed it into the abyssal sword cauldron. He would not let this venomous old woman die just like that. The cruel torture his son Lin Fan had suffered made Lin Sun hate this old bastard. At the same time when Lin Sun subdued Ji Changyun, his Greenwood Taoist body also killed Ji Changshan. First, Ji Zhongshan's star chart of all heavens was grabbed by the Greenwood Taoist body and crushed into powder. Then, before Ji Zhongshan could dodge, the Greenwood Taoist body had already teleported to him and slapped him on the head. Ji Zhongshan's eternal Taoist body exploded like firecrackers. The splattering flesh and primordial spirit were also suppressed by the Greenwood Taoist body's sleeve. That scene could be said to be incomparably domineering, and it was done in one go. Strictly speaking, Ji Changyun and Ji Changshan were killed at the same time. Dong was killed at the same time. He was completely crushed and killed with a single blow. That bloody scene shocked Ji Bowen and the others, and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Who would dare believe that two existences at the great perfection of rules transcendent could be so weak? Ji Guozian, who had arrived in the eternal world, at least knew of Lin Sun's glorious battle record of defeating all the eternal gods in the ninth heaven alone. But Ji Bowen and the others didn't know this at all. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have even known that Lin Sun had now reached the eternal Tao. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. That was why they were so shocked at this moment, and they felt a chill all over their bodies, and their hearts trembled. "Retreat!" Ji Bowen shouted. Almost at the same time, his whole body's momentum erupted, and he waved his hand to summon an antique jade cauldron, which emitted a thick and vast aura of the divine order. With the appearance of this cauldron, the divine order that shrouded the sky above Phoenix Perch Mountain was also attracted, and began to be controlled by Ji Bowen to attack Lin Sun. Boom! The violent god-level order transformed into a vast expanse of blazing divine light that engulfed Lin Sun and his Greenwood Taoist physique. Break! Lin Sun's eyes were red, and he looked like an angry god. With a loud shout, he suddenly punched forward. This punch released the power of the profound meaning of nirvana to the extreme, as if it was about to break through the barrier of eternity and chisel through the shackles of time and space. It had an indomitable and unparalleled momentum. Bang! An enormous rift was instantly smashed open in the vast and blazing divine light, and at the end of the rift was the force of Lin Sun's punch. It was like a ray of light that carried the might to destroy everything. Ji Bowen's expression turned grim, and he practically exerted all his strength to resist it. However, along with an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, the jade cauldron formed from the divine order was blasted flying, and it wailed violently. On the other hand, Ji Bowen's entire body was blasted flying. His figure hadn't even stabilized himself when numerous cracks appeared on his body, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. This punch had actually broken through the suppression of the divine order, and it had even heavily injured an existence at the realm of transcendence like him. Ji Bowen was astounded while his scalp went numb, and he felt like he'd gone mad. How could Lin Sun be so formidable? At this moment, a wave of miserable shrill cries resounded. "No! Ancestor, save me! Ah!" The people by Ji Bowen's side had already realized that something was amiss, and were fleeing into the distance. However, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique caught up to them. As Lin Sun waved his sleeves, boundless sword aura rained down like a torrential rain, killing all the influential figures of the Ji clan who hadn't stepped onto the eternal path on the spot. Every single one of them seemed to have been executed by 1,000 cuts. Their flesh and blood were reduced to pieces, and they died horribly. Although these people weren't in the eternal realm, they were still influential figures of the Ji clan. They possessed the cultivation of the transcendent realm. However, now, they were mercilessly slaughtered like weeds. Their screams that were filled with terror and unwillingness were still reverberating, but there was only a patch of scarlet and horrifying blood left on the battlefield. Such a scene made Ji Bowen's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, and he was enraged. "Lin Sun! I swear that I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and grind your bones into ashes!" He roared, and he seemed to have gone mad with rage. In just a few blinks of an eye, the two eternal realm existences, Ji Changyun and Ji Zhongshan, were killed. Even the influential figures of the clan were annihilated. Only Ji Bowen was left. How could he not be enraged? Ji Bowen's roars echoed in the air. Lin Sun's real body had already charged forward, his bloodshot eyes filled with cold and ruthless killing intent. In an instant, the enraged Ji Bowen felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. He sensed great danger, and Lin Sun's killing intent was so strong that it almost drowned his mind. At that moment, a terrifying presence descended, and the night was torn apart. In that instant, an indescribable pressure enveloped the world, causing the air to fall silent. Even faster than that terrifying presence was a palm print that had formed out of thin air. It looked as if it had been polished from clear glass, and it blocked in front of Ji Bowen before slamming towards Lin Sun. Boom, that palm print seethed with the blazing power of rules. It was practically the hand of the heavens, and the aura it released was so strong that it far surpassed the realm of transcending rules. However, Lin Sun did not dodge. Billions of sword auras suddenly surged out of his body and turned into a formation that clashed head-on with the glass-like palm print. Rumble, the palm and sword collided, and the area suddenly collapsed into a violent turbulence of power. The glass-like palm print burst into pieces, and Lin Sun's sword formation also dissipated. Even though he was not injured, his charging figure was still blocked for an instant, allowing Ji Bowen to take the chance to escape with his life. Lin Sun, what a man. It's only been a few years, but he has already advanced from the eternal longevity realm to the great circle of rules, the eternal realm. An awe-inspiring voice filled with shock rang out. Soon after, a tall and imposing figure appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in feathered robes and had the air of an immortal. He looked like a youth, but when his eyes opened and closed, they gave off an ancient air. Ji Guiling, an early-stage creation realm existence of the Ji clan. When he appeared, Ji Bowen instantly felt as if he had found a backer. He hissed, "Progenitor, this fiend killed Chongyun and Chongshan. Please take action and capture him. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." A hint of killing intent appeared between Ji Guiling's brows. "What I don't understand is why Brother Guasian hasn't returned from the eternal true world." Ji Guasian was one of the creation realm existences of the Ji clan. He had long since gone to the eternal true world to deal with Lin Sun, but now, Ji Guasian had not returned, and Lin Sun had come. Most importantly, Ji Guasian was Ji Guiling's older brother. "You mean him?" Lin Sun raised his hand and grasped Ji Guasian's spirit, which was imprisoned and dying. His bloodshot eyes flashed with terrifying coldness. The faces of Ji Guiling and Ji Bowen changed at the same time. They couldn't believe that Ji Guasian, who was at the middle stage of creation realm, could be captured by Lin Sun. "Release my clan brother, quickly. Otherwise, you'll die for sure today." Ji Guiling was enraged. His face was gloomy as he berated sternly. Lin Sun put away Ji Guasian's spirit and said indifferently, "Do you think I'm afraid of such a threat?" His murderous intent became even more terrifying, like a turbulent ocean. "But don't worry, I won't kill Ji Guasian just like that. I'll let you taste what it feels like to be threatened." As he spoke, Lin Sun stepped forward. Boom, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. A beam of sword chi that resembled the nine heavens Milky Way swept out. It was surrounded by a cryptic power of laws as it slashed towards Ji Guiling. Meanwhile, his Greenwood Taoist physique used the power of the Grand Primordium Order to launch a pincer attack with his main body. "You are courting death." Ji Guiling was enraged. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. Clang, one made by the divine the golden saber formed by order appeared in his hand, and he slashed out furiously. Golden saber chi whistled through the air, emitting a world-shaking murderous aura. That was the power of the creation realm. Using the divine level order as a weapon, the might released shot through the sky. A great battle broke out. Ji Guiling was furious and used his full strength. But Lin Sun was angrier than him, and he didn't show any mercy when he attacked. Rumble, the world turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. Last time in the eternal true world, when Lin Sun fought against Ji Guasian, who was in the middle stage of the creation realm, with just his own strength, Lin Sun had managed to defeat him. Not to mention that he was now using the power of his main body and the Greenwood Taoist body. In a moment, Ji Guiling was injured and coughed up blood. He was suppressed by Lin Sun's unparalleled ferocity. Ji Bowen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to imagine how Lin Sun, an expert in the great perfection of the rule's transcendent state, could be so heaven-defying. surpassing a major realm and suppressing a creation realm cultivator. Who would dare to believe this? This bastard is too arrogant. Let's attack together. But suddenly, two figures rang out. One was as heavy as iron, while the other was hoarse and ethereal. Their voices were still echoing when two godlike figures appeared out of nowhere and charged into the battlefield. One was an old man in a purple robe, with a jade belt and a crown on his head. He had a delicate appearance, and the power of the rules around his body had transformed into the silvery illusion of a world. Xianxia, a late-stage creation realm cultivator. She was also the most ancient of the 4 creation realm cultivators of the Ji clan, and she had the most terrifying combat power. One was a beautiful woman dressed in a colorful dress. Her face was as calm as water, and she was as cold as ice. Tens of thousands of rays of green sword chi condensed in front of her, and the green light surged and covered the sky. Ji Haiwen, a mid-stage creation realm cultivator, and the only woman among the 4 creation realm cultivators of the Ji clan. As soon as the two appeared, they charged into the battlefield. One of them used peerless divine abilities and controlled the rules of wind, thunder, earth, and fire with boundless divine power. The other's sword intent was monstrous, and the green light was like a waterfall, wild and violent, like a peerless sword god on the eternal path. The addition of the two immediately changed the situation. Lin Sun and Greenwood Daoist physique's attacks were blocked, and they were surrounded. Other than that, there were also 8 transcending rules realm cultivators. They stood guard in all directions and sealed off all paths of retreat. Every single one of them had the power to throw the heavens into chaos. Seeing this, the patriarch Ji Bowen felt relieved. Right now, all the eternal realm cultivators of the Ji clan had come out in full force. Under such circumstances, there was no need to worry about not being able to kill Lin Sun. Ancestors, as long as we capture and kill this bastard, the fate of our clan will definitely change tonight. Ji Bowen shouted, and his voice shook the sky. The battle erupted completely. Divine radiance and the glow of the Tao raged like tidewater, and it shook the clouds to the point of collapsing while the sky cracked apart. Rumbling and rumbling resounded throughout Phoenix Perch Mountain while the heavens and the earth shook. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ji clan was covered with more than one divine order, just the torrent of energy alone would cause the world of gods to backfire, and the billions of living beings in the world would definitely be harmed. Kill. 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 The 3 creation realm cultivators, Ji Guiling, Ji Chaoyin, and Ji Haiwen, were each more powerful than the last. Their bodies were filled with murderous intent, and they each unleashed their most powerful attacks. Lin Sun also suffered a great impact, and he felt the pressure that assaulted his face. But he didn't retreat. His anger and hatred caused his fighting spirit and killing intent to boil and burn. His entire body was covered in Taoist light, and sometimes it was like an abyss that could swallow the heavens, and sometimes it was like a furnace that could suppress the world. Rise. With a thought in Lin Sun's mind, the crimson fire, platinum, and yellow earth Taoist bodies whistled out, and they fought alongside Lin Sun and the greenwood Taoist body. The abyssal sword cauldron was activated by Lin Sun as well, and each of the 4 Taoist bodies wielded a clan-guarding weapon with unfathomable might. For example, the Taihao clan's clan-guarding treasure, the Myriad God Spear, the Ju clan's Furnace of Chaos, the Wen clan's Primal Chaos Seal, the Minamoto clan's Azurite Heavenly Sword, and so on. Clan-guarding treasures like these were far more powerful than ordinary eternal Taoist weapons, and every single one of them had a glorious past and inspiring accomplishments in battle. If it wasn't for that, Lin Sun wouldn't have kept them in his collection. But now, all of these eternal Taoist weapons were put to use. However, even under such circumstances, he was only able to stand on equal footing with the 3 creation stage existences. It was an intense confrontation. It was impossible to defeat them in a short period of time. The reason was Ji Chaoyin. She was a late-stage creation realm cultivator, and the power she possessed was far beyond that of Ji Haowen and Ji Guiling. Just the attack against Ji Chaoyin had restrained the power of Lin Sun and his 2 Taoist bodies. One could imagine how abnormal the combat power of a late-stage creation realm cultivator was. However, Lin Sun didn't care about this at all. He needed to vent the anger and hatred in his chest. Even when he swept through the 12 eternal gods in the 9th heaven, Lin Sun had never been as angry as he was today. When he thought of Zhao Jingshuan's worried and hesitant eyes, and the bloody scenes of Lin Fan and Su Bai being brutally tortured, his heart trembled. Kill. At this moment, Lin Sun was no different from a madman. He released all of his power, unleashing it to the extreme and unleashing it like never before. Rumble, the world seemed to have turned into chaos and completely collapsed. The torrent of the great wave of destruction surged and swept, showing a scene of doomsday. It was shocking. How can this boy be so strong? Looking at all the civilizations in the ruins of creation, how can there be such an eternal realm cultivator? How is this possible? The expressions of Ji Bowen and the other existences in the exceeding law realm became dull. They originally thought that with the three creation realm ancestors taking action, it would be easy to capture Lin Sun. But who would have thought that Lin Sun would be fighting the three creation realm ancestors head-on? This completely subverted their imagination and expectations. They were all stunned. They didn't know how many years they had lived, but this was the first time they had seen such a scene. They were not the only ones. Ji Chaoyin, Ji Haifan, and Ji Guiling, who were fighting fiercely with Lin Sun, all revealed looks of shock and confusion. It should be known that with the power of the creation realm, they could easily suppress and kill eternal realm figures in the exceeding law realm. But at this moment, it didn't work in front of Lin Sun. This was undoubtedly too unbelievable. What was even more difficult for them to accept was that as the battle continued, Lin Sun's power had been growing bit by bit, and they began to feel oppressed. If this scene was seen by other eternal realm cultivators in the world, who would dare to believe it? We can't hesitate any longer. Use your trump card, quickly. In the end, Ji Chaoyin couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, the killing intent in his eyes surging wildly. Lin Sun's heaven-defying combat power, which could not be measured by common sense, had made him feel a serious threat. Just as Ji Chaoyin's voice faded away, Ji Guiling and Ji Haiwen displayed their trump cards in unison. Myriad flow. Ji Guiling shouted. The void suddenly split open, and the vast power of rules surged out. It was like the water of the ninth heaven had burst a dam, and it was about to drown the world. The vast power of rules covered the heavens and the earth. Compared to it, everything else seemed extremely small and powerless. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Ji Guiling's aura suddenly weakened after he executed this attack, and his face turned pale. Obviously, such an attack consumed a great deal of energy even for a creation realm existence like him. Mountains and rivers together, the bright moon shines alone. At the same time, a strand of a cold and indistinct voice resounded out. Ji Hawen gestured with his white hand, and it seemed as if a myriad of mountains and rivers lay across the world. A bright and clear moon alone illuminated the world, and it emanated chilly radiance that was hazy and dreamlike. The mountains and rivers were all formed from mysterious rules, especially the bright moon. It was like the incarnation of all the Tao in the world, and it was filled with a supreme charm that illuminated the ages. Such a scene was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble, and it was also unimaginably terrifying. Even looking at it from afar, Ji Bowen and the others who had exceeded the realm of rules felt a chill in their hearts, and they felt suffocated and helpless. Lin Sun's bloodshot eyes shone with a crazy luster. The next moment, the Gate of Exile suddenly appeared, covering the world. The huge gate that covered an area of tens of thousands of meters was like a bloody mouth that could swallow the sky. The Gate of Exile, a forbidden magic, was released by Lin Sun, who had reached the perfection of the realm of rules. Its power was already different from before. Boom, the mighty torrent of laws released by Ji Guiling was extremely terrifying, but at this moment, it was like 10,000 streams returning to the sea, completely swallowed by the door of exile. How is this possible? Ji Guiling shouted. His brows were full of shock. This was his trump card, and it consumed more than half of his cultivation. At the same time, Ji Haiwen also let out a cry of disbelief. The world of mountains, rivers, and moons was violently crushed like a piece of paper, vanishing into the door of exile. The terrifying power of the laws contained within it seemed so weak. Boom, heaven and earth rumbled. The door of exile moved horizontally, simply swallowing everything. What supreme divine abilities! What power of laws! Everything was crushed and swallowed like a whirlwind. Such a scene shocked Ji Bowen and the others to the point their scalps went numb, and their eyeballs almost fell out. Lin Sun's 4 Daoist bodies had already been mobilized. Green wood and red fire Taoist bodies worked together to deal with Ji Guiling, while white gold and yellow earth Taoist bodies worked together to deal with Ji Han. On the other hand, Lin Sun's main body was doing his best to restrain Ji Chaoyin's attacks. Rumble, the battle was getting more and more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Ji Guiling's figure was suppressed by green wood and the scarlet flame Taoist body. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. He was directly swallowed by the door of exile. No! Ji Guiling roared angrily, his eyes about to split open. He struggled madly, but to no avail. His figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the door of exile. An early-stage creator was exiled just like that. Courting death. Ji Chaoyin was enraged. Her eyes were cold and terrifying. She used her trump card. An incomparably dazzling sword light appeared between her fingers and slashed out angrily. The dangerous aura caused Lin Sun's main body to shiver, but he did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to resist. Clang! Even the abyssal sword cauldron could not withstand the attack and was sent flying. Then, the sword chi pressed down on Lin Sun. Even though Lin Sun had used all his strength to resist, he was still injured. His figure staggered back a few steps in the void, and he could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. The sword chi was too terrifying. It tore a bloody sword mark on his chest and almost cut open his stomach. This was the power of the late-stage creator. Even though Lin Sun's main body possessed heaven-defying strength, it was inevitable that he would be injured in this life-and-death battle. But no matter what, Ji Chaoyin's furious sword was still blocked by his main body. At the same time, Ji Han's figure was surrounded and attacked by the four Taoist bodies. She suffered an unbearable blow. Then, her heavily injured figure was swallowed by the door of exile, and she followed in Ji Guiling's footsteps. Everything had happened too quickly. Even a mid-stage creator like Ji Han could not withstand the all-out attack of the four Taoist bodies. Of course, Lin Sun's main body had paid a price for this. He had been injured by the sword light, but fortunately, it was not serious. Ji Bowen and the others were extremely shocked and furious. The successive deaths had caused their faces to turn ashen, and their hands and feet to turn cold. Their Ji clan had only been able to produce 4 creation-level experts after countless years of history and accumulation. But first, Ji Guozian had met with disaster in the eternal true world. Then, Ji Guiling and Ji Han had died one after another. One could imagine how heavy the blow was. In fact, it had shaken their foundations. It was enough to cause the Ji clan's power to plummet. How could this be? How could this be? Why? Ji Bowen and the others were about to go crazy. You deserve to die. Ji Chaoyin was completely enraged as well. She seemed to have gone mad. Boom, his robes fluttered, and his power erupted like a volcano. Dazzling eternal light of the Tao radiated from him, making him look like an enraged overlord. Especially the space between his brows, a bloody slit had actually silently split open, and then a wisp of gorgeous and scarlet-red sword light gradually emerged from this bloody slit. With every inch the sword light appeared, the world would tremble, and Ji Chaoyin's power would increase by a notch. When this sword light was completely revealed, it was an entire 7 inches long, devilishly scarlet-red, and its edge was crystalline and dazzling. It seemed as if it was constructed from a strand of scarlet-red blood of the gods, and the aura it emitted was so terrifying that it dyed the heavens and the earth a horrifying red color. Rumble, the entire phoenix perched divine mountain violently trembled at this moment. Visible to the naked eye, the power of laws turned into streaks of light that shot out from different regions of the mountain and frantically gathered towards the 7-inch sword light, causing the power of the sword light to soar. Phoenix perched divine sword. In an instant, Ji Bowen and the others couldn't help but reveal looks of shock. This was the supreme divine ability of their Ji clan, a forbidden, peerless divine ability. It was capable of summoning all of the various types of edictal energy that had been suppressing Phoenix Perch Divine Mountain, and then, along with the user's entire strength and cultivation, all of it would be gathered into a single streak of sword light. Such might could easily annihilate any creation realm expert, and only boundless realm experts would be able to resist it. Of course, it was utterly impossible for a boundless realm expert to be born in the various eras of the ruins of creation. Thus, this forbidden divine ability could be said to be the ultimate divine ability of the Ji clan, and it could be used to awe the world. But now, this divine ability had been executed by Ji Chaoyin, who was furious to the extreme. At this moment, Lin Sun's heart was extremely cold. He immediately retreated and stayed on guard from afar, and he calmed down from his resentful state. If I use all my strength to block it, I might be able to block it, but I'll definitely suffer heavy injuries. If that's the case, Ji Bowen and the other 8 transcendents would be able to kill me. Lin Sun realized the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, he gathered the 4 Taoist bodies to guard his body, and at the same time, he summoned Xia Ji from the Ark of Eternity. Xia Ji, I'll deal with this old thing. If I can't hold on, you'll lead me out of this place. Lin Sun's thoughts echoed in Xia Ji's mind. Let me do it. Xia Ji took a step forward, and actually charged towards the distant Ji Chaoyin. She was so fast that Lin Sun couldn't stop her. Get back here. Lin Sun's expression changed, and he chased after her. Go. At this moment, Ji Chaoyin spat out a cold voice from her lips. Swish, the scarlet 7-inch sword light, which had been accumulating power for a long time, swept out and slashed in the void. The world instantly fell into a scene of destruction, as if it couldn't withstand the power of the sword. And as Ji Chaoyin's sword slashed out, an indescribable killing aura manifested, the terrifying scene of doomsday and the collapse of the heavens. This was the ultimate Phoenix Sword, a supreme forbidden divine ability so powerful that even creation realm cultivators felt despair. Dense and obscure divine chains that seemed like destiny appeared on Xia Ji's graceful figure, and they were suffused with a supreme mysterious aura. Her body glowed as if she was burning her life. In her left hand, a vast expanse of white light of time surged out, and in her right hand, obscure and mysterious power of karma rose. When the ultimate Phoenix Sword slashed down, Xia Ji suddenly put her hands together in front of her, and she formed a mysterious hand seal. And the light of time and the power of karma fused in the hand seal, and they were released with a bang. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent, and an unbelievable scene appeared. Time flowed, and when karma interweaved like a river, the starry sky seemed to have fallen into a strange reincarnation, and everything showed a scene of withering, sinking, and being annihilated. Under the impact of this supreme power, the phenomenon in the world collapsed and disappeared like bubbles, and the 7-inch sword light that slashed down suddenly stopped in front of Xia Ji, and it buzzed and trembled violently. Then, it exploded with a bang. The ultimate Phoenix Sword, such a supreme taboo divine ability, had actually been dealt with. Lin Sun, who chased up to Xia Ji, couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Boom, as Xia Ji's hand seal, which was combined with the profound meaning of time and cause and effect, the world turned upside down, and everything seemed to fall into a kind of death cycle. Ji Chaoyin only felt that there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, and unspeakable fear surged in his body and mind. The power of time and fate, like a torrent, wrapped his body and mind, and rushed into the unknown abyss of time and space. Then, under everyone's gaze, Ji Chaoyin, who was at the late stage of creation realm, was like a dead tree deprived of vitality. His spirit and the power of the Great Way all disappeared in the blink of an eye, and countless fine cracks appeared on his body like dense cobwebs. Bang! In the end, his body was completely unable to hold on any longer, and it rustled as it transformed into an expanse of ash that seemed like gray and hazy powder that drifted into the surroundings and vanished completely. There was a dead silence. Lin Sun was also shocked by the scene. At this moment, Xia Ji's clear and melodious voice sounded in his ears. This is the calamity of dust, the most powerful magic power I can master at present. 3 consecutive updates. Have a good weekend, everyone. Between heaven and earth, the destructive torrent of power was still reverberating. But all the people in the field were silent. Ji Bowen and the other 8 existences in the realm of rules were completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Ji Chaoyin, the famous late stage of creation in the ruins of fate, the only antique of the Ji family who had reached the late stage of creation, had been turned into a handful of ashes. All this happened in the blink of an eye. They had thought that with the supreme taboo Phoenix Absolute Sword, they could easily kill the existences in the realm of creation. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill Lin Sun, a figure in the realm of rules, but the reality slapped them hard in the face. The appearance of Xia Ji, with only one blow, defeated the Phoenix Absolute Sword and killed Ji Chaoyin, a late stage of creation, into ashes. All of this caused Ji Bowen and the others to feel extremely terrified, and they felt like their guts were being torn apart. Mortal calamity, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. This kind of taboo magic, which combined the two supreme ways of time and cause and effect, was so horrible that even he was shocked. Lin Sun, it's up to you now. Xianxia turned her head and looked at Lin Sun with her clear eyes. Then, her slender figure suddenly fell down softly. Lin Sun held her in his arms and broke out in a cold sweat. When he was sure that Xianxia had just exhausted all her power and fell into a deep sleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no doubt that Xianxia had exhausted all her power to display the magical power of mortal calamity, so that she directly fell into a deep sleep. After carefully placing Xianxia in the eternal boat, Lin Sun looked at Ji Bowen and the others in the distance. Ji Chaoyin, the biggest threat, had been eliminated by Xianxia. Although Ji Bowen and the others were numerous, they were no longer a threat. Yongqing, you leave first and take your clansmen away. I'll hold Lin Sun with the others. Ji Bowen gave the order in a deep voice, his face full of determination. That night, they had come to deprive Lin Fan and Su Bai of their talent, but no one expected that Lin Sun's sudden appearance would make the situation develop to such a point. First, Ji Changyun and Ji Zhongshan, two existences in the realm of rules, were slaughtered along with some other big shots. Following that, Ji Guiling, Ji Hewen, and Ji Chaoyin, the three creator realm cultivators, fell one after another. It was to the point that at this moment, Ji Bowen realized that not to mention changing the fate of his clan, it was extremely likely that his Ji clan would be in danger of being annihilated tonight. The blow from all of this was too great, and even a great figure like Ji Bowen, who was accustomed to experiencing great storms, couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. Patriarch. Ji Yongqing's eyes were red, his expression sorrowful. Quick! Ji Bowen roared. This is the territory of your Ji clan. Where else can we run to? Lin Sun said coldly in the distance. Buzz, at this moment, Lin Sun cast the seal of time. The dreamy light of time intertwined and turned into a seal that covered the sky and the sun. This was the first time Lin Sun had used the seal of time since he had stepped onto the eternal path of the Tao. Unlike before, the restrictions condensed by the seal of time were like a curtain that covered the sky, compared to the power of the seal of time that Divine Emperor Eternal Night had set up outside the flowing light forbidden area. Although it was still a bit inferior, it was not much weaker. The supreme forbidden power of the Divine Emperor Eternal Night, the seal of time, in an instant, Ji Bowen recognized it, and his heart sank to the bottom. The faces of the other Eternal Realm experts of the Ji clan also became extremely unsightly. A long time ago, the Divine Emperor Eternal Night once walked in the era of the gods. He was just one person, but he was invincible and covered the sky. He was a hero that even the Eternal Realm experts could only bow their heads, even when the Divine Emperor Eternal Night was seriously injured by the Great Silence Calamity. In the countless years after he hid in the flowing light forbidden area, no one in the vast ruins of fortune was able to break into the flowing light forbidden area. The reason lay in the seal of time that covered the flowing light forbidden domain. But now, such a forbidden power was cast by Lin Sun, and it covered the whole world. This was tantamount to trapping all the leaders of the Ji clan in the territory of the Ji clan, like beasts in a cage. Now, it's time to settle the grievances between us. Lin Sun swallowed an incomparably wonderful divine medicine, and in the blink of an eye, his exhausted physical strength was restored. After sweeping through the 12 eternal god clans of the 9th heaven, Lin Sun had plundered a lot of such peerless divine medicines. Guys, let's fight him to the death. Ji Bowen roared. Under the stimulation of being at the end of the road, their fighting spirit was stimulated, and all of them were ready to fight to the death. Kill! The other great figures shouted, and without hesitation, each took out their eternal Tao soldiers, and launched their supreme divine powers towards Lin Sun. The divine power was vast, and the eternal Tao light raged between heaven and earth, but it couldn't break through the power of the seal of time. But at this time, no one cared about this. They seemed to have gone crazy, and all of them desperately rushed forward. A total of 9 eternal existences in the transcendent realm risked their lives. How terrifying would that scene be? Then, some were like the gods of fire, controlling the divine flames, burning the heavens and destroying the earth. Some were holding large halberds, wearing black armor, like a god of war descending to the world. Some roared, the wind rose, the clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, releasing all kinds of supreme divine powers that could destroy the world. And some, all kinds of powerful and terrible attacks gathered together, all covering Lin Sun. Just the scene of destruction alone made people feel desperate. Ants trying to shake a tree. Lin Sun's deep black eyes were filled with a cold disdain. In the next moment, he suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and charged forward. The 4 Dao bodies stood on guard around his main body, and they each activated the eternal Dao weapons in their hands. They were like peerlessly dazzling and peerlessly sharp lights that stabbed forcefully into the vast torrent of energy. Boom! Visible to the naked eye, the torrent of power formed by all kinds of supreme divine powers and Tao soldiers was torn straight, leaving a huge crack. No one knew how many supreme divine powers collapsed like bubbles. No one knew how many eternal Dao soldiers exploded in the earth-shattering collision. In the blink of an eye, the offensive of Ji Bowen and others was easily broken, and Lin Sun and his doppelganger had already approached them. It was too fast and too domineering. It was no different from directly crushing them. Oh no! Hide! Ji Bowen and others all changed their expressions when they heard the scream. But it was obviously a step too late. Lin Sun and the 4 Tao bodies suddenly separated, each staring at an opponent and attacking fiercely. Bang! When a gray-haired old man dodged, his figure was directly hit by the abyssal sword cauldron, and his whole body was like a straw under a mountain, unable to struggle. In other directions, the 4 doppelgangers of Greenwood, Chihua, Platinum, and Yellow Earth also showed an absolutely invincible posture, suppressing their opponents one by one. That scene was no different from a sheep entering a tiger's flock, so what if Lin Sun was in the transcendent realm? Even those in the early and middle stages of creation realm could be killed by Lin Sun, let alone these people in the same realm. In the eyes of Lin Sun, these opponents might have already set foot on the eternal Tao. The power controlled by him was enough to make hundreds of millions of people in the world look up to him. But for him, they were no different from chickens and dogs. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were suppressed. Such a scene made Ji Bowen and others, who had already decided to fight to the death, feel a sense of collapse. How could they fight like this? With the power they possessed, it was completely insufficient. If before, they still had the resolute fighting spirit to perish together with Lin Sun, but after witnessing such a scene, even this fighting spirit began to waver. Lin Sun didn't waste any time at all. His original body and doppelganger rushed out, and in just a few breaths, they suppressed the remaining 4 people, including Ji Bowen, one by one. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it was only a moment. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun showed an irresistible and invincible posture, and no one could resist the killing from him at all. How could this be? How could this be? Ji Bowen, who was suppressed and kneeling on the ground, lost his soul, and his face was ashen. Everything that happened tonight was a huge blow to him. At this moment, his mind was blank, and he was at a loss as to what to do. There is no good thing in this world that can be obtained without paying a price. Do you really think that you can change the fate of your clan by working for the culprit behind the calamity of the era? Lin Sun's eyes were cold as he looked down at Ji Bowen, and he didn't hide his sarcasm at all. Now, you see, just because you worked for the culprit behind the scenes, your entire Ji clan will be removed from the world. This is the price you have to pay. No, it can't be. My Ji clan has survived the calamity of the era, and has survived for tens of thousands of years to this day. How could it be destroyed? It absolutely can't be, it can't be. Ji Bowen roared as if he had gone mad. Not only your Ji clan, but also the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan can't escape. After saying that, Lin Sun directly grabbed Ji Bowen and the other suppressed big shots of the Ji clan and pressed them into the abyssal sword cauldron. At this point, all the figures of the Ji clan who had stepped into the eternal realm had been captured in one fell swoop, but Lin Sun didn't care about this. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Fan and Su Bai's figures appeared out of thin air. The wounds on both of them had healed, but Lin Sun was worried that their talent power had been damaged. This was what Lin Sun cared about the most. Stand still and don't move. Before Lin Fan and Su Bai could react, Lin Sun's divine senses had already penetrated into their bodies and began to carefully sense and investigate. Lin Fan and Su Bai looked at each other and could not help but look around. Between the mountains and rivers, the breath of destruction was still pervading, and everywhere was a scene of withering and dilapidation. The strong smell of blood and killing lingered in the void, making the two young people who had not yet set foot on the path of immortality feel a chill all over their bodies. "Father, are they all dead?" Lin Fan could not help but ask. Subai also looked at his master. This was the first time he had seen Lin Sun since they parted in Chaotian City in the vast Thousand Battles domain. He was both excited and ashamed in his heart. In the final analysis, it was because he was too weak that he was coerced by the enemy as a hostage and caused such a big disaster for his master. "Well, don't worry. I'll take you away later." Lin Sun responded absent-mindedly, still concentrating on investigating and sensing the talent power of Lin Fan and Su Bai, not daring to make the slightest negligence. Those unimaginably powerful enemies were really all dead. Indescribable shock and excitement surged in Lin Sun and Su Bai's hearts. They felt that everything they had experienced today was like a dream. "I'll send you a chapter first. There will be 2 more in the evening." After a long time, Lin Sun retracted his divine senses, feeling much more relaxed. Lin Fan and Su Bai's talents had not been completely stripped away, but they had suffered a certain degree of impact, which would inevitably affect their path. If it were anyone else, they would be doomed to be helpless. However, this problem could be easily solved by the power of nirvana. They only needed to reshape their talents with the power of the profound meaning of nirvana. Lin Sun told Lin Fan and Su Bai about this, and they relaxed and became happy. "Father, I've made you worry this time." A hint of embarrassment appeared on Lin Fan's handsome face. Lin Sun said in a gentle voice, "When I was young and cultivating alone, I also received help from many seniors. This is nothing. After experiencing this, I believe you have also experienced how powerful the eternal realm is. In the future, just cultivate well." Lin Fan and Su Bai nodded in unison. "Father, where are we?" Lin Fan asked. After he and Su Bai were captured in the eternal true world, they had been in a coma. They had only just woken up tonight and did not know anything at all. The ruins of creation, in the Ji clan of the era of the gods. Lin Sun casually told the ins and outs of the matter. "In the end, their ultimate goal was to deal with me, but you 2 little guys were implicated. Master, I've always remembered your words. You have to bear the corresponding responsibilities and risks to enjoy the benefits. This is nothing at all. Don't blame yourself." Su Bai, who had been silent, could not help but speak up at this moment. "Senior brother Su Bai is right." Lin Fan echoed with a smile. Lin Sun looked at the 2 of them and could not help but think of himself and Yunqing Bai when they were young. One had the talent of devouring abyss, and the other was born with sword bone. The difference was that the relationship between them was not that of an enemy. The past was like smoke. With Lin Sun's current identity and cultivation, looking at the grievances between him and Yunqing Bai, he only felt regret and sympathy for this person. How cruel it was to have one's own fate. "Fanner, Su Bai, now that I've captured all the Eternal Realm characters of the Ji clan, what do you think I should do with the other members of the Ji clan next?" Lin Sun suddenly asked. Lin Fan and Su Bai were stunned, realizing that Lin Sun wanted to test their mentality on this matter. "Father, the main culprit has been eliminated. The others are all innocent. It's better to let them go." After a moment of silence, Lin Fan said. Lin Sun did not comment and looked at Su Bai. "What will you do?" Su Bai looked calm and said, "Today's matter is settled by my master, so it should be up to him to make a decision, but I will definitely come here again in the future to wash away today's shame." Lin Sun turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. "If we do as you say, in the future, those surviving members of the Ji clan come to take revenge on our Lin clan, what should we do?" Lin Fan didn't give it any thought before he said, "So long as I become stronger than them, then they won't have any chance to take revenge at all. Not to mention that we cultivators spend our entire lives fighting and slaughtering, so it's unavoidable for us to make many enemies. Could it be that we would be afraid of their revenge?" After pausing for a moment, Lin Fan said with determination in his eyes, "The existence of enemies will only force me to keep moving forward and become stronger." Lin finally smiled and said with relief, "You have a kind heart, but after all, you lack experience and don't understand the dangers of the world. Just like today, with my ability, it is enough to sweep through the Ji dynasty. Those eternal realm figures of the Ji clan, but why do they still dare to attack you?" First, they are confident that they can capture me, and second, they have more powerful people behind them to support them. Speaking of this, Lin Sun looked serious. This also means that you may become extremely powerful in the future, but what if your children and relatives are also threatened by the enemy? Lin Fan was suddenly stunned and fell into deep thought. At this time, Lin Sun looked at Su Bai and said, "Your decision is very good. Get up from where you fall. Remember, don't take me, your master, too seriously in the future. My decision can't replace your will. My master said that a disciple doesn't have to be inferior to a master, but in my opinion, a disciple can be inferior to a master as long as he sticks to his state of mind and seeks his own path." Su Bai trembled and saluted solemnly. "Disciple has learned." Lin Sun patted him on the shoulder. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It will affect your heart to seek the Tao and become a burden instead." Su Bai nodded. The shackles of obsession in his heart seemed to have been broken, and his whole person became relaxed. From the time he worshipped Lin Sun as his master, he had set catching up with him as his goal. He was afraid that he would disappoint his master if he went too slowly. Therefore, over the years, he had treated himself with an extremely harsh attitude. No matter what he did, he was thinking about how to make himself stronger and how to not let his master Lin Sun down. As a result, he had unknowingly brought great pressure and burden to himself. There was no other way. His master was too powerful, and he could not catch up with him even if he tried his best. On the contrary, the gap between them continued to widen. At this time, Lin Sun's words were not the essence of the Great Way. They were very simple and casual, but for Su Bai, they completely opened the knot in his heart, which was no less than a sharp warning and enlightening. "When the problem of the Ji clan is solved, I will take you to an interesting place." With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Sun removed the seal of time and took Lin Fan and Su Bai to the distance. A quarter of an hour later. The three kinds of divine-level power covering the sky above the Ji clan, the Phoenix Perch Divine Mountain, and the wealth that belonged to the Ji clan accumulated over countless years were all taken away by Lin Sun. The Ji clan also paid the price. All the immortal-level characters were killed, and the emperors were crippled one by one. This was the same fate as the eternal gods in the ninth heaven. This was Lin Sun's attitude and approach. All of this was seen by Lin Fan and Su Bai, and both had different feelings and thoughts in their hearts. In this regard, Lin Sun did not ask any more questions. He did not expect his son and disciple to have the same attitude and approach as him. As long as they could learn something from this incident, it was enough. The night was deep. Lin Sun took Lin Fan and Su Bai and left the era of the gods that night, heading in the direction of the divine city of fortune. When he became the lord of the divine city of fortune, he was only at the heavenly longevity realm. Although he could control and use the power of the rules in the city, he could not comprehend its true meaning. But now it was different. He was already in existence at the great perfection realm, enough to comprehend the true mystery of the rules of the divine city of fortune. Back then, Chen Lin Kong also said that as the lord of the divine city of fortune, as long as Lin Sun reached the eternal Tao, he could take away the river diagram that guarded the sky above the divine city of fortune. This was a treasure left behind by Chen Lin Kong's grandfather, Chen Shi. At dawn, the news of the destruction of the Ji clan spread like the wind. It spread like wildfire. The entire Great Zhou region was shaken, and endless waves were set off. The Ji clan, a god race that could be ranked in the top 3 in the ruins of creation, had actually been annihilated in a single night. Who wouldn't be shocked when such news spread out? Who did this? They escaped the destruction of the era, but they couldn't escape the attack of a single night. The mighty Ji clan has fallen just like that? This is going to change the world. The news continued to spread, and everywhere it reached, it would cause a huge uproar. Countless voices of shock and astonishment would resound. From this, it could be seen how great the shock brought to people when such a behemoth like the Ji clan fell. In the midst of the discussion, a group of people arrived at the place where the divine mountain of Phoenix Perch was originally located. However, the divine mountain of Phoenix Perch had long been refined and taken away, so it seemed empty and desolate. "It's really a disaster." The faces of this group of people all changed. They came from the Gaoyang clan and the Jiang clan respectively, and they were led by 2 existences in the creation realm. One was called Gaoyang Hui. He was dressed in a black robe and had black hair. He was thin, but he looked as handsome as a young man. The other one was called Jiang Tao. He wore a black battle robe, and his hair was like a halberd. His eyes were cold and sharp. At this moment, the two existences in the creation realm were also stunned and shocked. This time, they came to discuss how to divide the fortune of Lin Sun after capturing him. Who would have thought that when they arrived, it would be such a scene? For a moment, everyone was silent, and their expressions were uncertain. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. "There is a stone tablet there." Suddenly, Dao Yanghui said, and his eyes were fixed on the land in the distance. There were broken walls and ruins, and a stone tablet stood like a sword. On the stone tablet, a line of simple and natural handwriting was engraved. Jiang Tao, who also found the stone tablet, read it casually, "Within a month, I will wait for you in the divine city of fortune. I will take revenge on you if you have any grievances. If you don't come, I will pay a visit in person a month later." Everyone's eyes were fixed. "It's Lin Sun. It's really him." These big shots from the two clans all showed an expression of "I knew it." But the next moment, a storm arose in their hearts. The whole Ji clan had 4 creation realm and 12 exceeding rules realm. It was so powerful that it was no weaker than the Gaoyang clan and the Jiang clan. But in one night, it was destroyed by Lin Sun. How could they not be shocked? It's been less than 100 years. How could this boy become so powerful? Someone said in a trembling voice. The expressions of the others were also very ugly. Their understanding of Lin Sun was still at the time when he left the divine city of fortune. At that time, Lin Sun was only in the immortal realm of heaven longevity. But now, everything that happened in the Ji clan undoubtedly proved that Lin Sun already had the terrifying power to kill existences in the creation realm. Moreover, the Ji clan was destroyed in one night. If it was the Gaoyang clan or the Jiang clan, would they be able to withstand Lin Sun's attack? Just thinking about it made their hearts palpitate, and it was difficult for them to calm down. What should we do? Soon, everyone's eyes turned to the 2 creation realm existences, Dao Yanghui and Jiang Tao. What should they do? This was undoubtedly a tricky problem. Dao Yanghui and Jiang Tao looked at each other and couldn't help frowning. With the example of the destruction of the Ji clan, how could they dare to underestimate Lin Sun? In fact, they even had the faint idea of retreating in their hearts. Of all people to provoke, why did they have to provoke a fierce existence who had the power to destroy an entire clan? But the handwriting on the stone tablet made the 2 existences in the creation realm realize that even if they chose to retreat, they would still be visited by Lin Sun a month later. At that time, the consequences would be serious. Our action this time is under the will of the supreme ruler behind the era calamity. We can't give up halfway. After a while, Dao Yanghui suddenly took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. What's more, Lin Sun has already declared war. If we retreat, won't we be a joke to the world? His words were high-sounding, but everyone knew that Gao Yanghui's decision was really a last resort. Of course, no one would expose this. Because they all knew that they really couldn't back down. That's right. We can't just let it go like this. Although Lin Sun's strength is strong enough to annihilate the Ji clan, don't forget that there are hundreds of civilizations in the ruins of fortune. Just the civilizations that have figures at the eternal realm are as many as 33. If we join forces, it's not impossible to annihilate Lin Sun. Jiang Tao also said in a low voice. Everyone was stunned at first, and then their eyes lit up. Old Ginger was really spicier. If they only relied on the strength of the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan to deal with Lin Sun, they were bound to suffer heavy casualties. But if they joined forces with other forces, the gathered power would not only become extremely terrifying, but the casualties would also be greatly reduced. Moreover, with the status and influence of the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan, it would be easy for them to join forces with the eternal realm figures of all the major clans in the world. What Brother Jiang said is exactly what I think. Dao Yanghui was in high spirits and said, don't forget that this is the ruins of fate, which is covered with the rule power of the supreme ruler behind the era calamity. And we are acting under the order of the supreme ruler. I don't believe that the supreme ruler will tolerate Lin Sun's arrogance. His words were powerful and sonorous. Jiang Tao's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but take another glance at Gao Yanghui before he said, Daoist brother's words have awoken me from my dreams. In my opinion, there's no time to lose, and we should take action immediately. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. All right. Gao Yonghui nodded. Immediately, both of them led their clansmen back to their respective clans and started to take action. Just 3 days later, all the epics in the ruins of fortune were stirred. The Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan united and issued an edict to the world that they would go to the divine ruins to kill Lin Sun in 10 days. When this news came out, the whole world was shocked. The Yan clan, Liangqiu clan, and Ying clan have all declared that they will fully support the operation of the two god clans. The Divine Race's Pu clan has also announced that they will arrive at the Fortune Divine City in 10 days. The Chu clan of the God clan, for a time all the god clans in the world expressed that they would dispatch the eternal realm existences of their clans to act together with the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan, causing a great uproar in the civilizations of the various epochs. The world was in an uproar. Lin. Who could have imagined that his return after so many years would cause such a great commotion? It is said that he destroyed the Ji clan of the God clan overnight and declared war on the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan. It is precisely this matter that completely infuriated all the God clans in the world and made him the target of public criticism. I have to say that this Lin Sun is indeed a ruthless person. How can those God clans not be afraid of him when he is so powerful? The world is going to be in chaos. All kinds of discussions sounded continuously. There were hundreds of epics in the entire ruins of fortune, but in just 3 days, they were all alarmed by this matter. And Lin Sun's name resounded throughout the world in these 3 days, and was known by the cultivators of various epochs. Lin Sun has the power to overturn the Ji clan. His combat strength is definitely enough to kill a creation realm existence. As everyone knows, he has already mastered the secrets of the Divine City of Fortune and became the master of the Divine City of Fortune. Under such circumstances, even if all the god clans join forces to deal with him, I'm afraid they will have to pay a price. It's useless to talk about this now. In 10 days, we will know the result. Back to 3 days ago. Lin Sun led Lin Fan and Subai across the starry sky, and they finally arrived at the Divine City of Fortune after half a day. What a magnificent city! When he saw the Divine City of Fortune standing in the starry sky from afar, Lin Fan could not help but exclaim in surprise. The majesty of this city was absolutely rare in the world, and even the stars seemed extraordinarily small in front of the city. A strange light appeared in Subai's eyes. On the way here, he and Lin Fan had already learned about the origins of the Divine City of Fortune from Lin Sun, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they felt completely different. Lin Sun's gaze looked towards the distant heights of the Divine City of Fortune. There was a chaotic and obscure sky covering it, and when he looked carefully, he could vaguely see a mysterious treasure floating in it. It was shaped like a dark tortoise shell. That was the river diagram. It was the supreme treasure left behind by Chen Linkong's grandfather. It was precisely because of the protection of this treasure that as long as one confirmed the Tao and transcended the tribulation in this city, one would not have to worry about being attacked by the Great Silence lifeless tribulation. Of course, the power of the rules in this city would suppress the power of all cultivators. Once an Eternal Realm expert approached, he would be bombarded and kept out. Even an Eternal Realm expert could only enter and exit the Divine City of Fortune by suppressing his cultivation to the level of Juxian Emperor Ancestor. All of this meant that unless Lin Sun, the owner of this city, allowed it, other Eternal Realm existences could not avoid the killing of the Great Silence lifeless tribulation in the city. Back then, after Lin Sun left, many sages of the ancient battle alliance, such as Wu Yang and Xianxia, stayed in the city. One reason was to avoid the attack of the Great Silence lifeless tribulation, and the other was to comprehend the power of the origin of creation. In this way, they could confirm their Tao and break through the realm in the city. Let's go. Lin Sun led Lin Fan and Subai into the city. As the owner of this city, he would naturally not be suppressed by the power of the rules in this city. When Lin Sun's figure appeared in the city, the scenes of the various areas of this huge divine city were also presented in his heart. At this moment, he clearly felt the power of the rules that belonged to this city. It was like shapeless air that existed everywhere and covered every inch of the city. It was profound, unfathomable, and filled with inconceivable profundities. When Lin Sun was still in the heavenly longevity realm, he could sense this power of rules, but he could not recognize or comprehend it at all. But it was different now. With a thought, all kinds of magical auras of the great path rushed into his heart like a tide, making him have the urge to immediately meditate and cultivate. But in the end, he resisted. As soon as he returned, Lin Sun planned to meet those old friends first. So they're cultivating in the depths of the Creation Star Dome. Soon, Lin Sun captured the auras of Battle Emperor Wuyang and Sacred Buddha Xianxia. He immediately teleported with Lin Fan and Subai. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the Creation Star Dome was located. This was an extremely vast plain. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the ground was hard, paved with a layer of hard black divine stones. On the other hand, the sky was densely dotted with dazzling and bright stars. Every single star revealed a different aura of the Grand Tao, and they floated there silently like numerous sky lanterns that emanated completely different divine radiance of the Grand Tao and suffused this vast expanse of the heavens and the earth. This Creation Star Dome was created by Qin Shi, the grandfather of Chen Lin Kong. It adopted the cultivation system of hundreds of eras in this star dome, unreservedly for future generations to observe and comprehend. In the past, Lin Sun realized the ultimate mystery of the Creation Star Dome here, and thus became the master of the Creation Divine City. Just like in the past, in this area where the Creation Star Dome was located, many figures were sitting cross-legged and meditating, all comprehending the cultivation power in the Creation Star Dome. Some frowned and meditated, some sat motionless, some were beaming with joy, and some were in a daze. When they saw this scene, Lin Fan and Subai could not help but feel curious. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately said, "You can meditate here and experience the cultivation systems of different eras. This will be beneficial to your future cultivation." Lin Fan and Subai agreed without hesitation. Lin Sun, on the other hand, went straight to the depths of this area. The deeper they went, the fewer people there were. In the end, there were only over 20 figures sitting cross-legged in the vast world by themselves. When Lin Sun arrived, these figures all sensed him and opened their eyes one after another. "Everyone, look who's here. Haha, no wonder I'm so restless today. It turns out that my little friend is here. Lin Sun, why did you return at this time?" For a time, all kinds of voices sounded. These figures got up one after another and greeted him with a smile. They were led by War Emperor Wuyang, Xianxia Holy Buddha, and Dragon Elephant War Emperor. They all looked surprised and happy. "Greetings, seniors." Lin Sun also smiled and saluted them. He was naturally very happy to meet them again after a long time. "Hey, you've achieved the Eternal Tao?" Wu Yang could see the difference in Lin Sun's aura at a glance and could not help showing a strange expression. Hearing this, the other old monsters also reacted and were stunned for a moment, feeling a little incredulous. They clearly remembered that when Lin Sun left the Creation Divine City, he was only at the longevity realm. But now, in less than 100 years, Lin Sun had achieved the Eternal Tao. This speed of promotion shocked these old guys, and they all had different expressions. "Do you want to sit down and tell us what you've experienced all these years and how you achieved the Eternal Tao?" Wu Yang asked with a smile. "Yes, today, we've reunited with our little friend Lin after a long time. We should drink and talk at the same time. Only then will we be happy. What do you think?" Someone suggested. Everyone nodded and echoed with a smile. More updates for you. Lin Sun and the sages of the ancient desolation region sat on the ground, drinking and chatting. Before long, Lin Sun told them some of his experiences after leaving the divine city of fortune. For example, when did he attain eternal Tao, when did he attack the ninth heaven, and why did he return to the divine ruins of fortune this time? When they learned that the Ji clan of the era of the gods was destroyed by Lin Sun, all the old monsters present were shocked speechless. "In terms of combat strength, I'm afraid we're already inferior to our young friend Lin Sun." After a while, Xingjia sighed. With emotion. The others were overwhelmed with emotions. These old men had attained eternal Tao for many years, but their current cultivation was only at the level of the transcendent of rules, far inferior to Lin Sun, whose cultivation kept rising like the tide after the rain. Moreover, even though they were both in the transcendent of rules, Lin Sun already had the ability to kill creation experts and overturn the Ji clan of the God clan. This was far from what these old fellows could compare to. For a moment, everyone sighed incessantly. It was undeniable that Lin Sun was now an overlord on the path of eternal Tao. He was like the sun hanging high in the sky, shining with boundless light. Even in all the heavens, he was a powerful existence that could be admired by billions of people, and even Eternal Realm experts had to be wary of him. In that case, you're planning to use this opportunity to destroy the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan as well? Wu Yang suddenly asked. His words caused everyone's eyes to focus on Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded calmly, they're just like the Ji clan, lackeys of the mastermind. If I don't kill them, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Everyone looked at each other, their emotions tumbling. In the past, among the hundreds of civilizations in the ruins of fortune, who would dare to challenge the three supreme god clans of the era of the gods, how could they not be shocked by Lin Sun's current attitude? It could be said that in the entire ruins of fortune, only Lin Sun had such a foundation and courage. If anyone else were to clamor like this, they would probably be laughed at for overestimating their own strength. But you should know that the ruins of fortune is surrounded by the power of the mastermind. If you're targeted, I'm afraid you'll attract an unpredictable disaster. Wu Yang said. Lin Sun had already thought of this problem, and he said in a low voice, this is also the reason why I returned to the divine city of fortune. Here, there is the power of the source of fortune and the protection of the river diagram. If a war breaks out, even if there is an unpredictable disaster, there should be a way to resolve it. Only then did everyone understand. Lin Sun was the lord of the divine city of fortune, and he was able to utilize the power of the rules of the city. So if he encountered a dangerous attack like the Deathless Calamity, then he would naturally be able to retreat into the city at the first possible moment to avoid it. If those enemies really dare to come, we old fellows naturally won't sit back and do nothing, the Dragon Elephant Battle Emperor said with a murderous aura. That's right. Although we can't be of much help, it's still not a problem for us to deal with some people of the same cultivation level. The Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, the Myriad Star Divine Tree, and the other old guys spoke one after another. Lin Sun laughed. I'm just worried that, with the Ji clan as an example, they might not dare to come. Everyone laughed, their expressions relaxed. The banquet only came to an end late at night. Lin Sun left and headed towards the Silent Night Ridge. That was originally the residence of the Eternal Night Divine Emperor, 13. From the conversation with Wu Yan and the others, Lin Sun learned that not long after he left the Divine City of Fortune, 13 left alone to wander in the civilized world of other epochs, and had not returned until now. This made Lin Sun feel a little regretful. Originally, he had planned to meet with 13 and talk about the matter of Xianxia, but now he could only give up. After watching Lin Sun leave, Wu Yang suddenly waved his sleeve and set up a restrictive formation in this area, isolating it from the outside world. What are you doing, Wu Yang? Someone said in a daze. Wu Yang took a deep breath and said, when Lin Sun left just now, he left behind some treasures for me and you old fellows to divide. Treasures? Everyone couldn't help but laugh, not taking it seriously. At our realm, what treasures do we need? Lin Sun is treating us like outsiders, someone muttered. Someone laughed and said, this is also young friend Lin's kind intention. The treasures don't matter, but the intention is important. Wu Yang, you'd better return those treasures. How can we old fellows accept his treasures? If word of this gets out, we'll definitely be laughed at. The Dark Blood Underworld Emperor's attitude was very firm. Wu Yang's gaze swept across the crowd and said, you can make a decision after seeing them. She waved her hand. Whoosh, a brilliant and colorful treasure light emerged. There were all kinds of divine materials, treasures, Dao weapons, elixirs, and all kinds of dazzling lineups. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned, and they couldn't help but show astonishment on their faces. These treasures that were piled up like a small mountain were all eternal level treasures, every single one of them was extremely rare, and all of them were divine treasures that could play a great role in their cultivation. No one could stay calm. Previously, they didn't think much of it. They felt that Lin Sun was treating them like outsiders by giving them gifts. But now, they all realized how important these treasures were. They were not as simple as they had imagined. Even the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, who had been resolute just now, had his eyes glowing at this moment. He breathed rapidly and said, "Mysterious iron of the way. I've been searching for so many years but haven't found it, but. Wu Yang saw the reactions of these old monsters and couldn't help but laugh. She was really emotional in her heart. At first, she also refused. But there was no other way. Lin Sun didn't allow her to refuse at all. She didn't care too much at first, but after seeing these treasures, she was shocked for the first time. Only then did she realize how valuable these treasures that Lin Sun had given them were, and he was actually giving these treasures to them. This kind of intention made Wu Yang feel endless emotion, and her heart felt warm. Wu Yang knew that Lin Sun was repaying them. When Lin Sun was young, he had obtained her inheritance in the absolute domain of the ancient desolation domain. He had also obtained the inheritance power of Taixuan, Divine Elephant, Xianxia, and other old fellows. And now, Lin Sun was repaying them in this way, Silent Night Ridge. In a hall shrouded in the night. Fanner, Subai. Lin Sun called Lin Fan and Subai to his side. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for some time. You two can travel around the city. Remember, don't go out of the city. Yes. Lin Fan and Subai nodded together. Until they left, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Currently, he had already surpassed perfection of the realm of justice and was only a step away from the realm of creation. If he had been in the eternal true world, Lin Sun would not have dared to try to reach creation realm. He was worried that once he triggered the Great Desolation fatal disaster, everything would be over. All his previous efforts would go to waste. After all, he was very clearly aware that the culprit behind the calamity of an era had set his sights on him, and that culprit would definitely seize any opportunity to strike a lethal blow at him. But things were different now. This was the Fortune Divine City. He had the protection of the river diagram treasure, and he was also the master of Fortune City. He controlled the laws of the city, so even if the Great Silence Lifespan Tribulation descended, he could still avoid it. For Lin Sun, this was undoubtedly the best time to prove the Tao and creation realm. However, there was one more thing Lin Sun had to do before he reached the creation realm. That was to comprehend the mysteries of this city. Let's begin. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and then various profundities instantly surged into appearance like tidewater in his mind. In his days, Lin Sun seemed to have seen the scenes he'd sensed when he comprehended the profundities of the star sky of creation all those years ago. A figure walked through the river of time. He wore green clothes and carried an ancient sword on his back. He seemed to be searching for something. Every single time he passed a civilization of an era, a grand and mysterious formation diagram would float up into appearance behind him, and it fully displayed the cultivation system of that civilization down to the slightest detail. Shockingly, that formation diagram was the infinite divine talisman. This figure was naturally Chen Lingkong's ancestor, Chen Shi. His figure seemed as if he was unafraid of the restraints and impacts of time and space, and he was like a god that walked through different eras. After a long time, he appeared in an area that seemed like chaos. After that, a great tribulation descended abruptly. This tribulation was shapeless, colorless, and immaterial. It was born from the void, and it seemed as if the laws of the grand Tao, time, and destiny would be completely wiped out by this tribulation. An indescribable feeling of suffocation assaulted Lin Sun's mental state like a tsunami. He knew that this was the might of the Grand Silence Lifespan Tribulation. Chen Shi, who wore green clothes, let out a long sigh when facing such a scene. Sure enough, there's a mastermind behind all of this. After that, the scene before him changed. Chen Shi had personally established the divine city of creation amidst the chaos, and he'd left the star sky of creation that was a combination of over 100 civilizations within the city. In the end, Chen Shi withdrew a completely round black tortoise shell and tossed it lightly. It instantly transformed into an invisible energy of the laws and order that enveloped the sky above the divine city of creation. From that day onward, the Grand Silence Lifespan Tribulation that countless Eternal Realm experts were afraid of had never appeared before the divine city of creation again. After so many years, Lin Sun, who had already reached the Eternal Realm, had a different state of mind when he sensed this familiar scene again. Only now did he realize that the energy of the laws within the divine city of creation was born from the quintessence energy of the ruins of creation. Simply speaking, it could be called the laws of creation. Only now did he realize that the river diagram was capable of resisting the attacks of the Grand Silence lifespan tribulation, and it was exactly because of this treasure that the quintessence energy of the ruins of creation had been protected until now. In other words, even though the power of the mastermind behind the scenes had enveloped the surroundings of the ruins of creation, the reason it hadn't truly occupied the quintessence of the ruins of creation was because the river diagram was obstructing it. My rebirth profundities are capable of resisting the laws of creation controlled by the mastermind behind the scenes. But it's very obvious that the river diagram possesses a similar ability. At this moment, Lin Sun sensed the profundities of the laws of creation, and he'd obtained numerous comprehensions. He realized that it was very likely that the reason Chen Lingkong's grandfather, Chen Shi, was able to travel through the various civilizations and be fearless of the mastermind behind the scenes was because he'd comprehended and grasped the profundities contained within the river diagram. Later in the day, Kevin was on the verge of exploding. The rule of creation was born in the original power of the ruins of creation. As Lin Sun meditated, all kinds of mysteries about the rule of creation emerged one by one and were all comprehended by him. The word creation had many meanings. Sometimes it could be described as opportunity, and sometimes it could be described as nature. But most of the time, it was regarded as creation and nurture, creating the world, mountains and rivers, and nurturing all phenomena of the Great Way. The rule of creation was related to creation and nurture. As Lin Sun meditated, waves emerged in his heart. The reason was that the rule of creation was too powerful. Mastering such power was like being the master of the creation of the world. The birth of a world originated from chaos. When chaos was created, heaven and earth were divided, and all phenomena were born. This was the power of the rule of creation. It could create a world in the chaos, and then nurture all phenomena of the Great Way in this world. This was different from the power of the eternal existence of the creation realm. The creation realm melted all kinds of power of rules, so they could create all kinds of matter, and had the ability to turn stone into gold and mortals into gods. The rule of creation was to create a world and nurture a real world with all phenomena of the Great Way. At this time, Lin Sun finally understood the meaning of the ruins of creation. Every single time the calamity of an era descended, the quintessence energy of the ruins of creation would create and nurture a new era of civilization, thus allowing the path of cultivation to continue on in a cycle. For example, the civilizations of all eras distributed in the ruins of creation were all created and nurtured by the ruins of creation. This was also what shocked Lin Sun. The ruins of creation was equivalent to the nest of civilizations of all eras. When those eras were destroyed in the era calamity one by one, they would appear in the ruins of creation, so that today hundreds of eras of civilizations coexisted here. It was like the fallen leaves returning to their roots. Of course, some eras of civilizations completely disappeared from the world, such as the immortal martial arts civilization of the last era. If so, does it mean that I can create one era after another by mastering the rule of creation? Lin Sun's heart trembled slightly, and he was shocked by this idea. No, the laws of creation can only create a world and give birth to the phenomena of the Grand Tao. However, taboo energies like life, time, and karma aren't created by the laws of creation. Soon, Lin Sun realized the problem and calmed down. This means that the ruins of fate can only create the world and the phenomena of Tao, but it can't create the taboo forces of life, time, karma, and so on. Interesting. Lin Sun thought of the ultimate. As one of the four great ruins of the Tao, the ruins of End seemed to be the destination and home of all things. Even the eternal figures that had fallen here would transform into the most primitive vitality energy and be buried within the ruins of End. When the calamity of an era arrived, the ruins of End would undergo a shocking change and release the vitality that was buried within it. In contrast, the ruins of creation represented the beginning and origin of everything, and it created a new civilization after the calamity of an era. It went on, growing and multiplying without end. If the ruins of creation is the starting point of everything, and the ultimate ruin is the end of everything, then what kind of secrets do the Kunlun ruins and the ruins of wonderful Tao each have? At this moment, Lin Sun was lost in his thoughts. In the past, he hadn't stepped foot onto the eternal path of the Tao, so it was utterly impossible for him to think of all these things. Only now did he suddenly realize that the existences of the four great ruins of Tao actually contained supreme secrets that were unknown to the world. Supreme secrets that were unknown to the world. Time passed day by day. On the third day of Lin Sun's closed-door cultivation, the news of the various divine clans responding to the Hai Sun clan and Jiang clan summons and deciding to send forces to annihilate Lin Sun in 10 days' time had spread to the divine city of creation. For a time, the cultivators in the city were in an uproar and trembled. It was also from this day onward that the cultivators that had gathered from the various civilizations of the various eras had hurriedly evacuated from the city. They didn't dare stay at all as they were deeply afraid that they would be affected by the calamity that would arrive in 10 days' time. In merely less than a day of time, the exceedingly bustling divine creation city had become empty, cold, desolate, and empty. Only some people who weren't afraid of death chose to stay, but they were a very small number. All of this was found out by Wu Yang, Xianxia, and the other old fellows, and they practically realized the severity of the problem at the first possible moment. This time, it wasn't just the forces of the Hai Sun clan and Jiang clan, but also all the divine clans in the world. They gathered all the eternal realm figures of the divine clans in the world to deal with Lin Sun. How could Wu Yang and the others sit still? They immediately set off for Silent Night Ridge to discuss with Lin Sun how to deal with this matter. Seniors, my father is currently in closed-door cultivation. Lin Fan and Su Bai stood guard in front of the closed door of the main hall. When he saw Wu Yang and the others arrive, Lin Fan cupped his hands in greeting and told them that Lin Sun was in closed-door cultivation. Wu Yang and the others frowned. 10 days later, the enemy's forces would arrive at the city. Time was too tight. Little guy, how long will your father be in closed-door cultivation this time? Xingjia asked. Lin Fan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Forget it. We'll just wait here. Wu Yang made a decision. The other old fellows also nodded when they saw this. Although the situation was urgent, they knew that if Lin Sun was at a critical moment of cultivation, they must not disturb him. Of course, if Lin Sun showed no signs of coming out before the enemy arrived, they naturally could not wait like this. At the same time, Lin Sun, who was in closed-door cultivation, was in a wonderful state of epiphany. Yesterday, he had thoroughly understood the profound meaning of the law of creation, and his great path law had also undergone amazing changes. Putting aside the other profound meaning of the great path, he had now mastered 4 kinds of supreme forbidden Tao power. They were nirvana, time, the 5 sequences of the ultimate, and the law of creation that he had just mastered. Among them, nirvana was the core and the root of the power of the great path. The law of time was the condensation of the talent power of the devouring abyss. The 5 sequences of the ultimate and the law of creation came from the power of the 2 great path ruins respectively. It could be said that these 4 supreme Daos allowed Lin Sun to have a heaven-defying combat power that far surpassed those in the same realm on the eternal path. After understanding the profound meaning of the law of creation, Lin Sun's own cultivation also produced a wonderful change. It was as if a layer of window paper had been pierced, and it completely erupted. He wanted to prove his Tao and break through the realm at the first time, but at this moment, an unexpected change happened. The river diagram, the treasure that had been guarding over the divine city of creation for countless years, seemed to have sensed something. It immediately released an obscure and vast power, which shrouded Lin Sun's figure. Then, Lin Sun's figure disappeared out of thin air, as if he had been taken away from time and space. Everything that happened suddenly made him feel like he was finished. He was completely caught off guard and couldn't resist at all. Amidst the boundless and boundless chaos, a vast and mighty long river surged and surged, its beginning and end unknown. On the other hand, the images of the civilizations of the various eras floated within the vast river, and they were like numerous waves that revealed all sorts of unbelievable scenes. There were too many mysteries contained in an era civilization. There were all kinds of phenomena, boundless worlds, endless creatures, a wide variety of races, a complete cultivation system with strict hierarchy, but now, the phantoms of civilizations of various eras were reflected in a mighty long river of chaos. Such a scene shocked Lin Sun. He couldn't help thinking of one thing in his mind. All those years ago in the world of samsara in the rebirth of freedom, he'd once seen a vast and ceaselessly flowing river. However, that river reflected the strongest expert of every single grand Tao realm in this era. However, this river that flowed amidst the primal chaos was different, and it reflected the civilizations of numerous eras. Where was this? As soon as this thought came to Lin Sun's mind, a wonderful idea emerged in his mind. This is the long river of eras, which exists in the origin of the ruins of creation. This place, like the Mountain of Five Sequences in the Ultimate Ruins, the Sea of Fate in the Kunlun Ruins, and the Hill of Wonders in the ruins of Tao, are the most forbidden places in the world. This was not a voice, but a kind of enlightenment, which naturally emerged in Lin Sun's mind. All of a sudden, Lin Sun was more and more shocked. He had seen the Mountain of Five Sequences, namely Punlai, Yingzhou, Fenghu, Daiyu, and Yuanjiao, which were located in the deepest part of the ultimate ruins of Tao. But this was the first time he had heard of and seen the River of Eras in front of him. As for the Sea of Fate in the Kunlun Ruins and the Hill of Wonders in the ruins of Tao, it was the first time he had heard of them. After a while, Lin Sun calmed down and asked silently in his heart, "Why am I here?" As expected, a thought emerged in his mind: only by facing tribulations in the long river of eras can one have the foundation to achieve transcendence from the changing of eras. He has also walked on this road. Before Lin Sun could ask who this he was, a tall and handsome figure emerged in his mind. The man was dressed in a green robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He stepped on the waves of many eras and walked towards the vast distance. Chen Shi. It turned out to be him. Lin Sun's heart churned as he recalled the ethereal voice of Chen Shi's figure after he comprehended the mysteries of the Star of Creation. In the future, if someone can see through my layout here, perhaps it means that I am not the only one on this road. At that time, Lin Sun had wondered what kind of great way Chen Shi had walked on this road alone. But now, looking at the mighty river of eras surging in the chaos, Lin Sun finally understood. This path towards the Tao represented attaining true transcendence from the change of eras, and to achieve this, one must first face tribulations in the long river of eras in order to have the foundation to achieve transcendence. So that's how it is, Lin Sun understood it completely, and his eyes, which were as deep as the abyss, became bright. It's too late. There are only 2 updates today. I'll continue tomorrow. The chaos was boundless, and the river of era was surging and flowing, which was shocking. Lin Sun stood in the void and asked silently in his heart, "Do all the mysteries I sense now come from the power contained in the river diagram?" A familiar thought sounded, "Yes." So, the tribulation of creation realm that I should have ushered in will come here? Yes. If I get through this tribulation, I can also have the foundation to transcend the changing of the era? Yes. How powerful is this tribulation? In the long river of eras, there are 9 supreme cultivation civilizations. The tribulation you're about to undergo is the most powerful tribulation born from these 9 great cultivation civilizations. It's also known as the 9 tribulations of Tao. This tribulation of Tao is divided into 9 levels. When you step into the long river of era, the tribulation will appear. I see. The doubts in Lin Sun's heart were swept away. He knew that the profundities he sensed came from the thoughts within the river diagram. He finally understood that the tribulation of creation he was going to face was completely different from that of other practitioners in the same realm. It was formed by the tribulations born from the 9 supreme civilizations. It was bound to be terrible. But for Lin Sun, it was an irresistible temptation. After this tribulation, he could get through the creation realm and have the foundation to transcend the changing of the era. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun closed his eyes quietly. Time passed by. When his state of mind, cultivation, qi, and soul were completely adjusted to the peak state, Lin Sun opened his eyes, took a step forward, and stepped into the mighty river of era. Boom, the waves were surging, as if the civilizations of era were crashing over. It was grand and immeasurable. Just that kind of breath made people feel incomparably small. If it were someone else, his mind would be lost in it in an instant. Lin Sun stood on the rushing river with his hands behind his back. His eyes were clear and his mind was empty. He was like a dominator, looking down at the changing of the era with a calm manner. Just for a moment. Boom, his figure appeared in a strange civilization. Then, a breath of tribulation came, and all the 9 heavens and 10 earths turned into the color of darkness. The heavy tribulation clouds made the time and space distorted and chaotic. Lin Sun raised his head slightly, and a touch of fighting intent appeared in his deep eyes. Boom, suddenly, a thunderclap that sounded like the beginning of the chaos resounded amidst the dark and oppressive heavens and the earth, and it shook the universe to the point it trembled and shook the surroundings. Soon after, beams of dazzling divine light tore through the darkness and swept out from the depths of the tribulation cloud. Impressively, they were figures that resembled supreme gods. There were divine lotuses that towered into the sky, connected to the 9 heavens, and connected to the 9 hells. Chaotic rain of light flowed down from between the petals and leaves like a waterfall, and its aura was so magnificent that it blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. There was a divine dark parasol tree that was rooted in the void. Its branches were like paths that led to the myriad of worlds in the universe, and its leaves were like numerous worlds that hung on its branches. There were bronze-colored ants that could hold up the heavens. One after another, the rulers of the cycle of reincarnation arrived. The aura of every single one of them was formidable to an unimaginable extent, and they far surpassed existences that had surpassed the realm of principles. Their entire bodies seethed with the vast aura of calamity and destruction. At the same time, Lin Sun had a mysterious feeling in his heart. This was the 9 spirits' supreme tribulation. It was from the immortal martial era, or in other words, the last era. Every single one of those figures represented a supreme existence in the immortal martial civilization. In other words, this first level of the tribulation represented the supreme tribulation of the immortal martial era that was targeted at experts at the creation realm. Bang! Lin Sun didn't have too much time to think at all, and as soon as the 9 supreme figures that seemed like supreme gods appeared, they attacked Lin Sun. The chaotic divine lotus swayed while boundless chaotic chi descended from it, and it was like a divine chain of order that whipped down towards Lin Sun. The divine dark parasol tree swayed while leaves fell from every single branch, and they transformed into numerous images of worlds that overlapped and smashed down towards Lin Sun. At other places, supreme sword insight surged into appearance and tore through the sky, world-crushing techniques soared through the sky and obliterated the heavens and the earth, roars that rumbled like thunder shook the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and, in an instant, Lin Sun's figure was drowned by various terrifying and unimaginable forces. This level of tribulation wasn't just terrifying, it was completely abnormal, and it was like a taboo. In just an instant, Lin Sun suffered a heavy injury, causing his countenance to turn pale, and he was in an extremely sorry state. After all, with his current cultivation realm, he was able to surmount a realm and kill existences at the intermediate stage of the creation realm. Yet now, he'd suffered injuries repeatedly in merely the first level of the tribulation, but in next to no time, Lin Sun steadied his figure, and then he released all the strength he possessed to fight the 10 experts by himself with all his might. He'd forgotten about life and death, forgotten about time, forgotten about everything. Only a strand of surging and burning unyielding battle intent remained in his body. Kill. 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 Lin Sun was completely oblivious to himself, and there were no thoughts in his mind or body. It was even to the extent that he didn't know that it was precisely in such a battle that his great Tao reserves were awakened and released in an unprecedented manner. After an unknown period of time. Bang! The figures of the 9 supreme experts collapsed with a bang. Even this expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed to have been blasted apart and vanished without a trace. In this seemingly empty world, only Lin Sun's lone figure remained, and his entire body was tainted with blood. But his boundlessly terrifying fighting spirit and battle intent seemed like the most dazzling light in the world, and it illuminated the heavens. At this moment, Lin Sun felt that an indescribable transformation was taking place all over his body. His mind, cultivation, soul, and great Tao seemed to have experienced an extreme tempering and baptism in the furnace. The taste of transformation made Lin Sun feel so comfortable that he almost groaned. Then, he found that after experiencing the first 9 spirits' tribulation, his cultivation seemed to have been shattered and reshaped once, and it became stronger and stronger than before. Only by fighting with all my strength can I get a new life-like transformation in the tribulation. This is the magic of this tribulation. Lin Sun was enlightened. The might of the 9 spirits' supreme tribulation was incomparably abnormal, but it was also because of this that one's potential could be completely unearthed, and all the power that one grasped would undergo the most fundamental tempering. Only then would one be able to obtain the most extreme transformation. In other words, anyone who was in this tribulation would be injured, and they would feel as if they were in a furnace that was tempered over and over again. Clattered just as Lin Sun felt the changes in his body, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he appeared in a new era of civilization. This era was called Shaman, and the most powerful tribulation born in this era was called Shaman's Tribulation, and the tribulation aura it produced was aimed at the physical body of practitioners. Compared with the 9 spirits' tribulation, the power of the shaman's tribulation was undoubtedly stronger. In a short period of time, Lin Sun's Taoist body was shattered dozens of times. His flesh and blood splattered, his tendons and bones were broken, and it was a horrible sight. But every time it was shattered, Lin Sun's Taoist body was reshaped. This was the power from the nirvana ultimacy, and it allowed him to experience the cruelest destruction and reshaping in this tribulation. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun could only bear it, maintain a little clarity in his mind, and try his best to prevent his consciousness from being drowned by the endless pain. In that case, it undoubtedly meant that he had failed to pass the tribulation. Fortunately, this sort of destruction and reconstruction only took 10 minutes before it ended. Even though it was extremely painful, Lin Sun felt unprecedentedly comfortable when this tribulation ended. The strength emanated by his Taoist body that had experienced countless slashes and remodeling couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as it was in the past. The third tribulation was called the Supreme Martial Tribulation, which came from the martial era. This tribulation was aimed at the fighting will and fighting skills mastered by practitioners. When the tribulation came, it was like all the martial gods came together, and the sky was filled with the figures of the supreme martial artists who were extremely powerful. In this tribulation, Lin Sun was like being in the battlefield of destruction, fighting alone against 100,000 troops, fighting and killing enemies. When the tribulation ended, Lin Sun's fighting will and fighting skills were also tempered to the extreme. The power released by his every move had the momentum to suppress the sky. The fourth tribulation was called the Supreme Martial Tribulation, which came from the Illusion era. This tribulation was aimed at the state of mind. Comparatively speaking, it was the easiest for Lin Sun to go through this test, because his state of mind had already been honed to an unprecedented level. He had seen through the falsehood becomes falsehood when it is true, he had sought the truth from the heart, comprehended making something out of nothing, and had experienced many incredible tests, even though the power in the tribulation was so terrifying that it could easily disturb the mind of an eternal realm expert, it couldn't affect Lin Sun's state of mind. The fifth tribulation was called the Supreme Martial Tribulation of Soul, which came from the Soul era. This tribulation was aimed at the soul, and it could be called the strongest tribulation in each era. When Lin Sun experienced this tribulation, he also had a feeling that he had a narrow escape from death. It was too horrible. It was like a struggle between life and death. In the end, only a wisp of his consciousness survived. When this tribulation was over, his Dharma spirit was completely remodeled, and his spirit was intertwined with profound laws inside and outside. The sixth tribulation was called the Supreme Martial Tribulation, which came from the Devil era. This tribulation was aimed at a more terrible state of mind. In the Great Tribulation, Lin Sun faced tests of good and evil, black and white, right and wrong. Killing one person could save thousands of people. Should he kill or not? Someone once slaughtered a city, but then turned over a new leaf, and later saved the lives of 10 cities. How should he be judged? Similar tests appeared in this tribulation, and they also knocked on Lin Sun's state of mind again, and impacted his cognition and judgment of the world. Fortunately, Lin Sun had always adhered to his own good and evil, right and wrong, so his state of mind was not really shaken by these tribulations. When he finally passed this tribulation, his Taoist heart became more clear and firm. The seventh tribulation was called the Great Confucian Tribulation, which came from the Confucian era. From the beginning of the tribulation, the power of the tribulation changed completely. Lin Sun's Taoist heart, cultivation, soul, and the power of the Great Way all began to suffer destructive blows. Because the tribulation was like the struggle of the Great Way, you regarded me as a devil, and I regarded you as a traitor. Such a conflict was completely incompatible with each other. It had nothing to do with hatred, but the level of the Great Way. It was also in this tribulation that Lin Sun felt the real crisis. Tribulation clouds billowed in the sky. When the dazzling thunderbolts fell, they turned into countless dazzling characters of the Great Way. These characters had different shapes and were imprinted with different auras. They were arranged in the void and turned into lines of words that were as sharp as swords. They were beautiful and unfathomable. Their power could be said to be boundlessly terrifying. Words were the carrier of civilization, and scriptures were scriptures that described the profundities of the grand Tao of the heavens and the earth. During the righteous Confucian tribulation, every single word was simply like a calamity capable of obliterating the world, and its lethality far exceeded imagination. Lin Sun's figure was often injured in the battle. His cultivation was seriously threatened and he was in a dangerous situation. When he finally passed the tribulation, Lin Sun's body was broken and his spirit was damaged. He was extremely miserable. But his eyes were incomparably bright. From then on, it allowed his cultivation to undergo a whole new transformation. The eighth tribulation is called the solitary Buddha tribulation. It comes from the Buddha era. The ninth tribulation is called the three pure Tao tribulation. It comes from the Tao era. As long as I pass it, I can successfully prove my Tao and have the foundation to transcend the long river of time. Feeling the earth-shaking changes in his body, Lin Sun took a deep breath and was full of expectations. While Lin Sun was passing the tribulation, days passed in the outside world. Wu Yang, Xianxia, and the other old monsters who had been waiting on Silent Night Ridge were losing their patience. They couldn't wait any longer. There's only one day left before the major divine clans attack. Maybe the enemy army is already on their way. A worried look appeared on Xianxia's face. It had been 9 days since the major divine clans declared war. Today, the divine city of fortune was cold and desolate. The air was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. "Little guy, why don't you pay a visit to your father?" Someone looked at Lin Fan and suggested. "No." Before Lin Fan could speak, Wu Yang stopped him. "What if Lin Sun's cultivation is disturbed? What's more, this is the divine city of fortune. Don't forget that even an eternal realm expert will be blocked and bombarded by the rule power of the city. Then we just wait like this?" Someone frowned. "Is there any other way?" Wu Yang also felt helpless. She didn't expect Lin Sun to be so carefree. He had already declared war on the Hai Sun clan and Jiang clan before coming to Fortune Divine City, but he was still able to concentrate on cultivating in seclusion under such circumstances. His composure was admirable. "Seniors, my father will definitely accept the challenge," Lin Fan couldn't help but say. His handsome face was filled with determination. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Of course, they knew that Lin Sun was not afraid of this battle. What they were worried about was that Lin Sun didn't know that apart from the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan, there were also Eternal Realm experts from the other god clans. The old men had analyzed the situation and found out that there were 39 Eternal Realm experts among the hundreds of eras in the ruins of fortune. 11 of them were overseen by Creation Realm cultivators. If one were to calculate carefully, there were at least 100 existences in the enemy army that had come this time, and almost 20 existences in the Creation Realm. Among them, the top forces like the Hai Sun clan and the Jiang clan each had more than 10 experts in the Transcendent Realm and 4 existences in the Creation Realm. Such an army of Eternal Realm experts could easily wipe out any civilization in the ruins of fortune. Such a lineup was enough to make any Eternal Realm expert restless. If they hadn't known that Lin Sun had single-handedly overturned the Ji clan, Wu Yang and the others probably wouldn't have been able to sit still. Suddenly, the Dark Blood Emperor seemed to sense something. He looked into the distant sky and his expression changed abruptly. "The enemy is here." The old monsters present were all shocked. "Didn't they say they would arrive in 10 days? Someone asked subconsciously. "This only proves that they can't wait to start the war." Wu Yang calmed down. Looking out from the city, in the depths of the distant starry sky, many figures appeared, and they were approaching this place. There were more than 100 people. Each of them had suppressed their aura to the extreme, so they didn't cause any backlash from the rules of heaven and earth. They were like a silent black cloud, sweeping over from the depths of the universe. Leading them were the Creation Realm experts of the Hai Sun clan, Gao Yanghui, and the Jiang clan's Creation Realm expert, Jiang Tao. Behind them were a group of Creation Realm experts, about 16 or 17 of them. Further behind them was a mighty and dense group of Transcendent Realm experts. When they were 10,000 feet away from the divine city of fortune, they all stopped in their tracks and stood in the void, like gods of the heavens, looking at the divine city of fortune from afar. This distance was the safest. Once they got any closer, they would be repelled and bombarded by the power of the divine city of fortune. Before the war started, Gao Yanghui and Jiang Tao would not force their way forward. The starry sky was silent, but the oppressive atmosphere spread like a landslide and a tsunami in every area of this vast starry sky. Whether it was Lin Fan, Su Bai, or the old monsters like Wu Yang, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful lineup. Nearly 20 Creation Realm experts, hundreds of Transcendent Realm experts, such an eternal-level army could make people feel desperate and helpless no matter where they appeared. In the ruins of fortune, such a force was equivalent to a supreme master. Wu Yang and the others felt unprecedented pressure, and their expressions were as solemn as water. Even Lin Fan and Su Bai could not calm down at this moment. Even if they had confidence in Lin Sun, they still felt unspeakably nervous and worried when facing such a lineup. In the starry sky. After Gao Yanghuai, Jiang Tao, and the others arrived, they immediately began to lay out their plans. Splash splash, a total of 9 completely different kinds of divine order power turned into a sky curtain and soared into the sky, spreading like waves of tides. With the divine city of fortune as the center, the starry sky in all directions was covered by layers of divine order power. Then, Gao Yanghuai, Jiang Tao, and the other Eternal Realm army no longer suppressed their own aura and suddenly released terrifying and monstrous power. Boom, the starry sky shook, and thousands of stars shook. The surging power of the Eternal Realm gathered together and rushed fiercely to the divine city of fortune like a stormy wave. Although these powers were all resisted by the power of rules emitted by the divine city of fortune, the heavy destructive aura still made Wu Yang and the others shudder. They were just existences in the realm of Transcendent Realm, and there were only more than 20 of them. Not to mention facing such an army of Eternal Realm experts, even if a Creation Realm expert came, they would not be able to compete. They were even worried about how Lin Sun could resolve such a dilemma alone. It's over. In the divine city of fortune, there were still some bold cultivators who had not left. They had planned to watch the battle, but when they saw this scene, their hands and feet were cold and their scalps were numb. Such a lineup was completely beyond their imagination. Everyone no longer had a glimmer of hope for Lin Sun. They were even worried that the divine city of fortune would be broken, and they would be affected. For a moment, these people were terrified, annoyed, and regretful. They wanted to slap themselves. Why did they have to be brave and choose to stay? They should have left long ago. Where's Lin Sun? Didn't you say that you want to fight with us here? Now that all the clans have arrived, why don't you dare to show yourself? In the starry sky, Gao Yanghuai stood proudly, his eyes looking at the divine city of fortune from afar. His voice was like a thunderclap that surged in the starry sky. At this moment, he was complacent, and his face was filled with disdain and coldness. Lin Sun, you probably didn't expect that we would join forces with all the clans in the world to deal with you. That's why you don't dare to show yourself at this moment, right? Jiang Tao laughed. Even a lion uses its full strength to fight a rabbit. Don't think that you can look down on us just because you destroyed the Ji clan. Everyone, do you see that? Lin Sun is so scared that he doesn't dare to show himself. How dare you declare war with such courage? What's the difference between this and courting death? One by one, the Creation Realm existences spoke, and their voices were simply like layer after layer of thunder that rumbled through the starry sky. Lin Sun, come out and die. Someone couldn't wait any longer and shouted. Come out and die. At that moment, hundreds of existences in the law-defying realm shouted together. Their power, like an overwhelming storm, swept across the entire starry sky, causing the void to roar and the stars suspended in the starry sky to explode one by one. If the divine city of fortune had not been covered by the power of rules, blocking the impact of such invisible power, the city would probably have been shattered in this sound. Terrifying, too terrifying. At this moment, the remaining cultivators in the city were terrified to the point of being paralyzed on the ground and out of their wits. Even the expressions of Wu Yang and the others became ugly, and their brows were full of haze. The enemy was too arrogant and seemed to be confident of victory. But they had to admit that such an army of Eternal Realm experts did indeed have the capital to make anyone despair. Even if they went all out, they might not be able to hold on for a moment. How can we fight this battle? The hearts of these old monsters were so heavy that they couldn't be any heavier. Looking at Lin Fan and Su Bai, they also clenched their hands and looked gloomy. So many existences in the Eternal Realm had joined forces just to deal with their father, Master, Lin Sun. How shameless! Lin Sun, why don't you dare to show yourself? Come out and die. In the starry sky, a creation realm expert with a burly figure like a mountain roared, his aura extremely arrogant. This damned bastard, if it was one-on-one, my father would kill him like killing a chicken. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Fan, is it worth it to be angry for someone who is about to die? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked back. The closed door of the hall slowly opened, and Lin Sun's tall figure walked out of it. There will be more updates at night, father. Lin Fan looked excited. Su Bai, Wu Yang, and the other old monsters also looked happy. When Lin Sun came out of the closed-door training, they seemed to have found their backbone. Their anxious mood, which had been worried about gains and losses, became much more stable. At this time, Wu Yang pointed to the distance and was about to explain something to Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled and said, I've made all of you worry, but I hope you can stay in the city. I alone am enough to deal with these people. With that, he rose into the air and stepped into the void. Wu Yang and the others looked at each other. How could they let Lin Sun fight alone? They all wanted to follow him. But as soon as their figures swept over, they were suppressed by the power of the rules in the city and could not move forward. When they looked at Lin Sun again, his figure had already swept out of the divine city of fortune. Seniors, I believe that my father will definitely be able to turn the tide. Lin Fan's eyes became firm again. Let's just wait and watch the show. No matter how reluctant they were, they could only watch from afar at this time. There was no other way. With the oppression of the rules, they could not walk out of the city at all. He's out. At the same time, in the vast starry sky, Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the other eternal realm existences saw Lin Sun and could not help but reveal undisguised killing intent. He dares to stand out at this moment. His courage is not bad. When we kill him later, we can give him a quick death. Someone said leisurely. Hee, that depends on whether he's willing to die a quick death. Someone chuckled. Everyone, don't be careless. This child once destroyed the G clan of the Protoss. Although his cultivation is only at the great perfection of the rules realm, he already has the foundation to kill a creation realm. He can't be underestimated. Someone reminded solemnly. What's there to be afraid of? We have 19 mighty figures of creation realm among us. Each of them has risen in countless years of bloody killing. In addition, there are 9 divine orders and hundreds of people who have reached the realm of law-defying. Such a force can sweep the world. How can we not take down Lin Sun? Someone laughed disapprovingly. This also caused a lot of echoing laughter. In short, they clearly knew that Lin Sun's combat power was heaven-defying, but they were full of absolute confidence in the power they possessed. Lin Sun's figure stopped in front of the Fortune Divine City. This place was just at the edge of the Fortune Divine City's territory. When they saw this scene, they burst into laughter again. They seemed to think that Lin Sun's action was a cowardly one, and it was very likely that he was ready to escape into the Divine City of Fortune if the situation went south. Lin Sun, however, looked calm and composed. Only his eyes were deep and cold. He swept his gaze across the audience and suddenly shook his head. Although there are quite a few people who have come to die, most of them are repulsive trash who can't even withstand a single blow. To think that I've prepared for so long, but it's all for naught. Lin Sun's voice was very light. But like a clap of thunder, it exploded in everyone's ears in an instant. Everyone was stunned and didn't want to believe that Lin Sun dared to laugh at such a horrible lineup. Is this guy crazy? All the cultivators in Fortune Divine City had the same thought, and all of them were stunned. Lin Fan and Su Bai only felt their blood boiling and their hearts surging. Lin Sun's arrogant attitude at this moment made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. As for the old monsters like Wu Yang, their expressions became strange, and their hearts were in turmoil. The world was so big, but who dared to be like Lin Sun and despise these powerful figures who had already stood on the eternal great way? You're courting death. Arrogant. Ha ha ha, he's a man who's about to die, how dare he think of us as repulsive trash? I haven't heard such a joke for a long time since I attained the eternal way. Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the others all sneered. Many people scolded, but more people stared coldly at Lin Sun as if he was an ant that was about to be crushed to death. He's going to die anyway, so it's fine to let him say a few more words before he dies. A woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Sun, this is the ruins of fortune. Not only are we here, but the supreme ruler behind the calamity of the era is also watching in the dark. Do you still think that the divine city of fortune can protect you? Jiang Tao's eyes were cold. In his opinion, Lin Sun dared to be so arrogant because he relied on his identity as the lord of the divine city of fortune. But they had long been prepared for this. For example, the 9 divine level orders they brought this time, as well as the power possessed by the eternal realm existences, were more than enough to deal with everything. I only know that those who serve as dogs for the mastermind are destined to not have a good ending. The Ji clan is the best proof. Lin Sun said indifferently. Kill him. Dao Yanghui could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart, and his voice was cold as he gave the order. Boom, the 9 divine level orders that covered the entire starry sky roared at once, and all kinds of dazzling and terrifying torrents of order descended on Lin Sun. This was not to kill Lin Sun, but to cut off his escape route, at the same time. Over 100 eternal figures in the transcendent realm formed a formation and attacked with all their might. They were all super experts who had experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless people. No matter how much they despised Lin Sun, they would not hold back at all. They would only use their strongest power to crush Lin Sun into pieces. Boom, how terrifying was the power of hundreds of eternal figures in the law-transgressing realm, coupled with the fact that they attacked with all their strength. The power was so strong that the starry sky instantly collapsed violently. If it were not for the 9 divine level orders covering it, this attack alone could have completely destroyed the starry sky. The terrifying eternal power converged into a torrent, like a mighty Milky Way, and smashed down from the sky. All kinds of supreme divine powers and densely packed eternal Tao soldiers filled it, dazzling and dazzling. With endless terrifying power of destruction, it rushed towards Lin Sun alone. There was no way to dodge it, in the face of this earth-shattering attack. The entire divine city of fortune fell silent. Everyone's heart tightened as they watched the scene. Many people did not even dare to look, lest they see the scene of Lin Sun being mercilessly killed. Father! Lin Fan wanted to call out, but he could not. His heart seemed to be clenched tightly. But the next moment, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and as if sweeping away dust, the mighty torrent of power, the terrifying blow that was enough to crush the starry sky into ashes, disappeared into thin air. The eternal Tao soldiers were shaken to the point of wailing and trembling as they flew backward. How is this possible? The hundreds of existences in the law-transgressing realm widened their eyes, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Even Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the other creation realm experts, who were ready to take advantage of the opportunity to attack, frowned slightly, and their eyes showed shock. Again! Jiang Tao shouted, his voice like thunder. Hundreds of eternal figures in the law-transgressing realm joined forces again, and endless power slammed down, but they still rushed in front of Lin Sun and disappeared like a breeze. Not even a strand of Lin Sun's hair was blown. This time, not only Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the others, but also the cultivators in the divine city of fortune, as well as Lin Fan, Su Bai, and Wu Yang, were stunned. Too weak. Lin Sun finally spoke. These 3 words were like the greatest humiliation in the world, causing the expressions of Gao Yanghui and the others to become ugly. It must be the rule power of the divine city of fortune that protects him. An old man in a grey robe deduced. Ignorant. Lin Sun laughed, stepped forward, and left the area covered by the rule power of the divine city of fortune. Poof, then, under the shocked gaze of many, Lin Sun casually pointed out with a finger. The old man in a grey robe, an eternal existence with the great perfection of the law-transgressing realm, was directly blown up by Lin Sun. Countless scarlet blood splattered in the void. From beginning to end, he had no time to dodge or resist. Bastard! Quick, let's attack together and block his escape route. We must not let him escape back to the divine city of fortune. Gao Yanghui shouted. Kill! In the starry sky, the 9 divine orders boiled and tumbled, and terrifying Tao light fell, turning into layers of power, completely sealing Lin Sun's escape route. At the same time, hundreds of law-transgressing realm existences formed a battle formation and attacked with all their might. As for creation existences like Gao Yanghui and Jiang Tao, they stood guard in the surroundings, and their auras rumbled as they attacked Lin Sun from afar. In just an instant, the starry sky seemed to have completely collapsed, and it fell into chaos. It was a scene of destruction, turmoil, and doomsday. That scene was too terrifying. In the face of such an attack, Lin Sun said indifferently, "Now, I will send all of you on your way." His figure was still reverberating, and his aura was suddenly released. It continued to rise, and his tall figure seemed to have become boundlessly tall. Swoosh, he directly leaped up and transformed into a shocking ray of light, piercing into the battle formation formed by the hundreds of law-transgressing realm existences. He did not rely on any magic power, nor did he use any divine ability or Tao technique. He purely relied on his physical body, and he was like a white rainbow piercing through the sky. From afar, Lin Sun's figure was like an extremely sharp divine sword, piercing into the enemy army. Bang, bang. Bang, more than a dozen law-transgressing realm existences were hit by Lin Sun's figure. Their sturdy eternal Tao bodies could not withstand the impact at all, and even their divine souls exploded with a loud bang. Blood sprayed all over the sky. As Lin Sun's figure charged forward, no matter what kind of peerless magic powers or eternal Tao soldiers they were unable to break through the defensive power around him. Under such circumstances, the power that Lin Sun released spread out, creating a bloody scene along the way. The law-transgressing realm existences could not dodge in time and were directly crushed, like bloody bubbles exploding in the void. They were so fragile, so vulnerable, when Lin Sun's figure returned. The hundreds of law-transgressing realm existences were already scattered by the impact, and only a few more than 30 people were left. The rest had been crushed into blood, their bodies and souls destroyed, and they died violently. Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the other creation existences were so shocked that they revealed looks of horror. Wu Yang and the others, as well as Lin Fan and Su Bai, also widened their eyes, astonishment and shock written all over their faces. As for those cultivators in Divine Creation City, all of them were stunned on the spot, and they were completely stunned. At that moment, heaven and earth trembled, and all things fell silent. Only Lin Sun's figure was left standing proudly in the void, untainted by even a speck of dust, like a god descending to the world. What was a horizontal push? What Lin Sun was showing now was the power of a horizontal push. When hundreds of eternal existences in the law-defying realm formed a battle formation, it was like an iron curtain covering the sky. However, more than half of them were wiped out by Lin Sun's charge. Dozens of them were smashed in the air, as fragile as bubbles. Broken limbs, blood, and scales were scattered all over the sky. Some of them were further away and were only swept by the power of Lin Sun tearing through the sky. However, half of their bodies were smashed into pieces as if they had been slashed by a heavenly sword. They howled and retreated in panic, their faces full of fear. Just the power of an eternal Tao body is so terrifying? These existences in the law-defying realm were all existences who had dominated an era of civilization. With their sharp eyes, they could easily tell that Lin Sun had not used any spells or magical powers. He had only displayed the power of his physical body. Because of this, they were even more afraid. In the end, only 30 or so people in the law-defying realm survived, but they were all pale with fear. Compared to the terror and fear of the law-defying figures, the creature-level existences were in disbelief. Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the other 19 creation realm existences had been watching from afar, bombarding Lin Sun from a distance. However, all their attacks had failed to stop Lin Sun's killing. Too fast, when they came to their senses, they saw the bloody scenes of death spread across the starry sky. It was so stimulating that their hearts trembled, unable to accept it. In fact, all the experts who saw this scene were filled with shock. The strength Lin Sun had shown was too powerful and incredible. It was far beyond their understanding of the law-defying realm. No matter how heaven-defying a law-defying expert was, it was already rare for him to be able to suppress 7 or 8 people of the same level. However, Lin Sun had killed his peers as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. He had even killed dozens of existences in the law-defying realm with a single collision. They did not even dare to imagine it. Father is so strong. Lin Fan felt a little dizzy and was tongue-tied. Master, Subai was so shocked that he could not speak. Wu Yang, Xianxia, Long Xiang, and the other old monsters also widened their eyes in shock. They looked at the bloody scene in the distance in disbelief. Looking at Lin Sun's godlike figure, their hearts surged. Strong, too strong, the battle had just begun, but Lin Sun had already shown his invincible power. As for the cultivators in the Fortune Divine City, their minds were completely blank, and they were dumbstruck. Previously, the High Sun clan and the Jiang clan had led the eternal realm existences of the major clans in the world. They had come in a mighty manner, and their divine might had filled the starry sky, causing everyone to feel despair and helplessness. But now, everything was being overturned. Something's wrong. Suddenly, the exclamation of a creation realm existence resounded in the starry sky. This fellow seems to have already attained the creation realm. What? Gao Yanghuai, Jiang Tao, and the others stiffened, and they carefully sized up Lin Sun. Instantly, they noticed that the aura suffused out of Lin Sun's body was extremely obscure and deep like an abyss, and they were actually unable to see through it. You have good eyesight. Lin Sun spoke indifferently. As he spoke, his aura suddenly changed, and it actually rose explosively to an inconceivable state, causing the starry sky to tremble and wail. In the sky, the power of the 9 divine steps suffered a huge impact and began to churn violently. Damn it! How could this be? Isn't the opportunity to attain Tao validation and breakthrough long before the calamity of an era arrives? Moreover, this is the ruins of creation. The eternal Tao tribulation triggered when one attains Tao validation, and the creation realm will definitely be sensed by us. But why didn't there even a trace of it before? At this instant, the expressions of Gao Yanghuai, Jiang Tao, and the other creation realm existences completely changed. The movement caused by an eternal realm existence's Tao validation and tribulation transcendence was so huge that it was enough to affect the turbulence of every starry sky territory in the ruins of creation. But before this, none of them had sensed any signs of tribulation transcendence. It had never crossed their minds that an expert in the transcendent realm like Lin Sun had already quietly attained Tao validation and the creation realm. All of this had caught them off guard, looking at the remaining 30 or so eternal realm existences in the transcendent realm. Each of their faces was ashen, and their hearts were filled with bitterness and lingering fear. They finally understood. No wonder Lin Sun was so powerful. It turned out that he had attained Tao validation and the creation realm. With such monstrous power, he could naturally easily sweep away the transcendent realm existences like them. And Lin Sun was not someone ordinary creation realm existences could compare to. Back when he was at the great perfection realm of transcendent realm, he could destroy the God clan's G clan by himself, kill 3 creation realm existences, and annihilate a group of transcendent realm experts. Not to mention now. Creation realm. At this moment, Wu Yang and the others also came to a realization. The shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. It was only now that they understood why Lin Sun had been in seclusion for the past few days. It was clearly to attain Tao validation and the creation realm. Creation realm, in the ruins of creation where boundless realm existences did not exist, it was already the most supreme existence. How could they not be shocked by this? In fact, just like Gao Yanghuai and the others, they could not imagine how Lin Sun had seized the opportunity to attain Tao validation and tribulation transcendence in the period before the era calamity arrived. And why did it not cause the slightest commotion from beginning to end? This was too surprising and inconceivable. At this moment, Lin Sun raised his head to look at the sky and said, "Right now, what I really need to be afraid of is not you, but the mastermind behind this era calamity. But now it seems that your actions this time did not seem to have received the help of this mastermind." His words were casual, but it made the expressions of Gao Yanghuai and the others even more unsightly. The Supreme Ruler is like the Great Way, omnipresent. How can you slander him? Jiang Tao shouted. Is that so? I'd like to see if the Supreme Ruler you speak of will appear after I slaughter you all. Lin Sun walked forward with his hands behind his back, his eyes blazing like torches. The terrifying creation realm pressure suddenly spread out. Attack together! Gao Yanghuai roared angrily. Once they retreated today, the God clan behind them would follow in the footsteps of the Ji clan. This was something that none of them could accept. Only by killing Lin Sun here and now could they get rid of this great trouble once and for all. Kill! Jiang Tao and the other creation realm existences all moved out. Each of their bodies was steaming with terrifying power as they attacked Lin Sun together. Boom, the sky was dark and the earth was dark, collapsing like chaos. The power grasped by the creation realm was naturally far from what the exceeding rules realm could compare with. They could easily release all kinds of rule power, collapse the sky, and destroy a world. They were incomparably powerful. These 19 creation realm existences were all the creation realm powerhouses of the various god clans in the ruins of fate. Each of them had experienced countless ups and downs before rising, and the divine powers and means they had mastered could be said to be the best in the world. At this moment, when they attacked together, it was really no different from a group of supreme rulers in the starry sky. In comparison, the exceeding rules realm existences were completely dim and insignificant. Apart from that, the 9 divine steps were also controlled by these creation realm existences, and they attacked Lin Sun together. Boom, the mighty power of the creation realm spread out. Some turned into flaming divine swords that were as brilliant as the sun, some turned into ancient divine mountains that supported a vast world, some turned into divine birds with wings that could tear apart the 9 heavens, and some, apart from these supreme divine powers, there were also eternal Tao weapons with terrifying power, whips, hammers, rulers, swords, seals, pagodas, and so on. Every single treasure glowed brilliantly, and they gave rise to boundless world-shocking phenomena. Under such a siege, it was enough to make any creation realm existence tremble in fear and despair, but in the face of such a siege, Lin Sun's expression remained calm. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to grab. Boom, a huge hand that seemed to cover the sky appeared out of thin air, as if a chaotic abyss had descended to the world, surging with obscure and mysterious rule power. When this huge hand appeared, an indescribable aura of destruction was released along with it, tearing apart the power of the 9 divine steps in the sky, causing it to collapse like a tide, and the void to collapse and crack like a piece of paper. It gave people the feeling that such a huge hand could disturb the starry sky and crush all the phenomena in the world. When this huge hand slapped down, boom, how terrifying was the torrent of power released by the joint forces of 19 creation realm existences. But at this moment, it was forcefully slapped apart by this palm, causing an endless rain of light to burst out. All kinds of divine powers were destroyed in the explosion, and all kinds of eternal Tao weapons were shaken to the point of wailing and buzzing as they flew backward. A single slap had actually broken the offensive means of 19 creation realm existences. The expressions of Gao Yanghuai and the others changed, and all of them staggered from the impact of the huge hand. Their qi and blood surged, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Too strong, Lin Sun, who had reached the creation realm, was simply a heaven-defying monster that couldn't be measured by common sense, and this slap also caused a layer of goosebumps to arise all over Wu Yang and the others, and they were completely shocked. One person fought against 19 creation realm existences alone, and there was no lack of ruthless figures at the perfection realm among them, but Lin Sun still seemed so powerful and domineering. Kill! The eyes of Gao Yanghuai and the others turned red, and they went all out. They went all out and attacked again without holding back. All of them knew that in the ruins of creation, if even they, the creation realm existences, couldn't destroy Lin Sun, then all the divine clans in the world would definitely be trampled under Lin Sun's feet. This was something none of them could accept. Ants trying to shake a tree is just a joke. Lin Sun stepped forward in a cold and indifferent voice. Boom. Boom. Boom, with every step Lin Sun took, the starry sky trembled, and indescribably terrifying power spread from his tall figure, as if a supreme being of all heavens was going out. Those supreme divine powers and eternal Tao weapons that attacked him were all defeated by a wave of his hand, and they couldn't hurt a hair of his at all. On the contrary, under the pressure of his power, those opponents were like small boats that were constantly rocking in stormy waves, and their siege was constantly dispersed. The invincible power made Lin Sun become the most dazzling light on the battlefield, showing the supreme demeanor of overwhelming all others and dominating the starry sky. In contrast, the power of Gao Yanghuai and the other 19 creation realm existences was completely suppressed by Lin Sun. The superior was obvious. In the creation realm, one could refine the rules of heaven and earth for his own use. He had the magical power to turn stone into gold, just like the legendary creator. In the river of epics located in the original power of the ruins of fortune, Lin Sun passed the 9 tribulations of Tao in one fell swoop. Not only did he successfully reach the creation realm, but he also had the potential to transcend the changing of eras. The power he mastered was completely different from those in the same realm, and he was no longer comparable to those in the same realm. Under such circumstances, it was completely effortless for him to kill those who exceeded the rules realm, and he was destined to be unstoppable. And now, it was the same in the face of the 19 creation realm. After all, this was already a battle of the same realm. With Lin Sun's cultivation and foundation, he could already kill those in the middle stage of the creation realm when he exceeded the rules realm, let alone now that he was already in the creation realm. Therefore, as soon as the battle began, Lin Sun was already in a strong state. His divine power was vast and overwhelming, and he revealed his unparalleled fighting power. Boom, a pagoda made of white bones came crashing down from the sky. The power of rules emerged around the pagoda, turning into a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and a hellish cave, oppressing the void into disorder. Lin Sun just slapped out his palm, and the white bone pagoda flew out with a bang, and many cracks appeared on its surface. At the same time, a sword chi emerged from Lin Sun's body and flashed in the void. Puff, the head of the creation realm who controlled the white bone pagoda, was chopped off, and blood sprayed high. Fortunately, his spirit dodged in time and was not obliterated. Boom, the power released from Lin Sun's body also defeated the attacks coming from all directions, and they couldn't hurt him at all. Kill! A black-robed man roared fiercely. As if burning his own cultivation, he turned into a bloody rainbow and made a desperate attack. But the terrifying attack he exerted with all his might didn't even get within 30 meters of Lin Sun's body. It was like hitting an iron wall, and instantly turned into powder. And Lin Sun took the opportunity to step forward. Boom, hundreds of millions of obscure light raindrops interweaved into a formation of rules in front of him, crushing the black-robed man's figure on the spot. Before his body and primordial spirit could disperse, they were swept away by Lin Sun's power. A creation realm existence was so easily suppressed, this scene of death caused Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the others to shiver all over. How can he be so powerful? Someone let out a furious roar. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Lin Sun had shown an extremely strong posture. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't suppress him at all. On the contrary, as the battle went on, Lin Sun alone suppressed all their attacks. Who could accept this? It should be known that these creation realm existences had gone through countless years of ups and downs. But now they joined forces but didn't make any progress. Instead, Lin Sun took the opportunity to kill one of them. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. Everyone, we have no way out. Let's fight him to the death. A silver-robed woman said coldly. She controlled a divine-level order with her delicate hand and charged towards Lin Sun. Her power was extremely powerful, and the power that lingered around her could easily crush existences that exceeded the realm of enlightenment. But in front of Lin Sun, she seemed to be unable to bear it. In just an instant, she was easily defeated by Lin Sun and retreated with injuries. If it weren't for the others restraining her, she was bound to be unable to escape. At this moment, Lin Sun was truly too strong. He seemed to be invincible and unstoppable. Not long after. Swoosh, Lin Sun's palm and fingers were like blades that cut through the sky. A peerlessly dazzling light flashed, and a creation realm existence's body was cut into two at the waist. Even his primordial spirit didn't have time to escape before it died on the spot. And in the following battle, creation realm existences were killed one after another. Blood suffused the starry sky that had collapsed and seemed to be in chaos. Dao sounds rumbled everywhere, and divine radiance swept through. It was like a scene of purgatory where the end of the world was coming. Lin Sun's figure moved about freely. Even powerful existences like creation realm existences couldn't stop this level of slaughter at all. Furious roars. Screams. Scarlet blood and death intertwined, outlining a bloody picture that was enough to shock the ages. In the divine city of fortune, Wu Yang and the others felt cold in their hands and feet. Their Taoist heart trembled, and they all stood there blankly as if they had forgotten to breathe. This was not a battle of one against many. It was clearly a massacre that belonged to Lin Sun alone. Kill! The roar was like thunder, resounding through the starry sky. Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the others' eyes were bloodshot. They seemed to have gone crazy and were fighting desperately without regard for their lives. but it was still in vain. They couldn't shake Lin Sun at all. On the contrary, their companions around them were dying one by one. All of this stimulated them to the point that their liver and gallbladder were torn apart. It wasn't that they didn't have a trump card in their hands, but even if they used it, it was resolved by Lin Sun in an incomparably strong manner. It didn't play much role at all. In next to no time, only 9 of the 19 creation realm existences remained, and there were even a few amongst them that were heavily injured. Gao Yonghui, Jiang Tao, and the others hadn't given up yet. The remaining more than 30 existences in the law-exceeding realm were already panic-stricken and their fighting spirit had collapsed. Let's run away. No one in the ruins of fortune is a match for Lin Sun at all. Let's go. These existences in the law-exceeding realm were panic-stricken and fled frantically. They were the first to collapse. Do you really think I'll let you small fries get away? Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and a series of divine-level orders rose into the sky and blocked the starry sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! At the same time, the 4 Tao forms appeared and attacked these existences in the law-exceeding realm. Each of the 4 Tao forms was no weaker than Lin Sun himself. When they attacked together, their speed and power were far greater than those in the law-exceeding realm. As a result, screams of terror and curses of anger soon rang out. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 30 existences in the law-exceeding realm of Eternal Realm were wiped out. None of them were spared. In the face of such a scene, Gao Yonghui, Jiang Tao, and the others, the remaining creation realm existences who were still resisting, felt a wave of sadness in their hearts. It was over, the situation was hopeless. Previously, they had united all the Eternal Realm existences in the world. When they first arrived, they didn't take Lin Sun seriously at all. They even threatened to ask Lin Sun to come out and accept his death. But now, there was only despair and helplessness left in their hearts. No one could have imagined that Lin Sun would be in the creation realm. No one could have imagined that Lin Sun's combat power had reached such a level. The battle continued. Lin Sun was destined not to hold back. With the 4 Tao forms joining the battle, the enemy's defeat accelerated a lot. Puff! 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 One by one, the creation realm existences died in the starry sky. Before they died, their primordial spirits and bodies were taken away by Lin Sun. All of them ended up in a miserable state. In the end, only Gao Yonghui was left. His face was covered in blood and his black hair was disheveled. He roared, "Lin Sun, the calamity of the era is coming. You can't escape death. Just you wait." Boom! Before he finished speaking, Lin Sun had already smashed his body into pieces with a cold palm. At this point, all the Eternal Realm existences who came together to invade the city were wiped out by Lin Sun alone. However, before the people in the creation divine city could recover from the deep shock, suddenly, a terrifying tribulation light appeared out of thin air, with incomparably powerful and far superior power. Like a sword, it came straight at Lin Sun when he was the most relaxed. What's going on? At that moment, countless people were shocked. That ray of tribulation light was extremely obscure and deep, and it carried a strange and ominous aura. As soon as it appeared, this vast expanse of the starry sky suddenly darkened, and the layers of divine rank order energy that covered the starry sky were suppressed and were utterly unable to move. And at the moment when no one could react, the tribulation light instantly crossed the boundless spacetime and bombarded Lin Sun, directly tearing his body apart. Lin Sun! Father! Master! At that moment, Wu Yang, Lin Fan, and Subai all cried out involuntarily, and their expressions changed completely. No one expected that when Lin Sun was invincible and crushed all the Eternal Realm existences, there would be such a sudden change. But the next moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air hundreds of meters away. The tribulation light that had shattered before was just an afterimage left by his fast-moving speed. Wu Yang, Lin Fan, Su Bai, and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but soon, they all looked at the depths of the starry sky in surprise. At the same time, a dignified look appeared on Lin Sun's face. In the depths of the starry sky, a great tribulation cloud emerged, full of strange and ominous aura. Although it was silent, it made people shudder. The tribulation light before came from the depths of this grey tribulation cloud. Even Lin Sun felt a chill in his body, as if he was locked by an invisible gaze from a distance, making him uncomfortable all over. Is it the great silence fatal tribulation? As soon as this thought came to Lin Sun's mind, he saw, the tribulation cloud in the depths of the starry sky trembled violently, and then hundreds of invisible and colorless tribulation light swept out, directly tearing the spacetime and rushing toward Lin Sun. Boom! Almost instinctively, Lin Sun operated his cultivation to the extreme to an unprecedented level, and it simply burst out like a boiling furnace. Break! Lin Sun shouted, and hundreds of millions of sword chi branded with the profound meaning of nirvana whistled out, blooming with a boundless light curtain, and collided with the tribulation light. After that, rumbling sounds of collisions that were dense like thunderclaps resounded, and it caused numerous rifts to appear in that expanse of the starry sky, causing it to seem like a shattered canvas. In the end, although Lin Sun blocked the hundreds of tribulation light, he was struck to the point that his blood and chi were in turmoil, his figure staggered, and his expression became gloomy. He felt a familiar aura from the tribulation light, and it was exactly the same as the trace of primordial law contained in the primordial stone statue that he had refined. There was no doubt that the culprit behind the calamity of the era had made a move. Moreover, the culprit didn't borrow the power of others this time, but directly evolved into a great tribulation, appeared in the depths of the starry sky, and targeted him. Today, I will continue to add chapters and ask for monthly votes. In the divine city of fortune, Wu Yang and the others felt their hands and feet go cold. The great desolation calamity. No one had expected that after Lin Sun had just won an unprecedented victory, such a killing tribulation would suddenly come. Which eternal realm didn't know about the power of this calamity? It could be said that the great desolation calamity was the most feared in the eternal realm. During the destruction of civilizations in the past eras, this calamity had killed countless peerless eternal realm existences. Lin Sun, come back! Xianxia shouted immediately, his voice echoing through the starry sky. This was the divine city of fortune, enough to avoid the great desolation calamity. In the starry sky, Lin Sun shook his head and said, "Don't panic, everyone. I want to see how powerful this calamity is." His eyes were deep, revealing a hint of blazing fighting spirit. A long time ago, he had heard all kinds of rumors about the great desolation calamity. Even supreme existences like the Eternal Night Divine Emperor had been severely injured by this calamity. The only thing that puzzled Lin Sun was the relationship between the power of the great desolation calamity and the mastermind. Because according to common sense, if this calamity was completely controlled by the mastermind, it would have been a piece of cake for the mastermind to kill him in the past. There was no need to instruct the Zen sect, the voodoo cult, and the Ninth Heaven's Eternal God clan to attack him. There was also no need for the various divine clans in the ruins of fortune to deal with him. But it didn't make sense to say that the great desolation calamity wasn't controlled by the mastermind. Because previously, he had clearly felt the aura of the primordial law from the tribulation light, and this was what puzzled Lin Sun the most. This kid, knowing Lin Sun's plan, Wu Yang and the others felt their hearts clench. At this time, he still wanted to compete with the great desolation calamity. One should know that Lin Sun had just reached the creation realm. Without reaching the great perfection of this realm, he was destined to have no chance of stepping into the boundless realm, and it was obvious that Lin Sun insisted on doing this at this moment, as he said, to test the power of the great desolation calamity. This move was too bold, no different from throwing his life away. How could Wu Yang and the others not worry? Lin Bai and Su Bai glanced at each other, feeling somewhat indescribable excitement. Lin Sun's spirit at the moment shocked and even made them admire him. Perhaps it was only with such boldness that Father, Master, was able to achieve the great Tao he had today. Suddenly, in the grey tribulation cloud in the depths of the starry sky, a long saber condensed by tribulation light suddenly emerged. It flashed in the air and moved across time and space, abruptly chopping at Lin Sun. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already within reach. The saber was suffused with a strange and ominous aura, and the blade was grey and hazy, causing one's heart to palpitate. Clang! At this critical moment, the abyssal sword cauldron appeared and blocked the saber that was slashing down. Rays of light burst out and rumbled like thunder. The long saber dispersed, while the abyssal sword cauldron was sent flying. Unexpectedly, the abyssal sword cauldron remained unscathed under the attack of such a terrifying tribulation blade. Wu Yang and the rest were stunned. They didn't know that the abyssal sword cauldron, like Lin Sun, had been destroyed and reshaped during the 9 Tao tribulations in the River of Epics. It was completely different from before. Now, the cauldron was already connected with Lin Sun's heart, and its whole body was engraved with the power of the great Tao law of nirvana. Quantity, Lin Sun recalled the abyssal sword cauldron and stood in the void. Although his expression was solemn, his state of mind had calmed down a lot. Soon, the depths of the grey tribulation cloud tumbled, and tribulation weapons swept out one after another. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, ancient seals, pagodas, and so on. All of them were filled with a strange and ominous aura and were extremely powerful. That kind of killing power could easily kill creation realm figures like Gao Yonghui and Jiang Tao. Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless and fought with all his strength. The power he released was far from what he had used to. Kill Gao Yonghui and the others. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the starry sky, Lin Sun's figure shone like a god. The abyssal sword cauldron swept across the sky, blocking the tribulation light in front of him and exploding. It was also at this time that Wu Yang and the others finally realized how heaven-defying Lin Sun's extreme combat power was after he stepped into the creation realm. When he killed Gao Yonghui and Jiang Tao before, he obviously didn't use his full strength, and it was only now that he really revealed his cultivation. After Lin Sun blocked the last tribulation weapon, suddenly, a voice sounded from the depths of the grey tribulation cloud. Hey! The voice was very old, full of indifference and ruthlessness. It was just a voice, but it was like a thunderbolt that shattered the ages, shaking the starry sky and making it tremble and wail. Wu Yang and the others' eyes went dark, and they only felt that their minds were showing signs of being shocked. They couldn't help but be shocked. They immediately ran their power to protect themselves, Lin Fan, and Su Bai. It should be known that this was the divine city of creation, which was covered by the rules of creation, but the voice could still produce such terrible power. Who wouldn't be shocked? Sure enough, you're a heretic that can't be tolerated in the world. Accompanied by the ancient indifferent voice, a figure condensed from the depths of the tribulation cloud and walked out step by step. He was shrouded in a ball of golden light and shadow, and countless golden rules circulated around him. He was bright like a sun that tore through the eternal night. Through the light, people could only see a pair of indifferent and cold silver eyes, and a layer of armor that seemed to be made of immortal gold covering his body. As soon as he appeared, incomparably terrifying power fluctuations swept across the starry sky like stormy waves, like an ancient divine mountain pressing down. Every expert who saw this scene felt like their liver was torn apart, and their minds were shaken. At the same time, rolling tribulation light fell from his bright and dazzling figure, and the layers of divine rules that originally covered the starry sky were now like decorations, completely suppressed. Terrifying, too terrifying. An aura that far exceeds the realm of creation. Is he the mastermind behind the calamity of the era? Everyone was shocked. Wu Yang, Xianxia, Long Xiang, and the other old monsters' eyes burst with light. Their skin tightened to the extreme, and their cultivation surged wildly as they desperately resisted this power. And the cultivators who had been distributed in the divine city of creation all collapsed to the ground at this moment, and their vitality faded away like flowing water. His mind had actually been forcefully shattered by that terrifying might, causing him to die. The golden figure stood in the void like a supreme ruler. He didn't even make a move, but the power alone was enough to prove how terrifying his power was. Hand over the ultimacy of nirvana in you and abolish your cultivation, and I can spare your life on behalf of his lord. The golden figure spoke in an ancient, indifferent, and superior tone, as if he was giving alms. The voice resounded through the universe, oppressive and oppressive. At this time, Lin Sun's expression was unusually solemn. Although he could resist the poison released by the opponent, although he could resist the impact of the pressure released by the golden figure, he felt an unprecedented pressure that made every inch of his skin feel as if it was being torn apart. But he still keenly captured some words from the other's words. His lord. You're not the mastermind behind the calamity of the era? Lin Sun frowned. The other party didn't make a move immediately, so he wouldn't act rashly at this moment. It would be better if he could figure out the other party's background. A creature that walked out of the great silence lifeless calamity was incredible in itself. Mastermind behind the scenes? The golden figure was obviously displeased with this title. My lord wields the power to topple an era. How can you slander him? Ignorance is not a crime. I won't argue with you this time. It seemed to be acknowledging Lin Sun. But the words were filled with the arrogance of a superior, as if he was an ant on the ground. So you're just serving the mastermind behind the scenes. Lin Sun sighed softly, a little disappointed. He originally thought that the mastermind behind the scenes had shown his power, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. The golden figure kept calling him Lord, so how could it be the mastermind behind the scenes? It's the dream of any eternal being to serve the Lord. The golden figure said, looking at Lin Sun, with a hint of appreciation in his tone, you're very good. You can resist the killing power of the great silence calamity I borrowed, and you have the profound meaning of nirvana. If you're willing to surrender, you're destined to become a destiny apostle like me in the future. Lin Sun's eyes were filled with surprise. It turned out that this guy borrowed part of the power of the great silence calamity. And he called himself a destiny apostle. Did it mean that all the characters who served the mastermind behind the scenes could be called destiny apostles? Destiny? How arrogant! At this moment, Lin Sun was a little excited in his heart. He realized that if he could capture the golden figure today, he might be able to force out information about the mastermind behind the scenes. It was very likely that the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes would be revealed. Seeing that Lin Sun was silent, the golden figure in the distance said in a proud tone, young man, you're lucky to be recognized by me. Now kneel down, offer the profound meaning of nirvana, and swear loyalty to me. I'll give you supreme glory. He looked down on Lin Sun and asked him to kneel down and beg for mercy, as if it was a gift. Lin Sun couldn't help but sneer, who do you think you are? You're just a dog for the mastermind behind the scenes. How dare you ask me to kneel down? Huh? The golden figure was slightly angry. He just snorted slightly, but the whole starry sky was shaking. The endless void burst like glass fragments, and startling space-time cracks appeared. Just his voice is so terrifying. If he really makes a move, I'm afraid this starry sky won't be able to withstand a blow. This self-proclaimed mandate envoy, just what kind of terrifying cultivation does he have? Wu Yang and the others were all shocked and their faces changed. The creation realm was already the supreme existence in the ruins of fate. Although the boundless realm had always existed, it was destined to be impossible to see it in the ruins of fate. Yet now, the golden figure that walked out from the great silence lifespan tribulation was clearly far from something in existence that the creation realm could compare to, and it caused others to be unable to imagine exactly how formidable his cultivation was. More updates for you in the previous eras. There were also heretics like you who thought that they had embarked on the path of defying the heavens. They didn't know how to respect others and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They always thought that their path could break and rewrite everything. But in our eyes, they were just ignorant and pitiful worms. There was a trace of coldness in the golden figure's indifferent eyes. If I want, I can overturn the sea, sink the earth, change the mountains and rivers, and turn the entire starry sky into scorched earth with a thought. And if you kneel down and surrender, you can also have the same power as me in the future. You can be fearless of the great silence fateless doom and surpass the eternal realm in the world. At the end of his words, there was a touch of pride and incomparable temptation in his voice. At this moment, if it were Gao Yanghuai and Jiang Tao who had been trapped in the ruins of creation for countless years, they might have been tempted long ago. After all, for them, the great silence fateless doom was like the shadow of death that could take away their lives at any time. Who didn't want to be completely free from it? But Lin Sun just sneered, what destined messenger? It seems that you are used to being a dog. Let me guess, did you also rely on kneeling down and surrendering in exchange for the qualification to be a dog? The golden figure was furious, and his aura surged. Two divine lights shot out from his silver pupils, like two heavenly swords that tore the void apart. It seems that I guessed right, so you are so angry. Lin Sun laughed. He even suspected that the golden figure opposite him was originally an eternal realm existence in an era. The reason why he could become the destined messenger and serve the behind-the-scenes manipulator was that his knees were too weak and he couldn't withstand the temptation of being a dog. You have a sharp tongue and don't know what's good for you. I can't let you live. The golden figure was completely enraged and suddenly stretched out his hand. Clang, a spear condensed by the light of catastrophe fell into his palm. Die. The golden figure waved the light of catastrophe spear and attacked Lin Sun. At that moment, it was like a sun that could destroy the world, moving horizontally, releasing unimaginable power. Oh no! Wu Yang and the others felt a stinging pain in their eyes, and their hearts trembled. This attack was too terrifying. It could easily kill the existence of the creator realm, and people like them who had transcended the matrix realm suffered a terrible impact just looking at it from a distance. Clang, billions of obscure light rain appeared out of thin air as the profound sword cauldron rose into the air and blocked the attack of the calamity light spear. Lin Sun's figure shook violently, and he was almost shaken back. This caused his eyes to narrow, but instead of being shocked, he was delighted. When they truly fought, even though the other party's strength far surpassed a creation realm figure like Gao Yanghui, it was not impossible to resist. Moreover, the spear condensed from the power of Great Silence Fateless Doom was far less taboo and terrifying than Lin Sun had imagined. At the very least, the profound sword cauldron, which was branded with the Nirvana laws, was enough to fight it head-on. Die. The golden figure attacked again. At this moment, its entire body was surging with calamity light. The golden radiance was blazing, and its terrifying might was endless. It stretched across the sky, and a calamity light spear swept out, shattering the nearby starry skies. It was ridiculously powerful. Wu Yang and the others were all shocked. He felt that under this attack, even if there were 10 of him, he would still be torn to pieces. Many people's hearts tightened. At this time, no matter how much confidence they had in Lin Sun, they could only hope that he would escape back to the Fortune Divine City at the first sign of trouble. But to everyone's surprise, clang! The golden figure's overbearing attack was once again blocked by Lin Sun. The terrifying collision between the two spread out, and the starry skies could no longer bear it. It collapsed into chaos, and scenes of destruction were everywhere. This, Wu Yang and the others were dizzy. Lin Sun's tyrannical strength had repeatedly broken their understanding. Just like at this moment, the golden figure's attack was so despairing, but it was still blocked by Lin Sun. Didn't this mean that even the self-proclaimed Destiny's emissary couldn't do anything to him? The golden figure realized that something was wrong, and his face sank. Die! He let out a loud roar. Layers of calamity light surged around his body, wildly released, and turned into a torrent of calamity light. Even his spear was burning with countless layers of calamity light. At the same time, chains appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the spear, and the aura it exuded became increasingly strange and ominous. It gave people the feeling that fighting against it was like fighting against the Great Silence Fateless Doom. Boom, the surrounding void cracked, and the calamity light spear shot out with a loud bang. At the same time, Lin Sun no longer hesitated and took the initiative to attack. The profound sword cauldron set off endless obscure light rain. Driven by Lin Sun, it collided with the calamity light spear. It had to be said that the calamity power of this spear was too strange and terrifying. It could penetrate the 9 serenities and crush the starry skies. The majestic calamity light surged on it. It slowly and firmly pressed towards Lin Sun inch by inch, making a fierce collision sound with the profound sword cauldron. Countless rules of light rain and torrents of destruction bloomed from the place where the two collided. Wu Yang and the others had no doubt that if they stepped forward, they would turn into ashes in an instant. Seeing that the golden figure obviously had the advantage, with a clang, a Taoist sword swept out of the profound sword cauldron and slashed out at an incredible speed. This sudden turn of events caused the golden figure to instinctively block the attack. With a bang, his figure was directly knocked back. But to Lin Sun's surprise, the terrible sword intent couldn't break the golden armor covering the other party. There was no doubt that this was a supreme treasure with an extremely amazing defensive power. You, an early-stage creator, can actually shake me? The golden figure seemed to be in disbelief, and also seemed to be angry. After letting out a loud shout, he waved the calamity light spear and attacked again. His aura became more and more terrifying, like the incarnation of the Great Silence Fateless Calamity. Calamity light intertwined all over his body, and his power skyrocketed compared to before. Lin Sun, come back quickly. Wu Yang couldn't help but let out a hurried voice at this moment. The golden figure's power had reached an unimaginable level. If they fought with him head-on, it was very likely that they would be annihilated. The wisest choice was to retreat to the Fortune Divine City and fight with the power of the laws of the Fortune Divine City. But at this moment, Lin Sun let out a long laugh. There's no need to hide to deal with this dog. After that, the four great Dao bodies flew out together, each holding an eternal Dao weapon. Together with Lin Sun's original body, they charged towards the golden figure. His original body was already so powerful, let alone now that there were four great Dao avatars that were not weaker than his original body joining in. Then, Lin Sun's figure shot out like 5 divine rainbows, straight into the 9 heavens, breaking through the endless calamity light, and his power spanned across the sky. Although the golden figure's power skyrocketed, when he was besieged like this, his figure suddenly stiffened, and his face sank again. He didn't seem to expect that Lin Sun's true combat strength would be so tyrannical. It was obviously beyond his expectations. Kill. But the golden figure had no intention of retreating. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. A calamity light spear pointed to the sky and the earth, releasing a supreme torrent of destruction. Rumble rumble, the two fought fiercely, and in a flash, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. They fought until the universe was upside down, and the void collapsed. Endless calamity light and Dao light were everywhere. The golden figure might be able to suppress Lin Sun's original body, but when the four great Dao bodies attacked together with Lin Sun's original body, they forcibly turned the situation around and fought the golden figure to a standstill. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The golden figure's calamity light spear was also extremely powerful. It was formed by a part of the power of Great Silence Fateless Calamity. The eternal Dao weapons controlled by Lin Sun's four great Dao bodies were directly shattered in the battle. But before the golden figure could be happy, another eternal Dao weapon appeared in the hands of each of the four figures. I'd like to see how many eternal Dao weapons you have in your hands that can be destroyed. The golden figure was furious. Lin Sun's difficulty was beyond his expectation, and it also made him feel a little embarrassed. As the destined messenger, it was the first time he had encountered such a tricky heretic. In the past eras, he didn't even need to do anything to those heretics he targeted. He could easily kill them with the power of Great Silence Fateless Calamity. But obviously, Lin Sun was different from those heretics before. He had mastered the profound meaning of nirvana and had the foundation to fight against Great Silence Fateless Calamity. In addition, his cultivation was so strong that it was against the heavens, so he couldn't be taken down in a short time. This made the golden figure unable to bear it at all. Boom! The golden figure attacked angrily. The calamity clouds in the depths of the starry sky were tumbling violently. Guided by his power, they dropped strange and unpredictable calamity lights. At this moment, Lin Sun felt great pressure and danger, especially the eternal Dao weapons in the hands of the four great Dao bodies. They were almost shattered every moment. If he hadn't collected enough eternal Dao weapons over the years, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Kill. The golden figure obviously intended to kill Lin Sun in one go. The power of the battle became stronger and stronger, and his silver eyes were burning with raging anger. Obviously, he had been completely enraged. I can't go on like this. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suddenly displayed the time blade. He turned into a light shadow and merged into the profound sword cauldron. Boom! But when the profound sword cauldron collided with the opponent's calamity light spear again, the scene Lin Sun expected did not appear. The power of Great Silence Fateless Calamity was completely unafraid of the erosion of the time blade. This was the first time Lin Sun had encountered such a situation. After that, he suddenly gritted his teeth and utilized the Door of Exile. Suddenly, a space-time crack appeared across the sky, and the 1,000-foot-long space-time portal covered the golden figure. Open for me. The golden figure's eyes were cold. With a loud shout, the calamity light spear suddenly twisted forward. Boom! With the eruption of the calamity light, the Door of Exile with a range of thousands of feet suffered terrible destruction. In a few breaths, it collapsed. Lin Sun's face finally changed. The Door of Exile, which had always been successful in the past, was broken at this moment. Heretic, what other means do you have? Just use them. In the cold and indifferent voice, the golden figure moved again. He was so powerful that it made people desperate. The continuous use of the Blade of Time and the Gate of Exile consumed a lot of Lin Sun's cultivation. When the golden figure came with terrible power, Lin Sun was shaken by only one blow, and his whole body was smashed out. Puff, Lin Sun coughed up blood, his face pale. However, in the process, the 4 Taoist bodies restrained the golden figure, which gave Lin Sun a chance to breathe. Divine elixirs emerged one by one and were swallowed by Lin Sun. These divine elixirs were all rare treasures collected by the major clans. They were regarded as trophies and life-saving treasures for Lin Sun. But now, these divine elixirs came in handy. Boom, the divine light roared, and Lin Sun's consumed cultivation recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, he rushed at the golden figure again. Humph! The golden figure looked gloomy. He waved the spear of tribulation light, broke the siege of the 4 Taoist bodies, and stabbed at Lin Sun again. Incomparably powerful, how could he not know that it was futile to kill those doppelgangers? Only by destroying Lin Sun himself could he really kill Lin Sun. Boom, the battle became more and more fierce. Even if Lin Sun attacked with all his strength, he could only tie with the golden figure. The reason was that the combat strength of this golden figure had clearly exceeded the scope of the creation realm a long time ago, and the energy of the light of tribulation he possessed came from the grand silence lifeless tribulation. It was extremely mysterious and ominous, and it could easily crush eternal Tao soldiers. It could be said that the real threat to Lin Sun in the battle was the power of the great silence fatal disaster borrowed by the golden figure. Because of this, Lin Sun was constantly injured in the following battle. He coughed up blood repeatedly, and his face became extremely pale. Seeing this, Wu Yang and the others were extremely nervous and worried. The battle was too dangerous, just like a struggle between life and death. They were afraid that Lin Sun would encounter an accident in the next moment. However, to everyone's surprise, as time went by, Lin Sun actually withstood the heavy blows. When the eternal Tao soldiers were broken, he would sacrifice new ones. When he was injured by the golden figure, he would directly refine the divine elixirs to repair himself. From beginning to end, Lin Sun seemed to be extremely tenacious. This caused the golden figure to be both anxious and furious, and he was unable to maintain his composure. Ever since he became a Heaven's Mandate envoy, he had never encountered such a difficult opponent. Not only was his combat strength heaven-defying, but he also had countless life-saving trump cards. Kill! The golden figure roared angrily, and his aura shook the void around him. There were torrents of tribulation light everywhere, as if he was the master of heaven's punishment. This attack was once again resisted by Lin Sun. No one noticed that when Lin Sun blocked the blow, there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. As expected, the borrowed power is only borrowed in the end. It can't be maintained for long. Lin Sun noticed that although the power of the golden figure was still as strong as before, the power of tribulation light it released was obviously weaker than before. This was the reason why Lin refused to retreat before. It was all for a protracted battle, to see who could outlast the other. Kill! The golden figure was obviously anxious. He seemed to have realized that if this continued, the situation would only get worse for him. Therefore, from this moment onwards, attacking was no different from risking his life. Boom, the tribulation light was vast and mighty, and the spear crushed the void. The desperate action of the golden figure caused a great impact on Lin Sun. More and more injuries appeared on his body, which could hardly keep up with the speed of recovery. Looking from a distance, his clothes were stained with blood, and his body was covered with scars, which was shocking. But Lin Sun's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and his fighting intent was getting stronger and stronger. Because the power of the great silence fatality borrowed by the golden figure was also being consumed rapidly. Kill! Lin Sun shouted, not giving in at all. Although he was injured, he still had a domineering momentum. After a while, Lin Sun suddenly shouted, sword! Boom! At that moment, the world lost its color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and thousands of sword lights gathered together and converged into a dazzling sword light of 3 meters long. The sword light seemed to be transformed by a galaxy, in which there were countless stars and silver lights. Even if they were thousands of miles away, everyone could feel the brilliance and horror of the sword light. This was a sword condensed by the profound meaning of nirvana. Damn it! At the moment when the sword appeared, the golden figure's face changed greatly. He let out a roar and stabbed the spear of tribulation light in his hand. Bang! An amazing scene appeared. The sword light of 3 meters long chopped down in a domineering manner, crushing the spear of tribulation light inch by inch like a hot knife through butter. The golden silhouette wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword light shot out like a dragon, instantly traversing thousands of feet in the void. The sword tore open a straight sword mark on the golden silhouette's golden armor, and even his physical body was split in half from the top of his head. Just one sword. The golden figure who came out of the great silence fatality tribulation and claimed to be the messenger of destiny was split in half by one sword. This scene was so shocking that Wu Yang and others, who were so nervous about Lin Sun that their hearts were hanging in their throats, were stunned at once. What a terrible sword. But before they could be happy, boom! Turbulence surged in the starry sky. The golden figure's soul actually managed to escape from the destructive sword strike. Bastard, do you really think you can exhaust my strength like this? Don't even think about it. The spirit of the golden figure roared as he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed. Bang! The tribulation cloud in the depths of the starry sky suddenly roiled and transformed into a mysterious vortex. At the same time, the outline of a Dao bell suffused within the chaotic chi surged into appearance from within the tribulation cloud vortex. At this instant, time and space seemed to have stopped. The starry sky that had collapsed a long time ago showed signs of being deathly still, and it seemed as if it was forcefully confined by a shapeless pressure. The might of this Dao bell was too terrifying. It was like the embodiment of a supreme taboo, and it hadn't even truly appeared in the world, yet the divine city of creation had already suffered an extremely great impact and started to shake violently. On the other hand, Wu Yang and the others who were within the city only had a single feeling. The sky is about to collapse, everything will be destroyed by this Dao bell. It was a force that caused others to be unable to resist, and it made others feel as if they were sinking into despair. It was terrifying to an unimaginable extent. On the other hand, Lin Sun's expression changed abruptly at this moment while coldness couldn't be restrained surged into his heart. A strand of lethal aura of danger was like a sharp blade, and it caused his entire body to tense up. The primordial bell, that ominous treasure that even the eternal night divine emperor had once suffered misfortune, Lin Sun had never imagined that he would encounter this treasure at this moment, and when he intended to dodge, the strength in his entire body actually seemed as if it had been restrained, causing him to be unable to move in the slightest. His expression instantly turned grim, chaotic chi seethed within the tribulation cloud and descended into the world. The Dao bell suddenly pressed down, causing this expanse of the starry sky to instantly seem like a bubble and fall into violent spatial turbulence. The lofty and ancient divine city of creation trembled violently as if it was unable to endure this burden, and it seemed as if it would collapse and be destroyed at any moment. That scene seemed no different than the true destruction of the world. Not to mention Lin Sun, even a boundless realm existence would probably turn their hopes into ashes and fall into complete despair, but right at this moment. A jet black light suddenly flashed out from the sky above the divine city of creation like a bolt of lightning, and it flashed through the obstruction of space at an inconceivable speed. It tore through the layer upon layer of chaotic chi and charged into the tribulation cloud vortex. Clang! The jet black light struck fiercely onto the primordial bell like a bolt of lightning, and a terrifying force that completely exceeded the understanding of the world erupted from the collision. After that, the entire ruins of creation suddenly trembled, and the various epochs that were distributed throughout the ruins of creation suffered the impact. The heavens and the earth shook, and countless living beings within those epochs were alarmed by this and terrified to the point their souls almost left their bodies. In the starry sky, Lin Sun's vision went black as well. He was struck flying by the terrifying force created by the collision, and his body suffered a heavy injury and was extremely damaged. However, to Lin Sun's pleasant surprise, the energy of the primordial bell that confined him had vanished. When he looked up into the sky once more, Lin Sun saw an inconceivable scene. The primordial bell that possessed the might to obliterate the world was actually forcefully obstructed by that mysterious jet black light, and it was unable to truly flash out from the tribulation cloud vortex. The two of them collided intensely, and even the terrifying fluctuations of energy that erupted from them were forcefully blocked within the tribulation cloud vortex, and merely a small portion of it had effused out. However, that small portion of the aura of destruction had crushed this expanse of space, and it shook the entire ruins of creation to the point of shaking violently. It's the river diagram. Lin Sun's heart trembled as he recognized the jet-black light that was like a bolt of lightning. It was the river diagram that had resided in the sky above Creation City for countless years, a precious treasure left behind by Xianxia. Bang, rumbling that seemed as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing resounded incessantly. It wasn't long before the primordial bell rumbled, and then it actually vanished from the depths of the tribulation cloud. No. This is impossible. How could my master's Tao treasure possibly be resisted? The golden figure that merely had his soul core left roared with shock and rage while his eyes almost split apart from rage, and he was unable to accept all of this. This was too inconceivable. As an emissary of the heavens, he was very clearly aware of how formidable the primordial bell was, and it was capable of annihilating a figure like him with ease. Yet now, it had been obstructed. How could he accept all of this? Bang! Along with the disappearance of the primordial bell that was suffused with the aura of chaos, the tribulation cloud vortex that roiled violently without end actually rumbled and exploded into pieces at this moment. In an instant, the energy of the grand silence lifespan tribulation had completely dispersed from the collapsed and destroyed starry sky. At the same time, the river diagram transformed into a jet-black light that flashed lightly, and then it returned to the gray and hazy sky above Creation City before vanishing. At this instant, the golden figure seemed to have realized something, and he seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning. No, don't abandon me, don't. Along with his voice resounding, the golden figure transformed into a ray of light that flashed desperately towards the depths of the starry sky. However, the gray and hazy tribulation cloud had dispersed a long time ago, and it caused the golden figure to completely lose the path to return. For a time, he seemed as if he'd been abandoned, and his entire body collapsed as he cried out in a hoarse voice, "Master, why did you abandon me?" Why? His voice revealed terror, helplessness, and unwillingness as it resounded in all directions. It seemed as if being unable to return along the same path was the cruelest punishment in the world. For the golden figure. At this moment, Lin Sun's cold gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he charged explosively towards the golden figure. I'll continue to update tonight. Because of the impact he'd suffered earlier, Lin Sun's injuries were extremely severe. His body was damaged, and his entire body was drenched in blood. But compared to these injuries, capturing the golden figure's soul was undoubtedly more important. Swoosh, his figure teleported, and the abyssal sword cauldron soared through the sky. To Lin Sun's surprise, the golden figure's soul seemed to have completely given up, and it didn't have the slightest thought of resisting before it was directly suppressed by the abyssal sword cauldron. It was so easy that Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. There was no doubt that the disappearance of the tribulation cloud was a huge blow to the golden figure. Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to care about what the golden figure was thinking. He let out a long breath of air, looked around, and relaxed his entire body. It's finally over. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. At this moment, this vast expanse of the starry sky had collapsed a long time ago. There were signs of destruction everywhere, and it was a scene of desolation without a trace of vitality. Only the divine city of creation stood towering in the desolate void of destruction, and it seemed to be extremely striking and made others feel extremely at ease. Lin Sun's gaze subconsciously looked towards the sky above the divine city of creation. It was covered in a layer of obscure mist, and the river diagram resided within it. A very long time ago, the supreme existence Xianxia had created this city by himself and left the river diagram to guard it. Firstly, it was to protect the source of creation, and secondly, it was to resist the threat of the fateless calamity. For example, Wu Yang and the others had been cultivating in the city all these years, and they'd never suffered a blow from the fateless calamity. Today, the river diagram had similarly played a vital role in the starry sky near the divine city of creation, and it repelled the strange and ominous primordial bell. It was equivalent to saving Lin Sun's life. Thank you. Lin Sun cupped his hands from afar. After that, he turned around and flashed towards the divine city of creation. Silent Night Ridge. Wu Yang and the others seemed as if they'd awoken from a dream when they saw Lin Sun's figure appear within their fields of vision. For a time, their hearts rose and fell, and they were all speechless. Today, Dao Yanghuai, Jiang Tao, and the others had led all the eternal figures of the various clans in the world to attack the city. Such a scene was sufficient to make anyone in the world despair. However, as soon as Lin Sun appeared here, he'd swept through over 100 existences at the Transcendence Realm by himself and annihilated 19 Creation Realm seniors. He'd revealed unparalleled and supreme elegance, but before they could rejoice, the great silence lifeless tribulation suddenly descended. No one could have thought that Lin Sun would choose to fight against this disaster. No one could have imagined that Lin Sun, who was heavily injured, could split open the body of the golden figure at the last moment, but this was not the end. Everyone felt despair when the primordial bell appeared from the tribulation cloud vortex, and their hearts were filled with indescribable bitterness and sense of loss. But a miracle happened. They didn't die, Lin Sun didn't die, and that despair-inducing primordial bell was also repelled. All of this gave Wu Yang and the rest an unprecedented shock and impact. When they saw Lin Sun appear at this moment, they even felt like they were dreaming. They were in a trance and couldn't calm down. As for Lin Fan and Su Bai, they were relatively calm. Because when the golden figure appeared, all of their senses were obscured. Even they were protected by Wu Yang and the others, so they had no idea what was going on. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. However, they had witnessed the scene of Lin Sun sweeping away a group of Eternal Realm experts. When they saw Lin Sun appearing in front of them, covered with wounds, how could they not understand that even the great silence lifeless retribution could do nothing to Lin Sun? "Father, how are you?" Lin Fan was both excited and worried and was the first to speak. Su Bai was also very nervous. Lin Sun's body was broken and dripping with blood, so they could not help but worry about him. "I'm fine." Lin Sun smiled. As the light fluctuated up and down his broken body and injuries healed. Of course, these were only superficial injuries. In this battle, Lin Sun also suffered internal injuries. Although they were not fatal, they were quite serious. Fortunately, Lin Sun had all kinds of healing medicines on him. To him, these injuries were nothing. "Hurry up and recuperate. Don't delay any longer. If there's anything, wait until you're healed," Wu Yang urged. The other old monsters nodded repeatedly. Lin Sun did not refuse and walked straight into the hall. When his figure disappeared, Wu Yang and the others looked at each other and could not help but let out a long sigh. After what happened today, I'm afraid the ruins of creation will fall into turmoil. Xianxia let out a sigh. Today, all the Eternal Realm experts jointly dispatched by the major clans in the world had died in front of the divine city of creation. If the news spread, one could imagine what kind of waves it would cause. They asked for it. They can't blame others. Dark Blood Underworld Emperor sneered. The High Sun clan and the Jiang clan chose to be the dogs of the mastermind behind the scenes. Their deaths are not to be regretted. The other clans were willing to be the dogs of the High Sun clan and the Jiang clan. Their deaths are also not to be regretted. If I were Lin Sun, I would definitely go to those clans and destroy them one by one. He was full of murderous intent. Today's situation was extremely dangerous. There was no doubt that if Lin Sun was in trouble, none of them would have a chance to survive. This was also the reason why Dark Blood Underworld Emperor was so angry. From now on, the ruins of creation can be described as a group of dragons without a leader. The situation of the world is also destined to change dramatically. However, who could have imagined that all of this was done by Lin Sun alone? Someone sighed. Hundreds of civilizations in the ruins of creation were strong and prosperous. But from today on, they were all trampled under Lin Sun's feet. If Lin Sun wanted to, he could even become the real supreme ruler of the ruins of creation. After all, even the Great Silence Fatality disaster couldn't kill Lin Sun, not to mention those existences in the creation realm. I'm very curious about the identity of the destined messenger and what he knows about the mastermind behind the scenes. Wu Yang said softly. His words caused the eyes of the old monsters to flicker. They were existences in the transcending rules realm. The reason why they hadn't been attacked by the Great Silence Fatality disaster was that they had been hiding in the ruins of creation to cultivate all these years. But they knew that unless they stayed here for the rest of their lives, they would have to be on guard against the Great Silence Fatality disaster in the future. I believe Lin Sun himself is most eager to know this. Let's wait here for the news. Long Xiang said. At the same time, in the main hall. Lin Sun sat cross-legged and swallowed the divine medicine to heal his injuries. At the same time, he looked at the spirit of the golden figure imprisoned in the abyssal sword cauldron with his divine sense. The figure had a pair of silver eyes and looked like a young man. But the aura around him was quite ancient. At this moment, his spirit was silent as if he was mourning the death of his parents. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun acutely noticed that the aura of calamity on the spirit of the golden figure had long dissipated, revealing the aura of the cultivation that the figure originally possessed. Although the aura was extremely weak, Lin Sun could still recognize at a glance that the cultivation that the figure possessed had long been beyond the scope of the creation realm. It had already exceeded the scope of the creation realm. In other words, the golden figure was originally a boundless realm existence. No wonder I was not a match for him even with the strength of my original body. Even if I used the 4 Tao forms, I could only barely contend with him. It turns out that he's a boundless realm existence. At this moment, Lin Sun finally understood. Creation realm existences like Gao Yanghui and Jiang Tao had all reached the great perfection of this realm, but they were still far from being a match for him. And obviously, the reason why the golden figure was so powerful was not only because he could borrow the power of the great silence fatality disaster, but also because he had the cultivation of the boundless realm. This was the key, as if sensing the investigation of Lin Sun's divine sense, the spirit of the golden figure trembled slightly, and then said in an indifferent voice, "I know what you want to do by keeping my spirit, but I have to tell you that even if you search my soul, it's impossible to know anything about the Lord. In other words, as long as you search my soul, the imprint left in my soul memory by the Lord will be alarmed, and my spirit will be wiped out in an instant." When he said the word Lord, he seemed extremely upset and lost. Obviously, he was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't leave the path of the tribulation cloud. "Then what can you tell me?" Lin Sun conveyed a wisp of thought through his divine sense. After a long silence, the spirit of the golden figure said, "I can tell you everything related to me." "I'm not interested in you," Lin Sun said coldly. "Haha, don't you want to know how I became the messenger of destiny?" The expression of the golden figure was very strange. It seemed to be sad, bitter, and thinking about something, which was very mysterious. This time, without waiting for Lin Sun to speak, his eyes were full of reminiscence, and he continued, "I'm Xianxia, a descendant of the Shan clan of the Chaos Spirit clan of the Tao era. I was talented when I was young, and my talent was outstanding in the whole clan. At the age of 13, I was selected as an exception and entered the first orthodoxy of the Tao era, the Three Pristines Temple. In less than 100 years, I set foot on the Tao Master realm, which is equivalent to the immortal path of your era." At this moment, the golden figure who called himself Xianxia was completely immersed in reminiscence, murmuring in a low voice. "At that time I was high-spirited and confident that my Tao was enough to shock the ages and suppress all my peers. Later, I fought in the heavens alone for 800 years, and there was no opponent in the Tao Master realm. The world called me Tao Master Shan, and billions of creatures praised my name. Even people in the same realm had to lower their heads and call me Tao Master when they saw me." A wisp of indescribable emotion and satisfaction appeared on his face, and there was a wisp of pride that couldn't be restrained. 3,000 years later, I experienced the apocalypse tribulation and attained eternal Tao, and in less than 600 years, I became one of the 4 strongest rulers of the Tao era. At that time everyone called me ruler Shan, but I didn't care about these empty titles at all. What I sought was to overturn the past and the present, and I've always yearned for the day when I could truly transcend the change of an era. When the calamity of an era descended, I resolutely headed to the Kunlun ruins and fought in the Sea of Destiny. I slaughtered a path of blood through the resistance of numerous eternal realm figures, and in the end, I won a chance to head to the ruins of myriad profundity of Tao. When he spoke up to hear, Xianxia's expression was suffused with a layer of light. It was an aura of disdain, confidence, and disdain for the world. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun, who had been silent all this while, was shocked. This fellow actually went to the ruins of myriad profundity of Tao. More updates for you. Xianxia's spirit didn't notice Lin Sun's abnormality. He was still immersed in his memories. The ruins of wonderful Tao is known as the most mysterious place among the 4 great ruins of Tao. It is also regarded as the only place of transcendence. In the past eras, as long as the existence of boundless realm reached the ruins of wonderful Tao, they could compete for the ultimate road of transcendence. That year, I also had the opportunity to go to the ruins of Wonderful Tao. But when I really arrived, I found that the ruins of Wonderful Tao was already full of danger. Xianxia's expression flickered. On the first day I arrived, I encountered an incomparably dangerous assassination and almost lost my life. I'll never forget that the old thing who wanted to kill me called himself Tianju. Speaking of this, his eyes were filled with hatred. Then, he sighed. It was also at that time that the Lord saved me. He told me that as long as I followed him, I would no longer be threatened by the great silence lifeless tribulation. The mastermind is also in the ruins of Wonderful Tao? Linsun was shocked and almost asked aloud. But he held back in the end. The more it was like this, the more Xianxia would not answer. But Linsun did not gain nothing. Xianxia's words finally confirmed a problem. The mastermind was a living creature, not formed by the power of rules. At that time, I didn't agree. Xianxia said, although the Lord saved me, how could I be willing to be under someone else when I had already reached the ruins of Wonderful Tao? How could I care about the threat of the great silence lifeless tribulation? But later I knew that the ruins of Wonderful Tao was far more dangerous than I imagined. Suddenly, he paused and changed the topic. Do you want to know what the ruins of Wonderful Tao is like? Linsun said without hesitation, of course. What a pity. Xianxia sighed, everything I know about that place is just the tip of the iceberg. In less than 3 months, I encountered 3 fatal crises. The first time was when I was injured by a heaven's end, the second time was when I was trapped in a secret realm, and the third time was when I was injured by a sword chi that suddenly appeared. Sword chi? Linsun was surprised. Exactly, a strand of innate sword chi that's truly born from the laws of chaos. A divine object like this is extremely rare in the ruins of Tao, and it's also viewed as the Tao fruit of chaos by us boundless realm figures. Every single chaotic Tao fruit is a type of supreme fortune, and refining it will allow one to grasp a complete strand of the laws of chaos. Xianxia said, the boundless realm is the final stage of the eternal Tao path. Whoever grasps more chaos laws will be able to possess greater strength in the boundless realm, and also have greater hopes of realizing a true sense of transcendence in this ultimate realm. Linsun's eyes flickered, and his mood fluctuated. This was the first time he had heard of such things. Sadly, with my strength back then, I couldn't suppress that strand of sword chi at all. Instead, I was almost killed by it. Xianxia let out a long sigh. After a moment of silence, he said, in short, in a short period of 3 months, I encountered 3 fatal calamities in the ruins of myriad ingenious Tao, and it was Lord who saved me from death 3 times. It was also at that time that I knew that Lord had been watching me since I entered the ruins of myriad ingenious Tao. He took a deep breath. At that time, I asked Lord why he saved me. Lord said that he was now trapped in the ruins of myriad ingenious Tao and couldn't leave, and he needed someone he could trust to help him with something he wanted to do. Linsun's eyes narrowed. The backstage manipulator was trapped in the ruins of myriad ingenious Tao. This was another thing that Linsun didn't expect at all. For a moment, there were waves in his heart. From then on, I gave my life to Lord. A gentleman will die for his bosom friend, not to mention that Lord has saved me 3 times. Xianxia's expression was complicated. There was gratitude, sadness, and loss, and he didn't speak for a long time. Linsun couldn't help asking, what happened later? Later, Xianxia had just uttered these 2 words when his expression changed abruptly. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Then, he revealed a bitter smile. I have long guessed that this would happen. Master, my life is returned to you. While his voice was still echoing, his primordial spirit turned into light rain and disappeared. This sudden scene shocked Linsun. He was caught off guard and had no time to save Xianxia. Xianxia's primordial spirit disappeared. Damn it. Linsun's face was gloomy. Xianxia knew many secrets that Linsun didn't know, and he was most likely to learn something about the backstage manipulator from him. But now, his primordial spirit suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Undoubtedly, as Xianxia said at the beginning, there was a mark left by the backstage manipulator in his primordial spirit, and it was this mark that destroyed Xianxia's primordial spirit. It could also be inferred that the backstage manipulator had known that the Great Silence fatal disaster failed to kill him this time. After the primordial bell returned, the backstage manipulator must have noticed something unusual, so he didn't hesitate to kill Xianxia, the messenger of destiny. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold as he guessed the reason. The primordial spirit of a boundless realm existence from the Tao era, a powerhouse who had once shocked an era and fought for a chance in the Kunlun ruined Sea of Destiny to arrive at the ruins of Wonder of Tao, had actually been killed just like that. Besides causing Lin Sun to be shocked, he couldn't help but feel horrified. He could tell that Xianxia had sincerely given his life to the backstage manipulator, but the one who killed him in the end was also the backstage manipulator. It had to be said that this was very sad. After a while, Lin Sun calmed down completely after stabilizing his mind. Chatting with Xianxia allowed him to learn quite a few valuable things. Firstly, the chance of survival that he fought for in the Kunlun ruins was indeed in the Kunlun ruins source energy, the Sea of Destiny. All those years ago, Xianxia had grasped a chance in the Sea of Destiny and finally realized his goal of heading to the ruins of Wonder. Secondly, the ruins of Wonder of Tao was filled with danger. Even a boundless realm existence like Xianxia would encounter all sorts of fatal threats. But similarly, there were eras that could allow boundless realm existences to achieve breakthroughs in the ruins of Wonder of Tao. For example, the chaotic Tao fruit, the so-called chaotic Tao fruit was the complete energy of laws that was born from within the chaos. To boundless realm existences, the more chaotic Tao fruits they refined, the more hope they had to achieve ultimate transcendence from the boundless realm. Thirdly, the backstage manipulator was an extremely formidable existence, but he was currently trapped in the ruins of Wonder of Tao and was unable to escape, so he had no choice but to borrow the strength of others to do things for him. For example, Xianxia was one of the emissaries of destiny that worked for him. After understanding all of this, Lin Sun finally understood why so many eras had passed, yet no one knew exactly who the backstage manipulator was. This person had probably been trapped in the ruins of Wonder of Tao a very long time ago. Chen Linkong had once said that Golden Cicada had once told him that there were many clues that proved that the backstage manipulator was very likely in the ruins of Wonder of Tao. Chen Linkong had once told Lin Sun these words when he headed to the ruins of Wonder of Tao. Now it would seem that Golden Cicada's inference was undoubtedly correct. Master had already set off for the ruins of Wonder of Tao a very long time ago. Even the ancestors of the four great ancestral courts and some boundless realm existences from various eras had already gone there a long time ago. Lin Sun recalled many things of the past. But whether it's Master or the others, there hasn't been any news related to the backstage manipulator until now. Could it be that all the experts that had arrived at the ruins of Wonder of Tao in the past were trapped within, or had already met with misfortune? The more Lin Sun thought about it, the more he felt that the ruins of Wonder of Tao was too mysterious. Even the backstage manipulator was trapped within. This simply overturned Lin Sun's previous understanding. After a long time, Lin Sun finally discarded all distracting thoughts and focused on recovering from his injuries. 2 days later, Lin Sun walked out of the hall. Wu Yang and the others had been waiting there for a long time, and they couldn't help but step forward to ask when they saw Lin Sun. They were all delighted to know that Lin Sun's injuries had completely healed. "Little friend, did you manage to find out anything from the soul of the emissary of destiny?" asked Xianxia. Lin Sun immediately told them about Xianxia's origins and everything he knew. For a time, the hearts of Wu Yang and the others were in turmoil. From the looks of it, even the ruins of Wonder of Tao isn't an absolutely safe place. Someone let out a long sigh. In everyone's knowledge, the ruins of Wonder of Tao was the only place that could truly be unafraid of the threat of the Great Silence lifeless tribulation. It was also the place that any eternal realm cultivator dreamed of seeking the Tao. However, after understanding what Xianxia had said, these old monsters could not help but feel heavy in their hearts. What's the point of worrying about this? Even if an era is destroyed, as long as we stay in the ruins of creation, we can survive and wait for the arrival of the next era, said Wu Yang. Moreover, people like us who have exceeded the realm of rules probably won't even have the chance to fight for a chance to cross after entering the Kunlun ruins, let alone head to the ruins of Wonder of Tao. Xianxia was a boundless realm cultivator, but he had experienced many intense competitions in the Kunlun ruins back then. Only then did he manage to carve out a bloody path and fight for a chance to head to the ruins of Wonder of Tao. Compared to him, it was simply a pipe dream for someone who had exceeded the realm of rules to seek such an opportunity. Senior Wu Yang is right. As long as we stay in the ruins of creation, we won't have to worry about the danger of an era being destroyed, said Lin Sun. He had already grasped the rules of creation and completely understood the meaning of the existence of the order of creation. It could be said that this was the nest of each era. Even if an era was destroyed, as long as they stayed in the ruins of creation, they would not have to worry about suffering. It seems like that's the only way, the old monsters nodded in agreement. What do you plan to do next? Wu Yang looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun said without hesitation, I want to make a trip back to the eternal world now. This trip to the ruins of creation had allowed him to learn many things. He planned to bring the entire Yuan sect with him after he returned and move them to the divine city of creation. Only there could he feel completely at ease. Otherwise, the existence of the mastermind and the great silence lifeless tribulation would ultimately be a threat that would cause him to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Eternal True World. Yuan Sect. Mother, I'm back. Zhao Jingxian, who was sleeping, was awakened by a familiar voice and slowly opened her eyes. Then, she saw Lin Fan standing in front of the bed. Zhao Jingxian sat up and said excitedly, Fanner. She still could not believe it and thought that she was dreaming. Lin Fan stepped forward and hugged her tightly. He smiled and said, Mother, I've made you worry these days. It was Father who saved me and senior brother Subai. We're all fine now. Zhao Jingxuan's nose turned sour, and she cried tears of joy. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. I didn't know how to live when you weren't around. Lin Fan's heart was in turmoil. He was touched and guilty. Mother, don't worry. I won't let you worry anymore. Where's your father? Zhao Jingxian asked. Father went to find Senior Xianfeiling and the others. Lin Fan helped Zhao Jingxian up from the bed, made a cup of hot tea, and handed it to her. Mother, you don't know how powerful Father is now. He alone killed so many people in the ruins of fate that no one dares to call themselves supreme, Zhao Jingxian interrupted him angrily. I don't want to hear this. I just want you and your father to be safe. I don't need to worry about you. Lin Fan immediately felt embarrassed. Go to the ruins of fate? In the central hall, when they learned that Lin Sun planned to bring the entire Yuan sect to the ruins of fate, Xianfeiling, Feng Daoping, and the other elders were stunned. That's right. Only when we get there will the Yuan sect not have to worry about being attacked by the mastermind behind the scenes, nor will we have to worry about the danger of the destruction of the era. Lin Sun said, moreover, after you reach the ruins of fate, you will also have a chance to prove your Tao to be eternal. Otherwise, you won't have another chance in the eternal true world. Xianfeiling and the others looked at each other and hesitated. The Yuan sect had stood tall for countless years. Who would be willing to let them leave just like that? However, they also knew that Lin Sun's arrangement was undoubtedly the safest way. Let us think about this matter carefully. Xianfeiling said. Lin Sun nodded. There's no hurry. I still have to go to the ninth heaven. Seniors, just give me an answer in half a month. You're still going to the ninth heaven? Xianfeiling and the others were stunned. Lin Sun smiled and said. When I went to the ninth heaven, I let the Yi clan, Xingtian clan, and Panwu clan escape. How can I let them go so easily? Everyone couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. In the past, it was the eternal gods of the ninth heaven who bullied Lin Sun. Now, it was Lin Sun's turn to bully the eternal gods. Besides that, I still have to make a trip to the Origin sect and the Zen sect to strive to put an end to the enmity of the past. After that, I won't have any regrets when I head to the ruins of creation. Lin Sun said softly. Xianfeiling and others were all shocked that Lin Sun was going to settle accounts with which cult and Zen cult. Xianfeiling said in a low voice, let's not talk about anything else. I think it's necessary to communicate with the Spirit Church about going to the ruins of creation. If it's feasible, I hope the Spirit Church will leave with us. Of course. Lin Sun nodded. He already had such a plan. All right, we'll talk to the Spirit Church about this. Xianfeiling made a decision. On the same day, Lin Sun's greenwood Taoist body went to the ninth heaven alone. His scarlet fire Taoist body and platinum Taoist body went to the witch cult together. His original body and yellow Taoist body set off for the Zen sect. As for the Blackwater Taoist body, Lin Sun still left it behind to guard the Yuan sect. The Zen world. The place where the Zen ancestral court was located was also known as the Radiant Buddhist Land. The entrance to the Zen world was located in a divine mountain bathed in billions of rays of auspicious light. However, since ancient times, very few people in the world knew about this place. As a result, the impression that the Zen sect gave the world was extremely mysterious. Buzz on this day, there was a fluctuation in the void, and Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. His eyes looked at the divine mountain in the distance. With his divine sense, he could see at a glance that the divine mountain was covered with countless mysterious and unfathomable restrictive power, and the power of the divine level order was surging within. Ordinary eternal figures in the law-transcending realm would not be able to sneak in. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of some things in the past. Back then, eldest senior brother and the others were trapped in the Taiyu real realm, and a group of big shots of the Zen sect blocked the surroundings of the Taiyu real realm. At that time, Shi, one of the 9 great Buddha primogenitors of Dhyana sect, led a group of masters to hunt down Pu Zhen and Xueya. Fortunately, when they fled to the Cloud Guard house, they met Lin Sun, who helped them resolve the trouble. Back then, on his way back from the 10 Devil territories, he was blocked by the Dharma form of the Zen sect's present Buddha, Jianan. Fortunately, he was helped by the Dharma form of martial uncle Kongju. Back then, all kinds of grievances of the past surged into Lin Sun's mind like a tide. And now, he was here to end these grievances. Whoosh! Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and layers of the divine level order spread out, covering the world. Then, he spoke in a voice, Lin Sun, the successor of Feng Siyuan, has come today to end the grievances of the past. Where are the people of the Zen sect? The voice was like a great bell, rumbling through the world. The sound waves spread, causing the clouds to collapse and all things to rustle. The hundreds of millions of auspicious lights covering the mountains in the distance exploded and collapsed like a tide. Immediately afterward, countless restrictions fluctuated, the Buddhist light was steaming, and there was a burst of noisy sounds. Obviously, the powerhouses in the Zen sect were alarmed. Soon, many figures appeared out of thin air, each of them surrounded by Buddhist light, solemn and powerful aura. Lin Sun, you really came. The leader was an old monk with white eyebrows and a white beard. His expression was solemn. At this moment, these powerhouses of the Zen sect also saw Lin Sun's figure. Although he stood there alone, his tall figure was like a supreme ruler, making people feel pressure. For a moment, their expressions became extremely solemn. They had already known what happened in the 9th heaven some time ago. How could they not know that Lin Sun had already become extremely powerful? However, no one expected that Lin Sun would come to them today. The hatred of the past has not been settled. How can I not come? Lin Sun put his hands behind his back, his expression calm, without joy or sorrow. I'll give you a chance. Bow your head and admit your guilt now, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, don't blame me for flattening this place. His voice resounded clearly through the universe, and it caused the experts of the Zen sect to feel sorrow and rage in their hearts. As one of the 4 ancestral halls, they had never been threatened like this for countless years. Lin Sun, aren't you afraid of the wrath of heaven for being so fierce and rampant? An old monk shouted angrily. Puff! Lin Sun pointed in the air, and the old monk's body instantly exploded, turning into ashes and dissipating. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This scene shocked the other bigwigs of the Zen sect, and their bodies stiffened. It should be known that the place where they stood was covered with countless restrictions, as well as the fluctuations of their Zen sect's divine order. However, in front of Lin Sun's killing intent, it was as if it didn't exist. It didn't stop him at all. In the past years, your Zen sect has used countless despicable means to deal with my mountain of Cun. How dare you say that I'm rampant and fierce? How ridiculous. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and his expression was full of mockery. Are you only allowed to harm others, but not allowed to fight back? Shameless. His voice shook the sky. Lin Sun, can you give our Zen sect a chance to make up for our past mistakes? The white-browed old monk put his palms together, and his expression was full of pity and bitterness. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. How? As long as our Zen sect has a chance to continue to exist, "We will give our lives to you without any complaints," the white-browed old monk said in a deep voice. The others couldn't help but be in an uproar, and their expressions changed. This was equivalent to bowing and admitting defeat to Lin Sun, and it filled their hearts with sorrow and depression. However, Lin Sun said without hesitation, "Impossible. From today onwards, the Zen sect will never exist in the world. I advise you to give up as soon as possible." "Lin Sun, you've gone too far." A bronze-skinned middle-aged monk with a strong aura said angrily, "Do you really think that we can only be slaughtered like the Eternal God clan in the ninth heaven?" Puff, an invisible sword chi swept over and killed the middle-aged monk on the spot. His blood splashed in the void. Lin Sun said indifferently, "I'm sorry. Now you are indeed no different from fish on the chopping board." The bloody scene made the others' faces turn blue, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "We have already admitted our guilt. We only hope that our sect can survive. Taoism Pure Lin, are you really not going to give us a chance?" The white-browed monk looked at Lin Sun. Yes, Lin Sun nodded with a calm expression, but there was no doubt about it. The white-browed monk let out a long sigh and said no more. The next moment, from the holy mountain under their feet, countless restrictive forces gushed out, all releasing blazing and mighty Sanskrit Buddha light, and attacked Lin Sun. That kind of power was enough to make people who exceeded the rules tremble, but Lin Sun didn't even look at it and waved his sleeve. Boom, the mighty Sanskrit Buddha light vanished into thin air, turning into nothingness. Immediately after, Lin Sun took a step forward. The world turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their light. The countless restrictive forces around the holy mountain exploded with a rumbling sound, turning into a rain of light that filled the sky. This is the power of transcendence. All of a sudden, the white-browed old monk's face turned deathly pale. He finally understood why Lin Sun dared to attack so fearlessly. It was just that when he reacted, it was already a step too late. He saw, as Lin Sun took a step in the air, the world turned upside down, and everything collapsed. The holy mountain that had been in the world for countless years collapsed and turned into ruins, setting off a sky full of smoke and dust. As for the white-browed old monk and the other big shots, they had long been imprisoned by the terrifying power released by Lin Sun. All of them were unable to move, and their faces were covered with fear and despair. Don't worry, Lin Sun is not someone who kills indiscriminately. Although the Zen Church has been removed from the world, everyone in the sect will end up the same as the eternal gods in the ninth heaven. Some can live, and some must die. With an indifferent voice, Lin Sun had already arrived at the entrance to the Zen world. He waved his right hand. Boom, the divine-level power that covered the entrance to the Zen world also exploded like paper. In the next moment, Lin Sun's figure stepped in. "Thank you, Brother Awadara, for the reward from the leader again. I will continue to add updates tonight, and there will be a special update at the end of the month to thank the leader." In the Zen world. In a cave dwelling, a 9-colored lotus swayed and sprinkled colorful light. Fanon, who was thin and hunched, sat cross-legged on a futon. His face was thin, and he had a snow-white beard. There was an absolute beginning stone statue in front of him. "That heretic is here. Are you really going to abandon the Zen sect?" Fanon's expression was uncertain as he stared at the absolute beginning stone statue. This treasure that was left behind by the Zen sect's patriarch, sure, hadn't had the slightest reaction since the last time it transmitted a thought fluctuation. It was the same now. Outside the cave dwelling, there were noises. There were angry shouts, unwilling roars, and panicked screams. There were also the rumbles of fighting, the sounds of rocks collapsing, and the loud noises of palaces being destroyed. All of this caused the gloominess in the space between Fanon's brows to grow denser, and a wisp of indescribable sorrow and bitterness surged into his heart. After a while, Fanon suddenly grabbed the absolute beginning stone statue with both hands. His eyes shone with a frightening divine light. "You harmed the Zen sect. You." His deep roar was like that of a desperate beast. His thin and tranquil face became livid and sinister, and his eyes were filled with rage and hatred. Bang, the absolute beginning stone statue exploded into powder that fell from Fanon's fingers. Fanon panted for a while. He suddenly turned his head and saw a tall figure standing at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Lin Sun, Fanon's pupil shrank. He slowly stood up from the futon and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm the only one left?" Lin Sun shook his head. "I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately. Some innocent people don't need to die because of the mistakes of the Zen sect." Fanon was stunned. His eyes were complicated. So I have to thank you on behalf of those descendants who survived." Lin Sun pointed at his heart. "I have a clear conscience. I'm not pretending to be merciful." Fake mercy, his words were obviously sarcastic. It was a mockery of the Zen sect, but Fanon was not in the mood to care about this. He looked at Lin Sun and said after a while, "I don't understand. Aren't you afraid of the mastermind behind the calamity of the era?" Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. "What's the use of being afraid? Will the mastermind let me live because of fear?" Fanon narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Right. You have no way out. So you are not afraid. Sometimes, when you have too many ways out, you will make some stupid decisions." He remembered the absolute beginning stone statue left by the patriarch. It was a treasure that guarded the Zen sect, but it was also the treasure of the absolute beginning. It was the treasure of the absolute sect. "Before I make my move, there's something I don't understand." Lin Sun asked, "Why does your Zen church hate Mountain Heart so much? Not only the Zen sect, but also the witch sect." So far, Lin Sun had not figured out the reason. "God Fan said." Fanon said without hesitation. "Among the 4 great ancestral courts, the patriarchs of my sect and the patriarchs of the voodoo cult were mortal enemies with your master, the master of the heart core, before they established their sections. In the 4 ancestral courts, the patriarch of the Zen sect and the patriarch of the witch sect were enemies with your master, the master of heart, before they established their orthodoxy." Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. God. This kind of hatred was the most difficult to solve. You see me as a demon, and I see you as a heretic. Just like water and fire, there must be a winner in order to resolve it. What a pity. At this moment, Fanon let out a long sigh. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. "What's a pity?" Fanon said with a strange expression, "I don't know if you can survive the end of the era." "It's a pity." Lin Sun smiled. He didn't say anything else and started to fight. After a while, when Lin Sun walked out of the Zen realm, the divine order of the ancestral court of the Zen sect had been taken away. The mountain gate had collapsed, and the foundation built over countless years had been destroyed. From then on, there would be no Zen sect in this world. The ancestral court of the witch sect. In front of the mountain gate, Lin Sun's scarlet flame Taoist body stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the familiar place with emotion. Back then, he and Yuan Changtian represented the Yuan sect and came to the witch sect to participate in the operation of the 10 Devils' Land. That was the first time he entered the witch sect. Now, when he started all over again, he was in existence at the creation realm that had stepped foot onto the eternal path towards the Tao. It's really this guy. Humph, does he think that our witch sect is as weak as the eternal gods in the 9th heaven? In front of the mountain gate in the distance, many strong figures of the witch sect appeared. Each of them had a fierce and savage aura, full of murderous intent. The witch sect was very special. They didn't respect heaven and earth, didn't respect etiquette, and were not afraid of death. They were proud to die in battle. Therefore, even when they saw Lin Sun at this moment, they didn't show any fear. However, not being afraid of death didn't mean that they were reckless. They had also learned about what happened in the 9th heaven, so they naturally knew how terrifying Lin Sun was. "It seems that you already know why I'm here. Then it's easy. I'll give you a chance. Do you choose to die in battle, or surrender immediately and let me punish you for your crimes?" Lin Sun's scarlet flame Taoist body said indifferently. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Wuxia divine level order soared into the sky and covered the entire sky. "You want us to surrender?" Wishful thinking. An old man in a beast robe of the witch sect shouted, and his voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. Formation. Boom, more than 100 important figures of the witchcraft cult flew out and formed a grand battle formation in the void. The moment the battle formation took shape, it actually affected the god-level order power that enveloped the entire witchcraft cult and erupted with boundlessly terrifying might. Kill. The old man in a beast robe took the lead to attack, and the whole battle formation was immediately activated, causing the world to shake, and all directions to tremble. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Sun snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to sweep the void. Flames rose all over the sky, and the dazzling and blazing torrent of flames was like a wanton ocean, falling down to the ninth heaven and drowning the whole world. In an instant, the bodies of the old man in a beast robe and hundreds of big shots of the witch sect all turned into ashes. They were easily erased from the world like paper paste. That scene made all the strong men of the witch sect near the mountain gate in the distance horrified, and their faces changed. "If you're not afraid of death, you can kill me now," Lin Sun said indifferently, and his eyes were full of coldness. Compared with the Zen sect, he hated the witch sect more. This orthodoxy was unscrupulous and unscrupulous. In the past years, it had sent forces to deal with him more than once, and they had formed a deep hatred. "Since the moment our witch sect was established, we have never been afraid," a tall man in a gray robe shouted. His figure shook and turned into a height of thousands of meters, and his whole body was covered with terrible eternal light. It was an existence in the realm of transgressing the rules. "Really?" Lin Sun patted in the air. Bang! The tall man was directly slapped to kneel on the ground, and the ground collapsed and a big pit was formed. His skin was cracked and blood was flowing. The strong men of the witch sect felt like they were struck by lightning, as if the sky had collapsed. They were not afraid of death or fighting, but in the face of Lin Sun, who could easily suppress the strong in the realm of transgressing the rules, they could not help but feel desperate. He was too strong. Fighting against him was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. If it was in the past, they would not be afraid with the existence of the boundless realm in the witch sect. But now, things had changed, and it was too late to say anything. "Lin Sun, do you think you can make the witch sect lower its head like this? Don't even think about it," the man in a gray robe roared. "It doesn't matter if you don't lower your head. I'll just erase your orthodoxy from the world," Lin Sun said casually. "Ridiculous, the sages of the witch sect have already gone to the ruins of Tao. When they come back, you and the Yuan sect will all die," the man in a gray robe roared. Lin Sun's expression was as calm as before. "I'm afraid the sages of the witch sect will not be able to return in this lifetime. But don't worry, sooner or later, I will go to the ruins of Tao to find them." Bang! He pointed in the air, and the man in a gray robe with the cultivation of transgressing the rules exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Then, Lin Sun walked towards the gate of the witch sect. "Kill!" Many fearless powerhouses rushed forward, but they all died in front of Lin Sun like moths flying into a flame. No one could stop him. In a flash, Lin Sun broke through the layers of restrictions, tore open the gate passage covered by the divine order, and killed his way into the witch world. He was unparalleled all the way, in less than 10 minutes. The witch sect's ancestral court, one of the 4 great ancestral courts, was flattened by Lin Sun. Just like before, Lin Sun did not kill them all. This was the principle he abided by. He only killed the leader and did not implicate the innocent. On that day, the witch sect's ancestral court was also removed from the world. The primordial realm. On the day Lin Sun's original body returned, the scarlet flame Taoist body and the platinum Taoist body also returned, and they brought back the news of the witch sect's ancestral court being destroyed. Lin Sun was not surprised by this. With his current realm, it was difficult to find an opponent in the entire eternal true world. Destroying the witch sect, which had suffered great losses, was a piece of cake. 10 days later, the Greenwood Taoist body, who had gone to the 9th heaven region, returned. It turned out that when the Greenwood Taoist body arrived at the 9th heaven region, he found that the Yi clan, the Panwu clan, and the Xingtian clan, the 3 great eternal gods, had not shown up. He had no idea where they were hiding. The Greenwood Taoist body went through all kinds of investigations and used all kinds of forbidden secret techniques, but he still could not find the hiding place of the 3 great eternal gods. In the end, he could only return empty-handed. Lin Sun was not very disappointed about this. Even if the 3 eternal gods managed to survive the destruction of their era, they and the civilization of this era would still appear in the ruins of creation. When that time came, Lin Sun had a way to deal with them. "What do you think, seniors?" Lin Sun asked in the central hall. Previously, Xian Feiling and Fang Daoping had already learned the news of the destruction of Yuan sect and Zen sect. They were shocked and sighed with emotion. At this moment, when they heard Lin Sun's question, they looked at each other and nodded. "We have made our decision and decided to do as you said." Xian Feiling smiled. The current Yuan sect was not just made up of the descendants of the Yuan sect. There were also members of the Lin family, the Luo family, the Xian family, the Yuan family, the Dugu family, and other clans. No matter how reluctant they had to consider the overall situation and everyone's future. "That's good." Lin Sun immediately relaxed and smiled. "When we reach the ruins of fate, we will be completely safe. More updates for you. If we leave, what will happen to all living beings in the world?" Du Guyong suddenly asked. Lin Sun was stunned and fell silent. The other old monsters also had different expressions, and their emotions were complicated. There were hundreds of millions of living beings in the 9 heavens of the eternal world. Once an era was destroyed in the future, these living beings would definitely suffer. Beyond the eternal world, there was also the boundless world, which would also suffer from the destruction of an era. It could be said that this was a disaster that all the living beings in an era had to face. "We can't even take care of ourselves, so how can we take care of others?" Du Guyong said in a low voice, "It is indeed our duty to help all the living beings in the world, but we have to wait until we have the ability to do so." Fang Daoping sighed softly. "Alas, that's true, but when I think of how innocent all the living beings in the world are going to lose their lives because of an era's disaster, I still feel very uncomfortable. There are still more than 800 years before the arrival of the era's disaster. If possible, I will try my best to prevent the destruction of an era from happening," Lin Sun suddenly said. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the hall became silent. If someone else said this, they would probably be regarded as a madman. After all, no one knew how many eras had been destroyed in the great disaster in the past. If this disaster could be stopped, why hadn't anyone stopped it until now? And it should be known that in the past eras, there were countless giants of the boundless realm who could walk through many eras. Didn't they try to stop all this from happening? Obviously, all those existences that tried to stop all of this had failed without exception, and now, Lin Sun made the same decision. How could the old monsters not be shocked by this? However, he still did it even though he knew it was impossible. His sense of responsibility and state of mind were enough to move people and make them admire him. "Let's talk about the future in the future. It will be better if we can do it, but if we can't, there's no need to force ourselves. After all, the most powerful beings in the previous eras couldn't stop all this." Xian Feiling seemed to be encouraging Lin Sun, but in fact, he didn't have much confidence in Lin Sun's decision. The other old monsters were the same. Lin Sun smiled and said no more. Of course, he didn't have to stop the occurrence of the era's disaster, but if there was a chance to stop it in the future, why not, on the same day? Xian Feiling and the other elders got to work. They gathered everyone in the primordial realm and announced their decision to head to the ruins of creation. No one objected. Everyone knew that such a decision was the best choice for them. Who could possibly object? In less than a day, the entire Yuan sect was ready. 2 days later, Green Cloud Spirit Master of the Ancestral Court of the Spirit Church came with a group of big shots. They had also decided to go to the ruins of fate with Lin Sun. That was why he had brought everyone from the spiritual church with him this time. Lin Sun was naturally very happy about this. It was also on that day that Lin Sun acted. He refined the entire primordial realm and brought everyone out of the eternal true world. No one knew that the Zen sect and the Witch sect had already been destroyed. No one knew that the Yuan church and the Spirit church had been taken away by Lin Sun to the ruins of fate. To the people in the world, the 4 great ancestral courts were too far away from them, and it was impossible for them to know that the 4 great ancestral courts had already disappeared from the eternal true world within an incredibly short period of time. The ruins of fortune. Lin Sun walked forward alone in the vast galaxy. At his level of cultivation, he could cross a galaxy with every step he took. If he had not been afraid of the backlash from the laws of the world and had no choice but to suppress his aura, his speed would have been even faster. When he arrived at the galaxy where the divine city of fortune was, Lin Sun's divine sense suddenly sensed that something was off. With the area where the divine city of fortune was as the center, there were many figures scattered in the void in all directions. These figures clearly came from different forces, and they were all in groups. But that was not important. What was important was that these figures were all kneeling in the direction of the divine city of fortune with their heads lowered. At a glance, there were figures kneeling everywhere. There were men and women, old and young, and it was a spectacular scene. This surprised Lin's son, but after thinking about it for a while, he vaguely understood. Shaking his head, Huang Xiaolong walked toward the fortune divine city. Huh? It's Senior Lin. Senior Lin has shown himself. In next to no time, someone noticed Lin Sun's figure, and it caused a mighty uproar to arise in the surroundings. All those figures that knelt there instinctively looked over. They felt as if Lin Sun was a monarch that had arrived here, and he was being worshipped by all. All of you are from the god clans of the various eras, yet you're kneeling here now. Aren't all of you afraid of bringing shame to your clans? Lin Sun stopped moving and spoke indifferently, and his voice swept through the starry sky. Those figures still knelt there, but their expressions changed indeterminately. Senior, we've come to atone for our crimes. Please be magnanimous and forgive the clans that stand behind us. So long as our clans are able to survive, we're willing to pay any price. A white-haired old man spoke with a trembling voice, and his face was covered in reverence and anxiousness. Please forgive us, Senior. Please forgive us, Senior. For a time, all the figures that knelt in this expanse of the starry sky started begging for mercy, and their voices reverberated through space for a long time. If such a scene were to be witnessed by everyone in the world, their jaws would definitely hit the ground from shock. These were all great figures of the various god clans. In the past, they were high and mighty, and they looked down upon an era. How noble and dazzling they were, but now, all of them were like prisoners, begging for mercy in terror. Sure enough, you've come for this. Lin Sun's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. Obviously, the news that Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and other Eternal Realm figures had died here had already spread, and the god clans of the various eras in the ruins of fate knew about it. It also made them aware of the danger of annihilation, so they resolutely chose to come and beg for mercy regardless of their dignity and life. Senior, we've been blind in the past, offended your divine power, and made a big mistake. This time, we've come together to ask for your forgiveness. Please, show mercy. The white-haired old man spoke in a trembling voice. All the eyes present also looked at Lin Sun in unison, and there was awe, anxiety, panic, and pleading on their faces. They had no time to care about their dignity and face. For the sake of the lives of their clans, they could only come and beg Lin Sun to forgive them. Otherwise, with Lin Sun's ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the god clan behind them. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun said, "You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. Hand over the divine level orders in your clans, and I'll let bygones be bygones." Hand over the divine level orders. His words made everyone present turn pale, and their hearts bleed as if they were cut by a knife. The divine level orders were the foundation of a god clan. Losing the protection of the divine level orders would not have a great impact on their clans in a short period of time, but in the long run, their respective forces would suffer a disastrous decline, and the foundation of their clans would gradually decline. But if they didn't hand over the divine level orders, they would probably face Lin Sun's wrath. What, you don't want to? Lin Sun sneered. The Pu clan is willing. Suddenly, a man in a purple robe shouted, "As long as we can get your forgiveness, our Pu clan will send the divine level orders to the divine city of fate within 7 days. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. Seeing this, the others present also spoke. The Yan clan is also willing to offer the divine level orders. The Liangqiu clan is willing to listen to Senior's arrangements and hand over the divine level orders. For a time, more than a dozen god clans agreed. Lin Sun could not help but feel surprised. Was his words so effective now? From this, it could be seen that the battle a few days ago had clearly frightened these god clans. Only then would they be willing to do this. Senior, our clan has lost the divine level orders a long time ago. What should we do? There were also people who had anxious expressions and spoke in panic. Such situations were not uncommon. Soon, other god clans experts also spoke up, hoping to compensate with other treasures. Then just hand over the clan-hallowed treasures of your clans. Lin Sun said without hesitation. Immediately, those God Clan's experts who did not have the divine level orders heaved a long sigh of relief. Senior, the divine level orders are too precious. We can't make the decision on our own. We need to return to the clan to discuss this. Can you give us some time so we can make a decision as soon as possible? There were also many people who spoke up anxiously. Sure, you must give me an answer within 3 days. As for those who have already agreed to hand over the divine level orders and clan-hallowed treasures, they must be sent to the divine city of fate within 7 days. Lin Sun said casually. He was not coveting the divine level orders. Instead, he wanted to make use of this matter to see if the God clans in the world were sincere in atoning for their sins. This would determine his attitude toward these God clans. Yes. Everyone agreed. Lin Sun no longer paid attention to these people. With a single step, his figure swept into the divine city of fate. It was only when they saw Lin Sun's figure disappear that these God clan's experts who were kneeling in the void stood up as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Fortunately, things have finally taken a turn for the better. Now, I can finally return and explain to my clans. Some were so excited that they felt tears welling up in their eyes. Ever since they learned that Gao Yanghui, Jiang Tao, and the other eternal realm existences had been completely annihilated, the God clans in the world had been unable to eat or sleep in peace. They were filled with fear and despair. The worst thing was, even if they wanted to escape, they could not escape from the ruins of fate. Now, although Lin Sun's request was a little harsh, it was still within their acceptable range. Of course, not everyone was very happy. There were also many who were filled with bitterness, heaviness, and helplessness. This was because they knew that if they did this, their clans would not have an easy time in the future. Let's go. Let's quickly return and inform the clans of this news. Yes, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Very soon, these God clans experts left in a hurry and disappeared into the vast starry sky. Divine City of Fortune. In an ancient palace, a banquet was being held. Lin Sun was seated in the center of the main seat. On both sides of the hall sat Wuyang, Xianxia, and the other sages of the ancient Desolation region, as well as Xian Feiling, Du Guyong, and Feng Daoping. Everyone drank and chatted, and the atmosphere was harmonious. By the end of the banquet, the arrangements for the people of the primordial realm had been finalized. Divine City of Fortune was huge, no different from a small world. It was more than enough to accommodate everyone in the primordial realm. However, with more people, rules and order were needed. Otherwise, there would inevitably be disputes. Lin Sun left these matters to Wuyang, Xian Feiling, and the others. There was only one thing Lin Sun had to do, and that was to transform the Divine City of Fortune. Not only did he have to expand, but he also had to open up some secret realms to satisfy everyone's cultivation needs. Fortunately, he was the master of the Divine City of Fortune and controlled the rules of the city. Moreover, he had plenty of divine materials to transform the city. In short, Lin Sun's plan was to turn the Divine City of Fortune into a pure land suitable for everyone's cultivation. He didn't have to worry about encountering the Great Silence lifeless calamity, nor did he have to worry about the impact of the end of an era. On the same day, Lin Sun's figure rose into the air and stood in the sky above the Divine City of Fortune. He lowered his eyes and looked down at the majestic and ancient city. Then, he slowly extended his hands and held them up in the air. Rise. Lin Sun's mind moved. Boom, the rule power that enveloped the Divine City of Fortune suddenly rumbled, and billions of dazzling lights of the great path shot out. Wuyang, Xian Feiling, and the others who stood in the city could clearly feel the subtle and shocking changes in the rules of the city. In the past, anyone who set foot on the immortal path would have their cultivation suppressed to the Emperor realm. Those in the eternal realm would be repelled and attacked by the rules of the city. But now, with the changes in the rules of the city, it was enough for those in the transcendental realm to enter and exit the city without worrying about their cultivation being suppressed. Such a method is simply stealing all the good fortune. Xianxia exclaimed. Everyone couldn't help but smile. This was the Divine City of Fortune. Lin Sun's actions could also be described as stealing all the good fortune. It was a double meaning. Crash. Following that, Lin Sun flicked his sleeves, and one divine order after another swept out like a tide, transforming into an invisible canopy that covered the sky above the divine city of fortune. There was a total of 8 divine rank laws, and every single divine rank order was branded with complete grand Tao profundities. All the cultivators that resided within the city were able to comprehend the profundities of these divine rank laws as they cultivated, and it would improve their own cultivation in the grand Tao. One must know that in the 9th heaven, an eternal God only has one divine order at most. But now, there were a total of 8 divine rank orders protecting this world. It was easy to imagine how great the benefits one would obtain from cultivating in the city would be. When they saw this scene, Wu Yang and the other existences at the realm of transcendence were all stunned, their eyes staring blankly as their minds roiled endlessly. Someone chuckled and said, "In the entire world, no one can compare to little friend Lin in terms of wealth." Everyone laughed. The number of divine-level sequences Lin Sun possessed was indeed unparalleled. "Wu Shuang, from today onward, you'll stand on guard within this city, and you'll be in control of the 8 divine rank orders. Remember, you have to maintain the order within the city, and you're not allowed to cause trouble within the city." High in the sky, Lin Sun whispered. Dressed in white, Wu Shuang, who looked like a pure girl, nodded obediently and said in a clear voice, "Master, Wu Shuang will not let you down." After a pause, she suddenly asked, If Master's relatives and friends cause trouble in the city," Lin Sun glanced at her and said, "The rules are set by me. If they don't follow the rules, it means they have a problem with me. You should understand what to do, right?" Wu Shuang understood tacitly and smiled sweetly, yes. However, although she was a spirit of order, she also knew that sometimes when encountering such things, she had to follow the rules, but also reason. And sometimes, reason was often more important than rules. For example, if Lin Sun's son caused trouble in the city, she would definitely do something about it, but how to do it was very particular. For Wu Shuang, she would probably turn a blind eye in such a situation, and it was very likely that she would even provide some help. This was the so-called the ingenuity of using lies in one's heart. Of course, rules had to be followed, but reason couldn't be left behind. Wu Shuang wasn't so stupid that she couldn't even understand this point. "Go," Lin Sun said. Wu Shuang instantly turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky. And Lin Sun began to move again. Next was to open up the secret space realm. This wasn't difficult for Lin Sun. He had the secret world of core, primordial realm, spiritual realm, Zen realm, and sorcerer realm. Among them, primordial realm was used by the descendants of Yuan sect's ancestral court. Spiritual realm still belonged to the ancestral court of Spirit sect. As for Zen realm and sorcerer realm, they could be used by Lin family, Luo family, and other clans. In addition, Lin Sun also has many ancient divine mountains in his hands, such as the divine mountains refined by the 9th heaven after he flattened the 8 eternal god clans, and the divine mountains refined by the Ji clan after he annihilated them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that any of the divine mountains Lin Sun took out could satisfy the cultivation of an eternal realm expert, and now, Lin Sun planned to refine all these secret realms and divine mountains into the divine city of fortune. This was destined to be a huge and complicated project. Fortunately, Lin Sun wasn't short of time. On the 3rd day after Lin Sun's return, some of the God clan forces in the ruins of fortune sent envoys to express their willingness to offer the divine order power of their clans. 7 days later, all the major God clans in the world sent envoys, each with their divine order and clan treasure. Lin Sun left all these matters to Wu Yang and the others. Later, Lin Sun found out that the divine forces in the hundreds of epochs in the ruins of fate had offered 33 divine-level orders and 81 kinds of treasures of their clans. This was undoubtedly a batch of priceless treasures, enough to make any eternal realm expert go crazy. Lin Sun's method was very simple. He used his name to announce 3 things to the world. First, in the future, the divine city of fortune would be open to all the major god clans in the world, allowing cultivators to trade, cultivate, and communicate with each other. This was to allow the people from the eternal realm to completely integrate into the vast world of the ruins of fortune. They could exchange their needs with each other, and at the same time, they could also improve themselves. Think about it, the integration and exchange of hundreds of epochs in the divine city of fortune was enough to bring great benefits to anyone. This would also have a profound and long-term impact on the path of cultivation. It could be said that if this situation continued, the various cultivation civilizations would very likely merge into a new, different, unified civilization. When they learned of this, all the major god clans in the world were stirred. Countless cultivators were filled with excitement and longing. Senior Lin wants to use the divine city of fortune as the foundation to unify the cultivation civilizations of the world and bring benefits to all generations. Senior Lin's actions can be said to be meritorious to the current generation and benefit the future generations. Some of the god clans who had expressed their allegiance to Lin Sun on the surface but were actually filled with hatred in their hearts couldn't help but be shocked when they learned of this. How could they not know the significance of Lin Sun's actions? In the past, the divine city of fortune was the only place where the major god clans of the world interacted with each other. But at that time only cultivators below the eternal path of Tao could enter. Moreover, the rules in the city had always been controlled by the top god clans. The order was chaotic, and although there were exchanges between the major god clans, there were more conflicts and collisions. But things were different now. Even eternal realm existences who had surpassed the realm of rules could enter and lead the city from a young age. Moreover, Lin Sun had already established the various rules of the divine city of fortune. Who in the world would dare to disobey them? In this way, the divine city of fortune was bound to become more and more prosperous, and the exchanges and integration between the various god clans were bound to become more frequent and smooth, and this was just the first announcement Lin Sun made to the world. If the impact of the first announcement would only be reflected in the years to come, then the second announcement would excite all the major god clans of the world. I guarantee in my name that within 10,000 years, if the major god clans of the world have no disloyal or hostile intentions, they will all have the opportunity to take away the divine level orders and the most precious treasures of their clans. These were Lin Sun's original words. At first, when they heard this news, the major god clans of the world couldn't believe it. After all, those were the divine level orders and the most precious treasures of their clans. They were the supreme treasures that most cultivators in the world dreamed of, who would only spit them out after eating them, but Lin Sun had done it. Even if it was just a promise now, it was already great news for the major god clans of the world. In this world, what could be more joyous than regaining the most precious treasure that had been lost? One must know that the divine level orders and the most precious treasures of their clans were the foundation of their foothold. It turns out that Senior Lin is not an unreasonable person. There is no need to mention the past grievances. Senior Lin has forgiven us for the mistakes we have made. How can we still take it to heart? From now on, we should be grateful for Senior Lin's kindness and never have any hostility towards Senior Lin again. How can people not be convinced by such a broad-mindedness and courage? Alas, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been blinded by lard and made enemies with Senior Lin. Within 10,000 years, we will have the opportunity to take back the divine level orders of our clans. From now on, we must perform well and strive to get Senior Lin's approval in any case. Only in this way can our clans have a chance to rise and prosper again. For a time, all the major god clans of the world were boiling. It was as if they saw the sun dispelling the clouds and saw the hope of their clans rising again in the future. It was also because of this matter that the attitude of the major god clans towards Lin Sun changed subtly. And it could be foreseen that as time went on, this matter was bound to have a far-reaching impact. I will continue to add updates tonight. I wish everyone a happy weekend. On the other hand, when Lin Sun announced the third matter, it wasn't just the various divine clans in the world, even the countless cultivators throughout the 100-plus civilizations seethed with excitement. The third matter was very simple. Every 1,000 years, the divine city of fortune would hold a Tao discussion. According to the Emperor Tao Path, Eternal Tao Path, and Eternal Tao Path, the Tao discussion was divided into 3 levels. In other words, existences at the Emperor Realm, Eternal Realm, and Eternal Realm could participate in the Tao discussion that corresponded to their own realms of cultivation. Those that were ranked in the top 10 of the Tao discussion would obtain various generous rewards. The rewards included a superb array of treasures, irresistible cultivation resources, and even Lin Sun's recognition and friendship. Of course, there was also reputation and prestige that could be known throughout the world. Just think about it, if one was able to obtain the top 10 in the Tao discussion, then would anyone in the various epochs in the world be unaware of it? not to mention that one would be able to obtain treasures, cultivation resources, and Lin Sun's acknowledgement, especially the last point. It was undoubtedly the most important. After all, Lin Sun seemed to be no different than the one and only overlord of the ruins of creation, and a casual word from him might be able to change the fate of a divine clan. This matter must be treated as the most important matter. Once every 1,000 years? But I can't wait any longer. In the future, the Tao discussion is bound to be the most anticipated event in the ruins of creation, and its influence will spread throughout the various cultivation civilizations in the world. The world was seething with excitement, and it caused a mighty uproar everywhere. The three matters that Lin Sun announced truly had too great of an impact on the living beings in the entire ruins of creation. This is the broad-mindedness and ability to help the world. Even Wu Yang and the others sighed endlessly with emotion. However, Lin Sun didn't really care about all of this. He merely wanted to use these three matters to do something for his loved ones. In this way, even if he was gone in the future, no one in the ruins of creation would be able to shake the foundation that he'd built by himself. After spending an entire 3 months of time, Lin Sun had finally completed the remodeling of Divine City of Creation. The Divine City of Creation looked like a city, but there were passageways leading to the secret realm of Core, the primordial realm, the spirit realm, the shaman realm, the Zen realm, and many other secret realms. Moreover, there were ancient and primitive divine mountains lying across the different areas of the city. They were like the backbone of the entire city, and the arrangement of the divine mountains faintly formed a marvelous formation. When necessary, these divine mountains that were scattered all over the place would transform into a supreme formation that linked up with the 9 levels of divine rank order that covered the heavens and the earth, and it would release a might that was sufficient to easily annihilate existences that had exceeded the realm of justice. Xianxia, from today onwards, I will be going into seclusion. Inside the secret world of Core Dimension, Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, Xia Ji, and Lin Fan were having a meal together. How long? Zhao Jingxian asked while putting food into Xia Ji's bowl. 10 years. Lin Sun said casually, after I come out of closed-door cultivation, it's very likely that I'll leave for the Kunlun ruins. Zhao Jingxian was stunned. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Can't I not go? Her voice was filled with reluctance. Lin Fan could not help but say, Mother, there must be a reason why Father is going there. Moreover, Father will return in the future. You don't have to worry so much. Who asked you to talk so much? Zhao Jingxian glared at Lin Fan. The latter was embarrassed and immediately shut up. Lin Sun could not help but smile. He said, Fanner is right. I'm going to the Kunlun ruins. Zhao Jingxian interrupted him, I know there's a reason. You don't have to explain. I understand. But you have to be careful. No matter what, you must return safely. Lin Sun's heart felt warm as he said, Don't worry. Xia Ji, who had been immersed in eating, suddenly said, When the time comes, I'll go with you. That way, Sister Jingxian won't have to worry. Lin Sun was stunned. Before he could say anything, Zhao Jingxian said happily, That's even better. With you around, no other woman will dare to get close to him. Even if they do, Sister Xia Ji will definitely be able to settle it. She felt relieved as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Lin Sun was speechless. So it turned out that Jingxian was worried that he would flirt outside. But the point was he that kind of person? Lin Sun felt wronged. Suddenly, he noticed that Lin Fan was secretly laughing not far away. He immediately said angrily, Are you happy to see your father make a fool of himself? Lin Fan immediately pulled a long face and held back his laughter. He shook his head and said, Father, I think Mother's intentions are also very good. As a man, he must refuse the temptation that he should refuse. Zhao Jingxian reached out and knocked Lin Fan's forehead. She said with a serious expression, Fanner, you can't think that way. You can't be like your father. You're the only son of our family. I'm still waiting for you to spread our family's branches. In the future, the more wives you marry, the better. It's normal for cultivators like us to have 3 or 4 wives. Of course, if 3 or 4 wives aren't enough, you can marry more. In short, the more the better. Lin Sun was stunned. Lin Fan was also stunned. The father and son stared at each other with question marks in their hearts. How could this be? At this time, Lin Wenjing and Luo Qingxuan came. As soon as Lin Sun invited his parents to sit down, Luo Qingxuan said with a smile, speaking of which, Sun is also the only son of our family. Now, I can't wait for him to marry Xia Solstice as soon as possible and give me more grandchildren. In this way, the pressure on Lin Fan won't be so heavy. His words caused the atmosphere to become subtle. Just now, Zhao Jingxian was talking about Lin Fan's uniqueness. Now, Luo Qingxuan was also talking about Lin Sun's being the only son of the family. The two mothers had a tacit understanding in treating their sons. However, this tacit understanding made Zhao Jingxian feel a sudden increase in pressure. After thinking about it, she said with a smile, "Of course, I want to welcome Xia Solstice into the family as soon as possible, but it also depends on his will. If he really wants to marry more women in the future, I will also accept it." She had already glanced at Lin Sun. "Well, I'm very pleased that Jingxian can think like this." Luo Qingxuan smiled with satisfaction and also looked at Lin Sun. The atmosphere was very strange. Lin Fan sensed it and tactfully kept his mouth shut. Lin Sun suddenly felt a headache. He couldn't help looking at Lin Wenjing beside him and said, "Father, why don't you say anything?" Lin Wenjing ate and drank by himself and said vaguely, "Don't drag me into this. You can decide this kind of thing by yourself." He had a calm demeanor, as if he had nothing to do with it. Lin Sun stood up directly and said, "You guys continue to eat. I'm done. I'll go to work first." Without waiting for the others to respond, he hurried away. "Ha ha ha, father actually slipped away," Lin Fan couldn't help laughing. "Interesting, too interesting." But the next moment, Lin Fan smiled. He didn't come out. Luo Qingxuan and Zhao Jingxian looked at him with kind eyes. Luo Qingxuan said gently, "Fan, what your mother said just now is right. You are shouldering the heavy responsibility of our Lin family. Look, your grandmother also agrees with my suggestion. Fan, you can't let us down." Zhao Jingxian also said with a smile. Now it was Lin Fan's turn to be like sitting on pins and needles. He suddenly wanted to follow his father's example and slip away. From this day onwards, Lin Sun began to retreat in the secret world of heart. The creation realm is the second realm of the eternal path. After reaching this realm, cultivation will become extremely difficult. The reason is that to improve one's cultivation base, one needs to refine the rule power. The most complete rule power in the world is generally contained in the divine order, and the divine order has always been an extremely scarce cultivation resource in this world. All of this caused the path of cultivation of existences in the creation realm to be filled with difficulties. But for Lin Sun, none of this is a problem. In these years, he first swept the major god clans of the ninth heaven, then successively destroyed the witch sect, Zen sect, and even the Ji clan of the ruins of fortune was flattened by him. Just these experiences have allowed him to obtain a large number of divine order and various divine medicines that are enough to satisfy the cultivation of the creation realm. In addition, there have been hundreds of eternal realm characters suppressed by him over the years. After being refined by the 5 sequences of the ultimate ruins, all of them can be refined into the eternal law comparable to the divine order. Under such circumstances, for Lin Sun, the cultivation of the creation realm is even easier than the cultivation of the transgression realm. Time passed, 1 year after another. The brand new divine creation city became bustling and prosperous once more. Along with the passage of time, cultivators from the various cultivation civilizations in the world gathered here from all over the world. They were either here to cultivate, to trade, or to communicate with each other. Moreover, with the various divine order controlled by Wu Shuang, the city seemed to be peaceful and prosperous. Regardless of cultivation base, everyone behaved according to the rules. Even the powerful existences of the eternal realm didn't dare to cause trouble in the city. All of this made the divine city of fortune exude an orderly and prosperous atmosphere. And everyone in the primordial realm also quickly integrated into the divine city of fortune. Every day, they came into contact with cultivators from different eras and civilizations, which broadened their horizons and benefited a lot. Wu Yang and the others, who saw all of this, couldn't help but look forward to it. Under Lin Sun's influence, perhaps one day, the civilizations of the various eras in the world can really merge together, forming a unified cultivation era. The only thing that made people feel uneasy was that the surroundings of the ruins of fortune were still covered by the power of the mastermind behind the scenes, like an invisible cage. However, whether it was the crisis of the end of an era, the 5 signs of decay that targeted all living beings in the world, or the great silence lifeless tribulation that targeted eternal figures, none of them would happen in the divine city of fortune. In fact, for the cultivators of the various eras in the ruins of fortune, they never had to worry about the impact of the end of an era. Even the great silence lifeless tribulation was only a sharp sword hanging over the heads of eternal realm figures, and as long as they hid in the divine city of fortune, they didn't have to worry about being attacked. In short, since Lin Sun took charge of the divine city of fortune, the ruins of fortune ushered in an unprecedented period of peace and tranquility. All of this was seen by all living beings in the world, and they were more and more grateful to Lin Sun. Tomorrow, the plot of Kunlun ruins will start 10 years later. Lin Sun walked out of his closed-door cultivation. Now, he was already at the middle stage of creation realm, only a step away from the late stage. However, it was also this step that caused Lin Sun's cultivation to hit a bottleneck. This bottleneck could not be broken by refining divine order, nor could it be broken by closed-door cultivation. It needed to be settled and tempered. Lin Sun was not surprised, and he was confident that with his current combat strength, he was not afraid of the threat from the boundless realm. When he had just broken through to the creation realm, he could defeat Xianxia, a boundless realm existence, let alone now that he was at the middle stage of creation realm. Walking out of the cave residence, Lin Sun did not disturb anyone. He left the secret realm of creation and walked into the divine city of creation. Compared to the desolate desolation of 10 years ago, the city had become incomparably bustling. Figures could be seen everywhere as they rubbed shoulders with each other, and all sorts of clamorous and bustling sounds rose and fell. Lin Sun's aura was restrained, so no one noticed his existence when he walked, so he did not attract any attention along the way. Just like that, he walked and looked around. Cultivators from different eras and civilizations could be seen everywhere. They came from different clans and creatures with strange appearances. Their cultivations varied from high to low. The strong ones were at the eternal realm, while the weak ones were only at the saint realm. But no matter who it was, they were calm and peaceful, without any disputes. When everyone obeyed the rules of the city, a peaceful and prosperous scene was formed. Lin Sun also saw cultivators from Lin family, Luo family, Ji clan and other clans distributed in the city, each doing their own thing. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, relaxed and full of vitality. Because everyone knew that in the city, there was no need to worry about any danger. Lin Sun felt a little emotional. If every place in the world was such a prosperous and peaceful scene, how good it would be. Huh? When Lin Sun came to the silent night ridge, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. That person was wearing an old black armor, with a cold face and a slender figure. He was drinking alone in front of the hall on the mountain ridge, with a lazy and peaceful aura. "Senior, when did you come back?" Lin Sun walked to that person and said with a smile. This person was the battle servant of the Eternal Night Divine Emperor. 13 was stunned when he saw Lin Sun, and then a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He stood up and said, "I came back 5 years ago." With that, he couldn't help but look at Lin Sun up and down. "I already know what you have done in the past few years. My master didn't misjudge you." Lin Sun said with a smile, "I won't leave again." 13 nodded. The Fortune Divine City is known as the #1 pure land in the ruins of fortune. It's a supreme sacred land in the eyes of millions of living beings. Even eternal realm cultivators are willing to cultivate here. "Unless you kick me out, I won't leave." He was not exaggerating. The Fortune Divine City was covered with 8 levels of divine order, and there were many ancient and primitive divine mountains scattered throughout the city. Cultivating here was enough to benefit even an eternal realm expert. Who would choose to leave? Presently, in the various cultivation eras of the world, countless youths had come to the divine city of fortune to cultivate, and it was a goal they had to achieve in their lives. Lin Sun was also very happy and said, "It's good that you're not leaving." As he spoke, he took out a pot of wine and sat down with 13, drinking and chatting. It wasn't until dusk that Lin Sun got up and left. He watched as his figure disappeared into the distance. In the vast sea of people, 13 murmured, "Master, if you were still here, you would definitely be very pleased. That night, a banquet was set up. The banquet included Lin Wenjing, Luo Qingshuan, Lin Fan, Su Bai, Tang Jiang, Gu Shi, Hu, Old Toad, Lu, and Little Silver. In addition, Wu Yang and the other sages of the ancient Desolation region, Xian Feiling and the other elders of the Yuan sect, Shi and the Ji Shanhai sisters, Lin Zhong, Shi Yu, and other relatives and friends were all present. The banquet was very lively. Everyone toasted and laughed, harmonious and joyful. It wasn't until late at night that the banquet came to an end. You and Xie have to take care of yourselves on this trip to the Kunlun ruins. The night was as dark as ink. Only Zhao Jingxian accompanied Lin Sun and reminded him softly, as for the matters at home, don't worry. Okay. Lin Sun agreed with a smile. This time, he decided to bring the 5 Dao bodies with him. Otherwise, if he had the chance to prove the boundless realm in the future, if the Great Dao clone was not around, his Great Dao was destined to be incomplete. However, Lin Sun would leave his willpower behind. In fact, in the current divine city of fortune, there was no need to worry about any danger at all. Because apart from the many divine level orders controlled by Wu Shuang, there was also the river diagram treasure guarding here. In addition to Wu Yang and more than 20 eternal realm figures, who in the world could shake them, even if another envoy of destiny appeared, there was still the river diagram to resist. When the night faded and dawn broke, the divine city of fortune was still as bustling and lively as before, and Lin Sun had already left quietly with Xie Ji. It did not cause any waves. Kunlun ruins. One of the 4 great Dao ruins in the world. There were the 9 forbidden 3 secrets distributed here. It was also the place where the myriad Dao source furnace was born and refined the famous 9 great weapons. In the past, the Kunlun ruins seemed cold and barren. Although there were many opportunities distributed, it could only attract people below the Emperor realm to explore. During the period when the era calamity was about to appear in every era, the Kunlun ruins would become the place where the eternal realm figures fought. Because every time this happened, the origin energy of the Kunlun ruins, the Sea of Destiny, would appear, and the opportunity to head to the ruins of Dao would be born on this sea. Under the threat of the great silence calamity that could descend at any time, no eternal realm figure could refuse such an opportunity. Half a month later, at the entrance of the flying immortal river in the Kunlun ruins, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. When he saw the flying immortal river that seemed to be falling from the sky, his eyes could not help but be in a trance. When he was young, Lin Sun had been to the Kunlun ruins. He had once fought a group of heroes here, seen the purple figure who was extremely infatuated with his eldest senior brother in the Peach Blossom secret realm, and he had also seen the great Dao Lawless Bell in the Mount Yulong secret realm. In the forbidden area of the Ascension platform, he had met his 9th senior brother Guyupu for the first time, and he had obtained the inheritance of the Golden Court scripture and the 3,000 ups and downs. He was also consecrated as a saint here, creating an unprecedented miracle. Later on, Lin Sun had returned to the Kunlun ruins again and passed through one of the 3 forbidden areas, the Dao Suppression Cliff, to listen to the guidance and teachings of the great Dao Lawless Bell. Back then, it was also in front of the Dao Suppression Cliff that she was taken away by the powerhouse of his clan, Jun Feng Lai. Everything in the past had turned into indelible memories that were branded in Lin Sun's heart. Now, he would once again return to the Kunlun ruins. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun calmed himself down. He knew very well that the current Kunlun ruins was an extremely dangerous place. Over the years, no one knew how many Eternal Realm old fellows had gathered here. Among them, there was no lack of creation and boundless realm experts. I wonder how eldest senior brother and the others are now. Back then, second senior brother Zhongqiu had gone to the Yuan sect and told Lin Sun that after eldest senior brother and the others escaped from the Taiyu True Realm, they had already headed to the Kunlun ruins. It was also at that time that senior sister Rua Su and the other senior brothers and sisters who were originally cultivating in the spirit sect followed eldest senior brother. Only 4th senior brother Ling Xuanzi was in the graveyard of the ultimate ruins. As he pondered, Lin Sun had already started walking along the Flying Fairy River. The source of the Flying Fairy River was a space-time vortex. The mighty Flying Fairy River surged out from it, and it was also the door to the Kunlun ruins. When Lin Sun arrived, he immediately sensed that the space-time vortex was covered in an extremely powerful rule energy. It was like a barrier that lay there, and it was completely different from before. Only those who have set foot on the eternal Tao path can withstand the power of this rule barrier. I wonder how eldest senior brother and the others entered back then, Lin Sun pondered for a moment before walking over. Whoosh! The power of the rule barrier instantly boiled, producing a terrifying pressure and repulsive force. However, it could not stop Lin Sun's footsteps at all. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared within Kunlun ruins. Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air in the ancient and primitive world. In an instant, Lin Sun sensed an aura that was completely different from before. There was a taboo rule energy distributed between heaven and earth. It was enough to allow an eternal stage cultivator to walk freely without worrying about the backlash from the rule of heaven and earth. Besides that, this expanse of the heavens and the earth was filled with abundant fluctuations of vitality, and it was like a shapeless tide that surged through space. It's indeed different from before. Lin Sun took a deep breath and sensed the world as he walked forward. Along the way, he was extremely cautious. However, even after he passed through many areas, he did not see anyone. There was not even a trace of movement. Could it be that those almighties who came to the Kunlun ruins have already headed to the nameless forbidden area? Lin Sun pondered. The Kunlun ruins was distributed with the 9 secrets and 3 forbidden areas. The 9 secrets referred to the area where the 9 secret realms were located. Back then, Lin Sun had entered the Peach Blossom secret realm, Mount Yulong secret realm, and so on. The 3 forbidden areas were the Pilgrimage Platform, the Dao Suppression Cliff, and the Nameless Forbidden Area. Among them, only the Nameless Forbidden Area had never been to. The reason was that the Nameless Forbidden Area was the most dangerous of the 3 forbidden areas. Back then, Lin Sun did not have the ability to explore it at all. Later on, Lin Sun had heard from the Great Tao Lawless Bell that the Kunlun ruins was regarded as the ancestral court of the Great Tao. Since ancient times, there had been rumors that the ancestral origin aura of all Taos in the world could be found in the Kunlun ruins. The Nameless Forbidden Area was the most mysterious place in the Kunlun ruins. Rumor had it that there was a broken path in the Nameless Forbidden Area. It cut through heaven and earth, the Great Tao, and everything. There were also rumors that the Nameless Forbidden Area was the origin of the Kunlun ruins. It was also at that time that the Great Tao Lawless Bell told Lin Sun that his master, the Master of the Heart Core, had once explored the Nameless Forbidden Area. All of this gave Lin Sun a premonition when he came to the Kunlun ruins. If there was a place that was most likely to find the Ocean of Destiny, it would undoubtedly be the Nameless Forbidden Area in the Kunlun ruins. The second time would be a little late. Thinking of this, Lin Sun no longer hesitated and moved directly to the place where the Nameless Forbidden Area was located. Soon, a strange world appeared in his sight. The sky here had collapsed into one enormous black hole after another. It was strangely motionless, causing one to shudder with fear. On the ground, there were deep gullies and abysses everywhere, which were dense and continuous. This was the famous heaven collapsing and earth collapsing place. The Great Way Lawless Bell once brought Lin Sun here. And the Nameless Forbidden Area was at the end of this strange world. It was a vast black nothingness, completely submerged by the eternal darkness. Now, when Lin Sun came here again, he had already reached the middle stage of creation realm. But when he saw the Nameless Forbidden Area submerged in the darkness in the distance, he still felt a trace of fear. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun went straight to the distance. The world was desolate, empty, silent, and frighteningly quiet. The huge black holes that had collapsed in the sky were like empty eyes, and the abysses and ravines on the ground were like bloody mouths that had been opened wide. Walking in it, Lin Sun felt a sense of oppression. But unexpectedly, there was no danger along the way. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Sun stepped into the nothingness submerged in the darkness. It was turbid here. There was no sky, no earth, no mountains and rivers, only a kind of oppressive darkness and nothingness. It was chilling to be in it. Lin Sun couldn't help running his own cultivation, and became more cautious and careful. Where is the Sea of Fate? He spread his divine awareness and sensed it calmly. After a while, he suddenly noticed that there was a faint light and shadow flickering in the darkness far away, as if it was breathing. It was extremely difficult to find it if he didn't sense it carefully. Immediately, Lin Sun rushed forward. Gradually, he was finally able to discern that the wisp of light was actually a mysterious door. The portal seemed to be illusory, looming in the darkness. The portal was surrounded by obscure and mysterious power fluctuations. When Lin Sun sensed it with his divine awareness, something strange happened. Invisible power fluctuations emerged around the portal, which submerged Lin Sun's figure like a tide. Before he could react, he was swept away uncontrollably. Where is this? When Lin Sun regained his consciousness, the first thing he saw was a vast sea. The sea was extremely vast and stretched across the sky. The vast white waves surged endlessly into the distance, and one couldn't see the end of it. On the other hand, the surging sea was formed from the energy of the Grand Tao that seemed like a taboo. At a glance, it caused others to involuntarily arouse the feeling of being tiny like a grain in the ocean. The boundless ocean surged above the 9 heavens. This scene caused Lin Sun to be shocked. It was extremely likely that this was the legendary Sea of Destiny, a mystical place formed from the origin energy of the Kunlun ruins. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that the Sea of Fate covered the sky and people could only look up at it like ants. I didn't expect that there would still be people coming at a time like this. How surprising. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded from afar. Lin Sun was shocked and looked into the distance. This was a boundless world. Mountains rose and fell, and the land was vast. However, it was gray everywhere, and it was shrouded in grayish-white mist. It seemed extremely mysterious. However, he couldn't figure out where the aged voice came from for a moment. Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged as he continued to size up his surroundings. At this moment, he was at the center of an ancient altar. Moreover, the surroundings of the altar were enshrouded in strands of rule energy, and it was like a layer of barrier that protected the entire altar. Looks like if I leave this altar, it's equivalent to, I'll lose some sort of protection. Lin Sun vaguely understood. He was completely unfamiliar with the world before him. Other than recognizing the Sea of Destiny, he knew nothing else. This made him have no choice but to be extremely cautious. Fellow Taoist, since you're already here, why don't you walk out of the Destiny altar? Suddenly, a teasing laughter sounded out. You should know that from now on, it's impossible for you to lead the Sea of Destiny even if you want to. Lin Sun looked over and finally vaguely saw a figure sitting on a small hill in the distant gray mist. However, because of the rule energy around the altar, he couldn't sense it with his divine awareness. Haha, old monster Xing, it seems that you're restless again. Aren't you afraid that this new fellow Taoist is a tough guy who will beat you to your knees and beg for mercy? A cold female voice sounded leisurely. Don't say that. It's easy to make the new fellow Taoist misunderstand. The figure called Old Monster Xing, who was sitting cross-legged on the small hill, hurriedly explained. Suddenly, another voice that was heavy like iron resounded. You really talk a lot of nonsense. All of you shut up. Allow me to have a chat with this new fellow Taoist. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when an extremely tall and lofty figure appeared out of thin air in the distant dusky world. He was like a lone mountain, and he wore dark red battle armor. His hair was as black as ink, and his eyes flashed with lightning. His mountain-like figure exuded a strong and terrible eternal breath, which belonged to the power of the creation realm. With his appearance, all the sounds in the nearby area suddenly disappeared. But Lin Sun noticed that at this moment, in the gray world, there were many eyes secretly watching here. The tall man strode over until he was about 300 meters away from the altar. He stared at Lin Sun in the center of the altar like lightning and said, "Would you like to tell us your background?" Lin Sun said calmly, "If you give me a reason, maybe I don't mind telling you my background." The tall man frowned and said, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist to be so cautious. It's fine, this is the ocean of fate after all. There are dangers everywhere. It's normal for a newcomer to be cautious since he doesn't know anything." Lin Sun thought for a while. "So, you took the initiative to ask me questions because you saw me coming here alone? Smart man." There was a laugh in the distance. "Generally speaking, if you come from a powerful force like the eternal God race, you're destined not to travel alone. In other words, if you traveled alone, you usually wouldn't come from a powerful force like the eternal God race." The meaning of this was very subtle. Lin Sun could naturally sense it. He said indifferently, "I am indeed not from a powerful force like the eternal God race." As soon as he finished speaking, he acutely sensed that the tall man 300 meters away had clearly relaxed a lot. Even the way he looked at Lin Sun was not as cautious and vigilant as before. Instead, there was a trace of unscrupulousness. This made Lin Sun's heart tremble. Was the other party here to probe him and then make a move after learning about him? You must have many questions in your heart. In truth, in the past, anyone who came to the Sea of Destiny alone was as vigilant and careful as you are, the tall man said in a low voice. In truth, when we first came here, we were just like you now. We didn't know anything, but that's not important. What's important is that if fellow Taoist is willing to join our side, then from now on, we'll be companions. We'll tell you everything you don't know. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Lin Sun, observing his reaction. What if I don't agree? Lin Sun said calmly. The tall man seemed to have expected Lin Sun's question. He said without hesitation, that's our opponent. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to pass through us. How? Lin Sun's expression grew calmer. Of course, we'll see who's the winner, the tall man said in a deep voice. If you win, you can walk away. If you lose, you only have 2 choices left. Which 2? Lin Sun continued to ask. The tall man frowned and said, either you hand over all your treasures as the price of the loser, or you choose to join our camp and act with us in the future. Lin Sun seemed to be relieved and said with a smile, I thought I'd die if I failed. It seems that you're all very cautious and don't dare to say anything to scare me. The old voice sounded from afar. Only fierce dragons dare to cross the river. Those who dare to cross the Sea of Destiny are no ordinary people. You may not be from a powerful force like the eternal god race, and I don't know you, but if you are a fierce dragon, we don't want to offend you. Lin Sun nodded and said, I see. However, although I've just arrived and I know nothing about this place, do you think I will rashly decide to join a camp that I don't know at all under such circumstances? Fellow Taoist, you have no other choice. The tall man seemed to be a little impatient. What's more, I've said before that as long as you join our camp, we'll tell you everything you want to know. Lin Sun sneered, I'm sorry. If I didn't know these things, I wouldn't have agreed so easily. The piercingly cold female voice resounded, fellow Taoist, traveling the Sea of Destiny by yourself is bound to be a perilous fate. We invited you to join us because we want to stay together. Only in this way will we have a chance to fight for territory with those great powers. I hope you can reconsider. Compete for a position. Lin Sun was surprised and couldn't help asking, what position do you want to compete for? Taoism peer, you have too many questions. The tall man finally lost his patience. I just want to ask you, what choice do you want to make? Lin Sun sighed softly, I'm new here, and I really don't want to fight with people who have no grudges against me. Why do you have to force me? He didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived at the Sea of Destiny. Look, I've said before, instead of talking nonsense, it's better to fight at the first moment. If we win, this new fellow will consider our condition seriously. On a small hill in the distance, the man called Old Strange Xing muttered helplessly, what's the use of talking so much now? It's never a bad thing to be careful. What's more, if this new fellow doesn't come out of the altar of destiny, we can't fight even if we want to. The old voice sounded. After that, the piercingly cold female voice resounded, fellow Taoist, even if you're protected by the Destiny Tao Altar's energy now, you'll still be sent out by the Destiny Tao Altar's energy in 2 hours. At that time, you're bound to fight. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? She didn't seem to want to fight with Lin Sun. Lin Sun also heard the persuasion in her voice. Unfortunately, he didn't know the situation of the camp, and even if he knew, he couldn't join. He shook his head. The next moment, under everyone's surprised gaze, Lin Sun's figure walked straight out of the altar of destiny. If you want to decide who's the winner before letting me leave, I can do it now. Lin Sun's eyes swept around, and finally fell on the tall figure hundreds of meters away. He said indifferently, do you want to fight together or one by one? He stood with his hands behind his back, and his indifferent voice resounded through the world. There's no more for tonight. I need to go through the details of the next plot. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Watching Lin Sun's figure walk out of the Taoist altar, the nearby area was silent. Those figures hiding in the dark were all very surprised. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so fearless and calm. Especially when they heard Lin Sun's declaration of war, they couldn't help but be awestruck. Lin Sun's seemingly calm but extremely tough attitude made them not dare to act rashly. 300 meters away. The mountain-like man also frowned. His eyes flickered, and his heart was full of uncertainty. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. He had to admit that these guys were very cautious, but it was precisely because of this caution that the situation wouldn't become too serious. Oldine, let's test the ability of this new fellow practitioner. In the distance, the old voice sounded. The tall man called Oldine nodded and tossed it into the air. Clatter suddenly, a layer of shimmering purple divine light turned into a sky curtain, covering the whole world. This was a complete god-level order. Seeing this, Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "It turns out that you are also worried that the noise caused by the battle will be noticed by others." There was no panic or tension. Lin Sun's calm posture made those figures in the dark more and more difficult to see through him. Before the battle started, the cold female voice sounded again, "Oldine, we have no grievances with this fellow practitioner. Don't go too far." "Okay." The tall figure agreed. "What do you think?" The cold female voice asked Lin Sun. "Okay." Lin Sun said casually. "Sorry." The tall figure took a deep breath. His mountain-like figure steamed with eternal golden light, and his momentum suddenly rose to the extreme. His momentum was even stronger than that of Gao Yanghui and Jiang Tao, who were also in the creation realm. "Rise!" He let out an explosive shout that was like a clap of thunder. A golden river of flames appeared out of thin air in front of him, and it suddenly transformed into a golden sword. Although this sword was only 2 feet long, the sword intent it released was as majestic and heavy as an ancient divine mountain, which seemed to be able to suppress the whole world. Golden flame sword. The figures in the distance noticed this scene and felt much more at ease. This was condensed from Old Yin's supreme divine ability, and it was the manifestation of his most powerful combat strength. The might of a single sword strike could sweep through a large world and crush the sun, moon, and stars. From this, it could be seen that Oldine was already treating him like a ferocious dragon crossing the river, and he wasn't careless in the slightest. "Go." The tall figure's eyes were like cold lightning as he waved his sleeve. Heaven and earth trembled as the dazzling golden Dao sword streaked across the sky. Whoosh, the sword inside was vast and mighty, and it was like golden flames were burning the 9 heavens. Such a strike could be said to be a peak strike in the creation realm, and it was peerlessly powerful. But Lin Sun stood still and just stretched out his hand and clapped in the void. He heard, bang, a muffled explosion sounded out, and the golden flames that filled the sky suddenly collapsed and spread out. The tall man's golden Dao sword was actually shattered by this simple palm strike. The pupils of the people in the dark shrank, and their minds suffered a great shock. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure disappeared out of thin air. The powerful sword was shattered by a slap, which made the tall man suffer a great shock. When he noticed that Lin Sun was coming to kill him, he didn't dare to hesitate. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia immediately activated his trump card. Tut! The dark red armor that covered the tall figure's body suddenly burst with dazzling light. Mysterious and obscure flame totems condensed in the void and turned into a total of 36 layers of defensive seals. The power of rules contained within them was extremely powerful. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun had punched down from the sky, like a god waving a hammer and smashing the world. Bang, 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 a series of dense collisions sounded. Visible to the naked eye, under Lin Sun's punch, the layers of defensive seals exploded like layers of fragile glass, bursting out a heavy rain of rules like waves. In the end, along with a rumble that shook the heavens and the earth, the tall figure's body that was mighty like a mountain was directly blasted flying by a single punch. In the end, it crashed to the ground 3 kilometers away with a thump, and it caused dust and smoke to cover the sky. Oldine! How could it be, he's so strong? A wave of exclamations resounded as numerous figures flashed out from the dark gray world in all directions, and they rushed to the side of the tall figure at the first possible moment. I've lost. The tall figure crawled up from the ground with a wisp of horror and astonishment still lingering on his face, and his voice was filled with frustration and bitterness. When they noticed that the tall figure wasn't injured, all of them heaved a sigh of relief in unison. After that, their gazes simultaneously looked towards Lin Sun in the distance, and their expressions changed to reveal fear. This unfamiliar young man was indeed a tyrannical and unparalleled, ferocious dragon. The tall figure's combat strength was one of the best amongst them, but he couldn't even resist a single blow. It was obvious how powerful the young man was. At the same time, Lin Sun saw three figures clearly. They were two men and one woman. One was the man who sat cross-legged on the hill earlier. He wore a white robe and a high hat, and he looked as handsome as a young man. The other was an old man who was thin and stooped, and he carried a huge black sword case on his back. The last was a woman in a black robe. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her pretty face was plain and fair. Just like the tall man, these three people were all at the peak of the creation realm. In the current eternal true world, it was impossible to see such an almighty. Even in the ruins of fate, only the top 10 Protoss forces had such a powerful figure, and they were all destroyed by Lin Sun at that time. But now, he had just arrived at the forbidden area of the Sea of Destiny, and he already saw force such almighty. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Of course, he had expected such a situation a long time ago. After all, this was the Sea of Destiny. In the past years, whether it was the 12 eternal god clans of the 9th heaven or the old fellows of the 4 ancestral halls, all of them had rushed here for the sake of fighting for the opportunity to head to the ruins of Tao. Under such circumstances, the Sea of Destiny had already become a dangerous place where eternal realm existence is gathered. Fellow Daoist, your combat strength is tyrannical. We have offended you before. In the distance, the black-robed woman cupped her hands. Now, fellow Daoist, you can leave on your own. We will no longer obstruct you. At the same time, the tall man waved his hand and removed the divine order power that covered the world. However, Lin Sun had no intention of leaving. He said, since all of you have admitted defeat, can we have a good chat now? He had many doubts in his heart. Instead of taking the risk to explore, it was better to take the opportunity to find out some information he wanted to know from the other party. The black-robed woman and the others looked at each other and didn't refuse. Fellow Daoist, to be honest, the four of us have been walking on the periphery of the spiritual martial forbidden area all these years. Although we know a lot of things, we only know a part of it. The black-robed woman said softly. That's fine. Lin Sun said, I just need to understand the general situation of the Sea of Destiny. The black-robed woman took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. Why don't you take a look at the things recorded in this jade slip? Lin Sun took the jade slip and flipped through it. The Sea of Destiny was formed by the origin power of the Kunlun ruins. Every time the calamity of an era came, the Sea of Destiny would appear in the nameless forbidden area. Only at this time would the Eternal Realm have a chance to fight for an opportunity to go to the ruins of Tao. The Sea of Destiny covered an extremely large area. Many eras ago, many experts who had stepped into the Eternal Realm had gathered here. What was even more amazing was that the Eternal Realm experts of each epoch would enter a different plane after arriving at the Sea of Fate. The plane world that Lin Sun and the others were in at the moment was newly born in this era. Any Eternal Realm expert of this era who came here would be moved to this plane world. Therefore, this place was also called the Spiritual Martial Realm. According to the records in the Jade Slip, there were many other plane worlds under the Sea of Destiny. Those plane worlds were born in previous eras. If the nameless forbidden area was compared to a lotus, then the plane worlds born in each era were like layers of petals. And the Sea of Fate lay on this lotus. This was the layout of the entire nameless forbidden area. The current spiritual martial realm was divided into the core area and the outer area. The core area was the place closest to the Sea of Destiny. Therefore, the core area had the highest chance of fighting for the opportunity to head to the ruins of Tao. Presently, the core area had long since been occupied and controlled by the various great powers. For example, the 12 eternal god clans and the 4 ancestral halls. On the other hand, the outer area was filled with figures that couldn't compare to those great powers in terms of foundation or combat strength. For example, the black-robed woman and the other three could only travel in the outer area of the spiritual martial realm. At the same time, there were some other records in the Jade Slip. For example, the core area was regarded as the myriad Tao ancestral root of the spiritual martial realm. Even Eternal Realm experts would be able to obtain immeasurable benefits from cultivating there. It was like an unexpected movement would erupt in the Sea of Destiny at regular intervals, and it was like a tide. At that time, a Grand Tao Lotus would surge into appearance. The opportunity to head to the ruins of Tao was hidden within the Grand Tao Life Lotus. Every single Grand Tao Life Lotus could only accommodate 3 Eternal Realm experts, and it would bring them along the Sea of Destiny towards the ruins of Tao. It could be imagined that when such an opportunity appeared, it would definitely cause a terrifying storm of blood, according to the records in the Jade Slip. Up until now, the Sea of Destiny had erupted 3 times, and 3 Grand Tao Life Lotuses had appeared. Unfortunately, all 3 opportunities to head to the ruins of Tao had been seized by terrifying existences from other eras. In the entire spiritual martial realm, not a single person had succeeded in seizing such an opportunity. After understanding all of this, Lin Sun finally came to a slight understanding. Lin Sun returned the jade slip to the black-robed woman, thought for a moment, and said, "I still have some doubts in my heart, and I need to ask you, I wonder if I can tell you." Seeing that Lin Sun didn't show any hostility after defeating the tall man, these people also felt a lot more relaxed. The black-robed woman said, "Taoist friend, please speak, as long as we know, we will tell you everything." Lin Sun nodded, and said, "May I ask if you have seen the descendants of Fangsuan Mountain these years?" Fangsuan Mountain, the black-robed woman and the others all narrowed their eyes, and their expressions changed. Before answering this question, may I ask what is your relationship with Fangsuan? The black-robed woman asked. Lin Sun no longer concealed, and said, "I am Lin Sun, the 50th descendant of Fangsuan Mountain." Lin Sun, the black-robed woman and the others' expressions changed. The white-robed man was even more surprised, "So it is that Lin Sun. You also know me?" Lin Sun was surprised. "Of course." The black-robed woman took a deep breath, and said, "In other words, in today's spiritual martial realm, I am afraid that no one doesn't know your name." As she spoke, she explained the reason. Just more than 10 years ago, 3 eternal gods from the 9th heaven, Yi clan, Panwu clan, and Xingtian clan arrived at the Sea of Destiny, and they also brought a piece of news. All the eternal gods of the 9th heaven were flattened by Lin Sun, the successor of Fang Cun. Moreover, the 4 ancestral halls, Zen sect, and witchcraft sect also suffered heavy casualties, all caused by Lin Sun alone. This matter suddenly caused a stir in the spiritual martial realm, and many terrifying existences distributed in this realm learned about it. And Lin Sun's name also caused a storm, and everyone knew about it. So it was them who leaked the news, only then did Lin Sun understand. In the past, he swept the 9th heaven, and only the Yi clan, Xingtian clan, and Panwu clan escaped. Just 10 years ago, he also sent Greenwood Taoist body to the 9th heaven again, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the 3 eternal gods. Unexpectedly, the 3 eternal gods each sent an eternal realm existence, and they had already arrived at the Sea of Destiny. Clearly, the things that had happened in Eternal True World a few years ago were bound to be known by the old men in Spirit Martial World a long time ago. Lin Sun calculated the time. When the news reached the Sea of Destiny, he was in the ruins of Fortune, remodeling the Fortune Divine City. In other words, even if those old freaks of the Spirit Martial World found out about it, it was probably impossible for them to know that he'd already attained the creation realm in the ruins of creation. While Lin Sun was thinking, the black-robed woman and others were all overwhelmed with emotions. They looked at Lin Sun with a hint of awe in their eyes. Only now did they completely understand that it wasn't a ferocious dragon they'd encountered this time, it was obviously a peerlessly ferocious and heaven-defying ferocious person. "Fellow Taoist, you still haven't answered my question." Lin Sun woke up from his meditation and looked at the black-robed woman. The black-robed woman instantly restrained her distracting thoughts and said, "According to our knowledge, the disciples of Mount Innerheart formed an alliance with the Origin sect and Spirit sect after they arrived at the Ocean of Destiny, and they've been residing on a divine mountain at the core area of the Ocean of Destiny for the past few years." But at this point, she looked a little hesitant. "But what?" Lin Sun asked. "I personally experienced this matter. Let me tell you." "Tell me." The skinny old man with the huge black sword case on his back said, "In the past, the Shaman sect, Zen sect, and the 12 eternal god clans viewed Mount Innerheart with hatred. But because the Origin sect and Spirit sect protected them, no one dared to do anything to the disciples of Mount Innerheart. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Sun. But more than 10 years ago, when the Shaman sect, Zen sect, and the Eternal God clans learned of your deeds in the eternal world, a calamity that targeted the disciples of Mount Innerheart erupted. 9 years ago, the Zen sect's Umaba Buddha Heart Pot appeared and joined forces with the Shaman sect and the 12 Eternal God clans to head to the Divine Mountain where the Origin sect resided. A great battle erupted there. When he heard this, Lin Sun's heart clenched and his expression changed. He took a deep breath and continued listening. That great battle lasted for 7 days. The sky was dark, and in the middle of it, the Spirit sect's forces also joined in. The entire realm of spiritual martial arts was alarmed. According to the news that spread later, in this battle, the 2 Boundless Realm cultivators of the Origin sect were seriously injured, and 2 Creation Realm cultivators died on the spot. Many important figures of the Spirit sect were also injured. On the side of Mount Innerheart, most of the disciples had not reached the Eternal Realm, so before the battle broke out, they were already protected. Only the eldest disciple was killed. Lin Sun's body stiffened, and his heart felt like it was being clenched tightly. Eldest senior brother was killed? How was this possible? All of a sudden, his heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down. Fellow Taoist. The skinny old man looked at Lin Sun worriedly. Lin Sun's complexion was terrible, and his whole body was emitting an uncontrollable violent aura. I'm fine. Go on, Lin Sun said in a low voice after a moment of silence. Go on. He tried to calm himself down. Anger could never solve a problem. After that battle, the territory occupied by the Yuan sect was completely turned into ruins. Now, the Yuan sect, along with the disciples of Feng Xiyuan, are entrenched on the Divine Mountain where the Spirit sect is located. The emaciated old man said, supposedly, their situations aren't optimistic. As for everything else, I'm not sure either. After all, those are matters that have occurred in the core area, and Creation Realm figures like us are utterly unqualified to participate in them. I heard that in these years, the Spirit sect, the Yuan sect, and Mount Innerheart have been trapped on the Divine Lotus Mountain. That is the territory of the Spirit sect, but there are always experts from the Sorcerer sect, the Zen sect, and the 12 Eternal God clans stationed in all directions. They have no chance to leave the Divine Lotus Mountain. The tall man suddenly said, moreover, the Sorcerer Ancestor Lei Sung of the Sorcerer sect has issued an order that if the Spirit sect and the Yuan sect do not hand over the disciple of Feng Xiyuan, they will not have any chance to fight for the Great Way Lotus Mountain in the future. He paused, then continued, the 12 Eternal God clans have also declared that one day, they will raise the Divine Lotus Mountain to the ground. Hearing this, Lin Sun's heart surged with uncontrollable anger. His eyes were frighteningly dark. How could he not know that it was precisely because he had wiped out the Yuan sect, the Zen sect, and the 12 Eternal God clans that these forces had vented their anger on the senior brothers and sisters of Mount Innerheart? In order to protect their senior brothers and sisters, the Yuan sect and the Spirit sect had also been implicated. When he thought of this, Lin Sun wanted nothing more than to kill them. This was hatred. Once it was formed, both sides would seize every opportunity to exact revenge, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies. Do you know the strength of the Sorcerer sect, the Zen sect, and the 12 Eternal God clans in the Lingwu Intermediate Realm? Lin Sun asked. The black-robed woman said, on the Zen sect's side, the Infinite Buddha Heart Pot is the leader. It is a boundless realm existence. It is said that he has already gone through 6 great desolation tribulations. His foundation is unfathomable. Apart from the Infinite Buddha Heart Pot, the other 3 boundless realm figures of the Zen sect are Xianxia, Shuoxing, and Shuokong. Xianxia is an old antique who has gone through 4 great desolation tribulations. Like Xianxia, he is also a boundless realm existence. As for Shuoxing and Shuokong, they are at the lesser boundless realm. The former has gone through 2 great desolation tribulations, while the latter has gone through 1. The Zen sect has as many as 11 creation realm figures. After the black-robed woman introduced the Zen sect, she began to introduce the Sorcerer sect. In the Sorcerer sect, there were also 4 boundless realm existences. The leader was the Sorcerer Ancestor Lei Song. It was said that he was the junior brother of the sorcerer sect's ancestor Tian Wu and possessed boundless realm cultivation. The other three were Wu Hongzi, Ta Nanfeng, and Xiao He. Each of them was a transcendent existence who could look up to the heavens and walk through many eras. In the sorcerer sect, there were 9 creation realm existences. After understanding that, Lin Sun felt a chill and calmed down completely. He did not expect the sorcerer sect and the Zen sect to have so many mighty figures. From this, it could be seen that he was indeed lucky to be able to destroy the sorcerer sect and the Zen sect's territory back then. After all, if it was not for the appearance of the Era calamity that forced these old fellows to come to the Kunlun ruins, with his strength, it was destined that he would not be able to shake the sorcerer sect and the Zen sect's foundation. As for the 12 eternal god clans, each of them has at most 2 boundless realm existences, and at least 1 boundless realm figure. However, when they gather together, there are close to 20 boundless realm existences. As for those creation realm powerhouses, there are even more. The black-robed woman continued, fortunately, their relationship isn't very harmonious. When they're united against outsiders, they can enter and leave together, but at other times, they're also in a competitive relationship. In short, the current spirit martial world is ruled by the Zen sect, the Origin sect, and the 12 eternal god clans. They firmly occupy the most advantageous territory in the core area. Upon hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but ask, what about the Origin sect and the Spirit sect? The black-robed woman said, the Origin sect has 3 boundless realm existences. The leader is the great boundless realm existence, Xingjiangu. The other 2 are Ren Futian and Gu Yueshing. However, in that battle back then, Ren Futian and Gu Yueshing were already severely injured. I don't know if they've recovered. After a pause, she continued, apart from that, the Origin sect originally had 9 creation realm existences. However, in the battle back then, 2 of them had already fallen. There should only be 7 left now. Following that, she explained the situation of the Spirit sect. The leader of the Spirit sect was Fu Nanli. Just like the Origin sect's Xingjiangu, he was a great boundless realm existence. Apart from that, there were 2 other boundless realm existences. They were Xuanhuijia and Shuiyi. The Spirit sect had very few creation realm existences. There were only 6 of them. After understanding this, Lin Sun could already clearly feel the gap between them, not to mention the 12 eternal god clans. Just the top forces of the Sorcerer sect and the Zen sect were superior to the Origin sect and the Spirit sect. If there were 12 eternal god clans, the difference in strength would be like heaven and earth. There will be additional updates tonight after learning about the situation of the 4 ancestral halls and the 12 eternal gods. Lin Sun couldn't help but worry. His eldest senior brother was in trouble. The Yuan Church, the Spirit Church, and the descendants of Mind sect were all trapped in Lotus Leaf Mountain. How could Lin Sun not worry? Does anyone know the location of Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain? Lin Sun asked. The black-robed woman said, it is said to be in the southwest of the core area of this realm. If you want to go there, you must be careful. The realm of spiritual martial arts is not peaceful. Instead, it is full of danger. If you want to enter the core area from the periphery, you will be repelled and attacked by the Witchcraft Church, the Zen Church, and the 12 eternal gods. According to her, as long as you entered the core area of the realm of spiritual martial arts, you would have the chance to fight for the Great Way Life Lotus. No one would be willing to let others take away such an opportunity. Lin Sun couldn't help but sneer, if they are really capable, why didn't they succeed in obtaining the Great Way Life Lotus 3 times in the past years? The black-robed woman and the others were silent. They didn't dare to slander the Witchcraft Church, the Zen Church, and the other forces. Thank you for answering my questions this time. However, I hope that you can keep the fact that you've met me a secret. Lin Sun cupped his hands. The black-robed woman and the others nodded seriously. Even if fellow Taoist didn't say anything, we definitely wouldn't do something like drawing trouble onto ourselves. The black-robed woman said. If they leaked the news, the Witchcraft Church, the Zen Church, and the other forces might not be grateful, but they would definitely offend Lin Sun and the Mind sect, the Yuan Church, and the Spirit Church. It was true that the Mind sect, the Yuan Church, and the Spirit Church were all in a dangerous situation. But if they wanted to kill them, they couldn't resist. What's more, this was the realm of spiritual martial arts. No one could leave before the calamity of the era arrived. In other words, it was impossible for anyone in the spiritual martial realm to leave. Farewell, everyone. Lin Sun didn't waste any more time and decided to leave. My friend, there are many unscrupulous and ruthless people in the realm of spiritual martial arts. If you are found walking alone, you may cause a lot of trouble. You must be careful. The black-robed woman reminded him kindly. Thank you. Lin Sun nodded and turned away. His tall figure soon disappeared in the gray and boundless world. It was also at this moment that the black-robed woman and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they were a little worried that Lin Sun would kill them to prevent the possibility of their traces being leaked. But now, it seemed that they had been overthinking things. Did you notice? More than 10 years ago, in the news that spread in this world, it was said that Lin Sun miraculously obtained an opportunity to prove his Tao in an almost impossible situation. He reached the realm of Tao in one fell swoop. It was also at that time that he went to the ninth heaven alone and swept away all the major eternal gods. The eyes of the skinny old man with a huge sword case flashed, but now, only a few years have passed, and Lin Sun has already reached the middle stage of creation realm. There was an unconcealable shock in his voice. For Eternal Realm experts, it was extremely difficult for them to take a step forward on the Tao path. Even after tens of thousands of years, they might not be able to make a breakthrough. In contrast, the speed of Lin Sun's advancement was undoubtedly shocking. When he reached the realm of Tao, he could overturn the ninth heaven. Now he can even defeat Old Een, a creation realm expert, in one blow. This Lin Sun. I'm afraid he already has the foundation to be invincible under the boundless realm. Black-robed the woman also showed a solemn expression. This is also the reason why I was so afraid of him just now. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, we did not speak ill of him, nor did we do anything excessive. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will not be able to bear the consequences today. But if Lin Sun goes to Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain like this, once he is discovered by the witch cult, Zen cult and other major forces, he will undoubtedly suffer. You know, those major forces hate him the most now. The man in white robe said softly. He and the others still did not know that Lin Sun had already destroyed the witch cult and Zen cult. Otherwise, they would definitely not be optimistic about Lin Sun's action. How can a person like him do such a stupid thing? Don't forget, his advancement speed is very fast. If he chooses to endure and wait until he reaches the boundless realm, then, there will be a big show to watch. The tall man said. I really hope that someone can break the current situation. Otherwise, people like us who can only mingle in the periphery have no chance to seek opportunities in the Sea of Destiny. The woman in black robe sighed lightly. At the periphery of the spiritual martial world, there were many powerhouses like them. They could only huddle together, retreat, and lie dormant. They did not dare to go to the core area. Although they could save their lives in this way, they would lose the hope of seeking opportunities. How could they not be aggrieved? It should be known that every person who came to the Sea of Destiny was to go to the legendary ruins of Tao. Of course, the only benefit was that they didn't have to worry about being threatened by the Great Silence lifeless tribulation. Let's wait and see. There are still over 800 years before the calamity of the era arrives. There's no hurry. What if Lin Sun is really able to break the current situation? The skinny old man said slowly. Lin Sun trudged alone in the gray and boundless world, and he whistled towards the distance. The world here was ancient and primitive. The void was enshrouded in gray mist, causing the mountains, rivers, and phenomena to seem to be covered with a mysterious veil that made one's heart palpitate. Even if eldest senior brother is in trouble, I can save him as long as there's a chance of survival. I just don't know if second senior brother still remembers what I said in those years. On the way, Lin Sun was really worried about eldest senior brother's situation. In those years, he had told second senior brother Xianxia how he used the power of nirvana to save his disciple Tang Jiang, and he had also exhorted second senior brother to help him pay attention to the relics left by those fallen senior brothers and sisters to see if he could find some items that contained vitality. Under such circumstances, if second senior brother saw eldest senior brother in trouble, it would undoubtedly be the best thing if he could collect some of eldest senior brother's vitality. But if eldest senior brother didn't even have a chance of survival, then it would be really bad. And this was exactly what worried Lin Sun the most. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp whistle of an arrow breaking through the air sounded, and it stimulated Lin Sun to wake up from his thoughts. Almost at the same time, a jet-black arrow had arrived out of thin air, and it was imminent. It was too swift, it seemed to have torn apart the barrier of time and space, and the aura branded on the tip of the arrow was peerlessly fierce. Shockingly, it was an extremely overbearing energy of the laws, and it was related to the slaughter Dao. If it was any other person at the same realm, that person would probably be unable to avoid it at all. But to Lin Sun, this arrow wasn't enough to threaten him. Just then, the jet-black arrow was grabbed by his right hand when it was half a foot away from the center of his brows. The energy of the laws emitted by the arrow was extremely terrifying, yet it was firmly suppressed by Lin Sun's right hand, causing the arrow to be unable to move forward in the slightest. Bang! In the next moment, the arrow was crushed into powder by the force of Lin Sun's palm. Damn it! In the extreme distance, the expression of a figure changed abruptly, and he retreated after his attack failed. This was obviously a ruthless figure that had been in battle for a long time, and he left decisively. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm all alone? However, this figure had just started moving when a piercingly cold voice resounded by his ear. Before he could react, a large hand that blotted out the sky had already enveloped down. Boom! This big hand was shrouded in obscure light and shadow like rain, propping up the sky and pressing down on the mountains and rivers. When it came down, the surrounding void was crushed and squeezed into pieces. The figure in it had no way to escape or avoid, so he could only face it head-on. Break! He waved a cyan bow in his hand and tried his best to fight it head-on. At this moment, his cultivation of the creation realm also broke out completely. Crack! Under that palm, the cyan bow directly broke and burst into pieces, and its owner's body was cracked. He fell to the ground like a meteorite, bleeding from his 7 orifices. As soon as this person was about to get up, Lin Sun stepped on his back. A dense sound of bones breaking rang out, and this person suddenly collapsed like mud, with an extremely painful look on his face. I'm very angry now, but you just bumped into me. You deserve it. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and he stuffed this opponent with the cultivation of the late stage of the creation realm into the abyssal sword cauldron, intending to find time to refine him with the 5th sequence of the ultimate ruins. Then, he glanced around. In his previous perception, there were several figures in the nearby area rushing over. However, when they saw the scene of the archer being killed, these figures immediately turned around and rushed into the distance. Obviously, they were in cahoots with the archer. Their intention was also very simple. First, the archer would attack to lure the enemy, and then they would besiege him together. But now, they were obviously frightened and directly fled. Sure enough, the Eternal Realm people in this place are not easy to deal with. If I act alone, I'm most likely to be attacked like this. Lin Sun remembered the black-robed woman's warning. After thinking for a moment, the light on his body flowed, and in the blink of an eye, his appearance and temperament changed completely. He did this because he was worried that his identity would be exposed, so that the witchcraft cult, Zen cult, and other big forces would realize that he had now arrived in the spiritual martial realm. If that was the case, the consequences would be very serious. The cruel reality was that even if his current combat power was enough to make him the supreme in the eternal true world, he might not be afraid of opponents in the lesser boundless realm in the spiritual martial realm, but if he ran into someone in the greater boundless realm, he would have to fight with his life on the line. It should be known that those existences in the greater boundless realm had all gone through more than 3 great silence lifeless calamities and survived the destruction of more than 3 epics. They were unbelievably powerful. Lin Sun had once fought against Xianxia, the destined envoy who walked out of the Dao epic. Xianxia was clearly a greater boundless realm existence, and although Lin Sun had suppressed him at that time, he had also been seriously injured. Moreover, Xianxia's Taoist body had only been destroyed by Lin Sun at that time, and his primordial spirit was still alive. The reason why he was captured by Lin Sun in the end was because Xianxia had realized that he had been abandoned by the mastermind behind the scenes, so he could not bear that kind of blow, and had completely given up resisting. If not for that, even if Lin Sun could have won that battle, he would have had to pay a more serious price. This was the terror of the greater boundless realm. In the spiritual martial world, there were quite a few people like him. As a result, Lin Sun had to be vigilant and careful. The wisest thing to do was to conceal his identity and whereabouts. Otherwise, once the enemy found out, the disadvantages would definitely outweigh the advantages, and it would lead to unpredictable disasters. More updates for you. Lin Sun continued to move forward in the vast world. But compared with before, he became more cautious. He restrained his aura all the way, like a shadow of nothingness, shuttling through the void. In Lin Sun's view, it was not difficult for him to avoid the perception of people in the same realm with his current cultivation. But the reality was beyond Lin Sun's expectation. In other words, many of the old guys distributed in the realm of spiritual martial arts had mastered extremely wonderful secret methods and magical powers, which were enough to sense and see through Lin Sun's traces. Especially when they noticed that Lin Sun was walking alone, danger came. As the black-robed woman said, there was no shortage of ruthless people in the realm of spiritual martial arts, and the more powerful they were, the more ruthless they were. And Lin Sun, who walked alone, was often regarded as the target of robbery. Whether it was for wealth or to force opponents to surrender, fighting and killing were always happening in the realm of spiritual martial arts. This was why the black-robed woman chose to form an alliance, and why they hoped to let Lin Sun join their camp. When the whole world was full of eternal realm figures, they could live longer by walking together. This was called strength in numbers. In less than an hour, Lin Sun suffered another surprise attack. His opponents were 5 existences in the creation realm, 2 at the peak level and 3 at the late level. When Lin Sun noticed this, he tried to avoid their siege and leave, which was regarded as a sign of timidity and weakness. Then, a battle broke out. These 5 existences in the creation realm had obviously fought for a long time and cooperated tacitly. When the battle broke out, they first released a divine order to cover the world to prevent the movement caused by the battle from attracting more opponents. Then, led by 2 creation realm experts in the peak level, they immediately used their trump cards and rushed to Lin Sun. From beginning to end, they didn't talk nonsense. And the other 3 stayed on one side to prevent Lin Sun from escaping. They cooperated with each other seamlessly. If it was at any other time, this would undoubtedly be a perfect hunt, and it was sufficient to capture and kill a prey in an instant. Unfortunately, they met Lin Sun. The opponents tried to kill him in an instant, and he didn't want to waste more time, so he immediately used the 4 Tao forms together and used their strongest means. Sure enough, the outcome was decided in an instant. The 2 perfected creation stage beings who bore the brunt of the attack were directly suppressed on the spot. Before they could even react, they were stuffed into the abyssal sword cauldron like captured chicks. The other 3 late-stage creation realm experts sensed that something was wrong. They were just about to retreat when Lin Sun's 3 great Tao clones rushed forward to stop them. With 3 muffled bangs, he was also suppressed. When one of them was being suppressed, he asked with grief and indignation, "Fellow Taoist, your battle prowess is so great. When you sensed our auras, why did you try to escape and lure us into attacking you?" Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique answered patiently, "I'm in a hurry, so I don't want to fight with you. But I didn't expect you to court death. Who can you blame?" When the man heard this, he had the urge to vomit blood. Before he could speak again, he was suppressed by Lin Sun. Lin Sun would not show any mercy to such opponents. They didn't even say a word and wanted to kill him as soon as they came up. How could Lin Sun spare them? He must be served by the 5 sequences of the ultimate. Fortunately, although there were many fierce people in the realm of spiritual martial arts, most of them were very cautious. The black-robed woman and the others Lin Sun met at the beginning were undoubtedly the most sensible group of people. On the following road, although Lin Sun's whereabouts were also noticed by many people, most of them chose to give up when they tried to chase him. On the one hand, Lin Sun's speed was too fast. On the other hand, they didn't dare to rush with all their strength before they found out the details of Lin Sun. Of course, there were also the 5 people who were suppressed by Lin Sun. But when they rushed out to deal with Lin Sun, they all ended up in tragedy. After 6 hours, the number of opponents suppressed by Lin Sun along the way had reached as many as 19. Among them, 15 were in the creation realm, and 4 were in the transcending rules realm. In the outside world, they were all dominators who could command the wind and rain. Even in the realm of spiritual martial arts, as long as they didn't break into the core area, they could live longer with their strength. Unfortunately, after meeting Lin Sun, their fate was doomed to come to an end. Ahead should be the area that belongs to the core area of the realm of spiritual martial arts. Lin Sun looked up. The heavens and the earth in the distance were enshrouded by the dense and surging fluctuations of the vitality of the Grand Tao. The ocean of destiny in the sky emanated strands of boundless white light, and it bathed the world in a mysterious, ancient, and divine aura. The wisps of white light were called the life power of the Great Way. They possessed incredible power and were also of great benefit to the cultivation of the boundless realm. The reason why it was said that only in the core area could one fight for the opportunity of the Great Way Life Lotus was that in the core area, one could sense and refine the life power of the Great Way. When the opportunity of the Great Way Life Lotus appeared, one could directly rush into the Sea of Fate by relying on the refined life power of the Great Way. On the contrary, if one didn't refine enough life power of the Great Way, once one got close to the Sea of Fate, one would be instantly drowned by the vast sea and die. It was worth mentioning that even in the core area, the amount of life power of the Great Way seemed to be extremely large, like a misty rain falling, but for every cultivator, it was extremely limited. The reason was that if a cultivator wanted to rush into the Sea of Fate without being affected, he would need to refine at least 100,000 kilograms of life power of the Great Way. This 100,000 kilograms of life power of the Great Way would condense into a life pearl, and the power it emitted was enough to resist the power of the Sea of Fate, allowing cultivators to kill their way in and fight for the life lotus of the Great Way. Lin Sun only paused for a moment, and then his figure directly flashed into the border of the core area, heading southwest. The Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain was in this direction. According to the woman in the black dress, the power of the voodoo cult, Zen cult, and other great forces had already occupied and controlled the core area. Anyone who trespassed would be regarded as an enemy and killed without mercy. In these years, there was no lack of people who trespassed, but without exception, they were all killed. So until now, the eternal figures like the woman in the black dress could only walk on the periphery of the core area. Moreover, Lin Sun found out that those experts that trespassed into the core area and were killed had practically been exposed while refining the life power of the Great Way. The reason was very easy to deduce. In the heavens and the earth at the core area, the life power of the Great Way was limited, and it could be captured by numerous great figures. When they noticed that the life power of the Great Way had suddenly decreased in an area, it naturally meant that someone was in that area. This was a difficult problem indeed. If one wanted to seize the opportunity to seize the life lotus of the Great Way, then one had to refine the life power of the Great Way. But once one refined the life power of the Great Way, then one would be noticed by those great powers. This was like a dead knot. It was precisely because of this that even if the core area was extremely vast and could be snuck in at any time, practically no one was willing to enter it during these years. To Lin Sun, this was similarly a difficult problem. Fortunately, his objective for coming here this time wasn't to refine the life power of the Great Way, and it was for the sake of heading to the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain instead. So, he didn't have to worry about this for now. Swoosh, his figure flickered as he moved through space, and all along the way, he felt the strands of life power of the Great Way that descended from the Sea of Fate, and he couldn't help but be extremely moved. The power was too miraculous, and it contained traces of the mysteries related to the rules of fate. Who wouldn't be moved? This made Lin Sun think of Xianxia. Xianxia controlled the power of fate. If she was allowed to cultivate here, what kind of unbelievable things would happen? Lin Sun shook his head, abandoned all distracting thoughts, and continued forward. Along the way, he saw magnificent mountains and rivers that rose and fell continuously. The life power of the Great Way that was like a misty drizzle drifted in the void, and it was also like a white mist that surged in the vast world. Different from the periphery of the core area, since entering the core area, Lin Sun actually didn't encounter a single person. However, Lin Sun could often sense that the life power of the Great Way that was distributed in the world seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand and surged in different directions. Obviously, someone was absorbing and refining the life power of the Great Way. Through observing these changes, Lin Sun was able to clearly determine where someone was cultivating, and thus he was able to stay far away from them in advance. Therefore, there was no wind or waves along the way, and there were no surprises or dangers. After a full 4 hours, Lin Sun stopped. In the extremely distant world, the vast white life power of the Great Way seemed like a myriad of streams returning to the origin, and it surged towards the same place. It was a divine mountain. This mountain was completely purple in color, and it was majestic and lofty. Mountains stood in great numbers within it, and they seemed like numerous perfectly round lotus leaves that held up the heavens and the earth. Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf, a wisp of light appeared in the depths of Lin Sun's eyes. But very quickly, he noticed that something was wrong. When the vast white life power of the Great Way in the world surged towards Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf like a tide, it stopped at an area that was 30,000 meters away from Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf, and then it vanished ceaselessly. Obviously, someone was lying dormant in that area, and he'd intercepted the life power of the Great Way that was surging towards Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf from all directions. In this way, an empty area appeared in the surroundings of Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf, and only the life power of the Great Way that drifted down from the sky could be absorbed by the cultivators on Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf. Lin Sun instantly judged, someone was blocking the outside of Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf, and he was refining the life power of the Great Way in that area. In this way, the cultivators on Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf were bound to be able to absorb a pitifully small amount of life power of the Great Way. They're really arrogant, Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. He didn't need to guess at all to know that those who were blocking the area near Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf must be from the Voodoo cult, Zen cult, and the 12 eternal gods, and being blocked there in such an overbearing manner, it could be imagined how distressed and aggrieved the forces of Yuan cult, Spirit cult, and Mountain Heart sect were on Divine Mountain Lotus Leaf. The second update came soon. Right now, there was a thorny problem in front of Lin Sun. If he went to Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain like this, he would be intercepted and his identity would be exposed. In this case, even if he finally arrived at Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, his appearance would inevitably lead to the invasion of witchcraft, Zen sect, and the 12 eternal god clans. After all, these forces wanted to kill him the most now. In this way, his appearance would also bring disaster to Yuan sect, Spirit sect, and Mind Mountain on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. This was what Lin Sun didn't want to see. But if he didn't go to Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, he couldn't find out the specific situation of Yuan sect, Spirit sect, and Mind Mountain, which would only make Lin Sun more worried. What should he do? Lin Sun frowned. Even if I go to Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain now, I can't change their situation. On the contrary, if I appear, I will bring disaster to them. In the final analysis, I don't have enough combat power at present. At most, I can fight against a boundless realm existence. Once I'm besieged by those old guys, I'm doomed to die. After a long silence, Lin Sun took a deep breath and calmed down completely. And now, there are still more than 800 years before the arrival of the Era Calamity. As long as I don't let the enemy find my trace, it's enough for me to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. It's not impossible to prove the boundless realm. Lin Sun made a decision. It was too unwise to take action now. He decided to stay dormant for a period of time, improve his cultivation with all his strength, and wait for the right time to act. Immediately, Lin Sun took action. After a while, in a canyon far away from Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, Lin Sun's figure appeared quietly. At this distance, if there was a battle on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, Lin Sun could sense it immediately and rush over in a few breaths. At present, Lin Sun couldn't determine when those hostile forces would attack Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain again, but he had to prevent such a thing from happening. That was why he chose to go into seclusion in this canyon. Open! As Lin Sun stretched out his hand, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground silently. His figure rushed into the crack and didn't stop until he was thousands of meters underground. Then he waved his sleeve, and a cave residence was opened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Sun began to get busy. He arranged the formation flags one by one, turning them into layers of invisible formations that covered the cave residence. Lin Sun doesn't lack the divine materials needed to set up arrays. In the past, when he was sweeping through the ninth heaven, he had taken away countless ancient forbidden arrays. Yet now, all of these formations were being utilized by him, and he was setting them up with his attainments in Tao markings. Lin Sun was very clear that to a boundless realm figure, any restrictive power was destined to appear very powerless. However, if the power of divine order was added into the restrictive formation, it would be a completely different story. He did not lack god-level sequences either. In Lin Sun's plan, since he was going to stay dormant for a period of time, he must be well prepared and beware of any possible danger. So, he'd put in a lot of effort when he set up the formation this time, and he'd utilized all the Tao markings he possessed. 10 days later, Lin Sun completed the restriction power of the underground cave. This formation was formed by 99 ancient restrictive formations, each of which could withstand the attack of a creation realm cultivator. Apart from that, there were also 4 types of divine level sequences intertwined within the forbidden formation. In such a situation, under such circumstances, not only could they conceal all the commotion that occurred in the abode, even if they were discovered by a boundless realm existence, they could forget about killing their way in for a while. By the time he finished setting up the formation, Lin Sun had used up almost all of his eternal divine materials. However, Lin Sun couldn't care less about this. He named this formation the restriction of God's judgment, taking the meaning of judging the gods. After doing all this, Lin Sun rushed out of the ground and appeared in the canyon. With a single thought, Yi Futian's body trembled. Whoosh, the Greenwood Taoist body flew out and left the canyon, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Sun used the Greenwood Taoist form to scout out the situation in the core area, such as the locations of the witchcraft cult, the Zen cult, and the 12 eternal gods. Whoosh, soon, the Blackwater Taoist body also dashed out and hid in a cave near the canyon. From now on, the Blackwater Taoist body would stay here and pay attention to the situation in the surrounding area at all times. Once there was a disaster, it would leave immediately, thereby attracting the attention of the enemy. In this way, the abode thousands of feet underground would be even less likely to be discovered. Then, Lin Sun looked into the distance, where the Lotus Leaf Sacred Mountain was located. After a moment of silence, he returned to the underground abode. Let's begin. Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air, sat cross-legged, and began to run his chi slowly. Clatter at the same time, all kinds of elixirs, rare treasures, and eternal laws emerged and were swallowed into Lin Sun's body like a tide. Over the years, he had collected countless kinds of cultivation resources, all of which were treasures that could meet the needs of the eternal realm. Even though some of them had been consumed over the years, they only accounted for less than 40% of the total amount. In addition, Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron also suppressed the bodies and primordial spirit of many eternal realm figures, all of which could be refined into various treasures by the 5 sequences of the ultimate. In short, Lin Sun was not short of cultivation resources at all. Boom, in the abode, the roar was like the sound of wind and thunder. Lin Sun's body was steaming, sprinkling hundreds of millions of auspicious lights, sacred and bright. The surging power of elixirs was like lava erupting, raging all over his body, and then being refined into his own cultivation one by one. For a time, all kinds of strange phenomena emerged from Lin Sun's body. Sometimes a big abyss appeared, swallowing the sky, and sometimes a furnace roared, suppressing the past, present, and future. Those scenes could be said to be unprecedented and shocking, and the movement produced was also extremely terrifying. If it was in the outside world, it would have caused the resonance of heaven and earth and all the phenomena. But in this abode, under the protection of the restriction of God of Judgment, all these movements were not leaked at all. After a full 3 months, with a roar like the beginning of chaos, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly produced an amazing transformation, and his chi suddenly soared a lot. On this day, Lin Sun stepped into the late stage of creation. But Lin Sun did not stop cultivating. For him, the current piece was extremely rare and precious, and he must seize all the time to improve his strength. Time flew by. Half a year after Lin Sun's closed-door cultivation, Greenwood Taoist body returned. With the integration of their minds, Lin Sun immediately learned the situation of Greenwood Taoist body in the core area in the past 6 months. He also knew the location of the witchcraft, Zen sect, and the 12 eternal gods. Even the whole mountain river territory in the core area was visited by Greenwood Taoist body. All these information would be of great help to Lin Sun in his future actions. In the past 6 months, Blackwater Taoist body, who was dormant near the canyon, had not moved. This was naturally a good thing. At least it proved that there was no disaster in the Lotus Leaf Mountain in the past 6 months. In fact, for the whole spiritual martial world, the time before the appearance of the Great Way Life Lotus had been relatively peaceful. Even if there were killings and battles, they mostly happened in the periphery. In this core area, except for the place where the Lotus Leaf Mountain was located, the other territories had long been occupied and controlled by the witchcraft, Zen sect, and other great forces. Unless those great forces attacked the Lotus Leaf Mountain on a large scale again, it was almost impossible to see any fighting or killing in this situation. Of course, the most important thing was that no one knew that Lin Sun had arrived in the spiritual martial world. Otherwise, this peaceful situation would have been broken long ago. Until 19 years later. Boom, on this day, the Sea of Fate, which had been flowing across the sky, suddenly shook violently. The white sea water set off stormy waves, roaring like thunder and shaking all directions. At this moment, all the regions of the spiritual martial world were alarmed. The fourth opportunity is finally coming. In the periphery, many people looked at the Sea of Fate in the sky with excitement, sadness, and helplessness. In the past, the Sea of Fate had had 3 similar changes. Each time, a great way life lotus would be born, and each time, it would lead to crazy competition among the powerful figures of each era. Unfortunately, the Eternal Realm figures who hadn't refined a great way life pearl didn't have a chance to fight for it at all. This time, we must work together. Otherwise, we'll be defeated by the old fogies of the other eras, just like the last 3 times. On a divine mountain in the core region, the witchcraft cult, the Zen cult, and the 12 eternal gods had already gathered together. The eyes of Grand Sorcerer Lei Song, the infinite Buddha heart cattle, and the other great boundless realm existences all lit up with blazing light. The one who had spoken earlier was Grand Sorcerer Lei Song. He wore a beast robe, was tall, and held a black bone staff in his hand. The wrinkles on his face were like ravines, making him look incomparably old. But his aura was so powerful that the nearby eternal existences felt their hearts tremble. According to our previous agreement, if we get the Great Way Life Lotus this time, we'll first send 3 lesser boundless realm existences from our respective camps away. The infinite Buddha heart cattle said in a low voice. He wore a monk's robe, but he looked like a delicate youth. Only his eyes shone with the aura of age. Agreed. The other important figures of the eternal gods all nodded. A Great Way Life Lotus could only take 3 people to the ruins of myriad ways. This meant that the great factions had to divide up the spots before fighting for this opportunity. The Yuan Church and the Spirit Church are no longer a concern. They won't dare to rashly take the Great Way Life Lotus in their current situation. In other words, our opponents are still those old fogies from the other eras. Everyone, remember, if there's any fatal danger, you must retreat immediately. Don't force yourself. He paused, then swept his gaze across the crowd. Of course, we can't ignore our opponents from the Yuan Church and the Spirit Church. We must prevent them from ambushing us while we're fighting. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they heard this. I'll add more tonight. Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. The disciples of the Yuan Church, Spirit Church, and Fangsuan Mountain sensed the disturbance in the Sea of Destiny and immediately gathered. What a pity, Xinjiang Gorge heaved a long sigh. He wore black clothes and carried an ancient sword on his back. His figure was tall, elegant, and otherworldly. He possessed the cultivation of the great boundless realm, and he was also an extremely senior in the Origin sect. He had come to this nameless forbidden area a long time ago. Everyone nearby fell silent when they heard him sigh. They all knew what Travel Sword Gorge was feeling sorry for. If this continues, we won't have any more chances to fight for the Great Tao Lotus until the end of the era. Funanli frowned. Most importantly, the Shaman sect and Zen sect are bound to launch a large-scale attack before the calamity of the era descends. In my opinion, instead of passively enduring the enemy's attacks like this, it's better to seize this opportunity to kill our way out. He was dressed in a yellow robe and had a long beard. His aura was no weaker than that of the Travel Sword Gorge, and he was also the leader of the Spirit Church. Everyone couldn't help but become slightly restless when they heard this. In these past few years, they'd always been trapped on Lotus Leaf Mountain. Not only were they unable to obtain sufficient vitality of the Grand Tao, they were even constantly being targeted by the enemies that were stationed in the distance, so they had no choice but to be on guard day and night. But now, the Ocean of Destiny was giving birth to the fourth opportunity, and they could only watch helplessly. They didn't even have the chance to fight for it. Such a situation had long since caused them to feel extremely aggrieved. But now, if he went all out, he would be able to catch his enemies off guard. After all, once the Tao Lotus appeared, the Shaman cult, the Zen cult, and the 12 eternal divines would all mobilize their strongest forces to attack the Sea of Destiny. In this way, the strength of these hostile forces in the spirit martial realm was destined to be incomparably weak. No. Xingjian Gorge shook his head. How could Xian Kettle and Lei Song not think of what we can think of? If my guess is correct, they must have taken precautions. He paused for a moment and continued. On the other hand, once we leave this divine mountain, it'll be extremely easy for us to suffer a lethal blow. Presently, Divine Lotus Mountain was covered in all sorts of divine rank order, and it was covered in supreme restriction formations from both inside and out. It was precisely these defensive forces that allowed them to not have to worry about being attacked by their enemies even though they'd been trapped here all these years. However, things would be different once they left the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Don't tell me we're just going to watch this happen? Fu Nanli's face was gloomy, and he didn't feel good in his heart. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, on Mount Innerheart's side, Ruosu said softly, the first 3 times the Grand Tao Fate Lotuses appeared, the enemy forces suffered defeat after defeat. They didn't succeed even once, and they even lost many of their forces. Now, if they want to seize the Grand Tao Life Lotus that has appeared for the 4th time, then they'll definitely have to pay the price. Everyone's eyes flickered. They knew that Ruosu was right. But when they thought about how their enemies were going to fight for the opportunity to head to the ruins of Tao while they could only watch helplessly, they felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. Moreover, pinning all their hopes on the price that the enemy had to pay when seizing the opportunity would undoubtedly make them seem incompetent. Ruosu is right. There are still 800 years until the end of the era. In the years to come, more and more Tao Lotuses are destined to appear. Those hostile forces. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, it's all good and no harm to us. Xingjian Gorge said softly, if they succeed, 3 important figures will leave the spirit martial realm and head to the myriad profound Tao ruins. If they fail, they'll also pay the price. If this continues, their strength will continue to decrease. As long as we wait, we'll have a chance to counterattack sooner or later. Fu Nanli shook his head. But I'm worried that we won't be able to wait until then. Those hostile forces will already be attacking with all their might. His words caused everyone's hearts to sink. Indeed, the Shaman sect and the Diana sect had threatened that unless they handed over Feng Xiyuan's heir, they would attack sooner or later. The 12 eternal gods had even made it clear that they wouldn't let the matter rest. Perhaps, when these hostile forces were free, they would launch an all-out attack like last time, amidst the heavy atmosphere. Xianxia said decisively, seniors, if the situation really becomes that serious, I, the heir of Feng Xiyuan, will naturally not be a burden to you. That's right. Ruosu, Li Xianwei, Pu Zhen, Shuiya, and the other heirs of Feng Xiyuan nodded in unison. Haha, if you're killed by those enemies, then I, Xingjian Gorge, will live. How will I face your masters in the future? Xingjian Gorge laughed. There's no need to worry, everyone. This is the Sea of Destiny. If we really go all out and fight, those enemies will definitely pay a heavy price. They've realized this before, which is why they haven't dared to attack us on a large scale in the past few years. After all, while they hate Mount Cun, fighting for the opportunity to go to the ruins of myriad wonders of Tao is more important to them. That's right. A long time ago, the master of Feng Xiyuan fought against all the heroes in the Sea of Destiny and fought for the opportunity to go to the ruins of myriad wonders of Tao for the patriarchs of the Spirit Church and the Origin Church. Based on this great favor alone, the Spirit Church will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Fu Nanli spoke in a warm voice. This was an extremely long time ago. Although the master of Feng Xiyuan had helped the patriarchs of the Spirit Church and the Origin Church greatly, he'd also completely offended the patriarchs of the Shaman sect and the Diana sect during the battle. It was precisely because of this that the Shaman sect and the Diana sect were so hostile towards Mount Cun. The hearts of Xianxia, Ruosu, and the others surged without end, and they felt both grateful and ashamed. They were grateful because under such circumstances, the forces of the Origin Church and Spirit Church hadn't thought of abandoning them who were disciples of the master of Feng Xiyuan. They were ashamed because it was precisely because of their existence that the Origin Church and Spirit Church had been implicated, and it was to the extent that they didn't have the chance to fight for the Grand Tao Fate Lotus until now. Rumble, as they spoke, the sea of destiny in the sky above them became even more turbulent and violent. The boundless white energy of destiny caused tempestuous waves and rumbled like thunderclaps. At an area far away from Lotus Leaf Mountain, a man's laughter suddenly resounded. Fellow Taoists, the Grand Tao Fate Lotus is about to be born. If all of you aren't afraid of death, then feel free to fight for it. But if all of you intend to seize this opportunity to cause trouble, then you have to consider the consequences. As soon as this voice resounded, a mighty and dazzling figure soared into the sky. This person wore a golden robe, had a sharp chin, a long beard, and eyes that were like a pair of scorching suns that were brilliant and spirited. The Origin Bell, he was a minor boundless realm existence from the eternal God clan that had overcome 2 deathless tribulations. He was one of the 4 minor boundless realm existences that were stationed nearby Lotus Leaf Mountain. The other 3 were respectively, the Yang clan's Yang Heng, the Taihao clan's Taihao Ju, and the Tsang clan's Tsang Yoji. Even though these 4 minor boundless realm existences were far from being able to threaten the great figures of the Origin Church and Spirit Church, they were stationed here for a type of surveillance. Or perhaps, it could be said that they were 4 scouts. Once something unusual occurred on Lotus Leaf Mountain, they would notify the Shaman sect, Zen sect, and the Eternal God clan at the first possible moment. At this moment, along with the Origin Bell's activation, it caused the expressions of everyone on Lotus Leaf Mountain to become much gloomier. When he saw there was no movement coming from Lotus Leaf Mountain, the Origin Bell emanated unbridled laughter. Ha 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 ha. I've said it before. If you don't hand over those bastards, then your Origin Church and Spirit Church are bound to be unable to obtain the Grand Tao Fate Lotus. As soon as he finished speaking, he returned to the surface and converged with Yang Heng, Taihao Ju, and Tsang Yoji. It seemed like they would stay here even if the Grand Tao Fate Lotus appeared. Funanli couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. He realized that it was impossible to seize this opportunity to kill their way out. They'd obviously taken precautions against it. Bang! Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion resounded in the roiling ocean of destiny, and then an expanse of dazzling and resplendent divine light charged out and illuminated the world. At this moment, it wasn't just the spirit martial world. All the living beings in the other worlds looked over in unison. An enormous lotus that covered an area of over 100 kilometers had appeared in the ocean of destiny. It had a total of 9 petals, and every single petal was the size of a mountain. They emanated a gorgeous and resplendent glow. Before this extremely miraculous lotus, it made others feel as if the sun, moon, and stars were extremely tiny. The grand Tao of the world seemed to submit before this lotus, and it seemed so supreme and unreachable. When this lotus appeared, the roiling and extremely violent ocean of destiny instantly calmed down and became calm, and it created a strong contrast. This caused the enormous, gorgeous, and boundlessly brilliant lotus to seem even more mysterious and extraordinary. This was the Grand Tao Fate Lotus. It contained the critical factor to arrive at the ruins of Tao, and it was a supreme fortune that all the eternal realm figures of every single era dreamt of. What a shocking aura. Nearby the gorge, Lin Sun's Blackwater Taoist body couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, and he was shocked by the grand scene revealed by the Grand Tao Fate Lotus. Presently, he knew that the Grand Tao Fate Lotus was extremely miraculous, and it formed a world of its own within it. Once it appeared, one had to charge into it within the time of 10 breaths. Otherwise, one wouldn't have the chance to enter the world within the Grand Tao Fate Lotus. This was merely the first step. After this, the experts that charged into the world of the Grand Tao Fate Lotus still had to undergo a brutal battle. No matter if they perished within it or escaped, when only 3 remained would the Grand Tao Fate Lotus bring these 3 people out of the ocean of destiny and head to the ruins of Tao of Legend. In other words, the Grand Tao Fate Lotus was like a ship, and one had to board it within the time of 10 breaths in order to possess the qualifications to compete for the 3 qualifications to head to the ruins of Tao. Sure enough, right when Lin Sun's Blackwater Taoist body was shocked, numerous figures with terrifying auras had appeared within the ocean of destiny. They were like numerous rays of divine light that glowed brilliantly, and they fought to be the first to flash towards the enormous Grand Tao Fate Lotus. For a time, divine rays of light were like the rain that flashed through the sky, and it was a rather magnificent sight. More updates for you in the vision of Lin Sun's Darkwada physique. About 300 figures had rushed into the Tao Life Lotus in just 10 breaths. This was a shocking number. It should be known that the weakest of those who dared to compete were at least in the creation realm, and there was no lack of existences in the boundless realm. In just 10 breaths, nearly 300 people had rushed into the Tao Life Lotus. How could this not be shocking? This also made Lin Sun realize that there were many terrifying existences in the other epochs outside the spiritual martial realm. When the 10 breaths of time was up, the huge and resplendent Tao Life Lotus started to close, and the 9 petals that were like mountains covered it. Some figures that had rushed into the Sea of Fate but didn't have time to rush into the Tao Life Lotus let out a long sigh and turned around to leave. Next, an extremely cruel and intense battle would take place in the world of the Tao Life Lotus, and they would either die or escape. In the end, only 3 cultivators would win and go to the ruins of wonderful Tao with this Tao Life Lotus. Lin Sun's dark Wada physique withdrew his gaze and turned to look in the direction of the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Earlier, he had heard a complacent and disdainful voice. "I've already said that if you don't hand over those evil remnants, your Yuan Church and Spirit Church are destined to lose the chance to obtain the Tao Life Lotus." This voice belonged to Yuan Zhongqi, a lesser boundless realm existence. Although it was very unfamiliar to Lin Sun, the meaning in the words was extremely arrogant. At this time, the top existences of the Witchcraft Church, Zen Church, and the Eternal Gods have probably already participated in the battle for the world of the Tao Life Lotus. Lin Sun's dark Wada physique pondered, now is undoubtedly the time when those hostile forces are at their weakest. If I take this opportunity to kill my way over. Just as he thought of this, there was a sudden change. In the distant horizon, figures with terrifying auras appeared one after another. There were more than 10 of them, and every one of them was so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. Lin Sun's dark Wada physique immediately rushed into the ground and disappeared. Boom, these experts didn't conceal their auras at all along the way, and they moved majestically in the void, causing heaven and earth to change color. When they arrived nearby Lotus Leaf Mountain, this group of figures stopped successively, and they converged with Yuan Zhongqi, Yang Heng, Tai Haoju, and Song Yoji, who were already on guard at that area. This scene was also noticed by Travel Sword Gorge, Fu Nanli, and the others on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, and their hearts sank. Among the dozen over people who came, there were shockingly 4 greater boundless realm existences. They were Ba of the Zen sect, Wu Hongzi of the Witchcraft sect, Wen Zai of the Wen clan of the Eternal Gods, and Xing Tianyuan of the Xingtian clan. Apart from these 4, the 9 people who came together with them were also minor boundless realm existences. Such a formation didn't enter the great Tao Life Lotus to fight, but instead suddenly arrived before the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain at this moment. Their intentions were clear. It was for the sake of deterring the members of the Yuan sect and Spirit sect so that they wouldn't dare to seize this opportunity to attack. These old things are truly ruthless. Fu Nanli's face darkened. The expressions of the others didn't look any better. Their hearts were filled with rage and depression. Being bullied to such an extent yet being unable to kill their way out, it was easy to imagine how uncomfortable that feeling was. In the canyon, in the cave residence thousands of feet underground. The appearance of the Blackwater Taoist body awakened Lin Sun from meditation. Their minds blended, allowing Lin Sun to instantly understand what was happening in the outside world. Only then did he know that the Sea of Fate had produced the 4th movement today, and the great Tao Life Lotus had also appeared. And at this time, a group of terrifying existences went to the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. This made Lin Sun's heart tighten. But after calming down and thinking about it, his state of mind calmed down. In such a situation, those hostile forces didn't dare to attack the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain with all their strength. They did this to deter the strong on the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain from taking the opportunity to attack. However, understanding was one thing, all this made Lin Sun angry. On the one hand, they snatched the opportunity in the great Tao Life Lotus, and on the other hand, they besieged the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. It could be imagined how arrogant those hostile forces were, and from this, it could also be seen that those people on the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain had no chance to snatch the opportunity in the great Tao Life Lotus. Do they really think that by doing this, their territory won't be attacked? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he stood up from the ground. At the moment, the top forces of those hostile forces had entered the great Tao Life Lotus, and the powerful forces they left behind had also moved to the area near the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. This also meant that the forces left in their lair were destined to be extremely weak. Perhaps, in the eyes of those hostile forces, as long as they kept an eye on the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain in this core area, it would be enough to prevent any hidden dangers from happening. But they only didn't think of one thing: the forces of Yuan Church, Spirit Church, and Mind Mountain might not be able to take the opportunity to attack, but Lin Sun could, and as long as he ensured that his identity wouldn't be seen through by the enemy when he took action, even if those hostile forces reacted, they were destined to be unable to know that all this was done by him. After 19 years of closed-door cultivation, it's time to go out and have a walk. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he had already swept out of the underground cave residence. For 19 years, he had sat here and cultivated, refining countless treasures of heaven and earth, and now his cultivation had already reached the level of the creation realm. Moreover, his cultivation and strength had been tempered to the extreme and unprecedented level of this realm, and the power he grasped had long since become different from the past. For example, the great Tao Law he grasped, which integrated the profundities of the 5 sequences of the ultimate, the creation realm, the time realm, and other supreme taboo Daos into the Nirvana Law, causing the Nirvana Law to undergo an incredible transformation, and become completely different from before. For example, his Taoist body, cultivation, spirit, qi, and other forces had also been tempered to the extreme by refining various eternal treasures, and had undergone many transformations in these 19 years. Even many eternal Taoist soldiers collected in these years were smelted into the abyssal sword cauldron by Lin Sun, causing the power of the abyssal sword cauldron to be improved again and again. And what Lin Sun paid was nearly 90% of his wealth. In other words, in these 19 years, only about 10% of the cultivation resources he possessed was left. Of course, even 10% was an astronomical figure for other people in the same realm. In short, these 19 years of painstaking cultivation and accumulation had made Lin Sun's current combat power much stronger than that of that year. At this time, if he were to face a boundless realm existence like Xianxia again, he also had the confidence to kill him without being injured. Whoosh! After rushing out of the underground cave residence, Lin Sun restrained his aura and quietly rushed to the distance. Still halfway, Blackwater Taoist body rushed out and rushed to the periphery of the spiritual martial realm. At present, in the spiritual martial realm, only the woman in the black dress and others knew that Lin Sun had arrived in this world, although the other side would certainly not take the initiative to disclose these things. But Lin Sun was still a little worried. This trip to the camp of the hostile forces, whether successful or not, would inevitably arouse the anger of the hostile forces. It could be imagined that even if they did not know who did it, they would send all their forces to investigate. And with the wisdom of these enemies, after confirming that it was not done by the people of Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, they would definitely suspect others. At that time, those Eternal Realm people distributed in the periphery were bound to be interrogated by those hostile forces. Under such circumstances, the woman in the black dress and others would definitely be interrogated. But at that time, Lin Sun could not be sure whether they would leak the news that he had arrived in the spiritual martial realm. Therefore, before this action, Lin Sun decided to send Blackwater Taoist body to take the woman in the black dress and others away. Even if they had to suffer for a period of time, he would compensate them later when he had the chance. Soon, Blackwater Taoist body disappeared in the sky. And Lin Sun's original body directly rushed in another direction. The world was vast, the sea of fate under the sky was calm, and the petals of the Tao Life Lotus had already closed together, exuding a mysterious luster. No one knew how fierce and bloody the battle in the world of the Tao Life Lotus was. In the core region of the Linggu realm, it was still as quiet as before. Many territories were empty and uninhabited. Even at this moment, those Eternal Realm people distributed in the periphery did not dare to come to the core area to collect the Tao Life Force. One could well imagine how arrogant those hostile forces had been in the past few years. Up ahead is the territory of the Eternal Godyi clan. 4 hours later. Lin Sun stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. As early as 19 years ago, when he was in seclusion, Lin Sun had sent Taoist body Qingmu to explore the mountain river territory in the core area of the spiritual martial realm. Naturally, he knew where the hostile forces were. Those hostile forces all occupied the area closest to the Sea of Fate in the core area. Among them, the Shaman sect and the Zen sect occupied the Great Barbarian Mountain and Zen-Seeking Mountain, which were the closest to the Sea of Fate. As for the 12 Eternal God clans' territories, they were scattered in different areas like scattered chess pieces, but they were also extremely close to the Sea of Fate. Moreover, the distance between their territories was very close. With the speed of a boundless realm person, it was enough to reach another Eternal God clan's territory in 15 minutes. For example, a divine mountain that had appeared in the distant sky was the territory of the Eternal God Yi clan, called the Purple Lightning Divine Mountain. The reason why Lin Sun chose the Yi clan as his target was also after careful consideration. The Shaman sect and the Zen sect were too close to the Sea of Fate, and they were surrounded by the 12 Eternal God clan's territories. If he attacked them, it would be like attacking the enemy's core area. He would definitely be surrounded, and it was destined to cause unpredictable risks. On the other hand, the Yi clan's Purple Lightning Divine Mountain was on the periphery of this area. In this case, even if something unexpected happened, it would be enough for Lin Sun to escape easily. The only problem was that the Yi clan's territory was closest to the Zhu clan and the Genji clan. According to Lin Sun's estimation, if the Yi clan started fighting, the two boundless realm existences would be able to rush to their aid in 15 minutes at most. This also meant that Lin Sun had to flatten the Yi clan's Violet Electricity Divine Mountain within 15 minutes. 15 minutes, under the current circumstances, it was enough for Lin Sun. However, this was a rare and precious opportunity. He didn't want to waste it on the Yi clan. Whoosh! 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 Greenwood, platinum, yellow, and scarlet fire Taoist bodies flew out. Greenwood Taoist body and platinum Taoist body flew towards the Zhu clan's Cloud Battle Divine Mountain. Yellow Taoist body and scarlet fire Taoist body flew towards the Genji clan's Kun Divine Mountain. Lin Sun's main body flew towards the Yi clan's Violet Electricity Divine Mountain alone. This was undoubtedly a gamble. A gamble that the Yi clan, Zhu clan, and Genji clan didn't have a boundless realm existence holding down the fort, and if it was against a minor boundless realm existence, with his current cultivation, it was enough to easily finish them off. Violet Electricity Divine Mountain. The Black Mountain was grand and ancient. Not a single blade of grass grew on it, but the barren mountain rocks emitted wisps of purple lightning, making one's heart palpitate. The roiling great Tao life force fell from the Sea of Destiny in the sky like a white tide, covering the entire Violet Electricity Divine Mountain. One could imagine how easy it would be to cultivate here and refine the great Tao life force. The surroundings of the Violet Electricity Divine Mountain were covered with 3 levels of divine rank order power, just like a natural supreme forbidden array. Under such circumstances, even if a boundless realm existence came charging over, they would definitely alarm the Yi clan powerhouses entrenched within at the first instant. Of course, the Yi clan's powerhouses had never considered this problem. In the spirit martial world, who had eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard and dared to attack their territory? Just look at the Yuan clan, the Spirit clan, and those successors of Feng Ciyuan. Just how powerful were the forces they possessed? But many years ago, they had been trapped on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Under such circumstances, let alone the Yi clan, even the other Eternal God clans, the Shaman sect, and the Zen sect would not have to worry about these problems. If this trip to the world of the Tao Life Lotus is successful, Patriarch Wu Hen can ride the Tao Life Lotus to the ruins of Myriad Tao. At the top of the mountain, Yi Fida looked at the Life of Wei Lotus in the Sea of Destiny and sighed emotionally. There was a sliver of envy and longing on his face. He was dressed in a purple robe, his figure imposing. Both of his hands were hidden in his sleeves. He was a minor boundless realm existence to begin with, having crossed 2 great silence lifeless tribulations. The current Violet Lightning Divine Mountain was also under his command. 7 figures stood beside Yi Fidu, all of whom were eternal realm cultivators of the Yi clan. 6 of them were at the Creator realm, and only 1 was at the Deviant realm. This mighty figure of the Yi family was called Xianxia. More than 10 years ago, it was he who came to the Sea of Fate with 2 masters of Xingtian clan and Panwu clan. They spread the news about Lin Sun's deeds in the 9th heaven, which caused a sensation in the whole spiritual martial world. Of course, it caused all the hostile powers that resided in the Lingwu dimension to hate Lin Sun and even mount heart to the bone. This time Ancestor Wu Hen and the others will definitely succeed. Someone said with a firm expression. That's right. This time, we, the Witch clan, the Zen clan, and the other Eternal God clans have made sufficient preparations for this. Moreover, Ancestor Yi Ju is personally guarding us. Ancestor Wuhan indeed has a great chance of seizing this opportunity to go to the ruins of wonders of Tao. These mighty figures of the Yi clan spoke one after another. Ancestor Wuhan, named Yi Wuhan, was a minor boundless realm existence. According to their plan, as long as they won in the life of Wei Lotus, they would send Yi Wuhan and the two minor boundless realm existences of the Witch clan and the Zen clan to the ruins of wonders of Tao. And these were also the ancestor Yi Ju mentioned by the mighty figures. He was the only greater boundless realm existence in the Yi clan. It was said that he had crossed 5 great silence lifeless tribulations and came to the Lingwu realm a long time ago. His cultivation was unfathomable. This time, he was also going to the world of the life of Lotus. I wonder what's going on at the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Will the Yuan clan and the Spirit clan have the courage to take the opportunity to make a move? Someone said with a chuckle. Even a dog will jump over a wall when it's cornered, let alone the old guys from those two orthodoxies. But I'm sure that they won't dare to act recklessly at this time. Someone sneered. The greater boundless realm existences that the Witch clan, the Zen clan, the Wen clan, and the Xingtian clan left behind have already led their people to the vicinity of the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. If they dare to make a move, they will definitely suffer the consequences. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The current forces of the Yuan clan and the Spirit clan were already in a worrying situation. They could no longer stir up trouble, so they weren't worthy of their attention at all. At this moment, suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded, "Suffer the consequences? You guys sure are arrogant." This one sentence made Ji Faidu and the people around him tremble. They all looked in the direction where the voice came from. On the distant mountain path, a tall figure had walked over at some point. He was dressed in moon-white clothes, and he was handsome and outstanding. Such a scene made Ji Faidu and the others reveal looks of disbelief. The entire Violet Lightning Divine Mountain was covered in the power of 3 divine rank orders. Even if a boundless realm figure came, he would definitely be obstructed, and they would know at the first possible moment. But now, someone had silently appeared in their nest without them noticing. They couldn't help but be shocked and feel extremely surprised. It's him, Lin Sun. When he saw Lin Sun's figure, Yi Zhenqi's expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily. How? How is this possible? This was the core area of the Lingwu realm, the place where the Yi clan resided, but now, Lin Sun had appeared in their field of vision like a ghost, and Yi Zhenqi almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. Lin Sun, instantly, Yi Faidu and the others revealed strange expressions and were extremely restless. No matter how they racked their brains, they never imagined that this young man that they hated to the bone would actually appear before them today. All of this seemed so sudden. I came here today to give you a chance to take revenge. Of course, I will also use this opportunity to end the hatred between us. As Lin Sun spoke, he was already walking over with a calm expression. Humph. You're just a little thing in the creation realm, yet you dare to be so deranged. You really don't know what's good for you. Yi Faidu, the existence of the lesser boundless realm, snorted coldly. Tell your helper to come out as well, or you'll die without a doubt. In his view, Lin Sun being able to sneak into the purple electricity divine mountain without a sound and dare to face them so openly was destined to have the help of an existence even more powerful than Lin Sun. Otherwise, Lin Sun, a creation realm existence, couldn't do this at all. And Yi Faidu's words also shocked the other powerful figures of the Yi clan. Their eyes swept around, and they became alert. Of course, what made them even more uneasy was that the current Lin Sun was actually an existence in the creation realm. After all, when Yi Zhenqi sent the news over 10 years ago, he only said that Lin Sun had the cultivation of the transcendent state. And in these short years, Lin Sun's cultivation had achieved such a great transformation and breakthrough. How could they not be shocked? But they saw Lin Sun laugh, and his voice was full of sarcasm and coldness. Why do I need the help of others to deal with you old guys? Is that so? I'd like to see where you get the confidence to say such big words. Suddenly, a thin figure of a man in a golden robe rushed out, like a thunder tearing through the void, and attacked Lin Sun. This was the existence in the creation realm, and his whole body was steaming with the terrible power of rules. Divine light was steaming, and his power was terrifying. As soon as he attacked, he directly controlled a bronze seal, and fiercely bombarded Lin Sun. Boom! The bronze seal emerged with the destructive purple thunder rules, brilliant and dazzling. Such a blow could be said to be swift and violent. But Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed. Buzz! The bronze seal wailed violently, and was directly snatched by Lin Sun. The released purple power of rules was crushed, and with a loud bang, it burst into countless light rain. And at the same time, Lin Sun's figure suddenly moved forward, and his power was suddenly released. At that moment, it was like an overwhelming raging sea pressing down. With a bang, the man in the golden robe was directly suppressed to the ground, his body cracked, and blood splashed. One blow, with only his own power, he suppressed an existence in the creation realm on the spot. Everyone present shuddered, and their expressions completely changed. They were all stimulated by this scene. "You're courting death." Yi Faidu attacked at once. He stretched out his hands hidden in his sleeves, and fiercely clapped in the void. Boom, the void was chaotic, and the mountains and rivers trembled. A mysterious seal full of forbidden power was condensed. The seal seemed to be the size of a palm, but at this moment, it was like a purple sun, reflecting a torrential purple glow, and dyed the world purple. And the aura released by this seal was also far beyond the scope of the creation realm, and it was branded with the aura of rules that could shock the ages. If it were any existence in the creation realm, facing such a blow, they would probably feel despair and helplessness. Because this was the power that belonged to the small boundless realm, and the power they could control had already reached an incredible level. But facing such a blow, Lin Sun didn't dodge, but instead rushed forward. Boom, his cultivation was released to the extreme, and his tall figure shone brilliantly like an abyss. As he threw a punch, the Nirvana ultimacy, which had been fusing the 5 sequences of the ultimate, the rules of creation, the rules of time, and other forbidden rules in the past 19 years, was released in this punch. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he did, it was a thunderous blow, and then, the seal that was like a violet-colored sun was directly crushed into pieces by this fist force that was obscure and chaotic, and it caused an explosion that shook the heavens and caused a rain of light to spray out. Yi Faidu couldn't help but be shocked by this punch. How could he be so powerful? But at this moment, he didn't have much time to think. The punch had already arrived. Bang, Yi Faidu used all his strength to take the attack head-on, yet he staggered from the overwhelming punch. He was pushed back several dozen meters. His old face was flushed and his aura was fluctuating violently. I'll continue to update tonight. Yi Faidu, a lesser boundless realm cultivator who had gone through 2 great silence lifeless tribulations, a cultivator who had stepped into the ultimate realm of the eternal path, was defeated by a single punch, and the one who defeated him was a young man who was merely at the peak of the creation realm. The soul-stirring scene caused a wave of exclamations. Yi Xianxia and the other cultivators of the Yi clan were astonished and felt their scalps tingle. How was this possible? Yi Faidu's face was also filled with shock and doubt. There was an entire realm between the creation realm and the boundless realm. Yet, the power of Lin Sun's punch was so heaven-defying and tyrannical. Now, do you still think I need a helper? Lin Sun had already charged forward with an indifferent and disdainful voice. When his tall figure moved horizontally, he crushed the air like an abyss and created a huge crack. His aura was too strong, causing everyone present to feel pressured and suffocated. Yi Faidu, who bore the brunt of the attack, also felt a stinging pain on his skin. Lin Sun's unparalleled murderous intent locked onto him, giving him a bone-piercing chill. Yi Faidu couldn't believe this feeling. A cultivator at the peak of the creation realm could make a lesser boundless realm cultivator like him feel a chill. This completely overturned his understanding. Boom, Lin Sun swung his fist. Yi Faidu wouldn't just sit and wait for death. He leaped forward and faced the attack head-on. But in just a second, his figure was shaken again. The terrifying fist energy was like a landslide and a tsunami, so much so that he had the urge to cough up blood. Yi Faidu's expression completely changed. He took out his Dao weapon without hesitation and fought with all his might. Clang, a silver spear tore through the air like a snow-white bolt of lightning. With a shout from Yi Faidu, the spear swept across the sky and created a rain of the great path. But Lin Sun was still empty-handed. His attacks became even more powerful. A great battle erupted. In several breaths of time, the two had exchanged over 100 moves. Fists and spears collided, emitting deafening explosions. The entire violet lightning divine mountain was fiercely impacted, causing rocks to collapse and stone fragments to fly everywhere. What caused Xianxia and the others to be horrified was that in such an intense battle, a minor boundless realm existence like Yifidu had already suffered heavy injuries. His entire body had cracked apart and fresh blood flowed out, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Looking at Lin Sun, he was as powerful as the Supreme Dominator. Every punch he threw was so overbearing that it made people's hearts tremble. "Let's go together." A creation realm being roared and charged into the battle with a sword in hand. "Kill! Kill!" The others didn't dare to be negligent and attacked together. Boom, the void trembled, and the light of the Tao surged. All sorts of supreme divine abilities were released from the eternal Tao soldiers, and they were like the waters of the Milky Way pouring down and smashing into the world of mortals. The peerless torrent of Tao light caused the violet lightning divine mountain to collapse and completely disintegrate. In the face of such a siege, Lin Sun sneered and suddenly shook his sleeves. "Rise!" Rumbling resounded as the abyssal sword cauldron carried an obscure and hazy rain of light as it soared through the sky, and the might it emanated was so formidable that it fiercely crushed the attacks that came from all directions. In this instant of collision, many eternal Tao soldiers were damaged, and they wailed without end. Then, a simple and unadorned Taoist sword swept out of the abyssal sword cauldron and swept through the void. Bang! 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 One after another, the creation realm powerhouses were suppressed by the vast sword intent like chickens and dogs. Their bodies exploded one by one, and blood splattered everywhere. Even their primordial spirits were severely injured by the sword intent and imprisoned on the ground. As for Xianxia, a powerhouse in the transcendent realm, he was killed on the spot. Both his body and soul were destroyed. In an instant, only Yifidu, a minor boundless realm existence, was left. The other powerhouses of the Yi family were suppressed on the ground. Damn it! The bloody scene made Yifidu's hair stand on end, and his eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly reached out and grabbed. But what caught him off guard was that the 3 divine level orders that covered the world didn't move at all. They were completely out of his control. This sudden change made Yifidu's heart tremble. Could it be? At the same time, Lin Sun had already charged at him with the abyssal sword cauldron. Crack, the silver spear broke. The terrifying impact made Yifidu, who was already seriously injured, unable to hold on any longer. His entire body exploded and fell into pieces. As soon as his primordial spirit rushed out, it was suppressed by the abyssal sword cauldron. "Lin Sun, when my ancestor Yi Ju returns, it will be the day of your death." Yifidu's primordial spirit roared wildly. Unfortunately, he was suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron. As Lin Sun exerted force, his primordial spirit was knocked out by the shock. Less than a quarter of an hour. Lin Sun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The operation this time was a little easier than he had expected. Or rather, he didn't expect that only Yifidu, a minor boundless realm, was guarding the purple lightning divine mountain. Such a force could hardly threaten Lin Sun. Shaking his head, Lin Sun waved his sleeve. The powerful figures of the Yi clan were collected and suppressed in the abyssal sword cauldron. Then, Lin Sun looked around. Before entering the purple lightning divine mountain, he used the power of nirvana to subdue the 3 divine level orders that covered this place without leaving a trace. This was also why Yifidu couldn't use the divine level orders when he wanted to. Whoosh, as Lin Sun reached out and waved, the 3 divine level orders that covered the world were collected. Then, Lin Sun stood in the void and waited quietly. Before long, the figures of the yellow earth Taoist form and the scarlet fire Taoist form came from afar. As they communicated telepathically, Lin Sun's main body immediately learned that the Eternal God clan's forces on the 8 Kuan Divine Mountain had been wiped out. In total, 1 minor boundless realm and 5 creation realm existences were suppressed. Even the 2 divine level orders that covered the 8 Kuan Divine Mountain had been taken away. In comparison, the forces left on the 8 Kuan Divine Mountain by the Xianxia clan weren't even as strong as the Yi clan. Only the Platinum Taoist form and the Greenwood Taoist form are left. Lin Sun collected the Yellow Earth Taoist form and the Scarlet Fire Taoist form and continued to wait. But a quarter of an hour had passed, and the 2 Taoist forms still hadn't returned. This made Lin Sun's main body frown. He didn't dare to wait any longer. His figure flashed, and he headed straight for the Cloud Battle Divine Mountain where the Ju clan of the Eternal God clan was entrenched. Moving at full speed, Lin Sun arrived at the Cloud Battle Divine Mountain in just a quarter of an hour. Up and down the mountain, two completely different kinds of divine-level orders were tumbling, releasing a terrifying aura of destruction. It was obvious that a great battle had broken out on the mountain. Lin Sun's heart tightened, and he rushed over at once. Whoosh, the power of the two divine-level orders couldn't stop Lin Sun at all. He easily swept through them without causing any commotion. A great battle had indeed broken out here. The mountain that occupied the aurora had collapsed and turned into ruins. And above the ruins, the Greenwood Taoist form and the Platinum Taoist form were fighting fiercely with a figure. When Lin Sun's main body appeared, he instantly sensed the thoughts of the two Taoist forms and understood what had happened. The mighty figure of the Ju clan who was fighting with the two Taoist forms was called Ju Wutian. He was an existence who had gone through 3 great desolation fateless tribulations. But this person's combat power could be said to be heaven-defying. He was incredibly powerful, and he wasn't inferior to a boundless realm existence like Xianxia. It was precisely because Ju Wutian was keeping watch that the movements of the two Taoist forms, the Greenwood Taoist form and the Platinum Taoist form, were hindered. They hadn't been able to take him down until now. After understanding all this, Lin Sun's main body couldn't help but be moved. He was also very awestruck. Over the years, the only boundless realm powerhouse he had truly fought was Xianxia, which was why he had always used Xianxia to measure and compare the power of the boundless realm. But obviously, Ju Wutian wasn't someone who could be measured with common sense. Yi Faidu, who Lin Sun had killed before, was also a minor boundless realm existence, but Lin Sun hadn't spent much effort to suppress him. But this Ju Wutian could actually fight with his two Taoist forms until now. One could imagine how terrifying this person's great path foundation was. Rumble, in the void, the battle became more and more intense. Ju Wutian's figure was tall, dressed in a blue robe, and he looked like a young man. His whole body was surging with magical rule power, and he was controlling a fiery red divine sword, which was extremely violent and raging. His whole body was like a ball of fire, with a terrifying power that could incinerate the heavens. In the nearby area, there was a group of Eternal Realm powerhouses of the Ju clan, watching the battle while waiting in formation. I can't delay any longer. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lin Sun's main body. Without hesitation, he moved through the void and rushed over. Boom, the abyssal sword cauldron swept across the sky, directly suppressing Ju Wutian. Clang, Ju Wutian waved the fiery divine sword and blocked the blow, but his figure was shaken, and his expression changed slightly. Sure enough, this is your main body. He seemed to have expected it, so he didn't panic and appeared very calm. At the same time, he shouted, "Send out a message and ask for help from other divine clans, quickly." Too late. Lin Sun's main body lightly spat out 2 words. The next moment, Yellow Earth and the Scarlet Fire Taoist body rushed out together, killing the group of powerful figures of the Ju clan in the distance. His main body and the other 2 Taoist bodies attacked Ju Wutian with all their strength. Boom, in an instant, Ju Wutian fell into a dangerous situation. He had already felt great pressure when facing Lin Sun's 2 Taoist bodies. Now, with the appearance of the abyssal sword cauldron, the stalemate was suddenly broken, and the situation was reversed. This made Ju Wutian secretly anxious, and he began to fight desperately. He just wanted to buy some time and wait for help. In this way, the current predicament could be easily solved. But in the blink of an eye, Ju Wutian's heart sank to the bottom. The 5 creation realm powerhouses of the Ju clan were all defeated and suppressed, and they were completely vulnerable. Damn it! Ju Wutian's expression finally changed. Lin Sun, do you know the consequences of doing this? When the top figures of the major forces return, not only you, but also those people on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain will be in trouble because of you. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He stepped up his attack. At this time, the 2 Taoist bodies, Yellow Earth and Scarlet Fire, also rushed over and joined the battle. All of a sudden, Ju Wutian, who was already in a precarious situation, couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! After a few breaths, the seriously injured Ju Wutian suffered a heavy blow. His vision darkened, and his consciousness blurred for a short time. His whole body was grabbed by Lin Sun and pressed into the abyssal sword cauldron like a chick. Update delivered tomorrow was the last day of the month. Originally, he had promised everyone that he would release an update, but he had been so busy recently that he didn't have time to prepare for it. He wanted to apologize to everyone after a while. When the situation stabilized, Goldfish would add an explosive update for everyone. Xianxia came from the Tao era. He was a real boundless realm existence. He once fought in the Sea of Fate, fought his way out of all the killing tribulations, and finally got a chance to reach the ruins of Tao. It could be imagined how powerful Xianxia was in the past. In contrast, Zhu Wutian, a small boundless realm existence, had a combat capability not weaker than Xianxia. It could be imagined how heaven-defying this person's Great Way foundation was. Xianxia was defeated by Lin Sun, who was at the early stage of creation realm. Lin Sun was also seriously injured and almost failed. Now, Lin Sun, who had the cultivation of great perfection of creation realm, could fight evenly with Zhu Wutian, whose combat power was not weaker than Xianxia, with just 2 Tao bodies. And when Lin Sun used the 5 Tao bodies and himself, he could easily suppress Zhu Wutian. It could be seen how amazing Lin Sun's combat capability had improved over the years. However, this battle gave Lin Sun a wake-up call, and it allowed him to realize that even if it was the eternal Tao, there was no lack of extremely heaven-defying experts. Zhu Wutian was a living example. I have to leave quickly. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Sun did not dare to waste any more time. He turned around and left. Behind him, the Cloud Battle God Mountain, which had been taken away by the Divine Order, had turned into ruins. Almost as soon as Lin Sun's figure disappeared in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Dazzling figures with terrifying aura swept over from afar and came to the ruins of the Cloud Battle God Mountain. It was a group of eternal realm existences, both men and women. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all opened their eyes wide and froze, as if they could not believe it. Who is so bold to destroy the lair of the Zhu clan? After a while, someone spoke as if he was talking in a dream. His words and expression were both trembling. It must be those old bastards from the Yuan Church and the Spirit Church. Someone said in a low voice. Now is not the time to discuss this. Quickly spread the news. Let the Voodoo cult, the Zen Church, and the other god clans come here. Someone said resolutely. Immediately, these eternal-level existences took action and sent out message talismans. It didn't take long for forces from the Voodoo cult, the Zen sect, and the other eternal gods to arrive from all directions. When they saw the ruins of Zhu clan's old nest, their expressions changed drastically. Just when they were shocked by this, a figure hurried over from afar. Not good, the Yi clan's Violet Lightning Divine Mountain and the Minamoto clan's 8 Earth Divine Mountain have both been reduced to ruins. The fellow Taoists of these 2 god races have vanished without a trace. His words terrified all the mighty figures of the major forces present. How could this be? Some people found it hard to believe. Today, the Sea of Fate was stirring, and the great Tao Life Lotus was born. The top experts of the various superpowers were fighting their way into the world of the Life Lotus. Even so, there were still powerful people guarding the bases of the superpowers. But now, the headquarters of the Yi, Zhu, and Minamoto divine clans had been destroyed. Who could accept this? In the core area of the spirit martial world, besides those old bastards on Divine Lotus Mountain, there's no one that dares to go against us. Some people suspected that this was done by the Yuan sect and the Spirit sect. After all, in the entire spirit martial world, only the experts of the Yuan Church and Spirit Church could accomplish this. As for those scattered in the periphery, the characters on the fringe weren't even worth looking at. The territories of these 3 god clans are like the horns of each other. No matter which of them is attacked, the other 2 god clans will notice it immediately. But now, the territories of these 3 god clans have all been destroyed. The person who did this can't be the same person. Someone analyzed calmly. That's impossible. 4 hours ago, our Zen sect's Grandmaster Xianxia joined forces with 3 other boundless realm existences and led a group of major powers towards the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Under such circumstances, the forces of the Origin sect and the Spirit sect have no chance of walking out of the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. An old monk from the Zen sect said in a deep voice. If those old bastards on the Divine Mountain don't even care about their lives, what wouldn't they do? Come, let's go to Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain and take a look. A powerful figure from the witch sect said coldly. As he spoke, he already took the lead and sped towards the direction of the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. When the others saw this, they exchanged glances and also started moving. However, only a portion of people headed towards the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. The other portion hurried towards the territories of their respective forces. They wanted to inform these news to the powerhouses in their own forces, to let them be on guard in advance. At a place 100,000 feet away from the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, a camp was built. Even if it was just a temporary camp, it was built majestically, with palaces scattered about. Before this, it had always been Yuan Zhongji, Tai Haoju, Yang Heng, and Song Yoji, for minor boundless realm major powers, overseeing this place. But today, along with the Zen sects Xianxia, the witch sects Wu Hongzi, the Wen clans Wen Zai, and the Xingtian clans Xing Tian Yuan, these 4 greater boundless realm existences, as well as the other 9 minor boundless realm existences, it caused the strength of this camp to skyrocket like never before. At this moment, Xianxia, Wu Hongzi, and the rest gathered together, discussing the situation of the great Tao Life Lotus this time. Their demeanor was leisurely and calm. Occasionally, when their gazes looked towards that Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain in the distance that had no activity at all, their gazes would carry traces of disdain and ridicule. But this peaceful and tranquil atmosphere was shattered very soon. The major powers of the various major forces teleported over, and also brought the grievous news regarding the Yi clan, Zhu clan, and Gung clan. How could it be like this? Who did it? For a moment, the faces of the major figures present all changed. The expressions of Xianxia, Wu Hongzi, Wen Zai, and Xing Tian Yuan, these 4 greater boundless realm existences, also became ugly. The reason why the 4 of them stayed behind this time was in order to guard the various major forces' territories, to ensure that when these forces' peak forces carried out a struggle in the world of the Great Tao Life Lotus, there would not be people taking the opportunity to stir up trouble. But they never thought that on the first day this Great Tao Life Lotus appeared, a disaster happened. This was simply slapping the faces of them, these 4 greater boundless realm figures. Old ancestor, could this not be the doing of those old bastards on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain? A creation realm expert of the sorcerer cult could not help but ask. They had come to report because they were worried that there would be unrest at Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, allowing the Yuan cult and spirit cult's forces to take the opportunity to attack, resulting in such a disaster. But now it seemed that something was wrong. How could they have a chance? Wu Hongzi snorted coldly. His appearance was haggard, his eye sockets were sunken, and his hair was sparse. His entire aura was cold and sinister, making one's heart palpitate. It was indeed not the Yuan cult and spirit cult's doing. Xianxia also said in a low voice. They had been guarding here all this time, and there was no movement at all on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Moreover, their divine senses covered the world. If the Yuan cult and spirit cult's forces were to make a move, they would not be able to hide it from them. Then, who could have done this? Everyone was stunned, and their expressions changed indeterminately. If it was not the Yuan cult and spirit cult, in the Lingwu realm, which force had the ability to destroy the 3 eternal god clans' forces? Zhu Wutian of the Zhu clan is also dead? Wen Zai suddenly asked. Everyone from the Zhu clan is gone. Someone answered in a low voice. All of a sudden, everyone's hearts trembled. Zhu Wutian, a heaven-defying existence in the minor boundless realm, known as an invincible figure in the minor boundless realm. His battle prowess was so strong that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a greater boundless realm existence. Such a heaven-defying almighty figure also had a decisive position in these great forces. Even greater boundless realm figures like Xianxia and Wu Hongzi had to be courteous to him. But now, it was very likely that Zhu Wutian had met with a calamity. With Zhu Wutian's strength, he could even fight against a greater boundless realm figure. But now, someone could defeat him. The culprit's strength must be at the greater boundless realm, and his battle prowess is extremely strong. Otherwise, it's impossible that Zhu Wutian didn't have a chance to escape. Xianxing's eyes flashed, and a hint of seriousness appeared between her brows. Perhaps it was easy to defeat an opponent comparable to a greater boundless realm existence, but to kill such an existence, one must have the strength to suppress them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the culprit's strength was. There should be more than one culprit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to destroy the territories of the Yi clan, the Zhu clan, and the Yuan clan in such a short time. If so, doesn't it mean that there are more greater boundless realm existences in the current spiritual martial realm? And these opponents even see our forces as enemies? Wu Hongzhi couldn't help but be shocked, revealing a look of surprise. After listening to his and Xian Ying's analysis, it made the others' hearts palpitate, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Only the eternal realm figures of this era can enter the spiritual martial realm. But in this world, apart from the 4 great ancestral halls and the 12 eternal god clans, how can there be other boundless realm existences? Strange, it's really too strange. There must be something hidden in this matter that we don't know. Wen Zai said with a frown. Could it be the power of the Heart Mountain? Don't forget that the Heart Mountain is the best at planning. Back then, the Dharma image he left in the spiritual martial realm was defeated by us, but before that, he joined forces with the mysterious golden cicada and ruined many of our plans. Wu Hongzhi said. Many people narrowed their eyes. In my opinion, the top priority is to find out the enemy's identity as soon as possible. Xianxia said, only in this way can we avoid such a disaster from happening again. In your opinion, what should we do next? Wu Hongzhi asked. Xianxia pondered and said, from now on, fellow Taoist Xing Tianyuan and I will continue to guard this place to prevent the opponents on the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain from taking the opportunity to make trouble. She looked at Wu Hongzhi and said, fellow Taoist, you and fellow Taoist Wenzai will lead the others back to their respective forces. Back? Wu Hongzhi frowned. Xianxia said, that's right. Gather all the fellow Taoists of our forces together. In this way, even if the Divine Mountain our forces live in will be destroyed, we can avoid the possibility of being defeated by the enemy one by one. Everyone came to a realization and couldn't help but nod. Indeed, if the forces were scattered, it would be the easiest for them to be defeated one by one. What happened to the Yi clan, the Zhu clan, and the Minamoto clan was a good example. Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Strange. Those fellows came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Even Wu Hongzhi and Wenzai left with their men. Could it be that something has happened? Fu Nanli's eyes were filled with surprise. Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain was only 30 kilometers away from the enemy's campsite, so they could clearly see the enemy's movements. But now, only Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan, the 2 boundless realm existences, were left in the enemy's campsite. This unusual scene attracted the attention of everyone on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Or maybe they're playing hard to get. They're trying to test if we'll seize this opportunity to attack. Xing Jianxiao's eyes flickered. Fu Nanli had a different opinion and said, playing hard to get? Xian Hu and Lei Song have already brought their strongest forces to the world of Life Lotus. Under such circumstances, how could the enemy camp dare to tempt us to attack? When he spoke up to hear, his gaze was firm as he said, in my opinion, an unforeseen event has surely occurred, and this unforeseen event is extremely great. Otherwise, it would absolutely not force Wu Hongzhi and Wenzai to have no choice but to retreat. The people of the Origin Sect, Spirit Sect, and Heart Mountain nearby were in an uproar. Too many things had happened today. First, the Sea of Destiny had changed and created the opportunity to head to the ruins of Dao for the 4th time. After that, Xianxia, Wu Hongzhi, and the other 2 boundless realm existences had brought a group of experts to guard here. Obviously, they wanted to guard against any disturbances in Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Now, such a change had occurred in the enemy camp. All of this seemed very unusual. What exactly had happened in the spirit martial world today? Xing Jianxia, Fu Nanli, and the others were all puzzled. It's a pity that we're trapped here and can't find out anything. Otherwise, we might be able to seize an opportunity to counterattack. Fu Nanli sighed. The others were silent as well. This was the consequence of being trapped. They couldn't participate in the battle in the world of Life Lotus, and they couldn't find out what was happening in the outside world. No matter how depressed they were, they could only endure it. Such a change in the enemy camp might be a good thing for us. Xing Jianxiao's eyes darkened. This at least proves that there is some kind of change happening in the Lingwu realm that we don't know about. When he spoke up to hear, he suddenly walked forward and stood at the edge of the cliff before he said in a clear voice, Xianxia, if I'm not wrong, your camp has probably encountered a difficult problem, right? His voice was like the morning bell and the evening drum. It reverberated through the heavens and earth and was heard by Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan, who were stationed at the campsite 100,000 feet away. The two of them looked at each other and frowned. Without a doubt, the traversing Sword Gorge and the others on the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain had already sensed some clues. Travel Sword Gorge, all of you are already in such a terrible situation, yet you still have the mood to care about our matters. Don't you think it's very laughable? Xianxia said calmly. He wore a monk's robe and had a dignified appearance. He held a string of white jade prayer beads in his hand, and his entire body emanated a lofty imposing aura that was immovable like a mountain. Haha, it seems like the two of you have indeed encountered something. Otherwise, those two old things, Wu Hongzi and Xing Tianyuan, would not have left in such a hurry. The traversing Sword Gorge spoke calmly. Let me guess, did someone seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on your territory? In an instant, a trace of seriousness appeared in the eyes of Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan. How did this old fellow know? Seeing the two of them remain silent, the traversing Sword Gorge burst into laughter, and his voice resounded in the surroundings with joy. As expected, I've guessed correctly. Funanli and the others revealed surprised expressions as well. Just by looking at Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan's reactions, they realized that it was very likely that the traversing Sword Gorge had guessed correctly. However, even they were unable to imagine who in the spirit martial world would be so daring as to make a move against the Shaman sect and the Zen sect. It seemed very unbelievable. Of course, it was naturally a great matter for them. What's wrong? Do you think that a small accident in the Travel Sword Gorge can shake our forces? Or perhaps, you think that you can escape from the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain just because of this accident? Xing Tianyuan said coldly. The traversing Sword Gorge was silent for a moment, and then he said with a smile, Wu Hongzi and Wenzai have already taken action. This is not a small accident. Xing Tianyuan pointed at the huge Great Tao Life Lotus in the sky, and said coldly, in at least half a month, at most 3 months, the top forces of our forces will all return. Under such circumstances, do you think the situation of the Lingwu world can still change? What if? The traversing Sword Gorge said indifferently. Xing Tianyuan sneered and said no more. The traversing Sword Gorge turned to look at Funanli and the others beside him, and said, everyone has heard the conversation before. It can be foreseen that someone will take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on those hostile forces, and it is a ruthless character that even Wu Hongzi and Wenzai have to take action. If there is no accident, it should be a boundless realm figure. If that's the case, what happens next will be interesting. Then should we make a move now? Funanli's spirit was lifted, and his killing intent surged. The others were also moved. The traversing Sword Gorge shook his head, let's just wait and see. When even Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan can't sit still, that might be the best time for us to make a move. Funanli thought for a moment, and then nodded. When Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan can't sit still, it means that this unforeseen event is something that Wu Hongzi and Wenzai can't resolve. If that's the case, when they make a move again, they are very confident that they can sweep the enemy forces clean. What I'm most worried about right now is that we don't know when those old guys who went to the world of the Life Lotus will return. The traversing Sword Gorge looked at the sea of fate in the sky, and his brows furrowed. After the appearance of the Great Tao Life Lotus for the first 3 times, the fierce battle in the world of the Life Lotus lasted at least half a month, and there was one that lasted for 3 months. And in that fierce battle, there would be people who couldn't hold on, and escaped from the world of the Life Lotus, and returned to the Lingwu world in advance. Now, the 4th battle in the world of the Life Lotus was destined to be the same as before, and there is no telling when the top figures of the enemy forces will return. All of this means that there are variables. It's pointless to worry about all of this now. In my opinion, we just have to wait for an opportunity to make a move. We've already been trapped here for many years, and if we continue to stay here, then we'll only be restrained by our enemies, and it's bound to be impossible for us to seize the opportunity to head to the ruins of Tao. Funanli spoke in a low voice. Instead of that, we should naturally seize every opportunity to seek change. Even if it causes some intense battles, it's enough so long as we can change the situation. Traversing Sword Gorge's eyes narrowed, and he nodded after a long time. Fu Nanli was right. They had been trapped here all this time. They would definitely be restrained by their enemies forever, and this was something that none of them could tolerate. Fortunately, there were still over 800 years before the calamity of the era truly descended, and it was enough for them to wait for the best opportunity to take action. On this day, the nests of the Yi clan, Zhu clan, and Minamoto clan were destroyed, and it caused all the enemy forces to be shocked. Especially some of the Eternal God clan's boundless realm existences had headed to the world of the Life Lotus, so only creation realm existences resided in their territories. When they found out that the Yi clan, Zhu clan, and Minamoto clan had been destroyed, all the cultivators of the Eternal God clan broke out in cold sweat, and they felt extremely fortunate in their hearts. If such a calamity were to occur in their territories, then they were bound to be unable to escape annihilation. On the other hand, under the arrangements of the two boundless realm existences, Wu Hongzhi and Wenzai, the cultivators of the Zen sect and the other Eternal God clan were arranged to reside on Great Barbaric Mountain that the Shaman sect resided. It was also on this day that Wu Hongzhi resided on Great Barbaric Mountain. Wenzai led 5 lesser boundless realm cultivators and 20 creation realm existences to search for the culprit's tracks. They moved in a formidable array, and they swept through the heavens and the earth while ceaselessly expanding the scope of their search. They didn't even let the outer area off. It was even to the extent that as far as Wenzai was concerned, it was extremely likely that the culprit was hiding in the outer area. After that, numerous cultivators that were hiding in the outer area were questioned by Wenzai and the others, and they bluntly threatened and warned them. Unfortunately, they all came up empty-handed. Instead, someone said that a creation realm figure moving alone had recently appeared. His face was very unfamiliar, and it was extremely likely that he had just entered the spirit martial realm. But such news was directly overlooked by Wenzai and the others. What kind of joke was this? A creation realm figure could destroy the Yi clan and the other 2 great god clans? In other words, what Wenzai and the others were looking for was a boundless realm existence. And as they continuously expanded the scope of their search, the cultivators scattered in the outer area were practically all interrogated. Although Wenzai and the others did not leak much information, such an action still caused a stir in the entire spirit martial realm. Could it be that someone made a move against those major factions? That must be the case. The Great Tao Fate Lotus appeared today, and the top figures of those major factions have already headed to the Sea of Destiny to fight for supremacy. This kind of time is undoubtedly the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack on those major factions. It's just that, who did it? Isn't it a little too audacious? I can't wait for this unforeseen event to intensify. This way, perhaps it can change the situation of the spirit martial realm, and let us have the chance to enter the core area and fight for the opportunity within the Great Tao Fate Lotus. All kinds of discussions sounded. Most of those who were distributed in the outer area were at the creation realm, and each of them had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could they not know that there was a great change in the spirit martial realm now? For a moment, they were also very excited in their hearts. As long as there was a change, there was bound to be hope to change the situation of the world. The only thing they worried about was that this change would be extinguished by those major factions, and at the same time. In the underground cave of the canyon, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the woman in the black dress and other 3 people appeared out of thin air. From now on, I have to trouble you to wait here for a period of time. Lin Sun showed a trace of apology, cupped his hands and said. Keep adding tonight. On the way back, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist physique successfully brought the woman in black and the other 3 back. This made Lin Sun feel completely at ease. Now that the Yi, Zhu, and Minamoto clans' nests had been destroyed, no one would know that it was Lin Sun's doing in a short period of time. Moreover, those hostile forces wouldn't suspect the Yuan Church, Spirit Church, or Mount Heart. This had achieved Lin Sun's goal. You don't have to be so courteous. If it were us, we would have done the same. The woman in black said hurriedly. They naturally knew that with Lin Sun's methods, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill them. However, Lin Sun didn't do so, so they didn't have any other thoughts. Don't worry, everyone. Even if there are disasters in the future, I won't leave you alone, Lin Sun said with a smile. Taoist Lin, may I ask what you did to make you so cautious? The man who was as tall as a mountain couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun thought about it and didn't hide anything. He told them about how he destroyed the nests of the Yi and the other two eternal gods. After hearing that, the woman in black and the others were stunned. Their hearts were completely overwhelmed by shock. Even if they racked their brains, they would never have thought that after 19 years, Lin Sun would do such an earth-shattering thing. After a long while, they gradually calmed down. However, their gazes towards Lin Sun were filled with deep respect. Everyone, please do as you please. As Lin Sun spoke, he sat down cross-legged and began to count the spoils of war. In this operation, he'd suppressed 3 minor boundless realm existences, including Ju Wutian and Yifaidu, and 16 creation realm existences. The spoils of war were extremely plentiful. There were 7 complete divine grade orders and more than 20 eternal Tao soldiers. Apart from that, there were also some divine medicines and divine materials needed for cultivation. All of them were shockingly valuable, enough to satisfy the cultivation of eternal realm existences. Soon, Lin Sun's eyes fell on the white beads that were crystal clear and emitting wisps of life force. This pearl was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it was refined from 50,000 kilograms of great Tao vitality. This was naturally the great Tao life pearl. Only by wearing this bead would one be able to enter the Sea of Destiny safely. At the same time, the great Tao life force contained in the great Tao fate pearl was also a kind of inconceivable great Tao power. It could also bring tremendous benefits to boundless realm figures' cultivation. When Lin Sun held the pearl in his hand, he instantly felt a wave of cool and pure energy fluctuation. It was the aura of destiny, and it was mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps it was possible to refine this power, but to comprehend the profundities of fate was extremely difficult. The reason was that such a life pearl that was refined from 50,000 kilograms of grand Tao vitality merely contained an extremely tiny trace of the profundity of the Tao of destiny. Even if he managed to comprehend it, it would be negligible. That's right. If the law of destiny was so easy to comprehend, those old fellows scattered around the core region would have already grasped the law of destiny. Lin Sun was lost in thought. But no matter what, the great Tao fate pearl was still an extremely rare treasure. He could refine it to strengthen his own cultivation. Similarly, with this treasure in hand, one could directly charge into the ocean of destiny and compete for the critical factor to head to the ruins of Tao. Especially to those cultivators scattered around the outer area, the great Tao fate pearl was absolutely a treasure that they yearned for even in their dreams. Just like at this moment, the gazes of the woman in a black dress and the others faintly carried blazing heat. The color of heat. I'll give these 4 great Tao fate pearls to all of you. Lin Sun casually withdrew 4 great Tao fate pearls and passed them over from afar. The figures of the woman in a black dress and the others shook, and they revealed expressions of joy that were impossible to conceal. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Sun didn't just kill them to keep them quiet, he even gave them a precious treasure like the great Tao fate pearl. This had completely exceeded their imagination. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say anything further. He started to meditate and cultivate. It wasn't suitable for him to continue killing enemies now, otherwise, it would be extremely easy for his identity to be exposed. However, Lin Sun wasn't anxious. So long as nothing unexpected happened on Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, then he had the patience to continue staying in this underground abode and continue wasting time with his enemies. Next, I should consider charging into the boundless realm. Lin Sun pondered as he cultivated. Presently, his cultivation was already at the perfection stage of the creation realm, and he was only a step away from stepping into the threshold of the boundless realm. The boundless realm was derived from the meaning of great freedom, and great boundlessness. This realm was also the ultimate realm of the eternal Tao path, and it was also the end of the Tao path of the world. Since ancient times, even in the various civilizations of the various eras, only a small group of people were able to step foot into this realm. Normally speaking, in order to step foot into this realm, one had to overcome the great desolation, lifeless tribulation before the calamity of an era arrived. However, how could the great desolation, lifeless tribulation be so easy to overcome? Looking at the current world, after sensing the arrival of the great silence, lifeless tribulation, the eternal figures of the 4 ancestral courts, the 12 eternal god clans, and the other forces practically turned out in full force and gathered in the Kunlun ruins ocean of destiny. Why? It was none other than to avoid the threat of the great desolation, lifeless tribulation, and seek an opportunity to enter the ruins of myriad Tao. Even boundless realm figures were no exception. Because as the number of great desolation, lifeless tribulation accumulated, it would be more and more dangerous for them when they encountered the great desolation, lifeless tribulation again. This was also the reason why there were so few figures who could prove their Tao and become boundless realm figures since ancient times. The great desolation, lifeless tribulation was truly too taboo and terrifying, and when one transcended this tribulation, it was usually a narrow escape from death. However, Lin Sun was different. In the river of epics and the ruins of fate, Lin Sun had already gone through a special 9 Tao tribulations and reached the creation realm in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also had the foundation to transcend the era tribulations. It was common knowledge that the great desolation, lifeless tribulation was born from the era tribulation. When Lin Sun possessed the foundation to transcend the era tribulation, it meant that the great desolation, lifeless tribulation would no longer be able to stop his advancement. Moreover, the 9 supreme Tao tribulations that were born in the river of eras were supreme tribulations that targeted eternal realm figures from the various eras. After Lin Sun overcame this tribulation, his Tao body, soul, cultivation, great Tao, state of mind, and so on and so forth had undergone a complete transformation. Under such circumstances, the method of proving the boundless realm for others was completely unsuitable for Lin Sun. Not to mention that he, who had just attained the creation realm all those years ago, had already suffered a rare great desolation, lifeless tribulation. Not only had he captured and killed the envoy of destiny that had borrowed this tribulation, he had even relied on the power of the river diagram to repel the power of the primordial bell. In short, Lin Sun, who had attained the boundless realm, was no longer affected by the great desolation, lifeless tribulation. It was worth mentioning that it was impossible for the great desolation, lifeless tribulation to appear in the spiritual martial realm. For those creation realm figures, they were doomed to have no chance to attain the boundless realm. But these were not difficult for Lin Sun. At present, the only thing he needed to do to break through the realm was to wait for a contract. A contract. This critical factor didn't come from the outside world, and it came from himself instead. It was like a sudden inspiration, a flash of enlightenment, or a natural breakthrough in his cultivation that would cause the cup to overflow when it's full. But so far, this opportunity hadn't appeared yet. Lin Sun was not in a hurry, nor did he want to force it. What he needed to do was to sort out his own path in waiting, sum up the gains and losses of the past, and settle again and again. Only the ultimate settlement could usher in the ultimate transformation and eruption. As time went by, 3 days passed in a hurry. On this day, Lin Sun, who was meditating, seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. Outside the canyon. Buzz, a dark blue copper lamp floated in the air. Its flame flickered, and ripple-like circles of dark blue flames drifted out of it. Immediately afterward, the circles of blue flames buzzed violently. Seeing this scene, Wenzai and others all showed joy. It was here, in the past 3 days, they almost searched all the core and peripheral areas, but they didn't expect that the enemy was probably hiding in the canyon only thousands of miles away from the Lotus Leaf Mountain. Sometimes, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. From this, it can be seen that our opponents this time are really bold. A cold light appeared in Wenzai's eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, the blue copper lamp fell into his hand. This treasure was called Forbidden Spirit Treasure Lamp, which could sense and detect all the forbidden fluctuations in the world. It was extremely magical. Before, when Wenzai and his party found nothing, they originally planned to return to the vicinity of the Lotus Leaf Mountain and tell the news to Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan. Who would have thought that just as they passed through this canyon, the Forbidden Spirit Treasure Lamp in Wenzai's hand buzzed, and now they all dared to conclude that the enemy who annihilated Yi clan, Ju clan, and Minamoto clan was very likely to be hiding under this canyon. All of you back off and seal off the area around this canyon. Don't panic even if something unexpected happens later. Wenzai gave the order via voice transmission. The 5 lesser boundless realm existences and the 20 creation realm powerhouses beside him all took the order and moved. They dispersed and guarded the surroundings of the canyon, waiting for the enemy. Wenzai stood alone in the air above the canyon and suddenly took a deep breath. Clang, a Taoist sword swept out, like a dazzling light tearing the mountains and rivers of the world. Immediately after, this Taoist sword smashed down from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Boom, the whole canyon suddenly collapsed, rocks turned into powder, smoke and dust billowed, and the ground was dug open like tofu, revealing an unfathomably huge hole. After that, a wave of violent collisions and rumbling resounded from the depths of the enormous hole, and then countless dazzling and blazing fluctuations of restrictions charged out like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the surging energy of restrictions transformed into a torrent of energy that shot through space and swept out like a gale. The figures of all the cultivators that were on guard in the vicinity couldn't help but shake while they revealed shocked expressions. What a terrifying energy of restrictions! Bang! Before they could recover from their shock, the Taoist sword that Wenzai utilized earlier seemed as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and it was blasted flying fiercely from the hole in the ground. At this moment, Wenzai couldn't help but be moved. The eternal Taoist sword that he utilized with his strength at the boundless realm was actually unable to break through the energy of the restrictions beneath the ground. More updates for you, Literature Hall. Boom, the surroundings of the canyon had long collapsed into ruins. The earth was overturned, and a torrent of restriction power erupted, releasing a power that could destroy heaven and earth. What a strong restriction power! This time, there were 5 lesser boundless realm existences and 20 creation realm powerhouses with Wenzai. When they felt this destructive aura, their faces changed. And at this moment, a tall figure appeared out of thin air, his whole body shrouded in brilliant light, like a god descending to the world. This person was naturally Lin Sun. When he saw Wenzai and the others, he sighed in his heart. It had only been 3 days, and the enemy had come to him. This was completely beyond his expectations, and also made him realize that no matter how meticulous the plan and layout was, there might be accidents. How can it be just a creation realm character? Wenzai revealed a look of surprise. In his expectation, this time, it was very likely that many greater boundless realm figures acted together to destroy the territories of the Yi clan, the Zhu clan, and the Minamoto clan, and kill a heaven-defying figure like Zhu Wutian. But who would have thought that the situation seemed a little wrong? Ancestor Wenzai, this person is Lin Sun, the remnant of Fengsuan Mountain. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. What, it's actually him? This little bastard has actually arrived at the spiritual martial realm? Ha ha ha, this time, the heavens are really helping us. The others were restless, revealing a look of joy. One by one, they looked at Lin Sun with unconcealable excitement, as if they had found a prey that they had been longing for a long time. Lin Sun, in these years, the person that these great forces hated the most was definitely Lin Sun. More than 10 years ago, when they learned that Lin Sun alone swept all the major divine clans in the 9th heaven, causing great damage to the witchcraft and Zen sect, these old guys were trembling with anger and were about to go crazy. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't get out of the spiritual martial realm, they would have already killed their way to the eternal world. Even Wenzai was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on his face. This was truly too surprising. Who would have thought that they would accidentally catch such a big fish? Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Wenzai started laughing. The more he laughed, the happier he was, and the more excited he was. He hadn't been this happy in a very long time. If it was anyone else who was surrounded and heard this horrifying laughter, their scalp would probably go numb and they would be filled with terror and despair. But Lin Sun also laughed and said, "Do you think that victory is in your hands now? Wouldn't killing you be as easy as flipping my hand?" A black-haired old man in a fiery robe shouted and slapped Lin Sun across the air. This was a minor boundless realm existence called Song Yoji. In the past few years, he'd always been guarding the vicinity of Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain with Yuan Zhongqi, Yang Heng, and Tai Haoju. But now, he directly took action, which showed how eager he was to kill Lin Sun. Boom, violet divine radiance soared into the sky and condensed into a palm that blotted out the sky. The fluctuations of the energy of the laws condensed within it caused space to collapse and resound with ear-piercing explosions. This palm could be said to be incomparably domineering, displaying the strength of a minor boundless realm existence to the fullest. But Lin Sun said coldly, "You overestimate yourself." Boom, the restriction of God judgment that covered the ground beneath the gorge rumbled as a myriad of rays of light surged out, and it actually forcefully blocked this violet palm that blotted out the sky. On the other hand, Lin Sun's figure had already teleported through the air, and he was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky as he charged towards Xianxia. Huh. You said I overestimate myself? Little bastard, is this any different from an ant trying to shake a tree? Xianxia spoke with disdain. His eyes were suffused with a shocking cold light as his sleeve fluttered, and then he slapped his palm towards Lin Sun, who was charging towards him. A figure at the creation realm was truly insufficient to deal with a minor boundless realm figure like him. Dodge quickly. But at this moment, Wen Zai's warning resounded. But his warning was a step too late. Before Xianxia could react, Lin Sun had already raised his fist and smashed it over. Bang! A peerlessly resplendent fist energy swept out, and it seemed all-conquering and all-powerful as it directly pierced through Xianxia's palm strike. Xianxia's right hand and his entire right arm exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying fist energy wreaked havoc, and it broke through Xianxia's defense and treasures, causing explosions that sounded like dense drum beats to resound. As an existence at the minor boundless realm, Xianxia's reaction couldn't be said to be slow. In a situation where he was heavily injured, he decisively gave up resisting and let out an explosive roar as he dodged with all his might. But what made him despair was that accompanying Lin Sun's punch was an expanse of sword intent that was as vast as the sea, and it had already enveloped him from all directions. Is this the power that a creation realm can possess? Such a thought flashed through Xianxia's mind, and it revealed extreme shock, unwillingness, and bewilderment. Then, the vast expanse of sword intent drowned his entire body, and all his consciousness vanished. And in the eyes of the others, they saw Lin Sun leap out and suppress a minor boundless realm existence like Xianxia with just the power of a single punch. That overwhelming and domineering posture shocked everyone. Previously, they were still ecstatic that they had seen through Lin Sun's identity, and their faces were full of smiles. But these smiles froze at this moment, and even their minds twitched violently. How was this possible? Since when could a creation realm existence be so heaven-defying as to defeat a minor boundless realm existence with a single punch? This subverted everyone's understanding. Now, why aren't you laughing? Lin Sun stood where he was, glancing at the people around him with indifferent eyes. Everyone's expression was gloomy and unsightly. Lin Sun's punch was like a bolt of lightning, waking them up from their ecstasy. No wonder you were able to sweep across the ninth heaven when you were at the transcendent realm. A heaven-defying character like you really can't be measured by common sense. In the distance, Wen Zai said expressionlessly. If my guess is right, it was you who destroyed the territories of the Yi clan, the Zhu clan, and the Minamoto clan, right? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Previously, they were only focused on being happy. They didn't associate a creation realm figure like Lin Sun with the murderer who destroyed the territories of the Yi clan and the other two clans. Lin Sun was just one person, and he only had the cultivation of the creation realm. How could he do this? But now, after seeing the scene of Xianxia, a minor boundless realm existence, being killed, they finally realized where they were wrong. This Lin Sun wasn't a character that could be measured by common sense at all. When he was at the transcendent realm, he could sweep across the ninth heaven. Now, he was already at the great perfection of the creation realm, not to mention anything else. Just this breakthrough speed was already shocking, causing these old guys who had lived for countless years to shudder with fear. If I say no, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Since that's the case, why bother talking nonsense? Lin Sun said indifferently. As he spoke, he took out the abyssal sword cauldron, and his tall figure released terrifying fluctuations of power. His eyes were cold as he scanned the audience. Now, I really want to try and see if you all have the life to stop me. His voice shook the nine heavens, and Lin Sun had already attacked brazenly, directly killing another minor boundless realm existence nearby. This was a man in a black divine gold battle armor, called Xianxia, holding a golden halberd in his hand. After witnessing the scene of Xianxia being killed, he had long been vigilant. Seeing Lin Sun charging over, he directly waved the golden halberd and attacked with all his strength. Boom! Golden halberd shadows appeared all over the sky, turning into layers of illusory worlds. The dazzling power of rules shocked the world, and the destructive power it set off spread like a vast ocean. Clang! But such an attack was directly blasted away by the abyssal sword cauldron, and the golden halberd was shaken to the point of buzzing, almost flying out of his hand. Yang Heng's entire body staggered back, and his vital energy and blood roiled. Unlike Song Yoji from before, he didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness, and he used his full strength right from the start. But in a head-on clash, with his minor boundless realm cultivation, he actually couldn't withstand a single attack from Lin Sun. This caused his expression to change, and he realized how terrifying Lin Sun's battle prowess was. Arrogant. Not far away, Wen Zai's expression was cold as he controlled the Dao sword to attack. Boom, silver lightning that was like a spider web appeared all over the sky, densely packed and thick as a child's arm. All of them were condensed from the power of rules, and it was enough to make a minor boundless realm cultivator tremble in fear. And in this violent silver lightning, Wen Zai's Dao sword had already pierced over. Its speed was even faster, and its lethality was even more terrifying. It was like a sharp light that pierced through the ages. Kill. Kill. And at the same time, the other three minor boundless realm cultivators moved out together, and they were respectively Tai Haoju, Yuan Zhongqi, and Pan Wu Xiu. Each of them took out their Dao weapons and executed their supreme abilities, and those creation realm cultivators joined forces and formed a battle formation, and they spread out far away, sealing off all paths of retreat in all directions. Under such circumstances, even if a great boundless realm cultivator was trapped within, he was also destined to be unable to escape even if he grew wings. Lin Sun had no plans to escape. Moreover, he still charged towards Chaoyangheng. Boom, when Wen Zai brandished his Dao sword and charged over, Greenwood and Platinum, the two great Dao bodies, swept out together, forcefully blocking Wen Zai's attack. And at the same time, Blackwater, Crimson Fire, and Yellow Earth, the three great Dao bodies, charged out together, blocking the attacks of Tai Haoju, Yuan Zhongqi, and Pan Wu Xiu, these three minor boundless realm existences, one by one. Rumble and intense battle erupted. Lin Sun and his five great Dao bodies resisted the group of boundless realm existences. That scene left those creation realm existences in the distance dumbfounded. It could even be like this. Damn it. And Wen Zai, who was being restrained by Greenwood and the Platinum Dao body, had an ugly expression. With his cultivation and strength, he was actually unable to break through the combined attacks of Lin Sun's two clones for a while. Looking at Tai Haoju, Yuan Zhongqi, and Pan Wu Xiu, the three minor boundless realm existences, all of them actually fell into a disadvantageous position in the battle. Their situation was perilous, and they were completely suppressed and beaten by Lin Sun's three great Dao bodies. This scene made even Wen Zai's hair stand on end. They were just Dao clones, but each of them had strength not weaker than the original body. This made Wen Zai recall Zhu Wutian, who was killed by Lin Sun. Such a heaven-defying figure comparable to a great boundless realm existence was probably killed by the joint attacks of Lin Sun and his clones, and this undoubtedly meant that the combat strength Lin Sun possessed now was also enough to kill a great boundless realm existence like him. Just as Wen Zai thought of this, he saw, boom, the body of Yang Heng, who had been attacked by Lin Sun's original body, was forcefully smashed apart by Lin Sun's punch. Blood splattered all over the sky like a waterfall, scarlet and horrifying. Far away from Lotus Leaf Mountain, in the enemy's camp. Xining and Xing Tianyuan's eyes narrowed. They sensed that there was a shocking battle far away from here. They immediately released their divine consciousness and swept it over. It's Wen Zai and the others. Xining was surprised. It seems that they have found the enemy's traces. Xing Tianyuan's eyes lit up. That enemy is really audacious. He actually dared to hide in the vicinity of Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. It's him, Lin Sun. Xining was shocked. She sensed the situation in the canyon and saw Lin Sun's figure rushing out of the underground cave. How could it be? Xing Tianyuan was stunned as well, and he was greatly surprised. Could it be that we didn't discover the enemy by chance and caught a big fish instead? Interesting. Xianxia revealed a smile. The current situation is always unexpected. After we capture Lin Sun, the lotus that the Master of Heart has been waiting for ages is destined to wither. Should we go for a walk? Xing Tianyuan couldn't sit still. Wen Zai's strength is more than enough to deal with a nobody in creation realm. What we need to do now is to be on guard against the Lotus Leaf Mountain in the distance. As he spoke, Xining looked at the Lotus Leaf Mountain. We have already sensed such a movement. How can the old things like Sword Gorge and Fu Nanli not sense it? However, they wouldn't dare to spread out their divine sense like us. In this case, as long as we attack, we can severely injure their divine sense. Xing Tianyuan laughed. In this case, I'm afraid that they don't know that the one they are going to deal with in the battle far away is Lin Sun. Exactly. Xining also laughed. Lin Sun, a young man who made these boundless realm existences gnash their teeth with hatred, dared to come to the realm of spiritual martial. What was the difference between this and courting death? Oh no. Suddenly, the smile on Xing Tianyuan's face froze. He sensed in his spiritual awareness the scene of Lin Sun suppressing Song Yoji with one blow. This caused his heart to tremble. A minor boundless realm existence was actually defeated by a grand completion creation realm young man with a single strike. This was simply universally shocking. Could it be that it was this kid who destroyed the territories of the Yi, Ju, and Minamoto clans 3 days ago? Xian Ying's face was clouded, and she was bewildered. Then, in their divine senses, a great battle broke out on the other side of the canyon. When they saw Lin Sun dispatch his 5 clones to forcefully resist Wen Zai and the other lesser boundless realm powerhouses, Xian Ying and Xing Tianyuan were no longer able to remain calm. They looked at each other and made a judgment. The destruction of the territories of Yi and the other 2 Protoss clans was destined to be Lin Sun's doing. However, even they didn't expect that Lin Sun's combat power would be so powerful. If one were to say that Zhu Wutian was heaven-defying, it was also because he possessed the cultivation of a minor boundless realm. Being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a greater boundless realm existence was also understandable. But Lin Sun, a creation realm existence, could resist the siege of a group of powerful figures by himself, which was too shocking. Damn it! And when he saw the scene of Yanheng being suppressed, Xian Ying could no longer remain calm. He stood up abruptly. We must take action. He could already see that the situation was not good. Let's go. Xing Tianyuan's expression was also ugly. He stood up and moved through the void with Xian Ying, speeding away into the distance. On Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. When the battle fluctuations appeared in the canyon, it was also sensed by Travel Sword Gorge, Fu Nanli, and the other greater boundless realm existences, and they could not help but feel bewildered. What happened in the distance? But when they sensed that Xian Ying and Xing Tianyuan had been sitting there all along, not moving at all, they had no choice but to resist the urge to release their divine senses to investigate. Divine senses came from the primordial spirit. Once released, they would definitely be attacked by Xian Ying and Xing Tianyuan. Travel Sword Gorge and the others could only resist the urge to investigate and choose to wait. Very quickly, they noticed that something was wrong. Xian Ying and Xing Tianyuan actually walked out of the camp and hurriedly flew into the distance. Something big must have happened that caused these 2 old bastards to be unable to sit still. Fu Nanli said excitedly. Brother Xing, it's time to move out, right? Travel Sword Gorge's gaze swept across the people around him. Every one of them was restless, their eyes filled with the desire to fight. These few years, they had been trapped for too long. Too much grievance and anger had accumulated in their hearts. Now that such an opportunity had appeared, who could still sit still? All right. This time, Travel Sword Gorge did not object anymore and agreed happily. Brother Ren, Brother Gu, you guys stay here with fellow Daoist Shun and fellow Daoist Shuiyi. I'll go over there with Brother Fu. Travel Sword Gorge instructed. The brothers he spoke of were Ren Futian and Gu Yueshi. The former was at the greater boundless realm, while the latter was at the lesser boundless realm. They were both elders of the Yuan sect. As for fellow Daoist Shun and fellow Daoist Shuiyi, they were spirit sects Shun Huaijia and Shuiyi, both lesser boundless realm existences. Alright. Hearing Travel Sword Gorge's arrangements, Ren Futian, Gu Yueshi, Shun Huaijia, and Shuiyi, these 4 boundless realm existences, all agreed. Everyone, you guys stay here too. Travel Sword Gorge looked at Ruasu and the other successors of Fengsuan Mountain. Ruasu, Li Xianwei, Pu Zhen, and the others all nodded. They also knew that this was a rare opportunity. If they grasped it, it was very likely to change their current situation. Even if they couldn't, with the capabilities of Travel Sword Gorge and Fu Nanli, these 2 greater boundless realm existences, they could also safely return to Lotus Leaf Divine. Mountain. Let's go. Immediately, Travel Sword Gorge and Fu Nanli soared into the sky. The moment they left Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, the hearts of these two old antiques who had lived for who knew how many years surged with boiling hot blood and fighting spirit. After being trapped for so many years, with their pride, how could they not feel humiliated? And now, it was time to make a trip there. 3 days ago, when Lin Sun stepped onto the purple electricity divine mountain occupied by the Yi clan, he easily suppressed the lesser boundless realm existence, Yi Faidu, with the strength of his main body. And in this battle, Yang Heng, this lesser boundless realm existence, also followed in the footsteps of Tsang Yoji, being defeated by Lin Sun in a steady and domineering manner. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. Wen Zai tried his best, but he couldn't get rid of the restraint of green wood and platinum Taoist bodies. Before, he could only watch Yang Heng being defeated. And Tai Haoju and other lesser boundless realm existences had been suppressed by Lin Sun's other 3 Taoist bodies. They were in a dangerous situation and couldn't protect themselves. How could they have a chance to stop all this from happening? As for the 20 creation realm existences in the distance, it was impossible for them to intervene at all. With the defeat of Yang Heng, these people all realized that the situation was not good. Whoosh! Without any delay, Lin Sun rushed to Tai Haoju, who was suppressed by the Scarlet Flame Taoist body. Tai Haoju's face changed immediately. A Scarlet Flame Taoist body had seriously injured him. If Lin Sun's main body was added, he would definitely die. Just at this time, how dare you, thief! With a roar, Xing Tianyuan took the lead to attack. He released his cultivation of the greater boundless realm, just like a dominator who could shake the heavens. Boom, he directly took out a cyan jade-like saber and chopped at Lin Sun through the air. The saber light set off the monstrous brilliance of the rules, dazzling and extremely fierce. This scene stirred up the crowd. Wen Zai also breathed a sigh of relief and was refreshed. Clang! Lin Sun drove the abyssal sword cauldron to resist, but he was shaken by the cyan saber and stepped back a few steps. His blood and qi were rolling all over his body. What a horrible power this old thing had. Lin Sun's face changed slightly. This blow also saved Tai Haoju's life, allowing him to take the opportunity to escape. His whole body was in a cold sweat, and he felt that he had survived a disaster. Go to hell. Xing Tianyuan was too powerful. His majestic figure tore the sky like a domineering cyan rainbow. He controlled the saber and chopped down angrily. Lin Sun and the Scarlet Fire Taoist body rushed up together to block Xing Tianyuan's attack. At this moment, Lin Sun immediately judged that Xing Tianyuan's combat power was even stronger than Zhu Wutian's, and he was not inferior to Ying Shanying when he went all out. But this was not the end. As soon as Xing Tianyuan arrived at this battlefield, a black alms bowl came across the sky and rotated in the void. Then a stream of sword qi whistled out, all of which were filled with holy Buddha light. The sound of the sword was like the chanting of Sanskrit, resounding all over the world. Bang, 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 the sword qi whistled out like a tide, and it instantly caught the Blackwater Daoist physique and the Yellow Earth Daoist physique off guard. Both of them were suppressing Yuan Zhongqi and Panwu, so they had no choice but to dodge in a sorry state when they suffered the attack of this supreme sword qi. In this way, Yuan Zhongqi and Panwu, who had been seriously injured, were also saved, and they were all excited. But Lin Sun's face became gloomy. Xianxia came with a solemn look, holding the black alms bowl in his hand. His whole body was blooming with Buddha light, like the legendary Supreme Buddha, mighty and mighty. Let's kill him together first. Xing Tianyuan stepped toward Lin Sun with a murderous aura. The cyan saber in his hand buzzed like thunder and slashed hundreds of times in an instant. The saber's shadows covered the sky and the earth, and the cyan power of rules submerged the entire area. Bah! At the same time, Xianxia also urged the Black Alms Bull to attack Lin Sun. Oh, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Sun took a deep breath and attacked with the 3 Taoist bodies. Boom! The war broke out. The sky was dark, the sun and the moon were dim, the nearby mountains and rivers collapsed, the earth sank, and huge ravines and cracks appeared. In the field, Lin Sun's Greenwood Taoist body and Platinum Taoist body fought against Wen Zai. Lin Sun and Red Fire Taoist body fought against Xing Tianyuan together. Black Water Taoist body and Yellow Taoist body attacked Xianxia together. Such a war was so terrible that Tai Haoju, Yuan Zhongji, and Pan Wuxiong couldn't get involved. They could only watch from a distance, and their expressions changed constantly. It was true that they were in small boundless realm, but they were all seriously injured now. If they fought again, they might even lose their lives if Lin Sun fought back desperately. Heaven and earth shook, mountains and rivers withered and were destroyed. This was a pinnacle battle on the path of the eternal Tao. Wen Zai, Xianxia, and Xing Tianyuan who were in battle were great figures that stood at the ultimate realm of the eternal Tao, and they possessed the might to look down upon all living beings in the world. Figures like them had long since been able to walk through numerous eras and look down on the world. A single thought was sufficient to overturn the world, pluck the stars from the moon, and destroy worlds. They were practically omnipotent. But now, they, the supreme giants, were fought by Lin Sun alone, and Lin Sun was only at the great completion of creation realm. Anyone who saw this scene would find it hard to believe, and their common sense would be overturned. It was unbelievable, just like at this moment, even if they were enemies, minor boundless realm existences like Tai Haoju and Pan Wuxiu, their minds were trembling incessantly. He had seen heaven-defying people, but he had never seen such a heaven-defying one. As for the 20 creation realm existences in the distance, they had already lost their composure. Compared with Lin Sun, who was at the same realm, they were so ashamed that they could die. Rumble the battle grew even more intense. The heavens and the earth were filled with surging and boundless torrents of energy while the energy of various laws collided. It was simply like numerous worlds were colliding, and it caused countless phenomena of destruction to arise. Fortunately, this was the spirit martial realm, and the rule power that covered it came from the Kunlun ruins' origin. It was enough to withstand the battle between eternal figures. If this had happened in the outside world, who knew how many worlds and planes would have been destroyed, and how many living beings would have lost their lives because of this? Kill. At this moment, Xianxia, Xing Tianyuan, and Wen Zai were enraged from the battle, and all of them utilized their strongest abilities. With their status and strength, it was disgraceful that they failed to defeat Lin Sun in one fell swoop. However, Lin Sun's combat power was so powerful that they couldn't tolerate his survival at all. Thinking about it, just at the creation realm, he could contend with a great boundless realm existence. If he was allowed to affirm his Tao and reach the boundless realm, how terrifying would that be? In such a battle, Lin Sun and his great path clone were in a bad situation. If they were dealing with a boundless realm existence, with the strength of him and his great Tao clone, it was enough to annihilate them. However, when he faced 3 of them, he found it strenuous and paled in comparison. In particular, whether it was Xianxia, Xing Tianyuan, or Wen Zai, all of their battle prowess was stronger than Zhu Wutian's, and they weren't inferior to Xianxia in his desperate state. All this brought great pressure to Lin. In the end, no matter how heaven-defying his combat power was, he was only at the creation realm in the end. Perhaps he could easily kill a minor boundless realm existence. However, when faced with characters in the boundless realm who had stepped foot into the ultimate realm of the eternal path of the Tao, the huge gap between their realms was revealed. However, the more it was like this, the more potential and fighting spirit of Lin Sun was stimulated. Tempering oneself in a hopeless situation, fighting on the edge of life and death, would allow a person's potential and combat strength to be released to an unprecedented extent. For Lin Sun, this was the most stressful and dangerous battle he had ever encountered since he reached the creation realm. All of this caused his energy, essence, spirit, and potential to blaze and boil, and they were circulated to their limits. He saw, his figure was shining like an abyss. Although he was in a disadvantageous situation, the more he fought, the braver he became, so that Xianxia and the others couldn't take him down in a short time, and the more it was like this, the more angry and fearful Xianxia and the more determined their killing intent became. The power Lin Sun showed was too strong. Since ancient times, it was the first time they had encountered such a troublesome and heaven-defying young man, who subverted their understanding of countless years of cultivation. How could he be so powerful? The more Tai Haoju and Pan Wuxiu watched, the more frightened they became. They had lived for tens of thousands of years and seen many peerless monsters, but there was no one as powerful as Lin Sun. If we don't get rid of this guy, the situation of the spiritual martial realm will change, Yuan Zhongji murmured. Lin Sun alone could fight against 3 boundless realm figures. If he joined forces with those old guys on the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait, if Xianxia and Xing Tianyuan came, didn't it mean that there was no one stationed near the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain? Thinking of this, Yuan Zhongqi felt a chill all over and suddenly looked back. It was at this moment, a bright red flying sword flashed in the air. At the moment Yuan Zhongqi looked back, his head was cut off, and even his body and spirit were crushed by the bright red sword intent. In the distance, Fu Nanli's tall figure appeared, his sleeves fluttering, and his momentum was like the sky. Oh no! Dodge! Pan Wuxiu and Tai Haoju, who were watching the battle, were shocked. Their expressions changed greatly, and they immediately moved and dodged with all their strength. Boom! However, Pan Wuxiu's figure was still halfway when a dazzling pagoda covered in thunder torrents had already pressed down from the air, and forcefully smashed his figure into pieces. The destructive power released by the violent thunder rules crushed his body and spirit into powder, leaving nothing behind. Next to the thunder pagoda, the figure of Xingjian Gorge appeared, surrounded by the light of the Tao, as if he had come from a sacred place. Only Tai Haoju survived, but when he saw the scene of Pan Wuxiu and Yuan Zhongqi dying, his face turned pale, and his scalp went numb. Xingjian Gorge, you and Fu Nanli dare to walk out of Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Are you planning to start an all-out war with us? Xianxia was shocked and angry, and his solemn face turned green. Xingjian Gorge and Fu Nanli's arrival made them all feel that something was wrong. Lin Sun alone was already so difficult to deal with, and with the addition of two boundless realm existences, the situation on the battlefield changed. Lin Sun's spirit was roused, and he fought even more fiercely. So what if we start an all-out war? Do you really think it's the same as before? As Xingjian Gorge spoke, he held the Thunder Pagoda in his hand and charged over, directly attacking Xianxia. Kill! Fu Nanli didn't waste any time. With a wave of his sleeve, a bright red flying sword swept out, slashing towards Pan Wuxiu. At the same time, his sleeves fluttered, and countless divine chains of rules were lifted, attacking the 20 creation realm powerhouses in the distance. Only by getting rid of these characters first could they prevent them from running back to ask for reinforcements. All of a sudden, the battlefield became completely chaotic. Xianxia, Wenzai, and Xing Tianyuan's reinforcements were being held back by Lin Sun and his great Dao clone. Now that Xingjian Gorge had appeared, it made it even more difficult for them to free up their hands. And under such circumstances, Fu Nanli's side showed a situation of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The first to suffer was Pan Wuxiu. He had long been severely injured, and when Fu Nanli charged over, he immediately fled, not daring to stay at all. But he was a step too late. Or rather, even if he fled, it would be futile, because his opponent was Fu Nanli, a boundless realm existence of the spiritual church. In the blink of an eye, as that bright red flying sword slashed down, Pan Wuxiu's entire body was split open. Blood splattered, and then it was crushed into powder by the domineering sword intent. And the 20 creation realm existences that had been stationed in the nearby area had long since seen that the situation was not good, and they fled in all directions. But unfortunately, they weren't Lin Sun, and they weren't Ji Wutian. They didn't have the heaven-defying battle prowess that could contend against boundless realm existences. Streams of nomological power that resembled divine chains swept out, easily piercing through the figures, killing them on the spot without any hesitation. Finally, the 20 creation realm existences were slaughtered cleanly. That bloody scene caused Xianxia, Wenzai, and Xing Tianyuan's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. How could they have imagined that the situation would develop to such an extent? The crux was Lin Sun. He was just a single person, and yet he restrained 3 boundless realm existences, to the extent that when Fu Nanli and Travel Sword Gorge charged over, they were completely powerless to protect Pan Wuxiu and the others. Go! Xianxia shouted. The situation had already changed completely, and they could not delay any longer. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Fu Nanli had long since charged over, activating the red flying sword and slashing towards Xianxia. In terms of battle prowess, Fu Nanli and Travel Sword Gorge, the 2 boundless realm existences, were slightly stronger than Xianxia, Wenzai, and Xing Tianyuan. The ones who could truly threaten them were the Zen sect's Xianhu, the shaman sect's Lei Song, and the others. Unfortunately, Xian Hu, Lei Song, and the others had already gone to the world of Life Lotus 3 days ago, and were destined to not appear at this moment. Of course, if it was a one-on-one battle, and Xian Ying and the others wanted to escape, Fu Nanli and Travel Sword Gorge would not be able to stop them. But it was different now. Lin Sun and his great Dao clone had already pinned down the 3 old fellows, and this also gave Fu Nanli and Travel Sword Gorge a chance. The battle became more and more intense. Xian Ying was originally fighting Lin Sun's Black Water and Yellow Earth Daoist physique, but as Travel Sword Gorge and Fu Nanli charged over, they all pointed their spears at him alone, causing his situation to suddenly become precarious. Not long after, Xian Ying was riddled with injuries. But he was a boundless realm existence, after all. Although he was constantly injured, he was still extremely strong, and it was difficult to completely kill him in a short time. However, Xian Ying's heart had already sunk to the bottom. He realized that he could not escape today. You too, let me send you off. Xian Ying's eyes flashed with determination. He decided to sacrifice his life to send Wenzai and Xing Tianyuan away. This way, he could preserve more strength for their camp. However, just as he was about to risk his life, figures flew over from afar. It was Ren Futian, Gu Yueshi, Xuanhui Jia, and Shuiyi who were guarding the Lotus Leaf Divine Mountain. Among them, Ren Futian was a boundless realm existence. All of a sudden, Xian Ying could not help but reveal a bitter expression. Even if he went to risk his life now, he might not be able to send Wenzai and Xing Tianyuan away. You guys guard nearby, I'll go kill the enemy. As soon as he arrived, Ren Futian, who had a boundless realm cultivation, directly charged into the battlefield, waving a bronze battle spear towards Xing Tianyuan. As for Gu Yueshi and the other 2, they guarded the surroundings from afar. It was true that they were in the lesser boundless realm, but if they attacked with all their strength, they could also block the retreat of a greater boundless realm existence. Even if they could only block for an extremely short period of time, under the current situation, it was already enough. And the situation of the entire battlefield began to completely reverse at this moment. It became Xian Ying, Xing Tianyuan, and Steadfast Ju. The 3 greater boundless realm existences were heavily surrounded. 3 consecutive updates were delivered. On the first day of the month, Goldfish earnestly asks everyone to cast a guaranteed monthly vote. Thanks. End of chapter 3094. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.